"Alpha, where are we going?" Sophia asked him. "You will see when we reach there," Bryan replied while focusing his eyes on the road. He was her mate, and she trusted him blindly. She kept glancing at him. He looked in a good mood. She did not want to ruin it by asking more questions. The whole ride was silent. The car stopped in front of a place. Sophia got out of the car and looked at the nameplate. Love Dines. It looked like a restaurant. It had only one floor, which she could see from outside. Bryan signaled her with his head to walk inside. She entered the place and felt stunned. There was a small reception area, but from the glass doors, she could see that it was an open place. "Alpha, this way," the manager said as he himself came to take them to the place Bryan had booked for them. Sophia looked around while heading to the area. They had to walk a little before they reached the place. "Please take seats," the manager said as he gestured his hand to the only table there, which was in the middle of the garden. The decorations on the trees around the table amazed Sophia. Yellow lights were set up in the trees that were brightening the place. She could see a big candle on the table. She walked to the table with a happy face. She turned her head and saw that the manager had left the area, leaving them alone. "Alpha, it's so beautiful," she mumbled with a cheerful voice. As they took their seats on the two chairs at the table, Bryan gazed at her. "Do you like it?" "Of course, it's fascinating." Bryan chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing." In a few minutes, dinner had been served on their table. Sophia could not be more surprised by the appealing dishes. Bryan gestured to her to start eating. "You are hungry, aren't you?" She grabbed his plate first, started to fill it with food, and placed it in front of him. After that, she held her plate. "You first," she said with a warm smile. He stared at her all the time while having dinner. She was nervously eating and trying to avoid his gaze. After dinner, the waiters came to clean the table. They poured red wine into 2 glasses for them and bowed to Bryan. "Have a great time." Sophia glanced at the wine and shook her head. She wanted to make this night memorable for her. As Sarah told her, she also believed that Bryan would tell her about his feelings tonight. So, she could not get drunk to ruin this unforgettable night. She stood up to see the whole place, since it looked like a beautiful open garden. Bryan gripped his glass and swallowed the whole drink. His eyes were fixed on her. Her every movement was captured by his eyes as they studied her. A butterfly on a flower caught Sophia's attention. "So beautiful," she said while looking at the butterfly. She was unaware that Bryan had stood up and approached her from behind. "Exactly, so beautiful." She heard Bryan's voice close to her right ear. She froze when a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist and pulled her backward, which made her body press against a hard chest. "Alpha." She was interrupted when he rested his chin on her shoulder and kissed her neck. His hum and the touch of his lips both gave her goosebumps. He enjoyed seeing the reaction of her body to his touches. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath when his nose brushed her neck. "Ah!" She moaned when she felt him nipping her neck lightly, then sucking in the skin. Hearing her moan caused his hold on her waist to become more firm. "Do you know what I feel whenever I see you?" he asked her. She was eager to know that, but the sensation of his touch was making her feel an unthinkable pleasure. He turned her around to him, her breasts squeezed against his chest. His eyes slowly shifted to her cleavage. She felt shy and tried to move away from him, but he pressed her against the tree close to them and asked, "What are you getting shy about? You can't even imagine what I will do to you." His words were intimate, and she shyly looked at him. She was lost for words. He lifted his hand and touched her lips with his thumb. He parted her lips using his thumb, but did not give her a chance to speak as he smashed his lips on hers. The unexpected kiss caused her eyes to widen in surprise. At the moment that he began to move his lips on hers, she carefully wrapped her hands around his neck to convey to him that she wanted him just as much as he wanted her. The kiss heated when he pressed his body against hers. She felt his hands begin to roam around her body. When his hands and his long fingers made contact with her soft breasts, it caused her to moan in the kiss again. He took the chance and pushed his tongue inside her mouth. He kissed her deeply and hungrily as if there were no tomorrow. When she was feeling breathless, He let go of her lips and attacked her neck. Her hands caressed his hair when he was kissing her neck. She had never thought someone would ever make her feel like this. Was it because he was her mate, or because he had the charm to make any woman feel like this? Bryan moved his head and pressed his forehead against hers as both of them took deep breaths. "Be mine, Sophia." She was stunned by his words. She immediately looked at him. He had finally confessed his feelings to her. A burden of worry left her heart as she found her true love in him. He released her and took a step back to look at her. She turned to the other side to avoid his gaze. She had a shy smile on her face that she wanted to hide from him. She wanted to tell him that she was his. She wished to be his for all of eternity. He spoke again, which made her focus on his words. "My wolf wants you. Since you are my mate, he can't resist you." She thought that he was talking about accepting her as his life partner. But the reality was cruel. The ground slipped beneath her legs when she heard Bryan's next statements. "Do you remember when I took back my order for your brother's position? I told you to wait for my command. It's the right time for you to pay back. Be the woman who can satisfy my desire. All you have to do is come to me whenever I need you. In exchange, I'll give you a luxurious life that every woman dreams of." Sophia was shocked. She could not just believe her ears. Was she dreaming? No, it was not less than a nightmare for her. How could someone say something like that to her? Was she this kind of girl who could sell her body or serve anyone in exchange for something? He was not anyone else but her own mate. Did he need something to give her to touch her? He only needed love in his heart. Didn't he have feelings for her? Wasn't that the only reason he got close to her? She slowly turned her head toward him. She could see his handsome face, which turned stranger to her now. "What are you saying?" she asked him as she tried her best not to cry. A frown appeared on his face as if he did not like her reaction. What did he expect? She would feel happy with his statements? "Be my woman and stay with me," he replied. "For what?" "Because my wolf wants you." She took a deep breath and asked directly, "What about you? What about your heart?" "For what?" He lifted his brows. His expressions demonstrated that she asked him an irrelevant question. "What about my heart?" he asked. She looked into his eyes for a while, then said, "I thought you love." He interrupted her with a laugh. She felt a pang in her heart. She noticed his laugh halted and his face turned grimace. "Have you lost your mind, Sophia Berge?" he asked with a cold tone. She flinched at his chilly voice. It was rare when he called her first name, and every time he did, she liked it. But today, she was not liking it at all. She could not just understand how everything turned out like this. "After having a heartbreaking breakup, do you still believe in love?" Bruce was right. "You are still too young to understand the reality," he uttered, shaking his head in disappointment. She clenched her jaw when he reminded her about her breakup with Bruce. It was indeed heartbreaking to learn that her boyfriend was sleeping with her best friend. But what she was feeling right now was unbearable pain in her heart. That heartbreak was not bigger than this. She tried to believe that Bryan might be angry with her for some reason. That was why he was saying all these things. So she moved toward him and held his hands. She tried to talk to him softly to melt his anger. "Are you mad at me? Did I do something again? I am sorry, okay? Don't get mad." It was like she was trying to persuade a child. Bryan furrowed his brows as he grabbed her hands to move them away from his wrists. "How can you even think that I have some feelings for you? Didn't I clear it to you the very first day?" The darkening of his gaze caused her to feel shivers all the way down her spine. Her heart was completely torn apart by his words. "Why? Why can't you love me?" she mumbled, trying to cage her tears inside her eyes. He released her hands while fixing his eyes on her. "Don't behave like the other women who act like this to get the Luna's position. I can't waste my time on such a useless thing as love. You better know that grabbing someone's attention and making them fall for you are a whole different thing." At that moment, she was unable to hold back her tears any longer. They flowed down her cheeks. She bit her lower lip to control her sobs. How could a man be so cruel? How could he even talk like that? Did he not have a heart? Perhaps she had never been able to melt his cold heart. Sophia took a few steps back. Because she was unable to take any further steps backward, Her back was again pressed against the tree. She looked at the ground as if she could not find a way to step forward, because her mind was messed up. "You want me to be your slave? That is exactly what you mean, isn't it?" She spoke in a murmur while keeping her head lowered. She could hear Bryan inhaling deeply. She raised her head to look at him. He looked at her indifferently, as if her tears did not make him feel bad for her. She clutched her dress in anger when she noticed him standing silent. "All those shopping, this dress, everything was because you wanted to use me? Stop overreacting. You were not behaving like this when you begged me to return your brother's position. Let me remind you, you said you could do anything. Now what happened to that vow?" She laughed like a crazy girl who was crying as well. He kept reminding her about his brother. How could she forget about that? She thought they were in love, and he would never expect anything from her. In her assumption, even if he asked for something, it could not be something like this. "I just can't believe it. I thought I was getting close to my mate, and he wanted me as his lover. But what did I get in return? He wants me to be his slave?" She pulled her hair in anger. Everything around her was getting dizzy. Without drinking wine, she felt drunk. Suddenly, Bruce's warning came to her mind. That day she did not believe him, but tonight it echoed in her mind repeatedly. "You only know CEO Bryan. You have never seen Alpha Bryan. He will hurt you more than I ever hurt you. Mark my words." She wiped her eyes and shook her head as she tried to shove Bruce's words from her mind. She looked at Bryan, who stared at her, observing her every movement. He was no longer the person she fell in love with. "Alpha Bryan, you should look for someone else to fulfill your desire. I can't be your slave." Sophia turned to the way of the entrance and headed there to leave as soon as possible from this hell, which she thought was heaven a few minutes ago. "Do you think I even asked you?" It was not a question, but my command. Bryan's words froze her. She tightened her fists as she prayed in her head. "Please, please, don't say something to break me more. I am already broken." She heard footsteps on the ground, indicating that he was coming close to her from behind. Bryan stopped behind her. She did not turn to him. She had already shown him her breakdown. She could not let him see her weak side anymore. "I thought you were an intelligent girl. How can you react like this?" His words made her turn to face him. She stared at him. The more she was looking at him, the more she felt that she fell for him hard. Why could she not get into his heart? Which woman did he prefer in his heart that he could not give her that place? Was she not beautiful enough to grab his heart? "What do you mean?" she asked with a broken tone. She did not want to hide it anymore. He had broken her, and he should see it. "No choice," he muttered, scanning her face with his eyes. "What?" "You have no choice except to listen to my command. I could have asked for it that day, but I was not interested in you at that time, but, he paused. He lowered his head to look at her face and wrapped his hand around her waist, then continued, "Since you caught my attention, I don't have the mind to let you go." She broke into tears once again. She did not know when she was falling so deeply for him. His words were good to hear until she learned the truth. But now, everything has changed. She started to feel disgusted with herself. Why does no man understand women's hearts? Why are they always after lust? The man who she used to think was the best person in the world cheated on her because he was sleeping with another girl. And now she felt that her true love wanted to sleep with her without any commitment, as if she were his sex slave. "You are free to take some time. There's no hurry," he said, moving his head closer to her. She lifted her hands and pushed him harshly into his chest. It was an unexpected push, which caused him to retrieve a step. He glared at her in anger. No one had ever behaved like that with him. "You will never get me. I will never be with you," she said with a furious face. She had lost her mind. She couldn't take it anymore. The pain in her heart rose to her head. Bryan clenched his jaw as he had lost his temper. He did not expect her to react like that. He thought she would agree with it. How could she forget her commitment to him? She told him that she would do anything. Now, where was her loyalty to it? Should he have made her sign a contract at that time before allowing her brother to get back into the Gamma's position? He experienced a sense of betrayal. He did not like losing in any manner, shape, or form. Don't make me mad at you. You know I can do anything to get what I want." His warning did not affect Sophia. It was possible that she turned insane in that situation. Nothing could shatter her more. She turned around and walked out of the place. As she made her way through the reception area, the waitstaff gave her a sideways glance. The fact that she was crying made them look taken aback. She wiped her tears as she walked past them. She left the restaurant and looked at the street. The entire street was completely dark. It was only the dim yellow lights of the restaurant's gate that were able to give a glimpse of the route to take. She started to walk down the street while sobbing. She felt that she had no way to go. It was as if every door was shut for her. Her own mate broke her heart. Her mental state was a complete disaster. He gave her pain that could never be healed. One by one, every memory was reflected in her mind. How could she misunderstand his intention? He was no different than other men who looked at her with nasty eyes. From the very beginning, he only felt lust for her. It was never love. The way he healed her, the way he showed care for her by asking for meals, the way he took care of her safety by dropping her home at night, the way he kissed her, the way he tried to get close to her. All of these things meant nothing. Like a child who was lost in the middle of the road, she was crying while walking without any direction. Why is it that fate continues to test my patience? Where did I go wrong? Why me? She asked herself. Due to the fact that she could not walk properly, her heels were making a cracking sound on the ground. The sound of a horn could be heard coming from behind. However, she was so preoccupied with her own thoughts that she could not hear it. A car paced to her side and stopped beside her. She halted her steps and slowly turned her head, only to find Bryan getting out of the car. Seeing that it was Bryan, she started to walk again. "Sophia, get in the car," he said while trying to grab her hand. She yanked his hand and yelled at him, "Don't touch me." With a stern look on his face, he grasped her waist and pulled her closer to him. "I will, and you can't stop me." In her anger, she made an attempt to push him. "Leave me. I'm not a bitch who men can touch at any time." He grabbed the back of her neck and made her look at him. His eyes turned red as he replied to her remarks. "Forget about other men. I'll make sure you'll just be my bitch." Sophia stared at Bryan. Why was he doing this to her? Every second that went by, her heart was becoming more and more icy. During that very moment, she was unable to comprehend what actions to take. As soon as Bryan noticed that she was staring at him without making any sound, he spoke in a calm tone. "Come with me. I'll drop you home." "I don't want to go with you. I can go alone. You don't have to worry about me," she muttered, looking away from his face. His grip on her waist tightened, which caused her to hiss. "This place is far away from your house. You won't get a lift here either. If other wolves notice you, they will tear you apart. Is that better than going with me?" Sophia was a little shocked by his statement. However, she shook her head. "I still don't want to." He glared at her as he did not like what she had said. He pulled her to his car and opened the door, then pushed her inside the passenger seat. The loudness with which he shut the door caused her to flinch. He returned to the driver's seat. He was about to start the car, but turned to her. It was as if she had lost her mind as she stared at the road. To ensure that she was wearing her seatbelt, he moved closer to her. As soon as he extended his hand to the belt that was located next to her waist, she shoved him swiftly. "Don't touch me." Her response stunned him. All this time, he was trying to calm down in front of her. He did not like it, but for her, he was behaving with patience. However, right after how she had reacted, he lost his calm. He grabbed her hands and locked them on the window glass with one hand. Sophia was frightened by his actions. Both of her eyes widened as she gazed at him. "I can't tolerate more nonsense of yours," he said, grabbing the belt and locking it. She glanced at the belt and realized that he was only trying to do that, but his following sentence almost halted her breathing. "If I want, I can take you right here. Don't make me do something that you will regret later. Right now, I only want to drop you home. Stay quiet and let me drive calmly." She let out a shaky breath when he released her hands and moved back. After exhaling deeply, Bryan started the car. Sophia leaned her back against the seat and turned to the window so that she could avoid looking at him. She did not make any sound, just like he said. She became silent. Her eyes were fixed on the outside world. The darkness implied her inner situation. The darkness of the night sky mirrored the blankness of her heart. The hopes that she had built up in her heart were dashed in a single night. When she looked out the window, she could see drunk men going along the road while laughing with each other. It dawned on her that Bryan was actually right. But didn't he also have the same intention that those men would have after seeing her alone? Her eyes fell on the woods when the car passed the forest, which was headed in another direction. She stared at the trees. Because of the closed window, she could not feel the fresh air. Though she wanted to have some, she had no strength to roll down the window. The tears were streaming down her face as she leaned her head against the edge of the seat. Life betrayed her in a way where there was no way to go. During the whole ride, Bryan did not say anything to her. She also shut her mouth, trying her best to avoid him completely. There was death silence in the car. Bryan stopped the car in front of her house. She did not realize that they had reached her home, so she remained unmoved. Bryan turned to look at her. "Do you want to go with me?" His question made her come out of her thoughts. She turned her head and glanced at him. "No." He nodded his head and signaled her to her house. "You remained quiet and did not get out of the car, so I thought you had made up your mind." Sophia looked away from him. "Never." No, she opened the door and was about to get out of the car, but he grabbed her wrist to stop her. "Wait." She returned her gaze to him and saw him taking off his suit jacket. "What are you doing?" she asked with wide eyes. He did not reply to her and wrapped the jacket around her shoulder. "Go like that." She immediately tried to remove it, but he held it tightly. "You will regret not taking it," he muttered, looking at her neck. She gave him a frown before she understood what he was trying to say. His hickeys were visible on her neck, and her mother could see them. Like a good man, he showed care for her. However, she had learned what kind of care it was. She scoffed at herself for falling for him. Without removing his jacket, she got out of the car. When Bryan drove the car away from her house, she remained motionless and stood there. As soon as she realized that the car was no longer in her line of sight, she cast a quick glance in the direction of her house. She had no heart to return to her house tonight. She wanted to give her mother a call, but then she realized that she had left her phone in the restaurant. "I'm sorry, Mom. I need some time right now. I'll come back tomorrow," she mumbled to herself and turned around. She began to stroll and walk for a while. She stopped on the way to enter the forest. She took a deep breath before making her way into the forest. She had no fear of getting into another wolf's hand. She was not frightened of anything right now. All she wanted was to shift, and she would do it. Under the moonlight, a beautiful white wolf set her legs on the ground and began to run. Her ocean blue eyes were teary, yet they looked like the most stunning eyes anyone had ever seen before. She stopped in a place where she could see the moon very clearly. She raised her head to look at the moon and howled with all of the pain in her heart. After dropping Sophia off, Bryan drove away from her house. He was mad at himself. He had behaved too softly toward her all these days, which gave her the audacity to take him lightly. He should have behaved strictly with her like he behaved with others. She was thinking of herself as superior just because he wanted her. It's all because of his wolf. From the time he discovered that she was his mate, his wolf had a strong desire for that female. Whenever he saw her close to him, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to stay in control of himself. It did not matter how hard he tried, he was unable to deny the fact that she was his mate. Instead of going to his house, Bryan went to the club. As he went to get a drink, he saw that his friends were already there, drinking in the bar. They looked surprised when they noticed him. "What are you doing here?" Beta Robert asked, handing him a glass of drink. Bryan chugged down the whole glass and sat on a stool at the bar. Robert exchanged a glance with Edger when he saw Bryan was not saying anything. Edger cleared his throat and took a seat next to Bryan. "Bro, how are things going for you? When you went to the party, you were in a good mood. How come you feel the need to stop by the club at midnight?" Bryan ordered another glass for him and remained quiet. His thoughts were beginning to stir. Robert let out a sigh and sat on another stool beside him. Bryan, you can share anything with us. You know that. When the bartender placed his drink on the counter, Bryan gripped it and swallowed all the drink. He put the glass on the counter loudly, which scared the bartender. Robert cast a glance in the direction of the bartender. The man then refocused on his work again. How can she be so stupid? Bryan muttered under his breath. Edgar raised a brow. Are you talking about Sophia? To spend time with her alone, you left the party, right? So what happened? You banged on her? Edgar asked with a chuckle and winked at him. Bryan gave him a glare, which halted his laugh. No, wait. Is everything okay? She looks innocent. Why are you behaving like she turned out to be a spy? Robert rolled his eyes. Come on, our Gamma's sister can't be a spy. Will you both shut up, or do you want me to kill you here? There are so many men waiting to get your positions, Bryan said to them with annoyance. Both of them shut their mouths as they pursued their lips and stared at Bryan to understand what was going on in his head. That girl thinks I love her. The silence between his two friends could not keep up any longer. At the very moment that Robert heard Bryan, the drink that he was about to swallow spilled out of his mouth. What? He asked, turning his head toward Bryan. That Alpha Bryan in love? Edgar scoffed after chuckling. Bryan was familiar with their reactions. He also felt the same, so he could not scold them about it. You are overly possessive of her, though, Edgar muttered while drinking. I also tried to give him some alone time in this club with her. I don't know what he had done to her that night, Robert replied to Edgar as he recalled the night when they came here with Sophia and his friends. It's my wolf who doesn't like it when she gets close to anyone else, Bryan said, while holding the glass. He then told his friends about what he said to Sophia. They appeared to be shocked. Bro, you shouldn't have done it, Edgar said, shaking his head. She is only 18. You can't play with her like this. You blackmailed her to sleep with you. Bryan got to his feet, as he no longer felt like talking with them. I know what I'm doing and what I feel for anyone, so don't be concerned about it. Robert stood up and asked him, if she is just your unwanted mate, and if only your wolf cares for her, then why do you even feel irritated? Why is your mood off? You can pick any woman and sleep with her. Why are you wasting your time on her? Bryan turned to him and gazed at him with dark eyes. The thing you are trying to put inside my head, let me tell you, Beta Robert, this is never going to happen. I am the alpha of a pack. A mate bond can't make me weak or make me fall for anyone. Bryan left the club after making his friends speechless. The next morning, he woke up late because he could not get much sleep last night. As he got in the car to go to the company, his driver turned to him and handed him a purse and a phone. Alpha, I found this in the car. Bryan glanced at Sophie's purse and phone, which he found on the table at the restaurant last night. Before she left the restaurant, she forgot to take it. Last night, he failed to remember to give it back to her. He grabbed the purse and the phone, then put them on the seat next to him. The phone started to vibrate a few minutes later. He looked at the screen and saw Troy's number. He frowned, but then ignored the call. When the call ended, he noticed 15 missed calls from Troy. Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen, and he was able to view it without having to enter his password or unlock the phone. Your mom has just informed me that you arrived back at your home at an early hour in the morning. Where were you last night? She was so worried about you. Bryan's eyes grew dark when he read the message. He left her home at night. Then where was she the whole night? With a furious face, he entered his company and everyone bowed to him. He paid no attention to others and went to his cabin directly. He assumed Sophia had not come to the company today. He wanted her to come to the office so that he could ask her where she was. He thought for a moment, then dialed Selena's number. She wanted her to call Sophia and inform her to come here to the office. But before the call was connected, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The door opened, and he slowly put the phone aside from his ear. He cut the call and looked at the person who had just entered his office. I thought you would not come to the company today, Miss Berg. As she approached the desk, Sophia refrained from looking at him. She placed a white envelope on the desk and spoke out. Alpha, here is my resignation letter. I don't want to work here anymore. What did you say? Bryan asked with a cold voice. Sophia slowly lifted her gaze to look at Bryan. It turned out that he was correct when he thought that she would not be going to the office today. She had no intention of entering this company today and had no plans to do so. Nevertheless, she was unable to fall asleep anywhere, not even after she returned home from the forest. Her mind kept replaying the words he had said to her last night. As a result, she made the decision to come here with a letter of resignation. If her boss was more interested in her body than in her work, she would not be able to work there. I said I wanted to quit this job. I would appreciate it if you could look it over carefully and sign it so that I do not have to come back here. In the midst of her statement, she moved the envelope across the desk in the direction of him. Bryan did not take his gaze off the envelope until she took her hand away from it. "What made you think that I would sign it?" he asked her. "Alpha, you need an assistant, not a girl who can make you." She paused as she was too ashamed to say those words from her mouth. He looked at her with a frown. "Are you crazy?" He was able to make out her pale face. A pair of black circles highlighted the area under her eyes. It was clear that she had not been sleeping throughout the entire night. Her eyes were swollen, too. He did not leave her last night in that state. Suddenly, it reminded him of Troy's message. He reached out his hand and opened the drawer of the desk that was close to his legs. He took out her purse and her phone, then placed them on the desk. When Sophia noticed them, she was surprised. "I left them." "In the restaurant. I took it but forgot to return it to you," Bryan replied while examining her face once again. She nodded her head and walked to the side, where Bryan was sitting. During the moment that she was going to grab her belongings, Bryan pulled them a bit further away with his finger. She cast a quick glance in his direction and asked, "I wanted my things back." "You will. That's why I kept it to myself. But first, tell me, where were you last night?" Sophia was stunned when she heard him. "What do you mean?" "I dropped you off at your house. Why didn't you go to your house? Where did you go after I left you there?" His voice was demanding, and she did not feel good about it. She took a deep breath and replied calmly, "I don't think it matters to you, Alpha. Please return my things and sign the letter as soon as possible." He glared at her, which she avoided very clearly. She felt that he had no right over her. Why did he even ask about her whereabouts when he did not have any feelings for her? "Where were you? I won't ask you again." She turned around and walked back to the spot where she had been standing earlier. "I am not bound to reply to you, Alpha. It would be nice if you wouldn't disturb your ex-secretary's personal life. It's totally my matter where I was. I hope I make it clear to you." She sounded confident, which Bryan did not like. The way she kept calling him Alpha with a tone of distance, he did not appreciate it at all. After taking a glance at the envelope, he got it in his hand. "You want me to sign it?" She gave him a slight nod. She was aware of the power of this mighty man. He was the pack's head alpha. She could not stay at peace if she offended him in any way. So she came here with another option. She tried to keep her tears inside her and requested that he let her go. "Alpha, I'm sorry if I offended you anyhow, but let me go. I have my studies and I can't work beside them. It will be too much for me. I hope you will understand my situation and sign the resignation letter. I am okay with giving compensation if there is any." Bryan was silent. His eyes darkened when he was listening to her. The atmosphere of the room turned cold. Sophia somehow felt frightened by his silence and dark gaze. He slowly moved his fingers in the middle of the envelope and tore it. Her eyes widened. "What are you doing?" He did not listen to her, tore it in many pieces, and got to his feet. After throwing the pieces in the dustbin, he approached her. Noticing that he was getting closer to her, she began to take steps back until her back pressed against the wall. She averted her gaze from him when he stopped close to him. "Just because I'm trying to handle you with calm and peace, you keep daring to do all these things." His words made her look at him. "What did I do? I don't want to be here with Yo." He interrupted her by grabbing her chin. His touch caused her to gulp. She reminded herself that she could not be weak in front of him. He tilted her head and observed her face carefully. "You didn't seem to get any sleep last night. I didn't sleep either. Troy sent you a message and asked you about last night. Where were you last night?" I will reply to him myself." You don't have to worry about me. I'm not concerned for you, but for my secretary who needs to work beside me day and night." She frowned at him and pushed his hands away. "Why can't you understand? I don't want to work here." "Why?" "So it's because of you. I can't face you all day knowing what your intention is about me." He lifted his hand, but she shoved it again, but this time a bit harshly. He tightened his fists while looking at it. She moved away from him and began to stroll to the desk. After gathering her belongings, she made her way to the door of the office room. "If you don't want to sign, it's your choice. I'm leaving anyway." "Have you forgotten that you signed the papers where it's clearly written that you can't leave this company until I want to?" His voice, which was filled with rage, reached her ears from behind. She slowly turned to him as she remembered it. "You did that intentionally, didn't you?" He smirked at her as he shook his head. "You wish to leave whenever you want after entering a deadly beast's den? This is not going to happen, baby girl." His remarks and smirk shocked her. She immediately opened the door to leave. She did not care about any papers. Just as she took a step out of his office, she heard him speak up once again. "In 2 days, you'll come back to me and ask for your job back. Mark my words." As quickly as she could, Sophia left Bryan's office. With a slow pace, she made her way to the elevator of the building. She was constantly being observed by other employees. It was clear to them that she was not well. Some of them even asked her if she was okay. She chose to ignore everyone and continued walking. She entered the elevator and pressed the ground floor button. The elevator came to a stop and opened the door as it reached the floor of management. Sophia noticed Louisa entering the elevator with some other employees. In an effort to avoid drawing her attention, she turned her head to the other side. But luck was not on her side. Louisa's eyes fell on her the moment she turned her head to the right side. "Oh, Miss Sophia," she addressed her with a mocking tone. Sophia closed her eyes in anger. Though she made an effort to hide herself, Louisa noticed her. As she had no other choices, she turned her head toward Louisa. "Miss Louisa, good noon," she muttered as she glanced at other employees beside her. "Oh my God, what happened to your glowing face? I saw some pictures of you in Alpha. I must say, you tried hard to attract him toward you last night. I was wondering if it was successful last night," Louisa asked with a chuckle. Other employees joined her in the laughter. Sophia frowned at her. "Does everyone only think about getting into each other's pants? Does Bryan think of me as like them?" Sophia thought in her head while looking at Louisa. Louisa glared at her when she got no reply. She scoffed at Sophia as she brushed her hair away from her shoulder. "Do you know Miss Sophia personally? You really do sound like that," an employee inquired from next to Louisa. Louisa nodded her head. "Of course I do. She is very famous at our university. After all, she used to date Alpha's younger brother." Everyone in the elevator gasped loudly. They were not aware of it. Sophia was shocked that Louisa had revealed her past to others. "Stop blabbering nonsense. I will complain about you to Alpha Bryan," Sophia warned her. Louisa raised her brow and asked, "What did you just say?" "You will complain about me? Are you kidding me? I know everything that you did last night." At that time, the elevator opened, but it seemed like no one wanted to leave and yearned to learn more gossip. "What has she done, Miss Louisa?" Louisa's presence disturbed Sophia. What was she talking about? There were only her and Bryan in the restaurant. How did she know what had happened? Louisa gave her a dirty grin and turned to the other employees after putting on an innocent look. She tried to seduce Alpha Bryan. He denied her and told her that he would fire her today, so she came to the company with a resignation letter herself so that she would not have to face humiliation later by getting fired. Sophia tightened her fists as she moved closer to Louisa. "I'm already in a bad mood. Shut your mouth, or else I will slam you in the mirror to remind you how you used to sleep with my ex-boyfriend when I was in a relationship with him." All the employees' eyes widened after hearing me. Louisa tried to pretend that I was lying. "Why are you lying? Just keep your mouth shut, or I will call Bruce to come here and give your real introduction to others." Louisa gulped when she realized that Sophia was really mad. She did not say anything more in fear of Bruce. She knew Bruce would definitely take Sophia's side over hers. "You all, why don't you come out? Can't you see we are all waiting outside?" Some employees said it from outside the elevator. They were watching them for quite some time. So when they saw they were not coming out and they were getting late to get back to their work, they started shouting. Sophia was the one who walked out of the elevator first. She was passing the lobby area to leave the company when she heard someone calling out her name. Sophia! She turned around and saw Troy walking toward her. Hey, she said, greeting him in a low voice. Sophia, where were you last night? Your mom was so worried that she had to call me. I could not attend the party because my mom was sick, so I had no idea where you were. Sophia sighed and replied, I had some official work after the party, so I had to stay at the office last night. By the way, I heard you message me. I am sorry for not replying to you. Troy glanced at her phone. I see you haven't checked your phone yet. Sophia lowered her head and unlocked the phone. She was shocked to get 15 missed calls and some messages from Troy. She could see a bunch of missed calls from her mother, too. Though she said sorry to her mother when she returned home early this morning, now she started to feel bad for her. She noticed a few notifications on her phone. She clicked on them as she heard Troy. Sophia, are you an alpha? He paused. She raised her head to look at him. What? Troy signaled her to check her phone. The moment she looked at her phone, a few photos of last night's party appeared on the screen from the notifications. Bryan was leaning close to her and talking to her in those photos. In some of them, Bryan was holding her hand. Someone even clicked a photo when they were leaving the party venue together. Sophia was lost for words. She wanted to stay away from Bryan, but the situation was getting worse. She realized that Louisa was talking about these photos in the elevator. Troy cleared his throat and said, I didn't know you and Alpha were together. Now it makes sense why he always asks me about you. He halted for a brief second, then stated carefully, Sophia, you know how alphas are. I think you should be careful. You are very young, and Alpha Bryan is very dangerous. He has the ability to make anyone's life better, and at the same time, he is capable of destroying it too. Upon hearing Troy's words, Sophia was taken aback. She averted her gaze from him and shook her head in disappointment. This is not the case. You are misunderstanding. Nothing is like that. An expression of bewilderment could be seen on Troy's face, which she was able to notice. Nevertheless, she was not in a state of mind that would allow her to say anything further. Her condition was not good enough for her to explain anything to him. She turned around and began to walk toward the entrance door. The receptionist smiled at her, but all she could do was nod in response to the smile. The receptionist looked stunned by her gloomy mood. Sophia sighed and left the company. The whole way back to her house, she kept thinking about what Bryan had said to her in his office. What would be the reason for her to go back to him for the job? She believed she would never do that. As she entered the house, she noticed her mother sitting on the couch, watching television. At the moment that she heard the sound of the door closing, her mother turned her attention to the door. Sophia, you are back. She gave her a slight nod before making her way to the couch and sitting down next to her mother. I told you, Mom. It would take an hour to return. Yeah, right? Nowadays, you are so busy that it is impossible to see you at home before night. I made myself comfortable on the couch and placed my head on her lap. I love you, Mom. Her mother was surprised by her sudden words, but then she stroked her head and replied, I love you too, my daughter. What happened to you? You look so tired. Is everything okay? As Sophia felt her mother gently stroke her hair, she closed her eyes. It felt blissful to her. Mom, you love me unconditionally. In this world, the only people we should love are our families. We must not allow ourselves to be distracted by other people. Her mother's hand froze on her hair. Sophia, are you talking about someone? Sophia was shocked. She moved her head to look at her mother. Why did you think that, Mom? Then why are you talking like you have broken up with some guy? Sophia shook her head in response. No, Mom, I was just telling you, nothing else. Her mother smiled at her and continued to stroke her hair. Don't worry, my love, that's when you meet someone truly special, your mate, your life will change. Sophia immediately moved her head to the side to hide her face. She felt emotional hearing about mates. Mates are blessings of the moon goddess. When your partner discovers you, he will treat you with the utmost care. If I am able to hand you over to him, I will truly feel relieved." Tears streamed out of Sophia's eyes. She slowly wiped her tears so that her mother could not see them, or that tears could not fall on her mother's clothes. "Your brother is already in a good position, so after seeing you with your mate, I can die in peace." She sat up and embraced her mother. "Please, don't say that. You know how much brother and I love you, Mom. We can't live without you. If something happens to you, what will happen to us?" Her mother smiled while caressing her back. "You know your mom is a heart patient. Anything can happen at any time." Even though she bit her bottom lip in an attempt to stop her sobbing, Sophia was unable to do so. She went to her bedroom after she had finished her conversation with her mother. Because she was unable to fall asleep the night before, she slept through the entire day. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already late in the evening. Her mother told her to eat something. She had her meals while using her phone. She saw that all the photos of her and Bryan from last night's party had been taken down. She felt relaxed. She did not want other people to have a misunderstanding of her. She did not like what they were saying about her. As she got a call from Sarah. Sarah asked her about how the night was. It was impossible for Sophia to explain to her what took place after she and Bryan left the party. She could not just tell her friend what her mate was thinking about her. It was not love, but lust, which he only felt for her. "I had to return home early, and we could not talk much." Sophia lied to Sarah. She could hear a tone of disappointment from Sarah. "Oh no, I thought I would hear your delightful tone, but it turned out you two could not even confess to each other." "Yeah. Don't worry, I have observed how that man looks at you. I must say he is eager to devour you." Sophia lowered her head as she looked at her hand. She had nothing to say. When you were thinking about someone who loved you and wanted to do something for you, it was a different thing. On the other hand, for the man who was only interested in touching her without any feelings towards her, it seemed as though she was considering selling her body to him. "Sarah, how is your relationship with Nolan? You never thought that he would be your mate, right?" Sophia asked. After a little pause, Sarah replied, "Well, you are right. But the mate bond is something we can't deny, even if we want. It pulls us closer. And the fact is, mates are really possessive about each other. So when Nolan found me as his mate, he could not just control himself. In fact, he still can't control himself whenever I'm around him," Sarah said with a laugh. While Sarah was uttering those words, Sophia could not help but imagine that she was flushing. "And let me tell you, Sophia, when you get close to Alpha, you will realize the magic of this bond." Sophia let out a long breath. "I don't think everything will run like we want, Sarah. Maybe I should keep myself away from him. My status is nothing in front of him." Sarah was shocked for a few seconds after hearing Sophia, but then she replied, "This mate bond is absolutely insane. It is comparable to an addiction. No matter how hard you try to avoid your mate, you will never be able to be apart from him." It was the weekend. For Sophia, the past 2 days had been awful. She locked herself in her room and cried alone. She wanted the old Bryan back. She yearned for that Bryan who had given her a gentle kiss while she was riding in his car, who had taken care of her when she was going home alone at night, and who had complimented her on how beautiful she looked in his gifted dress. Why did everything change in one night? What was the reason that all of her hopes were dashed in the blink of an eye? As she examined her face in the mirror, she rubbed her dark circles under her eyes. Her face was getting worse as a result of her lack of sleep at night, and she did not like how it was getting worse. "Sophia." She heard her mother's voice coming from downstairs. "Come to have breakfast, darling." Her mother shouted to let her know that breakfast was ready. She responded in a loud voice after opening the door. "I'm coming, Mom." She freshened up hurriedly and went to the closet to change her clothes. Her eyes fell on a black suit jacket. She slowly lifted her hand and touched the soft jacket. She pulled it close to her nose and sniffed the scent on it. It was Bryan's coat that he wrapped around her before leaving her in front of her home. She could not figure out why he had changed so suddenly, or if that was how he had always been. With a hasty movement, she took out a dress for herself and put on it. She left her room and went downstairs to have breakfast with her mother. Are you not going somewhere today? Her mother inquired. Sophia stopped chewing and she gave her mother a glance. Where, Mom? It's the weekend. I thought you planned to go somewhere. The expression on Sophia's face changed. She did not want to go anywhere. She was not feeling good. She was heartbroken. No, Mom. Why are you feeling so down, my sweetheart? Are you missing your brother? She looked at her mother and replied, How is he, Mom? Right at that moment, her mother's phone began to ring. Oh my, it's your brother. Her mother let out a resounding jolt. Sophia smiled at her and said, Please receive the call. Her mother was overjoyed to see that her son had called him, and she received the call almost immediately. Despite his busy schedule, he took his time out to just talk to his mother. Abraham. As Sophia watched her mother talk on the phone, she noticed that she was beaming. It gave her a warm feeling in her heart. Her mother turned her gaze to Sophia while she was speaking to Abraham. After a few minutes of conversation, she said, Yes, your sister is here. Talk to her. She handed the phone to Sophia. Sophia held the phone and put it close to her ear, only to hear her brother's voice. Sophia. Her eyes got teary the moment she heard his voice. She stood up from the chair to go back to her room to talk to her brother alone. She gave her mother a quick glance, who gave her a nod of approval, indicating that she could return to her bedroom. As soon as Sophia entered her bedroom and shut the door behind her, she began to cry silently. Brother, how are you? She asked with sobs. Sophia, are you crying? No, it's a tear of happiness. I'm totally fine, but I'm mad at you. Why, brother? Sophia was perplexed as to why her brother was angry with her. Why didn't you tell me that you joined the Morrison group? Her eyes widened in shock. How did he get to know about it? What she remembered, she told her mother not to tell him about it. Who told you that? Whoever told me that doesn't matter anymore. First, tell me, why didn't you inform me about it? And why did you go to that company in the first place where Alpha was working? In fact, it's his own company. Sophia was nervous. She knew he would get mad, which was why she forbade her mother not to raise the matter with him. I am sorry, brother. I thought it would help. No, Sophia, you shouldn't have done it. You know I'm here, and I always think about your safety. Alpha Bryan is dangerous. How can you go to his den yourself? Her irritation was mounting. Why did everyone keep warning her that Bryan was dangerous? She was aware of it. Brother, how did you get to know about it? Beta Robert and Delta Edger were talking about you. I overheard them. Please don't get mad, brother. I am going to resign very soon. The only thing I need to do is wait for Alpha to sign the papers. Her brother sighed and replied, It's a good thing. By the way, Alpha is the one who is currently training me. He was telling me that I should take a leave. Sophia froze after hearing him. Leave? Why? I don't know. I have never heard of a Gamma taking a leave before finishing his training in the camp. I am not sure what is going on in his head, but I will return home tomorrow. I just wanted to share the good news with you and your mother. I wanted to give you a surprise, but Alpha suggested that I let you know first. So don't tell Mom about it, okay? I'll give her a surprise. Sophia was shocked when she heard that Bryan told Abraham to inform her about it. Why is he sending my brother on leave? Isn't it kind of a pause in training? She thought. Her heart started beating fast when she recalled Bryan's words. In 2 days, you'll come back to me and ask for your job back. Mark my words. 2 days, she mumbled. What 2 days? I'm coming tomorrow, Abraham replied. Yes, brother. I'll talk to you later. She hung up the call and sat on the bed while grabbing her forehead. You can't do this, Alpha Bryan. How can you play with me like this? She realized that it was Bryan's plan to force her to return to her job. Not only that, he wanted to remove her brother from Gamma's position because she did not fulfill her promise to accept his demand. It was the last chance for Abraham to keep his position. If Abraham was able to stay in the pack house for a fixed period of time, Bryan would never be able to remove him from his position because he would have passed all of the Gamma's tests. But if her brother returned home now, there would be no way to go back there. Sophia pulled her hair in anger. The tears began to fall down her cheeks. Did Bryan intend to send her a warning with that? She could not help but ask herself, what should I do now? Sophia could not sleep last night. It was much worse than the last 2 nights. While holding a cup of coffee and leaning against the headboard of the bed, she stared at the blinds, which were slowly turning bright in the sunshine. She couldn't risk falling asleep. She was afraid that if she was late to go to the office, she could not save his brother from losing his position. She felt that she came back to the day when she begged Bryan to give her brother back her position. That day, with a flow of emotion, she said she would do anything. Little did she know he would ask her to be his slave. "I have made up my mind," she mumbled to herself. After putting the glass on the nightstand, she got out of bed and headed to the closet. She spent the entire night considering Bryan's proposal before coming to a decision. She would agree to fulfill his demand. Though she did not want to be a plaything for someone, she would have to do that for her brother. Her brother would be forced to endure the humiliation of society if he were to lose his position. On the other hand, her mother was a heart patient, and she did not want her mother to get attacked again like last time. When she was about to retrieve a dress from the closet, she saw a bunch of branded clothes. They reminded her of Bryan. In fact, in the 2 or 3 days, he had reflected on her mind every single minute. Her phone suddenly began to ring, which startled her. She rushed to her bed and grabbed her phone, which was lying on the bed. She thought it was her brother's call, and he would not come home today. However, it was Sarah's call. When she received the call, Sarah spoke out. "You know you have to come to attend classes, right?" Sarah reminded her about the projects she would have to work on. Today's class was very important to learn many new things. Also, it would help her achieve higher marks. "I can't come today," Sophia replied with a low tone. "What? Why?" "I have to go to the office early today. I have some important work to do there." There was a brief silence between them. Then Sarah asked, "Sophia, is everything okay? You sound low." After letting out a deep breath, Sophia replied, "I'm fine, Sarah. Don't worry about me. I will come tomorrow." Sarah did not urge her to come, since she understood that there was something Sophia was hiding. She could clearly get that from her tone. She decided to ask her about it tomorrow, when she would meet her at the university. Sophia took a quick shower and put on an old dress. She did not want to wear anything that Bryan had given her. She left her room and went downstairs. She saw that her mother's room door was still closed, indicating that she was asleep. She did not want to wake her mother this early in the morning, so she left her home hurriedly without making any noise. She arrived at the company after taking a bus there. She checked the time on her watch, only to find that there was still 1 hour until the start of the office hour. She walked inside the company and saw a few employees walking around who had some work left before the weekend. To finish them before the deadline, they therefore came to the office early. While making her way to the elevator, Sophia had to face many gazes from other employees. She recalled that Louisa had told others about her and Bruce's relationship. So people may have started to think badly about her. A woman who had a relationship in the past with the younger brother has now turned into the personal secretary of the big brother. Not only that, she had been seen walking around in a party hand in hand with her ex-boyfriend's big brother. Sophia could not just set her mental health. She couldn't help but feel tears scramble into her eyes. These days she was crying too much. She was not a cold-hearted girl who could put a lot of pressure on herself. Those who had known her well could say that she was a soft-hearted girl who had good intentions for everyone. Her family was everything to her, so for them she could give up everything. Sophia entered the elevator and wiped the corners of her eyes. The moment the elevator reached the top floor, she went directly to Bryan's office. She saw that he had not come to the office yet. She bit her bottom lip to think for some time. She had heard that Bryan arrived at the office before the office hour. She was curious as to why he had not arrived yet. After staring at the phone for quite some time, she decided to call him. She could waste her time because if he released her brother, it would be too late for her. She closed her eyes tightly and dialed Bryan's number. She pulled the phone close to her ear, waited for him to accept the call. But Bryan did not receive her calls. She hissed in annoyance and went to her cabin to wait for him. 2 hours passed as she had been waiting for Bryan, but she did not hear anything from him. She lost all of her patience and walked out of her cabin. She did not ask anyone if he had come to the office yet. Instead, she made her way to his cabin directly. She opened the door and found no one. He is doing this intentionally, she thought while standing close to the desk. She thought to dial his number once again with anger in her heart. But as soon as she called him, she heard a ringtone from behind her. Her eyes widened when she turned around and found Bryan at the door. Alpha? He had just entered the office. After closing the door behind him, he proceeded to walk in her direction. A smirk appeared on his face as he came to a stop in front of her. So eager to meet me, Miss Burge? Sophia stared at him for a while. She almost lost herself in his eyes, but then realized what he had done to her. Her gaze moved on his smirk, which indicated that he was aware of her arrival. She slowly averted her gaze from him and said, You are late." With an echoing laugh, he shook his head. Sophia glanced at him again. How many times would she control her in front of this cruel man? How could she avoid her feelings for him? It could not escape from her heart overnight. "I think you have forgotten that I am not a worker but the owner of this company. I don't need to follow any rules, now do I?" Sophia lowered her head to avoid making any eye contact with him. "Why are you here, Miss Burge? I thought you wouldn't come back." His tone was full of mockery. She felt upset about it. She also did not want to come here. Bryan leaned down to reach her ear and whispered to her, "Perhaps you have changed your mind." Upon hearing his whisper, she felt a chill run down her spine. As he moved his mouth away from her ear, she felt his lips slowly touch her earlobe, which caused goosebumps to appear all over her body. She immediately moved away from him and took a step back. Bryan stood straight and inhaled deeply. He turned to the desk and went behind it to sit on his chair. After taking a look at her, he noticed that her face was becoming paler than it had been before. He did not like it. His gaze examined her expressions very carefully with his predatory eyes. She had no idea what was going on in his mind. She was too close, yet too far from him. Bryan had the desire to pull her to his chest and do all the things that were going on inside his mind. The way that she was biting her lower lip while looking down at the floor in a nervous manner was causing him to become aroused. He tightened his fists to control his desire and cleared his throat. "Why are you here? Do you need me to sign the papers? I think I can prepare it for you," he said, sounding cold. On the other hand, his cold tone frightened Sophia. She raised her head and looked at him. "Alpha, why are you doing this?" she asked with an innocent tone. Her broken look made Bryan feel almost out of control. He was unable to stop himself from imagining how he would feel when she was beneath him. When Sophia did not get a reply from him, she understood that this man would not be moved by her pleas. "I am a businessman. As my personal secretary, you know how much I dislike when other parties disrespect me or betray me. You made a deal, and now that it is about to be fulfilled, you want to get away." She let out a sigh as she realized he had never considered her a real woman but rather a dealership party. So, whatever he would do to her would be only a deal. Should she think of it as a deal as well? Would it hurt her less? "Alpha, I'm sorry for taking a step back. Please return my job to me," she mumbled while looking at him. His mood brightened when he heard her. He leaned his back against his chair and gave her a shake of his head in disappointment. "You came one day late. The deadline was for only 2 days. I told your brother to let you know about his leave the day before yesterday. But I think it's his bad luck. He forgot to tell you that day and informed you 1 day later." As soon as she heard him, her eyes grew wide. She shook her head and leaned on the desk by pressing her palm against the glass. "You can't do this with him. He is your gamma. Why can't you give some value to his hard work? Don't you have any sympathy in your heart?" she asked with a little anger. His eyes grew darker. She realized that she had enraged him. She slowly removed her hands from the desk and stood up straight. She was astounded that Bryan was being so obstinate at the moment. "Alpha, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for disrespecting you. Let's not give him a leave, okay?" His expression did not soften. Anger lingered in his eyes. She gulped at his angry face. In the last few days, she had almost forgotten how aggressive a person he was. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, as if she was tired of this situation and her messed up life. He looked away from her. not to make her more nervous with his dark gaze. Taking one from a packet, he lit up a cigarette. Sophia stared at him while he was smoking. It seemed as though smoking was the only thing that could help him ease his anger. After taking a few puffs of smoke, he replied to her question. "You know the answer. Be with me and forget every tension in your family. I will protect them." Though she knew the meaning behind it, his words kind of gave her a little warmth in her heart. Will he really protect my family? Forever? She thought. Her eyes were fixed on the man sitting in front of her. He was not a stranger to her. What if she gave in? Would she ever be able to soften his heart for her? Would the closeness between them ease his mind? Would she become his safe place where he would not treat her coldly anymore? Would she be able to change this man? With a deep hole in her heart, she replied to him, "I agree with your deal. I will be with you, Alpha." As Bryan heard Sophia, a glint of satisfaction appeared on his dark orbs. Sophia could see the changes in his expression and immediately looked away from him. She lowered her head to wait for him to speak. "Are you sure, Miss Berg?" His voice came out so smoothly, as if he were asking the question with a pleased mind. Sophia nodded her head while looking at the floor. "It seems I have no other way to go," she mumbled in reply. "Why so diplomatic, Miss Berg? You know I don't like those people who like to beat around the bush." "Sorry, Alpha. Don't be so apologetic after every statement. You have to be careful before speaking so that you can avoid saying sorry countless times to me." Sophia found his words to be advice as well as a warning. She did not know what she would do from now on. She had no idea what he wanted from her. Did he want to just sleep with her? Would he want her to spend the night with him tonight? So many thoughts rushed through her mind. She felt ashamed just thinking of it. However, a part of her was excited to know his thoughts. "How long will you look at the floor? Do you find it more interesting than looking at me?" Bryan asked her while staring at her. He could see her cheeks turning red. He could not help but wonder what she was contemplating, which caused her to blush. Because of her flushed face and nervous state, he felt the urge to pull her toward him at this very moment. There was a desire forming inside him that wanted to ruin her in bed. If it had not been office hours and he had not had to work on some important files, he would have touched her to the core. His gaze lingered on her quivering lips. Those lips were tempting him. He could not help but imagine how they would feel wrapped around his member. "No, I was just thinking something," she replied, raising her head to meet his gaze. The way he was looking at her made her feel shy. "Alpha, do you want something? Let me check your schedule," she said, hurriedly making her way to the door to leave his cabin as soon as possible. Bryan realized she was trying to run away from him, so he stopped her with his voice. "Wait." Sophia's steps halted. She tightened her fists and scolded Bryan in her mind. Why this man can't let me take a breath peacefully? She slowly turned around to look at him. "Yes, Alpha? Make me a cup of coffee." Sophia exhaled a breath of relief. She almost thought that he would say or do something unexpected. It was her fortune that he did not say anything about that matter, which she wanted to escape, and only ordered her a cup of coffee. "Okay, Alpha." After saying that, she left the cabin. As she stepped out of the cabin, she noticed other employees peering into the room. She frowned at them and asked, "What are you all doing here?" They immediately rushed to their desks after saying that they were only trying to see if Alpha was in the right mood. "Why did you say that?" Sophia questioned one of the employees. The employee looked scared as he replied, "He was furious the last day. I have heard from some employees in the management department that Alpha wanted to fire you because of something you did. I am curious to know if you really did something that enraged him that day." Sophia could see interest in the employee's eyes. The man was young, and his tone was polite too. But she was unclear about the intention behind his question. "If he wanted to fire me, then do you really think I have the power to continue working here?" Sophia asked with a blank face. She was already exhausted. She could not sleep last night, and after talking with Bryan and solving the problem about her brother and had both stop working. They wanted to take some rest, which she would not get today since she had just returned to her job. "Sorry if I offended you. I was just asking if the rumors are true." Sophia shrugged her shoulders and began to walk past the employee. She let out a loud tone so that others could hear her as well. She had other things to do, so she could not respond to each and every one of them individually. "If any one of you has any questions, you can ask Alpha Bryan directly. All I can say is, don't believe in just anyone. A new trainee can yearn for attention by spreading false rumors. I'm not resigning from this company, nor did Alpha want to fire me." Her voice was clear and sharp. Everyone moved their heads away from her and turned their attention to the papers on their desks. They realized that Secretary Sophia was mad today. As she made her way to the coffee machine, Sophia brewed a cup of coffee. While Sophia passed a few women who talked rubbish about her a few days ago, they lowered their heads when they noticed her. She paid no attention to them and returned to Bryan's office. The moment she opened the door, she found no one on the desk. She closed the door behind her and walked inside. "Alpha? Where are you?" She looked around the massive office room, only to find Bryan sitting on one of the couches. He was using his phone while leaning his back against the couch. He did not turn to reply to her first questions. "Here is your coffee, Alpha," she said, walking to the couches. As she put down the coffee on the coffee table in front of the couches, she stepped back. Bryan locked the phone and placed it on the coffee table next to the coffee mug. He then raised his head to look at her and said, "Come here." "What?" Sophia asked with a nervous tone. He gestured with his fingers for her to approach him. "I asked you to come here." Sophia was taken aback by his order. Why was he calling her to him? Did she make some mistakes? She cast a quick glance in the direction of the coffee mug, which Bryan had not even touched yet. Why did she have the feeling that he would reprimand her for something? With slow steps, she made her way to him. "Yes?" she asked as she returned her gaze to him. He did not reply to her, which made her feel more nervous. What was it about him that made her feel such dread? What was the reason for this? Was it because he was capable of doing anything? Or was it his personality that made him so intimidating that anyone could be afraid of him? Without any warning, Bryan grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward him. The yank caused her to let out a gasp. She was shocked when her legs disbalanced, and she could not keep her body from falling forward. Her eyes widened when she landed on his lap. Bryan wrapped his hands around her waist and looked at her. Upon realizing what he was referring to when he said, "Come here," Sophia's jaw dropped. She turned her gaze away from him and made an effort to get out of his lap. However, Bryan had other things on his mind. His hold on her waist became more firm, and he prevented her from getting up from his lap. Sophia could not help but blush. She was sitting on his lap. He had strong and thick thighs, and she could feel them beneath her. She wondered if he went to the gym to build such a body. It brought back memories of the day when she had gone to his house to pick him up. Her mind was completely blown when she saw his abs and biceps that day. He possessed the kind of body that women would feel a deep desire to touch. When she felt his warm breath on her face, she realized that she was still sitting on his lap. At that moment, she immediately placed her hands on his chest and attempted to stand up once more. "Alpha, why are you acting as if this is the first time you are sitting on my lap?" he asked with a smirk. She froze when she heard his question. His question reminded her of the very first day of her job, when she accidentally landed on his lap. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as she pondered the question. Wait just a second. Was that really an accident? She caught a glimpse of his sly grin and recalled the day. He was the one who ended up pulling the bag, which resulted in her falling on his lap. Did he do that intentionally? She shoved her thoughts from her mind and cleared her throat. I have a lot of work to do. Let me go." With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, "What kind of work?" She looked at him directly and replied, "As a personal secretary of the CEO, I have some responsibility." His eyes looked intently at her face. Under his gaze, she experienced a rapid acceleration of her heartbeat. Her heart almost skipped a beat when he moved his fingers to caress her upper back. A light touch was all it took for her to straighten her back immediately, but he did not stop it. Instead, he focused his attention on the reactions she gave to his touch. "Alpha," She tried to tell him to leave her, but paused when his fingers slowly moved to her lower back. She immediately grabbed his hand to stop him and shut her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, she uttered, "I am not ready yet." He remained silent. She waited for a few minutes, but still, he did not speak up. Her eyes slowly opened, and they gazed at him. His gaze remained fixed on her as he posed the question, "What makes you think that I want to fuck my secretary right now?" Her eyes grew wider. Almost instantly, she averted her gaze, her cheeks glowing with redness. How could he say those things so openly to her? Suddenly, he pulled her closer to him, which resulted in her body being pressed against him. Their faces got closer to each other. She blinked her eyes to calm her mind in that situation. She was able to sense the surge of adrenaline that was occurring within her because of the closeness. "You don't have to worry about getting ready. You will learn everything as time passes." His deep voice skimmed over her mind. There was something in his eyes that she could not identify. She saw him leaning his face closer to her. Her gaze shifted to his lips, which were inches apart from hers. "You can't even imagine what I will do to you, so I can only warn you to make up your mind." She felt a tickling sensation in her lower abdomen when she tried to comprehend his words. His breath brushed across her lips. "I want to be gentle with you whenever I think of you in my mind, but I can't help but become rougher." Sophia let out a shaky breath. Those words caused a fire to ignite within her. She realized that no one had said those dirty words to her. When he tilted his head, she thought he would kiss her, so she gulped and closed her eyes. However, his lips touched the left corner of her lips, then moved to her cheek. It seemed as though he was playing a teasing game with her, making her admit that she desired him just as much as he did. When he moved his face away from hers, she opened her eyes and looked at him. Even his eyes were a mystery to her. But his next action surprised her. He cupped her cheek with his hand and stroked his thumb under her eyes. "I think you couldn't sleep the past few nights, so I'm giving you today off from work. Go back home and take some rest." Sophia stared at Bryan. She could not just understand what the man was. He told her that the only reason he wanted her to be with him was because his wolf had a desire for her. If this is the case, then why did he express concern for her? She inhaled deeply and shook her head, indicating that she did not want to think about all of those things. "What is the reason for you shaking your head? Should I take it as a no to leave?" he asked, examining her face. The fact that she appeared perplexed was visible to him, and he did not miss it. He believed that she required some rest. Therefore, he raised his hand and gently patted her head. "Don't be stubborn. Go back to your home. Tomorrow is also a work day for you. I will take care of my schedule today." It occurred to her that he had misinterpreted her thoughts, but she did not consider it necessary to correct him in any way. "Okay," she mumbled. He slowly removed her hands from her body, which caused her to feel a sudden sense of emptiness. His touches left behind traces on her body that were not visible. She immediately got out of his lap before he changed his decision to let her go. As she stood up, she fixed her clothes. Fortunately, she did not wear any clothes that were too tight today, so she did not have to face any embarrassment. She bowed down to him. "I'm leaving." When she received a nod from Bryan, she turned around and walked toward the door. She reached for the doorknob and then glanced over at Bryan. His gaze remained fixed on hers. His mysterious eyes always left her speechless. What was it about them that always made her feel such a strong pull toward him? In the silent room, they were making eye contact from far away. Sophia's eyes shifted from his face to his chest. His breathing had become unsteady, unlike moments ago when she was nearer to him. It was as though, when she went a little further, his heartbeat turned restless. Would he still say that it was only his wolf who wanted her and not him? Sophia's wolf reacted inside her. She wanted to shift and run towards Bryan. Sophia understood that maybe Bryan also felt the same when his wolf urged him to get closer to his mate. It could be possible that, because of this, he wanted her to be with him. There was a sudden desire that developed in Sophia's heart. If being with him without feeling was a sin, she would rather be a sinner. "I swear that if you keep staring at me with that innocent face, I will destroy you on this couch before you can even begin to comprehend anything." His voice jerked her body, and she turned her gaze away from him immediately. Why did his sinful words not make her feel disgusted? Why, whenever he touched her, she found herself lost in him? Is she capable of loving him without an end? Has the love that she had for him not diminished a little bit in her heart? Not even after what he had told her about his intentions? She opened the door and left the cabin hurriedly. When she stepped out, she closed the door behind her. She leaned against the door and patted her cheeks, which felt hot. I was angry with him until today. Why can't I be mad at him whenever he is in front of me? She muttered to herself. She sighed and was about to walk over to the elevator when her gaze fell on the employees. She furrowed her brows when she noticed them looking at her. It seemed as if they had one and only one job, which was to keep a close eye on her every move. After what she had told them, how could they still be after her? She paid no attention to everyone and decided to exit the company as soon as possible. She wanted to go back home and took a long nap, which could ease her restless mind. When Sophia came out of the company, she began to walk to look for a taxi. She did not have the strength to take a bus right now. When she was about to raise her hand to stop a taxi right next to her, a car pulled up in front of her and stopped. She was stunned when she saw it was Bryan's car. She turned her head to the company to see if Bryan had come out. Bryan's driver came out of the car and opened the back door for her. "Miss, get in the car." Sophia was taken aback. "Why? Is there a meeting today? Is he coming out of the company?" she asked him, glancing inside the company once again. The driver shook his head and replied, "I am dropping you off at your house. Alpha just gave me the order." She was shocked by his reply. She noticed a few people looking at her while walking past her. She recognized that some of them were the company's employees. She could not help but feel worried that rumors would once again start to spread around her in the company, which she did not want. They would never understand why she was with their Alpha when he was not even committed to her. It was because she was his mate and her fate was bound to him. So in this case, only she would suffer a loss of reputation. "It's okay. I can go by myself." After saying that, she started to walk, but the driver stepped in her way and prevented her from walking further. "Please don't make things difficult for me. He will be mad at me if I do not take you to your house in his car." It came to her attention that the driver was terrified. She let out a sigh and nodded her head in agreement. "Okay." She got inside the car and the driver went back to his seat. When he started the car, she leaned her back against the seat. She did not know when her eyes were getting off to sleep. Just as she was about to go to dreamland, her phone began to vibrate in her hand. She opened her eyes and looked at the screen of the phone. When she saw the caller's name, a frown formed on her face. "Bruce? Why is Bruce calling me?" she thought as she stared at her phone's screen. She had no interest in receiving his calls, so she ignored it and let the phone ring. However, Bruce did not stop, and he kept calling her. She had just gotten close to her home when she took a glance at her phone and made the decision to answer the call. "Sophia!" She heard his desperate voice the moment she received the call. She had no idea what had occurred, and the tone of his voice conveyed the sense of desperation that he was feeling. "What happened?" "Are you okay?" he asked after taking a deep breath. She was confused as to why he thought she was unwell. "Yes, I'm okay. Why did you ask that?" "I heard what happened in the company," he muttered in a low voice. She frowned when she heard him. "What happened in the company?" she asked, trying to find out what he was talking about. "Brother wanted to fire you, and you decided to resign before he could do that." In truth, Sophia was not surprised at all. She understood how he got that news. "Louisa told you nonsense, and you heard her." "What? Is that not true?" She could feel disappointment in his voice. Sophia rolled her eyes and replied, "No, it's not." He remained quiet for a minute after hearing her, so Sophia spoke out. "If you called me to know about this, then I've already replied to you." "Don't cut the call. What now?" You said you would talk to me later that day, but you didn't contact me again. What stopped you from showing up to any of your classes? Don't you want to graduate anymore?" "I do, but I don't think I need to explain to you why I skipped my classes. Don't forget that you are my group member. There is still some time to start the assignment, so I don't think you need to worry about it." She thought she had answered all of his answers. Nevertheless, he took the conversation in a different direction and asked, "Sophia, you can't do this to me. I have seen photos of the pack party. I can't believe how you can hold another man's hand." "That is your brother, and I have not done anything wrong. I had something for him, but now it's your brother who is after me," she mumbled, turning her head toward the window. "If that is the case, you should maintain a safe distance from him. Do you need my help?" "Bruce, have you lost your mind?" "No, Sophia. It is impossible for me to see you with him. For a very long time, I warned him, but he never paid attention. You don't know him. The concepts of love and like are foreign to him. He is a businessman. According to him, everything is a business deal." What Bruce was telling her was right. She realized it 3 days ago, but other than obeying Bryan, she had no other option. "How many times will I have to tell you the same thing? If you disturb me one more time, I'll really talk to your brother about you." This caused Bruce to become enraged. He groaned in distress and said, "Mom is right. You are doing this intentionally. You want to be with the head alpha. Without a doubt, you would have gone to my brother even if I had never cheated you." "Think whatever you want." Sophia cut the call in rage. Why could Bruce not just leave her alone? She had nothing for him in her heart. Even if she had to stay away from Bryan, she would never return to Bruce. She looked at the driver and found him glancing at her through the rear mirror. Sophia was embarrassed to think he was listening in on her conversation. When the driver arrived at Sophia's house, he got out of the car and opened the door for her. She thanked him and stepped out of the car. When she entered her house, her mother looked stunned. "So early today?" her mother asked her with a bright face. "Alpha gave me a day off." "All thanks to him. You can now sleep peacefully because you had been keeping yourself so busy with work, you were unable to even get a good night's sleep." Sophia had actually been lying to her mother for the past few days, saying that she was busy with work in her locked room. That was why her mother did not go to check her room frequently, like other times. Sophia took a rest the whole day. It was as if sleep was the only thing she had ever wanted in her life. The next morning, Sophia woke up with a smiley face. She had a dream that Bryan came to meet her mother, and they were having dinner together. She yawned and sat up on the bed. At that time, she realized what had happened over the last few days. Her smile froze at the thought. A sigh escaped her lips as she climbed out of bed. She walked to the dressing table and looked in the mirror. As she looked under her eyes, she noticed that the dark circles had disappeared almost entirely. She felt a sense of calm as her face returned to its normal appearance, no longer looking like a zombie as it had on the last day. She touched under her eyes and remembered Bryan's touches on them. She shook her head. No. I can't think about him. She turned around to get a quick shower since she would have to go to her university. At that moment, her phone began to ring. She turned around and walked to her bed. She reached for her phone, which was resting on the nightstand. She grabbed it and saw that it was Miss Selina who was calling her. "Hello, Miss Selina." "Good morning." She greeted her with a polite tone. "Morning, Miss Sophia. The reason I am bothering you at this time is because there has been Agent Alpha's schedule, which I failed to inform you of via email last night. I apologize for the inconvenience. Therefore, I decided to give you a call directly." "Alpha's schedule?" Sophia asked in confusion. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Alpha told me to handle the work on his schedule until you returned, so I had to work on it in your absence." "Oh, I see." Sophia knew Miss Selina was one of Bryan's trusted people. That was why he let her do it for him. Sophia expected her to inform her about any meetings at noon, but she was surprised when she heard her. "There is a meeting scheduled for this evening. It will be held at the most expensive club in our pack, so as the personal secretary of the CEO, you will have to attend the meeting with Alpha." "Meeting in a club?" Sophia murmured. "Didn't people go to the club to have parties? Why did they have to arrange a business meeting at a club?" She then recalled Sarah's birthday night. She had seen Bryan that night talking with some men. Perhaps he went there for a meeting. Sophia shook her head as she considered that Bryan might go there to attend a meeting, because she had never seen him hang out except the night when Sarah asked him to join them in the club. She tightened her fist as she thought that from that night on, they started to come closer. It was her fault that she was drunk. "Yes, meeting in the club," Miss Selina replied. "Miss Selina, you didn't have to bother calling me. You could have informed me at the office." "I know. But I heard you live with your family, so I thought to inform you beforehand so that she could handle your own schedule." Sophia's brows furrowed in confusion. "Why? Are we going to have the meeting in the last hour of the office?" "No, after the office hour." Sophia's jaw dropped. These days, she was required to remain in the company until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. If she were to go to the meeting, it would take her until the middle of the night to get back to her house. "Are you listening to me, Miss Sophia?" "Yes, Miss Selina. I will manage everything. Thank you for letting me know in advance," she replied with a low tone. After hanging up the phone, she glanced at the clock. Her eyes widened when she saw the time. She rushed to the bathroom and took a quick shower. She wore a dress that was knee-length. She chose to wear it because she had to go to the club tonight. That dress seemed fine to her. It was decent, and she did not have to change it to go to the company either. She tied her hair into a high ponytail. After putting on a pair of heels, she left her room. "Are you going somewhere today?" her mother asked when she noticed her dressed up. "Today, I have a meeting that I must attend." "Oh, I see." "Mom," Sophia chewed her lips as she thought to inform her about her late arrival. "Yes, my baby, what happened? Do you want to say something to me?" "Yeah, I will come home late. Please don't wait for me at dinner." There was no sign of surprise on her mother's face. It seemed like it was normal for her now. "You come home late every day. If I take more time, don't worry about me." Her mother let out a sigh. "I am regretting letting you join the company. Your brother called me, and you know how he is. He somehow got to know about your job. He asked me why I let you go there." Sophia lowered my head. She was also feeling the same. She regretted joining that company. Suddenly, her mother's words hit her mind. She raised her head and looked at her mother. "Mom, did you talk to brother again?" Her mother looked at her expression carefully. "Yes." "When did he call you?" "He called me last night. He said he called you several times, but you did not answer." She felt restless. She immediately took out her phone and unlocked it. She noticed 5 missed calls from her brother. She forgot to call him yesterday after talking with Bryan. He might have called her to inform her about the dismissal of his leave. A new tension arose in her head as she thought, what if brother asked me about resigning from the Morrison company? What will I reply to him? "Sophia, where are you lost?" her mother asked. She returned her gaze to her mother and shook her head with an awkward smile. "Nothing, Mom." She walked toward the door and opened it. She turned to her mother and said, "I will return late tonight. I can assure you that I will be fine. Don't be concerned and sleep on time. The last thing I want is for you to forget to take your medication, Mom." Her mother nodded her head. "Okay, take care of yourself, my baby." In a hurry, Sophia went to her mother and kissed her on the cheek before leaving her house and making her way to the bus stop. When she reached her university, she felt relieved. She arrived on time. There were still 10 minutes until her first class began. She made her way to her class, thinking about what excuse she could give the professor for her absence. She was stunned when she reached the classroom. The professor was already in the class. Why did he come so early today? Was it fixed in her fate that she would have to get scolded by him today? "May I come in, sir?" she asked with a polite tone. Everyone turned their heads toward her. The professor gave her permission with a slight nod. But when he saw she was well dressed up, he thought Sophia was a pretentious girl and skipped classes to hang around. "Why didn't you attend the last 2 classes, Sophia Burge?" "Sorry, sir. I was a little sick." She immediately made an excuse in a nervous tone. The professor pushed his glasses up from his nose and responded with a sarcastic tone, "But you don't look sick to me." Students began to laugh. Sophia turned her head and frowned at them. It came to her attention that Sarah was waving her hand in her direction. Nolan was sitting beside her. "Sir, I'm sorry. I will make every effort to be present in each and every class. Now, can I go to my seat?" Sophia said this while trying to walk to the seats where Sarah and Nolan were. "Wait a minute." The professor's voice stopped her. She turned around and asked him, "Yes? Why are you going there?" She was confused by his question. "Because I want to go to my seat. All of the students are seated in my classroom in accordance with the group that I created for them." "But, sir," he shook his head to cut her off and looked around the class. His eyes fell on someone and he said, "Bruce Morrison, let Sophia Berg sit next to you." Sophia was stunned after hearing from the professor. A sense of annoyance appeared on her face as her brows furrowed at the professor. "But why, sir?" she asked him with a disbelieving tone. "Didn't you hear what I said? You have to sit with your group until you finish the project." She tightened her fists as she controlled herself to not talk back. However, she could not help but speak out once again. "But, sir, there is still time to start the project. Why are you so disobedient? You did the same thing in the group-making class." The professor gave her an angry look, as he did not understand what was wrong with her, or did she want to draw attention from everyone by bringing up new issues every day? "Why are you standing here? Go and sit next to Bruce. Don't make me repeat it again. From now on, you will sit with him in my class." Sophia lowered her head when she was scolded by him. The whole class was silent. But when she turned to look for Bruce, the girls began to whisper, "She is so fake. We all know she obviously wants to be with Bruce. She is pretending to be hard to get." "Yeah, you are right. We are dying to sit with him, and here is his ex. Such an idiot. Where will she get a man like Bruce if he stops feeling interested in her?" "Exactly. He is a son of the royal family and is both attractive and handsome. He is the younger brother of Alpha Bryan." Sophia clenched her jaw as she tried her best to ignore their voices. In a few seconds, her gaze settled on Bruce, who was seated on the last bench in the left corner. Because all of the benches were joint for two, students were required to sit in pairs. Sophia could see Bruce staring at her. She headed in his direction with a gloomy face. She glanced at the two students who were seated on the front seat of Bruce's seat. She stopped next to them and asked, "Excuse me, can we exchange seats, please?" She whispered so that the professor would not listen to her, since the class was massive and she was standing at the end of the class. Both the boy and the girl looked up, rolling their eyes at her. "Didn't you hear the professor? Go sit with Bruce quietly. We don't want to sit with you," the girl replied as she held the boy's hand. Sophia was stunned. Did she think that she was after her boyfriend? With a sigh, she moved to the last seat, which was located behind the bench. Sophia wanted to tell Bruce to move to the window, but he stood up and stepped aside. She had no choice but to sit close to the window where Bruce sat next to her. She found him sitting a little closer to her. She glanced at the professor, who had started the lesson. "Can you just move a little to your side?" she muttered with an angry tone. Bruce did not move. Instead, he replied, "You won't tell which side is mine. It's a bench where you have to compromise the space with me." Sophia exhaled deeply as she fixed her eyes on the professor. She knew Bruce would disturb her like that. It was the reason she did not want to sit with him. She did her best, but she was stuck sitting next to this boy. While Sophia attempted to concentrate in class, Bruce's gaze remained fixed on her. He examined her carefully. He observed every expression and movement she made. He chuckled when he noticed her tapping her nails on the bench under stress. Sophia turned her head to the side and almost let out a gasp when she saw his face so close to hers. "What are you doing?" she asked. While she was moving away from him, she pressed her back against the window frame. "I'm doing nothing. I am just looking at you. Don't look at me." "Why? Is there any rule that I can't look at my baby?" he asked with a wicked grin. She gave him a glare. "I knew it. I knew you would do something like that. Keep your distance from me. Otherwise, I will complain to the professor." She warned him and glanced at the professor. She wondered why that man could not notice them. Was he so preoccupied teaching others the lesson? Bruce laughed in a low voice and shook his head. "I can't understand what you think of me. You always warn me that you will complain to others about me. I want you to know that I am not a coward. You are free to give it a shot if you so desire." When Sophia heard him say that, she scoffed at him because she believed that he was only saying that because she had never tried it. So she got to her feet and looked at the professor. "Sir, Bruce is disturbing me. I can't pay attention to the class because of him." The professor paused as he looked at her. All the students turned their attention to her, then glanced at Bruce, who shrugged his shoulders. For a moment, the professor looked at Bruce, but then he turned his attention back to Sophia. Given how often he had reprimanded her today, Sophia assumed he would do the same to Bruce. However, to her surprise, the professor lifted his hand and gestured at her. "Sit down. I don't have time to hear your complaints right now." Sophia's eyes widened. When the professor went back to his lesson, Sophia sat down slowly and with astonishment on her face. "How is that even possible?" she mumbled. She felt Bruce lean close to her and whisper, "I bought him." She pushed on his chest and looked at him. "What?" He raised a brow and asked, "What? Have you never heard of buying the judge in a case? Just like that, I bought the professor in your case." Sophia could not believe in her ears. Bruce bought the professor? "Don't be too shocked. It's just for the classes. I didn't make any deal with getting a high score, so it's not illegal that you can go and complain to the dean about it." Bruce's voice was full of mockery, but by looking at the expression on his face, anyone could say that he was enjoying Sophia's reaction. As she grabbed her forehead and turned her head away from him, Sophia thought to herself, "These two brothers are getting on my nerves." She closed her eyes to take a deep breath to ease her mind. However, she was unable to allow her thoughts to calm down. Before she had a chance to calm down, Bruce spoke out again. "The professor informed us that he would assign us such a large amount of work that we would be required to spend nearly 4 hours working together. I was considering telling him to increase the hourly rate," he muttered. "Shut up!" Sophia roared at him. He pursed his lip to stop his laugh. He had so many ideas in his head to get her back. It's just that he needed time to proceed. He was an alpha in rank. It did not give him a nature to feel cowardly. So even after his big brother warned him, he did not agree to leave Sophia's side. He believed she belonged to him from the beginning, and he would get her back. "It is just that my brother was born first, and for that reason, he gets to be the head alpha. Otherwise, I am also an alpha and a royal blood as well," he thought to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened at his thoughts. Why did he think that? For the first time, he thought about the position. There was never a moment when he felt envious of his brother's position. From childhood, his parents told him his position, which was after his big brother. He never gave it a thought, even after some of his friends told him that his father could have given the throne to him. "What's I'm thinking?" he asked himself. He shook his head. He could not be greedy for something that was impossible. But an unexpected thought arose in his mind. If I were the alpha, my brother would never have had the chance to warn me about her. Even if she were his mate, he would have to let her go for me. During the time Bruce was thinking all of those unrealistic things, Sophia glanced at him and observed him. "Have you gone mad?" she asked him. "Huh?" he asked as her voice reached her ears. "You looked crazy a few seconds ago," Sophia replied as she turned the pages of the notebook. Bruce cleared his throat as he shoved his thoughts about the positions and gazed at her. Sophia could feel him looking at her from head to toe. She was aware of his gaze because she had spent 2 years with him. "Stop scanning me with your eyes," she muttered in a furious tone. "Why did you wear such a hot dress today? To impress me?" he asked with a smirk. She didn't have to turn to look at him to see his smirk. She knew how he reacted when he talked. "No, to impress your brother," she replied while turning to him and smirking at him. Almost instantly, his smirk disappeared. "Sophia?" "What?" She was tired of running away from his ex-boyfriend, so she decided to face him. She rested her face on her palm while looking at him. With a grin on her face, she said, "Didn't you buy the professor for me? Then let us have a conversation. What's there to be ashamed about?" Her voice was a little loud, which caught the students' attention who were sitting close to them. He glared at her, and she sneered at him in response. "Why so angry, ex-boyfriend? Didn't you want to talk to me? You have become sassy. You were not like this when you were with me," he said. Sophia nodded her head. "Yeah, you are right. It's all because of your big brother. He is playing hard to get with me, so I thought, why not seduce him? After all, he is my mate." This time she spoke in a low voice so only he could hear her. Her every word was piercing to Bruce, and she was aware of it. He had hurt her a lot. Why not hurt him in return? He grabbed her wrist firmly under the desk. "You are saying these things to me intentionally." She tried to break her hand free from him, but then she paused and said, "Grab it more tightly. I want your brother to see the red skin on my hand. Perhaps it will cause him to feel jealous of it." In an instant, he let go of her hand. She laughed at him while moving her hands, which he had just released. "Still so afraid of your brother? You are a child in front of him. Don't provoke him." She paused and glanced at her wrist. She repeated the words that Troy had told her to alarm her about Bryan. He has the ability to make anyone's life better, and at the same time, he is capable of destroying it, too. Bruce stared at her for a while, then replied to her warning. "He cannot destroy my life because I am not an ordinary person. I am not just his younger brother, but the younger son of the former head alpha." It was the sharpness of his voice that caused her to look at him with a frown on her face. Upon observing his eyes, Sophia noticed a hint of rage. At that moment, she immediately turned her attention away from him. She had no intention of causing any friction between the two brothers in any way. The two brothers, who loved each other and had a strong bond, should not fight over a girl who they did not even love, but rather wanted to have her like a challenge thrown to them. After attending a few classes, Sophia went to the cafe to meet her friends. To her surprise, all the other classes did not feel as long as the first class did. As she entered the cafe, she found Sarah and Nolan sitting together. They waved at her as she approached them. "Hello, guys," Sophia said, sitting down in one of the empty chairs. "What's with your mood?" Nolan asked her. "Nolan, how can you even ask her that? She's upset because of Bruce," Sarah said. Sophia nodded her head with a sigh. "Yes, she is right. She knows me really well." Sarah smiled at her and mumbled, "By the way, you look hot today in this dress. Where are you planning to go with Alpha, huh?" "What? Are you dating Alpha?" Nolan asked with a stunned face. He recalled Bryan being so close to Sophia at the party. Therefore, he concluded that it could indeed be possible. He was relieved that Sophia's mate had accepted her. Hearing Nolan's question, Sophia felt upset in her heart. However, she did not let it come out in her expression. She shook her head and replied, "No, we are not dating. I am going to a club with him for a party. That's why I thought of wearing this dress." She wished she could date Bryan, but that man was so arrogant that he would never think of that. What does that mean when you say you want someone but, at the same time, don't want to be committed to her? It was confusing to her. "Wow, I love clubs," Sarah muttered with a wink. Sophia understood the reason why she winked at her. Sarah took her mind back to all the times she had spent with Bryan at the club. "I repeat, it's just a meeting," she reminded Sarah. Yeah, just a minute." Sarah sang it like a song. Sophia did not say anything to her friends about how she felt heartbroken after Bryan broke her heart. She thought she could hide this matter until she found a direction in her life. After the break, Sophia had to return to her remaining classes to attend. She hurried to the bus stop after finishing all of her classes. She sensed a car was following her when she was making her way to the bus stop. She turned around and spotted Bruce's new car. She stared at it without moving. Bruce got out of the car and smiled awkwardly. While rubbing the back of his neck, he said, "I thought I could drop you off at your office." "No need," she replied with a cold tone. And she did not want to entertain his idea that he could come and talk to her at any time. "Why?" he asked with an annoyed look. "Because neither you are my boyfriend nor my friend." He scoffed at first, but then smirked at her. "But I am your ex-boyfriend. If you consider ex from the word, then you can come with me, you know." She rolled her eyes. "You never flirted with me like that when I was with you." He was stunned when he realized that she had just posted his remarks to him. So he replied, "I became flirty the same way you became sassy, though it's only for you." "Go to hell." Sophia began to walk again. From behind, he spoke out, "You wanted to make my brother feel jealous, right? How about going to the company with me? He will surely feel jealous." She stopped and turned to him. "When did I tell you that I want that?" she asked with a confused look. "You said that in class when I grabbed your wrist." Sophia almost hit her own head. It was because she was aware that Bruce would release her if she said something like that. That was why she made that statement. But it seemed like he took it very seriously. "No, thank you. I have other men to make him jealous. Bye," she replied with a grin. Bruce tightened his fists as he watched her turn away from him and walk in the direction of the bus stop. Sophia let out a deep breath when she got to the bus. When she found other men glancing at her, she felt uneasy. She lowered her head to look at the dress and asked herself, "Did I dress a little too short?" She tried to ignore the questions roaming around her head and got down from the bus when it arrived close to her company. When she entered the company, everyone greeted her. The receptionist waved at her and smiled at her while looking at her dress. "What's wrong with everyone today?" she muttered under her breath. As she entered the top floor, women were glancing at her. Sophia noticed Miss Selina walking toward her. "Good noon, Miss Sophia." "Good noon." Selina looked at her appearance and said, "I see you dressed yourself for the club meeting. You look younger than your age when you tie your hair like this." Sophia scratched her head. "Really? Like 10? Selina laughed and shook her head. "No, dear, like a few years younger, like 16. "Oh, but I am going to be 19 soon." "You are pretty. Beautiful outfits enhance your beauty even more." The compliment caused Sophia to flush. "I was just going to Alpha's cabin." "But his cabin is empty." Where is he?" As a secretary, she should know his whereabouts. He was talking with his mother when he was walking out of his cabin, so I guess he went to meet her. Oh, Sophia recalled that when she went to Bryan's private residence, one of the guards had told her that Bryan's mother was a little sick. "Is she okay?" Sophia thought. Sophia went to her cabin and began to think about what she would do. Should she call Bryan to ask about his mother? Though his mother was rude to her last time and even went too far to slap her. She shook her head and grabbed her phone, then dialed Bryan's number. After a few rings, he received her call. "Alpha?" She immediately spoke out but bit her tongue when she realized she sounded desperate. Bryan replied in a deep voice, which caused her to feel butterflies in her stomach. "Yes, Miss Burge?" She rubbed her stomach to stop what was going on inside. "How does it feel like this?" she muttered to herself. "Feels like what?" Sophia's eyes widened in response to his words. She slapped her mouth when she realized that her thought was too loud. He had heard her. She cleared her throat and spoke out in a low voice. Nothing. I was working and I am feeling tired." "Really? But I heard you had just entered the company." She could not be more shocked. She was embarrassed. She bit her bottom lip at the thought that he had caught her. "Wait a minute. How do you know I have just entered the company?" "Don't think too much, Miss Berg. You have some reason for calling me. I think you can say it." Sophia chewed her lips in confusion. She could never understand this man. He was too mysterious. "Where are you, Alpha?" "I am out for a private matter." Sophia scoffed at him in her head. "Private matter? I know you went to meet your mother. Don't act like you have a girlfriend," she thought. While holding her phone close to her ear, she opened the computer and checked his schedule, which Miss Selina had handled. She was surprised that he indeed did not have any work right now. "I wanted to remind you that we have a meeting in the evening," she said. After a brief silence, he replied to her, "I will pick you up from the company after the office hour." She heard him but did not reply. His voice was calm and sounded like honey. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath without making any noise. Why am I feeling like this whenever I see or talk with him? Why can't I stop my heart from beating for him, she thought. Bryan was on the line until she cut the call. She put the phone on the desk and held her forehead. "Control, Sophia. How long have you been in love with him? Why is your love for him growing stronger every day?" She asked herself. After trying to make herself understand to avoid the feelings, she began to work. When it was break hour, she went to the cafe. Today, many male employees came to talk to her. She wondered if it was because of the dress she wore. However, it was a simple black dress with a few shimmering golden stones here and there. But what caught other people's attention was the way it hugged her perfect body. She had no idea that she had the body that every man desired in life. "Hey, Sophia." She turned around and saw Troy approaching her. "Hey!" They grabbed their meals and headed to a table to sit together. As they started to eat, they overheard the conversations of the peoples who were sitting next to their table. She dressed up for Alpha. Yeah, how can she have such a good figure? Maybe that's why Alpha is with her. Or perhaps she goes to the gym daily to get this shape in order to seduce Alpha. Troy gave them a stern look. Can you all just shut up? Those women looked shocked and immediately lowered their heads to focus on their food. Since Troy was the head of the financial department, he had a great reputation in the company. That was why employees showed him great respect. Sophia rolled her eyes when she saw those women glancing at her again. Troy, let it go. They have nothing else to do except gossip about others. Her voice was loud enough to be audible to them. Troy turned to her and gave her a nod. When they had finished eating, they made their way to the elevator. You look beautiful today. She heard him and she turned her head toward him. Oh, thank you. She chuckled when she understood the magic of the dress. It was the reason she was receiving so much attention from others today. Well, there will be a meeting at night in the club. Last time, Alpha scolded me for my dress when we were going to attend a meeting in a restaurant, so I thought about wearing something that suits the place. He smiled at her. That's great. By the way, I am also attending that meeting tonight. Her face brightened. Really? Yeah, shall we go together? Even though she did not want to, she had no choice but to refuse him. Actually, Alpha said he would pick me up. Since I am his secretary, I should go there with him. It's okay. See you in the meeting then. Sophia gave him a nod with a warm smile. Soon after, she went back to her cabin and continued her work there. When it was getting close to the end of the work hour, she received a message from Sarah. She looked up the message and read it. Don't forget to apply some makeup before going to the club. Good makeup can give you a confident look and power to hold your man's heart. Sophia stared at the message. Heart? Though she carried makeup kits with her in her bag to give it a touch-up, she did not think about it like Sarah. She replied to Sarah with an okay and finished her work in the office. She went to the restroom with her bag and starter to apply makeup. She tried to give herself a confident look, but ended up with a cute look. When she emerged from the restroom, everyone turned their attention to her. Female employees were like, Miss Sophia, you look pretty. With this hot dress, you look cute. Cute? Sophia asked herself this when she returned to her cabin. I thought it would look mature and confident. She shook her head, thinking that she needed to learn how to apply makeup on different occasions. Exactly at the moment that the office hour had come to an end, she received the message from Bryan. I am outside the company. Unknown to her, a tiny smile spread across her face. He did not believe in love, but he still wanted to be with her. The fact that she was the only woman in his life continued to make her feel the same for him. She hurriedly left the company and went outside, only to find Bryan's car waiting for her. She walked to the car and opened the back door. As soon as she sat on the seat, she turned to look at Bryan. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw him with a new haircut. Her heart screamed inside, "He looks damn hot!" She was so lost in his handsome face that she could not notice how Bryan's eyes shifted from her eyes to her body. His eyes slowly caressed every part of her body. As soon as the driver started the car, Sophia became aware of Bryan's gaze and immediately averted her gaze away from him. She was blushing hard under his predatory gaze. She wanted to run away and hide herself somewhere. She cleared her throat to break the silence and spoke out. "Hello, Alpha." "Hello." When he spoke, his voice was raspy, and it caused her to turn around and face him. At that moment, he was no longer looking at her. Her gaze moved from his side profile to his perfectly fitted suit. She could not be more stunned by his charms than this. His suit clung to his well-built body. Even while he was sitting in the car, he appeared to be quite tall. Taking a quick look at his torso, she recalled the sexy abs he had. The moment she attempted to return her gaze to his face, her eyes widened in surprise. He caught her scanning his body. Done staring at me? She turned around and looked outside the window. I was not staring at you. Oh, really? Yeah. Though she was lying, she tried to speak confidently. She did not want to feel embarrassed. She leaned her back against the seat and closed her eyes when she felt the cold breeze touch her face. All of a sudden, She felt Bryan's scent coming closer to her. As she opened her eyes, she found him leaning toward her. She sat up while looking at him. "Alpha," she muttered as she glanced at the driver. He kept moving until his face got closer to hers. It made her lean her back against the car once again. Because he was so close to her face, she could not even take a deep breath without catching a whiff of his cologne. She closed her eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" "You will catch a cold, so I am going to roll up the window." An instant after she heard him, she opened her eyes. She was an idiot. She thought he would kiss her. She glanced at his face as he turned toward her. She almost lost her breath when his nose brushed against hers. She gulped at the closeness. He then moved his hand to reach the window switch to close the window. She got goosebumps as his hand brushed her thighs while he was doing this. She eventually came to the realization that she needed to pull the dress down a little bit because it had shifted up while she was sitting in a hurry. I can do that," she mumbled. "Done," he said as he returned to his seat a moment later. Fixing her dress instantly, she closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, releasing the breath she had been holding the entire time. This man is doing this intentionally, she thought. She did not open her eyes for a while, and decided she would remain like that until she reached the club. She did not want to face him right now because she feared she might be flushing red. Bryan did not speak during the whole ride. She wondered why he was so calm today. She realized that she could not ask him about his mother. Was his quiet mood related to hers? Just when she opened her eyes to ask him about his mother, the car came to a complete stop. She glanced outside the window. It was indeed the most expensive club in their pack. All the high-class people were entering the club with expensive clothing, though she found the women's clothes a little too revealing. She was relieved that she wore a knee-length dress. The driver got out of the car and opened the door for Bryan. Sophia got out by herself. She looked around and felt amazed by the atmosphere outside the club. "Let's go," and proceeded to the entrance where 2 guards were standing for checkups. They saw Bryan and bowed to him. When they glanced at Sophia, she was about to unzip the chain of her bag to take out her company's ID card to show. However, Bryan held her hand and told the 2 guards, "She is with me." They immediately nodded their heads and stepped aside to let them enter the club. Sophia looked at her hand, which Bryan was holding. She bit her bottom lip to control her smile when he went inside the club with her hand in hand. Sophia looked around to see. In comparison to the club she visited the previous time, the establishment of the club was even more stunning. Bryan headed to the lounging area. There, she discovered the members of the business community seated on the couches. She noticed Troy waving at her from there. She smiled at him and was about to wave him back, but realized that Bryan was still holding her hand. She cleared her throat and said to him, "Alpha, leave my hand. Others will mistake us." Bryan turned his head with a frown. But when he noticed her giving a smile to Troy, he let go of her hand and began to walk alone. Sophia followed him behind. She stood beside him when he took a seat on the couch. The clients who were also alpha in rank shook hands with him and then sat back in their seats. The meeting started after the waiter served them drinks. During the meeting, Sophia kept herself busy since she had to keep informing Bryan about the project. "Sophia, you are free to take a seat here," Troy spoke out, which interrupted everyone. Bryan turned his head to look at him and noticed that he was smiling toward Sophia again. Bryan frowned when Sophia did not even glance at the seat beside him. Instead, after giving it some thought, she went to sit next to Troy without asking his permission. The men chuckled as one of them spoke out, "It appears that the financial department and Alpha's secretary are fairly close." Another man laughed and joined the conversation. "No, she only has a close relationship with the department head." Meanwhile, Sophia smiled at them awkwardly, as she did not know what to say. It was not a rule for a secretary. She had always seen Lily standing next to Bryan during the meeting. The only reason she chose to sit was that she felt uncomfortable with other men glancing at her legs. Little did she know someone did not like her action and was not pleased with how others were talking about her and Troy. With a calm expression and deep eyes, He fixed his gaze on them with a clenched jaw. Troy was unaware of Bryan's dark gaze. Since the day in the office, Sophia cleared that she and Bryan were not together. Troy thought of pursuing her. Sophia gave him a small grin, then turned her attention to the man who had started to speak. As the meeting ran for half an hour, Sophia made an effort to focus on her work only. She glanced at Bryan once, and he did not look in a good mood at all. When the meeting was over, everyone got to their feet to leave. Sophia also stood up and thought about when the next meeting would be and where she would fix it. As everyone was ready to leave, Troy said to her, "Sophia, let's go with me. I'll drop you home." She was about to say okay because Troy had asked her to accompany him to the club today, but she had to decline his invitation. With that in mind, she pondered, why not go with him? He was her good friend, and she could not just refuse him every time. However, before she could say yes, Bryan's deep voice reached her ears. "You don't need to. She came here with me, so she is going to leave with me as well." A nervous smile appeared on Troy's face as he turned his head to Bryan. "Alpha, her house is on my way, so you don't need to worry." "Do you want me to repeat my words?" Bryan asked Troy while lifting a brow. The other men appeared to be nervous when they saw Bryan looking mad. Sophia could see that the situation was getting out of her hands, so she quickly walked to Bryan and said to Troy, "It's okay, Troy. I will go with Alpha. He may have some unfinished work for me." Troy felt a fear inside himself as he looked into Bryan's eyes. His penetrating gaze was fixed on him. Why did he look furious? Bryan looked at others' frightening expressions. He chuckled and turned his head toward Sophia, who was now standing next to him. He wrapped his hand around her waist and pulled her closer to him. Sophia was shocked, as were the others. "In truth, I feel disoriented whenever she is not around me. After all, she is my personal secretary for a reason." The other men exchanged glances with each other and bowed their heads. "Permit us to leave." Bryan gave them a nod. Troy looked at Bryan's hand, which was grabbing Sophia's waist, then shifted his eyes to Bryan. "Do you want to sign a permission letter from me to leave?" Bryan's voice was sharp and cold, which shook Troy to the core. He immediately shook his head and bowed to him. "I apologize to you if I offended you by something, Alpha. I'm leaving." Sophia turned her head and saw Troy leaving the club with those men. She then turned her head toward Bryan. She pushed his hand away from her waist and asked, "Why did you do that?" A frown formed between his brows. "What did I do?" "Why did you insult Troy in front of others?" Bryan glared at her, indicating that he did not like her question. "I could accompany him. The meeting is over anyway. You talked to him like that, which made him feel humiliated. Why do you care for him?" "I care because he is my friend." He scoffed at her. "Yeah, I know what type of friend he is." Sophia felt that he was too rude. He could have denied Troy politely. She had already told Troy that she would go with him. Then why did he get mad suddenly? Sophia walked away from him, then sat down on one of the couches. "I will go by myself," she muttered, folding her arms. Bryan stared at her for a few seconds. She glanced at him and then turned to the other side, where he could not see her face. "If that's what you want, then fine," he said, walking in the other direction. Sophia's jaw dropped at his action. Other men were looking at her from different directions, and she could see them. Such an arrogant person. He did not even admit that he did it wrong. "Now what will Troy think about us? He will think I lied that day, and the rumors are true. I only made one friend in my office. But this man, he snatched that friend away from me." 10 minutes had passed since Sophia had sat on the couch in silence. A few men approached her, but she ignored them and fixed her eyes on Bryan. He was drinking while sitting in the bar. The moment she caught sight of a young woman getting closer to him, she clenched her fists. She could not help but feel envious of the woman's hot body. Upon seeing Bryan smirk at the woman, her eyes widened in surprise. She immediately got to her feet in rage. What was going on in his mind? Would he go with that woman to sleep while leaving her there all alone with other men? She could not stop herself and began to walk in Bryan's direction when she noticed that the woman had placed her hand on his thigh. As she got closer to them, she overheard that woman. "Every woman in the club is dying to approach you, but only I dare to come toward you. Won't you reward me for my bravery?" Bryan sipped his drink while looking at the woman. Sophia's blood began to boil when he did not push the woman away from him, so she decided to do it herself. She grabbed the woman's hand and turned her around to face her. "Excuse me," the woman said to her. "What are you doing?" Sophia asked the woman. The woman looked confused. "I should ask you the question. What are you doing? Why are you disturbing us? Us, the man behind you, can ruin your life." "I don't care. For now, I want him to ruin me in his bed," the woman said while turning her head at Bryan. Sophia glared at the woman. "How brazen you are. Go away from here." The woman yanked her hand from Sophia's grip and asked, "Girl, who the hell are you?" Sophia gritted her teeth and replied, "The man you are trying to seduce is mine." The woman appeared stunned upon hearing her. The realization hit Sophia that she had just claimed him as hers in front of him. She slowly turned her attention to Bryan, who was staring at her. She swallowed her breath and averted her gaze immediately while swearing inside her head. "Shit!" The young woman could not help but laugh at Sophia. She thought Sophia was a random girl who was trying to seduce Bryan as well. So she looked at her from head to toe and said, "Listen, little girl, go and find a big boy for you." She pointed her hand at Bryan and muttered, "He is a man. He doesn't need a teenage girl like you, but a woman who can flame his desire." Sophia was caught off guard. What did she mean by saying he needed a woman? Just because she was young did not mean she did not know anything. It was just that she was not a sultry woman like this woman. "Just leave," she uttered while glaring at her. The woman rolled her eyes at her, but she froze when Bryan spoke out with a chilly voice. "Leave." The woman lifted a brow and smirked at Sophia. "See? He wants a woman. He wants me." Sophia looked at Bryan with disbelief. How could he choose this woman over her? Did he want to humiliate her again? "Fine, I'm leaving," she said, and she was about to turn around to leave, but a hand wrapped around her wrist. She turned to look and was stunned when Bryan pulled her toward him. The young woman was shocked when she saw that. Bryan turned to the woman and said, "Didn't you hear what she said? Leave." But Bryan shut her mouth by giving her a glare. She felt terrified and left the bar. Meanwhile, Sophia was staring at Bryan. When he turned his head to look at her, Sophia realized they were very close to each other. Her breasts were almost touching his jaw because he was still sitting on the stool. She chewed her lips and moved away from him. She tried to divert her mind. However, the woman was glaring at her from a distance, which infuriated her. She looked at Bryan and asked, "You wanted to go with that woman, didn't you?" He looked amazed. "When did I say that?" "If that's not the case, then why were you so silent when she was insulting me? You know what? Go. Go with her." He was stunned by her statements. "How can I go with her? Didn't you just scare her away from me?" "Excuse me, did I scare her away from you?" She shook her head while grabbing her forehead in disbelief. "I can't believe this. I think she is right. You need a woman. I am just a teenage girl who needs a big boy but not an old man." As soon as he heard that, his eyes turned dark. "Did you just dare to call me old?" She smiled at him sarcastically while looking at his angry face. "Of course I did. Why are you reacting like this, Alpha? You didn't react the same way when she called me young." She was... There is no need for any justification. I got it. You should find a perfect woman for you, and I will do whatever I want now. He frowned at her. "What do you mean you will do whatever you want?" She patted his shoulder, causing him to turn his head and glance at her hand. "Enjoy your club time, Alpha Bryan. I'm leaving you alone." After saying so, Sophia headed to the dance floor. While making her way there, she untied her hair and wore the black hairband on her wrist like a wristband. Her dress was decent until she pulled her sleeves down, turning the dress off-shoulder and revealing a little bit of her cleavage. She looked around when she reached the dance floor. She ran her fingers through her hair to give it a blow. She grinned as she spotted a boy her age. "Got it." She walked to the boy and smiled at him. The boy was stunned by her sudden appearance, but when he looked at her attractive body, he smirked at her. "Hey, hottie." On the other hand, Bryan was watching her from afar. When she untied her hair, he felt his sleeping beast awakening. When he first laid eyes on her while they were in the car, he was immediately captivated by the sight of her beauty. He was at a loss to comprehend how someone could appear to be so innocent while wearing a hot dress. He wanted to ruin his innocence. The sight of her approaching a boy caused Bryan's eyes to turn almost red. He grabbed the glass tightly when he saw her putting her hands on the boy's shoulders. That boy took the chance and wrapped his hands around her waist. Bryan finally reached the point where he could no longer take it. After loudly placing his glass on the counter, he snarled inside and then pulled himself to his feet. Without taking his eyes off Sophia, he made his way to the dance floor. His eyes fell on her bare shoulder, which was hidden under her dress a while ago. He became enraged when he realized that she pulled her sleeves down to show other men. He reached out his hand and grabbed her wrist tightly, then pulled her closer to him. Sophia looked at him with shocked eyes, but then she began to push on his chest as her body pressed against his. "Let me go. Bro, she doesn't want to dance with you." The boy tried to speak to Bryan with anger, but when Bryan turned to him with glowing red eyes, the boy took a few steps back in fear. Since it was a dance floor and the DJ lights were flickering, others could not see what was happening around them. They were busy with themselves. Sophia tried to break herself free, but Bryan drew her once again. "We are leaving right now," Bryan said with a cold tone. Like a stubborn girl, she shook her head. "No, I won't go with you." Bryan stared at her, and then his eyes shifted to her chest. She gulped and looked away from him while struggling under his grip. She was mad at him. The last few days, he had been constantly hurting her. After taking a few deep breaths, she turned her gaze to him. "Alpha, I want to stay here for a while. You can leave alone." Just as she was about to finish, he suddenly grabbed the back of her neck and pressed his lips against hers. It came as a complete surprise to Sophia when Bryan began to kiss her. Her anger was alleviated by the touch of his lips, but she did not want to give in to her feelings. She tried to push on his chest. However, he grabbed her hands and locked them behind her back. He broke the kiss for a second. She could see his alluring face under the flickering silver lights. He gazed directly into her eyes. Her eyes could see something enigmatic in his eyes. His gaze slowly moved to her lips, and he leaned over them again. She shut her eyes as his lips began to move against hers. No matter how much she tried to make up her mind, his one touch had the ability to melt her entirely. It was a rough kiss. He was expressing all of his anger toward her in that kiss. The harsh strokes of his lips over her tender ones caused her to moan in the kiss. She felt drunk without even consuming alcohol. She could taste alcohol in his mouth when his tongue touched hers. As if he understood that she had given in to him, he slowly let go of her hands and wrapped his hands around her waist. Almost as if he wanted to eliminate any distance between them, he pulled her closer to him. She started to feel breathless and placed her hands lightly on his shoulder. He broke the kiss and looked at her. His predatory eyes were scrutinizing her delicate face. She kept her eyes half closed and parted her lips to catch her breath. Her soft and sweet lips were wet, and it made him hard down there. When she took a few deep breaths to calm herself, she tried to look at him clearly. However, as soon as she looked at him, he removed his hand from her waist and began to pull her in the opposite direction by grabbing her wrist. While passing the crowd, Sophia noticed there were couples making out on the dance floor. She cast a glance outside the dance floor and spotted that some of the couples were almost having sex by the way they were straddling each other. She immediately looked away from them and lowered her head while walking behind Bryan. Here, nobody gave a damn about anybody. Everyone was engrossed in their own worlds, relishing the night with their partners. Sophia thought they were leaving, but to her surprise, Bryan brought her to another side, where the sounds of music faded as they continued to walk ahead. The lights were dim, and she was unable to make out anyone there. Before she could ask where they were heading, he stopped and turned to her. "Where are we go?" He pushed her against a wall and caged her between his arms. The sudden closeness made her gasp. "We are close to the back door of the club." "Back door?" she asked, blinking her eyes while looking at him. But when she saw how deeply he was looking at her, she lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. He lifted her chin and made her look at him. She let out a shaky breath when she met his eyes again. "I was calm, wasn't I? Why did you provoke me when you asked for time from me to prepare yourself? Why did you awaken my beast which now seeks to hover over you?" His husky voice and his intimate words twisted her stomach inside. Her lips parted to say something, but she lost her voice. She bit her bottom lip when he leaned down to come close to her face. She moved back slightly and ended up pressing her head against the wall, just like her back. "Now you have to take the responsibility," Bryan whispered, leaning into her ear. She wanted to ask what he was saying. However, she moaned when he sucked her earlobe. She reached up and grabbed his hands right away, but he grabbed them and pinned them over her head, despite the fact that she was not resisting him. She was taking deep breaths with her mouth open when he continually kissed and licked her earlobe. The sound of her long breaths was making him feel twitch inside his pants. He moved from her ear and kissed her cheek. She was surprised when his thumbs began to circle around her palms, giving her different pleasures. Alpha?" He hummed when his nose kept brushing her cheek. It seemed as though he desired to kiss not only her lips, but also her entire face. He wanted to express his desire for her with these small things. He kissed her eyelids, which caused her to close her eyes. "Why can't you be obedient, huh? You know I don't like to get mad at you." She froze at his words. He did not like to get mad at her? "Why?" she asked with a desperate tone. He stopped kissing her face to look at her when she opened her eyes. She gazed into his mysterious eyes to understand him. He smirked and leaned on her lips. "You know the answer." Saying that, he crashed his lips on hers. The kiss was so passionate that she could not stop herself from kissing him back. She struggled to free her hands from his grips so that she could touch him, wrap her hands around his neck, and caress his soft locks. But as if he were punishing her, he did not let go of her hands. In fact, he released her lips and looked at her. The focus of his attention was shifting to her cleavage. She gulped the way he was looking at her breasts. Though she was wearing a dress, she felt she was naked in front of him. "How dare you try to grab another man's attention?" he asked her. I was just... Ah! He attacked her neck and began to kiss her there. His mouth moved down until he reached her collarbone. He lightly bit there, which caused her to hiss. How much he wanted to touch him right now. It felt like a torment to not be able to hold him in her arms when he was doing so much to her. Glancing at her, he slowly moved his face to her cleavage, brushing his nose over it. Her eyes were closed tightly as she was taking in all the pleasure he was giving her. But her eyes flung open in surprise when he pressed his body against hers. She felt something hard brush against her lower abdomen. At that time, he released her hands and wrapped his hands around her body. He leaned over her breasts and uttered, "I want you to keep looking into my eyes, baby girl." Slowly, Sophia looked into his eyes. The sight of his face close to her breasts caused her to gasp. While he was looking into her eyes, he pulled her sleeves down a little bit, which revealed the upper side of her breasts. She was taken aback by the fact that if he had pulled harshly, her breasts would have been completely exposed to him. But to her surprise, he was not that insensible to strip her in a hallway. As he kissed her upper breasts, he eventually let go of her sleeves. She moaned while looking at him. His grip tightened as her soft moans only made him harder. While he was fixated on her, he noticed that she was trying to avoid making eye contact with him. It was then that he released his grip on her body and pressed his body against hers once more. She leaned her head against his shoulder, as everything was too much pleasure for her. He bit the tip of her earlobe gently and whispered, "I am not done yet." She moaned and moved her head away from his shoulder. She looked at him with an innocent face. His face remained calm, as if he were not feeling upside down inside. He lifted his hand while caressing the side of her body. His hand came to a stop on her face. He rubbed her lips with his thumb. When he shoved his thumb inside her mouth, her eyes grew wide. The sensation of his thumb circling around her tongue left her unsure of how to react. The look in his eyes became lustful. He took out his thumb and kissed her once again. This time, she wrapped her hands around his neck and pulled him closer. She did not know what the consequences of loving this man would be, but she decided that she would continue loving him. He tilted her head as his hand reached the back of her neck. He gave her a passionate kiss, as if there were no tomorrow. She continued to moan during the kiss, as he, on the other hand, started to touch her body, She let out a gasp when he reached out and touched her lower back. He broke the kiss, leaned down, and began to kiss her breasts again. She saw him rolling his tongue over her upper breasts. She wondered what he would do to her when he got to see them entirely. Ah! Her moan echoed there when he sucked harshly on her skin. You dared to seduce another man. This is your punishment, and you have to take it. She kept moaning when he sucked her upper breasts, then moved to her neck, leaving his marks here and there. The little pain with a lot of pleasure engrossed her in him. She caressed his soft locks and let him punish her as he wanted. As soon as his lips made contact with the tender spot where mates were supposed to mark, she could not help but call him mate. Just as he heard her, he came to a halt. When he looked at her, he noticed that her eyes were filled with tears. It dawned on him that he had come dangerously close to losing control. Did he make her feel uncomfortable? He immediately tried to move back with a frowning face. On the other hand, she did not remove her hands from his neck, which prevented him from moving. See, can I call you mate? She asked as she realized she could not live without this man. He was her mate, and all she wanted in her life now was to stay close to him. The way he made her feel was something she could never imagine. She had never gotten so close with anyone before like that, not even with Bruce. The only thing they had done together in that relationship was kiss, and she had always prevented Bruce from touching her body whenever he tried to do so. She was afraid that he would lose control and they would end up having sex. Though she wanted to give her all to Bruce at that time, there was always something stopping her inside. Now she realized what used to stop her. It was her wolf. Her wolf might have felt that Bruce was not her mate. That was the reason why her wolf prevented her from going any further. Bryan stared at her without replying. She thought he did not like what she asked him. She was afraid that because of it, the softness in his eyes for her would disappear. She did not want him to become cold toward her once again. She released his neck. He stood straight. She looked at his tall figure, which was hovering over her a while ago. Never in her life had she been this close to another man. She only gave him the right to do anything to her. She would agree to be in a relationship with him that was not committed if that was what he desired. After taking a deep breath, she tiptoed and hugged his neck. Bryan was taken aback by her sudden action. She closed her eyes and mumbled to him, I am ready to do anything you want. But be completely mine and never hurt me, mate. He stared at the blank wall without letting out anything or hugging her in return. She felt his distant mood and broke the hug. She was frightened by his silence. She almost cried when she thought he did not care about her words. She lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes. After a while, she saw him moving. She raised her head and saw that he was taking off his suit jacket. He wrapped the jacket around her without making any eye contact, even though she was eager to meet his eyes. He turned around and started walking in the direction of the back door. Let's go. It's getting late. Sophia fixed her gaze on the back of the man. The width of his shoulders was highlighted by the white shirt he was wearing. With the power he was holding and the way he walked forward like a king, she realized that she was nothing in comparison to him. To him, her wishes held no weight. He was the head alpha of the largest pack. She did not even know how many packs he had won in the last few years. A powerful man like him would never like a girl like her. She was not from a high-class family. She did not come from a wealthy family that would have allowed her to be by his side. There was only one reputation that could at least give her respect, which was that she was the sister of the Gamma of this pack. Otherwise, a mere Omega like her was not close to him. She was chosen for him by fate. She was not his choice. A tear escaped from her eyes. She lowered her head once again to wipe her tears and trailed along at a slow pace behind him. While she was walking behind him, she cast a glance in his direction. As he was using his phone to make a phone call to someone, he put one hand in his pocket. Sophia assumed that he was calling his driver. As she continued to look at him, the intimate things that he had been doing to her a short while ago kept playing over and over in her head. She raised her hand and held the coat tightly to her chest. The feeling of the touches of his lips still lingered on her body. She stopped when she saw Bryan reach the door. She wondered how he knew that there was a back door. How many times had he come to this place? Why did he come here before? Just thinking about him doing those things that he was doing to her with some other woman, her heart clenched inside. She sighed and shook her head. That was his past. I also had a past with his brother, but he never brings those matters up, so I should not think about his past, too. As Bryan walked out of the club, Sophia also did the same. The moment she came outside, the cold wind touched her face and legs. She felt shivers in her body. She glanced at Bryan's coat, which was covering her upper body fully. Bryan's car approached from the other side and came to a stop right next to him. His driver got out hurriedly to open the back door for him. Bryan did not get inside. Instead, he turned to Sophia and asked, "What are you waiting for?" "Huh?" She came out of her thoughts and walked to the car. She got inside the car. Bryan closed the door and walked to the other side. When he sat next to Sophia, the driver went back to his seat and started the car. "Alpha, where to?" the driver asked while driving the car away from the club area. "Her house," Bryan replied. Sophia turned her head to look at Bryan. He was silently looking outside the window. She stared at him and thought, "Why are you so hesitant to make any promises? Why can't you just open your heart for me?" A few minutes later, the car moved onto a bumpy road, which caused her to lean on him, dangerously close to falling onto his lap. He wrapped his hand around her to keep her from getting hurt by the front seats. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she rested her head against his chest. She could sense that her action had frozen him. However, she did not care what he would do or think. She had the courage to lean on him, and she had done it. She closed her eyes and slowly wrapped her hands around his torso. "I will be obedient. Please don't treat me coldly," she mumbled in a low tone. But Bryan heard her clearly. He moved his hand from her shoulder to her head and began to stroke her hair. When she felt his gentle caress on her hair, she could not help but smile. Her grip on him is tightening. She was over the moon. She felt a sense of relief when she realized that he was not angry with her. The last few days, she was stubborn enough to even talk to him and decided to stay away from him. But at this moment, everything seemed to be under a spell, as if he were a magician and did some magic on her, or he was a wizard who used a spell to bind her. Her wolf was overjoyed to get close to her mate. Sophia blushed when she felt him pulling her closer to him. In just one night, they had become so close. She had never imagined that they could be this close one day. "Sleep. When we get to your house, I will wake you up," he stated quietly. She nodded her head and did not move at all. He let her sleep on his chest, which gave her a sense of security. She felt that it was her safe place. No one in the world could harm her if he was with her. She did not realize it when she fell asleep in his arms. When she opened her eyes, she saw smoke in front of her. She was about to sit up, but found her head leaning on a firm chest and an arm wrapped around her. She realized what had happened before she fell asleep. She turned her head and saw Bryan smoking. He was still holding her in his arms. "Have we arrived at my house?" she asked softly. He replied, unwrapping his arm from her shoulder. She sat up and looked at him. His stillness sometimes frightened her. She could only get a few reactions from him, such as a calm look, his glare, smirk, or dark chuckle. One of his favorite responses was to maintain his composure. That was what Sophia thought. The fact that he continued to stare at her caused her to flush. She lowered her head and said, "Alpha, I am leaving then." He raised his hand and patted her head. "Be a good girl, and don't overthink about anything." Like an obedient girl, she replied, "Yes." But her face brightened up with happiness when she heard his next statement. "And you can call me that." She raised her head to look at him. She smiled at him and asked, "Mate?" He gave him a nod and replied, "Only when we are alone." With a bright smile on her face, Sophia nodded her head at Bryan. Okay. She just cared about him, no one else. If he wanted her to address him by it only when they were alone, she was okay with it. She opened the door and got out of the car. She then lowered herself to the window and looked at him. "Good night, mate." He blew out a smoke ring after taking a puff and blinked at her. "Good night." She blushed and turned around, then headed to the door of her house. "Miss..." Sophia came to a halt and spun around. It was Bryan's driver. He walked over to her with a small bag. Yes? Alpha told me to hand you this. Sophia gazed at the car. Bryan was looking at her. What is it? She asked Bryan. You haven't had your dinner, Bryan replied. After giving the bag a closer inspection, Sophia realized that it belonged to a fancy restaurant. She felt warmth in her heart, and he kept that in mind and picked up a parcel for her. Thanks. Bryan did not reply. She said thanks to the driver, too, and proceeded to the door once again. She took out the keys from her bag and slowly opened the door, praying that her mother was asleep. She turned her head and found Bryan's car still there. She thought he would leave once she entered the house. She went inside and found the light dim. She understood that her mother was sleeping. She let out a sigh of relief and closed the door. She hurried to her bedroom on tiptoes. The moment she entered her room, she closed the door and leaned her back against the door. She was happy. Very happy. She could not believe how close Bryan and she had come today. He even gave her permission to call him mate. Everything felt like a dream to her. She lowered her head and sniffed Bryan's coat. His scent lingered on it, causing her heart to race. She walked toward the mirror and slowly took off the coat. Her lips parted in surprise when she found so many hickeys in her neck and over her breasts. She slowly touched them, then hissed. She could still feel the touch of his lips on them. She covered her face in shyness. She went to the window and looked outside. She looked down at the road outside her house. She could see Bryan's car leaving. She leaned her head against the frame of the window while looking at the car. She took a deep breath and mumbled, I really love you, mate. Sophia walked on campus with a delightful face. Sarah kept looking at her as she walked alongside her to their class. Will you tell me what happened? You are smiling like a fool. When Sarah did not get any response, she guessed what might have happened. Did Alpha and you last night? She whispered to Sophia. Sophia's face turned red as she came out of her thoughts. I can see you blushing, honey. Oh, come on. You don't have to tell me anything in detail. Just let me know if he makes a move toward you. Sophia flushed and lowered her head. He allowed me to call him mate when we were alone. Sarah's eyes lightened up. Wow, that means he has accepted you as his mate in his heart. I think so. Sophia could not say Bryan had nothing in his heart for her. That man took care of her. Even though she thought she would go to bed hungry, he gave her a box of dinner. He did not leave without seeing her enter the house. If it's not love, then what is it? He is too stubborn to accept it. But I will be the woman in his heart, Sophia thought. After finishing 2 classes, it was the class where Sophia would have to attend with her group. From today on, they were going to start working on their project. As the professor said last time, Sophia went to sit with Bruce. She was calm. She did not want to argue with Bruce in any way. Right now, for her, he was only her mate's younger brother. Bruce, will you just stop staring at me? Sophia asked when Bruce kept looking at her in the whole class. I can't help it. Whatever. As usual, she could not pay attention in class. When the class was over, her other 2 group members turned their heads at them since they were sitting in front of them. Let's meet in the afternoon to start the work on this project, the girls said. Sophia was worried about it. She had to work in the office. It was impossible for her to meet them in the afternoon. Well, as you all know, I am currently working for a company. I can't come to meet you all in the afternoon. The girl rolled her eyes as if she had no interest in Sophia's words. What about you, Bruce? Since she won't come, how do you think I will? Sophia gave Bruce a look, but he ignored it. The girl stood up and looked at her boyfriend. Let's not prioritize the project since 2 of our members are not active. Bruce frowned at her and said, divide the work into 2 parts. Sophia will be on my team. I will work with her. Excuse me, Sophia said. The girl gave a nod to Bruce. Good idea. Her boyfriend also agreed with it. Sophia got to her feet. Oh, hello. I am also a member of this group. You all can't decide anything without me. Bruce stood up and replied, Majority wins, baby. Sophia pushed him and got off the bench. Do whatever you want. When she walked out of the class, Bruce followed her behind. Sophia, don't follow me. He grabbed her hand and turned her toward him. Can you please just listen to me? What? I was only saying that because I knew you could not make it on their schedule. Okay, how will I make it with your timetable then? You can. You can call me whenever you are free from work. We will work on this project at that time. Sophia was stunned. Was he telling the truth? Why would he do that? Suddenly, Bruce lowered his head and said, I had thought about it a lot. About what? She asked in confusion. He looked at her and replied, I will not bother you from now on. Sophia's brows lifted in shock. Do you really mean this? Then she smiled at him. Oh, such great news. It's a good thing. He stared at her for a while. He then extended his hand toward her and said, Let's be friends, Sophia. Maybe it can help us to remove the discomfort between us. As the days passed, Sophia's life began to change. She was no longer that tense and worried girl. She now smiled brightly, spoke sweetly, and remained cheerful. Everyone around her could see the difference. Her bubbly personality was what caught others' attention the most. Anyone could just look at her and say that she was blooming like a beautiful flower. Miss Sophia, can you please talk to Alpha about it? A young woman, an employee of the marketing department, asked her. As Sophia was making coffee for Bryan, she approached her. Sophia smiled politely at her, but her lifted eyebrows could not hide the surprise in her face. Miss Livia, why do you think Alpha would listen to me? We all know Alpha listens to you. Last time, you saved Director Troy from losing his reputation after the presentation. Sophia cleared her throat and shook her head in response. It was a few days ago when Troy failed to remember to bring his pen drive, which contained all of the information from the presentations that were saved. Therefore, their PAC was unable to present any presentations during the PAC meeting, and they merely requested that the meeting be postponed until another day. Bryan was so angry that he almost fired Troy. However, Sophia requested Bryan be in the conference hall in front of others. She said Troy would make it up with his hard work. Bryan was cold enough to shake others, and everyone thought Sophia was a fool for asking something like that from Bryan. But to everyone's surprise, Bryan glared at Troy and said that it was his last warning. From that day on, everyone understood the power Sophia held. She had the power to convince Alpha Bryan. That was why Livia came to her and asked for a few days more to present the inspection of the consumer market. Look, Miss Livia, I am just his personal secretary. Livia held her hands and begged her. Sophia, please. My mom is sick, so I could not go to the field and give much time to the inspection. Please tell him to give me 2 more days. I promise I will present the whole sales chart and all the demands of the consumer market. I will have to work with the promotion and advertisement department too. When Sophia heard Livia say her mother was sick, her heart melted. She remembered that her mother was also sick and a heart patient. She could feel the pain and responsibility of Livia. She let out a sigh and replied, Okay, let me see what I can do for you. Livia's eyes brightened up. Thank you so much, dear. But only two days, okay? Sophia reminded her. Livia nodded her head in response. Yeah, only 2 days. Okay. After finishing the conversation, Sophia grabbed Bryan's coffee mug and headed to his office. While passing other employees, she had to bear their gazes on her. All she could do was ignore them properly. She stood in front of the CEO's office door and knocked on it. Come in. As soon as she heard his voice, she opened the door and entered the cabin with a smile on her face. She closed the door behind her, and then her eyes immediately fell on the man sitting behind the desk. He was holding a phone close to his ear while talking with the person at the end of the line. There was a frown on his face, indicating that he was not satisfied with talking or hearing something. Sophia walked to the desk, as Bryan had not glanced at her yet. She stood close to the desk while holding the mug. She was trying to hear his conversation, which gave him this bad mood. I will attend the PAC party next week, Bryan said and hung up the call. He threw the phone on the desk, which flinched Sophia, but she tried her best to stay calm. Seeing him in a state of anger was almost like a habit for her. He was an aggressive person. When Bryan raised his eyes, he focused his attention on her. She took a deep breath and then proceeded to head over to his chair after walking around the desk. She put the coffee mug on the desk, then turned her head to look at him. The pair of black eyes never left her face from the moment they landed on her. Your coffee, she said as she tried to think of how she could ease his anger. He gripped the handle of the mug and looked away from Sophia. He sipped on the coffee and closed his eyes while leaning his back against his chair. Sophia smiled at him because she understood that he liked her coffee. When he opened his eyes, they were calm. My coffee makes him calm, she thought in her mind. Is everything okay? She asked him. Her voice was low and soothing. Her tone was filled with nothing but obedience. Bryan put the coffee mug on the desk and glanced at her. He reached out to touch her hand as she was standing next to him. Come here. She held his hand and sat on his lap obediently. She rested her head on his chest and asked, What happened, mate? Why are you so angry? He put his hand on her head and ran his fingers through her hair. His action moved her, and she closed her eyes. The pack party I wanted to have in this pack will be held in another pack. She raised her head to look at him. But her nose brushed against his when she turned her head. She leaned back a few inches to speak with him. So what will we do now? She asked while looking into his mysterious eyes, which never failed to captivate her. We will have to go there to attend the meeting next week. We? She almost moved from his lap after hearing it, but his hands tightened around her waist to stop her from moving. She looked at him with a shocked expression. We? Did you mean that I would also need to go there? Every expression she made was captured by his gaze. He could see how nervous she was. Yes, you are going with me to another pack next week. Sophia could not believe it. How would she get out of the pack? Her mother would never permit her to do it. In fact, she had never gone out of this pack in her whole life. I can't, she replied to him. There was a slight movement in his calm eyes. She could see it clearly. They turned a little dark and gloomy. She came to the realization that she had reacted too much, so she took a deep breath and lifted her hands to place them on his shoulders. Mate, you know my family. Mom will not give me permission. He remained silent, which sent a shiver down her spine. She hugged him as she felt frightened by his calm and dark expression. Mate, I'm sorry. His muscles loosened a little as she hugged him tightly. Don't worry about your mother. I'm taking you on a business trip, not a private vacation. She froze because of his remark, but she did not break the hug. She only hid her face in his chest. His cologne soothed her as she calmed down and smiled a little. If he managed her mother, she would have no problem with it. It would be only a 2-day event anyway. In the last few days, Bryan was no longer the Bryan she met for the first time. He turned soft for her. He let her touch him and hug him any time. Just as he called her his baby girl, he looked after her. He knew what she liked and never forgot to surprise her with her favorite things. He did not put her under much pressure at work. He took her to have meals sometimes. Day by day, Sophia began to believe that he also knew he loved her. Otherwise, why hadn't he slept with her yet? Okay, she mumbled in reply. She, on the other hand, turned into the most obedient girl, just like Bryan wanted her to be. She knew when his mood was off, so she chose to remain silent. She knew her closeness calmed him, so she always tried to soothe him whenever he got angry. Like the only woman in his life, he embraced her in his arms. His chin rested on the tip of her head. After a while of staying like that, she broke the hug and looked at him. She recalled what Livia said to her. She sat up straight, but when she felt her bottom move on his thigh, she blushed. She lowered her head and started fiddling with his shirt's second button. When Bryan saw she was biting her lower lip, he lifted her chin to make her look at him. The touch of his fingertips gave her tickle feelings under her chin. What do you want to say? She looked at him with surprise. How do you know I want to say something? He reached out his hand to hold the coffee mug and sipped it. I know you. Go ahead. She stared at him. He knows me. Yes, he knows me really well, she said in her head. She coughed a little and held his hand, which was holding his chin a few seconds ago. Can you please give a little more time to Miss Livia for submitting her project? She became nervous when he paused while drinking the coffee. He shifted his gaze at her and raised an eyebrow. She cleared her throat a few times as if she could find her voice in front of him. Why? He asked. Mate, please, her mother is sick. So? She was stunned by his blank expression. She played her fingers button again and replied, Please give her 2 more days. She has to take care of her mother, too. Did she tell you all these things? She shook her head and lied to him. She could not risk Livia's job. No, I overheard others. That means she was talking about these in the office. Otherwise, how did they know? She looked at him with a shocked expression. Why was this man so clever? He knew that Livia was the one who said it, but he wanted to hear it from her mouth. She tried to think of how she would convince him. She smiled at her and said, "Please don't fire her, mate. Give her some spare time. Pretty please?" She gave him a puppy look and blinked her eyes quite a few times, the intention being to win his heart over, but he looked like a stone. She thought he would not agree. After a while, he put the mug on the desk and unwrapped his hands from her waist, leaving her to go. "Please?" He gave her a nod. "If you want that, then okay." A broad grin appeared on her face. "But what will I get in return?" he asked, moving his finger around the mug's rim. Sophia shook her head. This man was a business tycoon. He only believed in deals. She would have to give something in return. But she was happy that he did not refuse her request. "Thanks, mate," she said and kissed his cheek. Before he could turn his head toward her, she got up from his lap and rushed to the door with a flushed face. "I am going back to my cabin," she said hastily, before opening the door and leaving. When she came out of the cabin, she let out a deep breath that she had been holding before kissing Bryan's cheek. For the first time, she took the initiative. It was because, in the last few days, he made her comfortable with him. She patted her cheeks while going to her cabin. Trying to control her smile, she bit her bottom lip. "You are so brave, Sophia. Not bad." She gave her shoulder a pat and chuckled. She could only imagine Bryan's frozen expression at how boldly she had just reacted. Her thoughts were interrupted when her phone rang. She grabbed her phone from the desk and looked at the caller's name. She received the call. "Bruce, will you be free around 7? I will come to pick you up." After giving it some thought, Sophia reclined in her chair and replied to Bruce, "You know Alpha doesn't leave the company before 8. As his personal secretary, how can I?" "Oh, come on, Sophia. You need to be available today. I managed the other 2 for tonight. You know how important this project is for us." Sophia played with her nails as she tapped them lightly on the desk. She struggled to come up with a way to convince Bryan to let her go before 8 o'clock. A few days ago, Bruce asked her to be his friend. She agreed with him. She thought he was right about the situation. Everything would be fine if they were to become friends with one another. It would be possible for her to be with Bryan, where there would be no conflict between the 2 brothers. "Okay. What okay? Are you coming or not?" Bruce's desperate tone was audible. "Yeah, I'm coming. But don't come here to pick me up. I will come by myself. Just tell me where to come." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I am." "All right, then come to our dormitory." "Done." Sophia hung up the phone and stared at the screen for a while. Things were going well between Bruce and her. He was no longer a source of annoyance for her. He behaved like a friend and talked nicely to her. He stayed within his limits. For Bryan's sake, Sophia was even willing to forget Bruce's mistakes and make an effort to be friendly with him, despite the fact that it was difficult for her to talk to and spend time with her ex-boyfriend. One thing that always bothered her was that Bryan did not know about the project that she and Bruce were working on. Bruce requested not to tell Bryan about it since there was nothing between him and her. He said this had nothing to do with Bryan, and he didn't want his brother to interrupt his study projects. Sophia let out a sigh before opening her computer. As soon as she started working, her thoughts kept going back to Bryan. She spent the entire day at work. Whenever Bryan called her in his office, she tried to ignore making eye contact with him. She was feeling too shy after kissing his cheek. Surprisingly, Bryan did not tease her and focused on his work only. As time was getting closer to 7, Sophia was getting nervous. She was in Bryan's office, standing next to the desk with another employee. Bryan was talking with the employee. Meanwhile, she kept glancing at the clock. Bryan noticed it and asked, "Miss Berg?" She jerked at his voice and turned to him. "Yes, Alpha?" She did not always call him mate. She called him that only when they were alone. But right now, there was another employee in the room with them. "Looks like you are keeping track of time. Is there any plan waiting for you?" Sophia let out an awkward chuckle as she was about to shake her head, but she refrained from doing so when the angry looks on the faces of her group members reflected her own thoughts. She could not make it last time. Most of the time, she spent time with Bruce in the library during her class break to work on the project. But not always. Only two of them could work. There was something called group discussion, too. She cleared her throat and said, "Alpha, I want to take a leave right now. I have a plan. It would be a great help if you could let me go 1 hour earlier today." Bryan raised an eyebrow when he heard that. He motioned with his fingers for the employee to leave his cabin. After giving Sophia a quick glance, the employee bowed to Bryan and then left the room. "What plan?" Bryan asked her. Sophia thought of an excuse, but she realized that she did not need to lie to him. "I have group studies. I have to go to the campus right now." Bryan placed the file on the desk that he was holding before and stood up from his chair. When he approached her, she felt he was like a tower. She lifted her head to look at his face. "You spend the entire day working and then you put in a lot of effort studying. Do you want me to speak with your professor?" "No," she said immediately. Bryan gave her a questioning look. Sophia bit her tongue and sighed. "Alpha, please don't talk to anyone. I can manage everything together." Bryan observed her expressions for a while. Sophia gulped when she noticed how his dark eyes scrutinized her face. It was true that even if Bruce had not told her not to say anything to Bryan, she would still not have said anything to him. She did not want Bryan to react coldly to her just because she was with Bruce for study projects. He would not understand her friendship with her ex-boyfriend. "Alpha? Okay." Her eyes lightened up. She smiled at him. "Thank you, mate." She blushed when she saw he did not leave his gaze away from her. "I am thinking of going." This was the second time she cut him off and replied, "I can go by myself." "Are you sure?" "Yeah. Okay." He gave her a simple nod. She almost frowned when she saw there was something in his eyes. But after finishing the conversation, she did not wait for a minute in Bryan's cabin and left. She did not want Bryan to change his mind. When Sophia left the company and made her way to the bus stop, a man was looking down at her while smoking near the large window on the top floor of the building. His dark eyes trailed her movements until she disappeared from his sight. He moved his gaze from the street and looked at his phone as he dialed a number. When the phone connected, the man from the other end spoke out, "Alpha." Bryan's eyes darkened as he said, "Follow her." When Sophia arrived on campus, she immediately called Bruce. The moment he emerged from the dormitory building, he gave her a friendly wave. She made her way over to him and asked, "I forgot to ask, who stays here?" "Jason," he replied. Oh, Jason was the other boy in their group, and her girlfriend was Tina. She was a little bold. However, they did not react badly to Bruce as he had some reputation on their campus. "Let's go," he said, leading her upstairs. They went to the second floor. As Sophia walked past the rooms, she looked around. When she looked around, she realized that she had never been to the dormitory before. She could get a glimpse of the lifestyle of the students who stayed there. As Bruce approached a room, he knocked on the door and stood in front of it. It was Jason who opened the door. Sophia peeked inside and found Tina sitting on the bed. She was fixing her clothes as if the two were doing something before Bruce knocked on the door. Jason stepped aside and let them enter the room. Sophia glanced around the room and felt that it was a small but comfortable room for staying. She turned to Tina, who had gotten out of bed, to let Bruce sit on it. "Thank God you made it today. Otherwise, I thought we would have to start our room date," Tina said to Sophia while rolling her eyes. Sophia paid no attention to her comments and instead sat down on the edge of the bed. "Let's start, guys," Bruce said to others. When Jason got in bed, Bruce signaled for Sophia to move from where she was sitting and sit next to him. Sophia frowned, but when she saw how close Jason was sitting and how Tina was glaring at her because she wanted to sit with her boyfriend, she got up and went to sit next to Bruce. As they started to work, they became busy with the project. When Bruce showed them how much work he had done, Sophia was completely taken aback. In fact, he also did the work that Sophia took in her hand. "I must say, Bruce can do anything to win his ex-girlfriend's heart," Tina remarked. Sophia gave her a calm look, but her words were sharp, which shocked Tina. "Can't you just focus on your own business, Tina?" Tina gave her a mocking glare. "I didn't lie, though." Sophia felt that the people around them would not let others get out of their pasts. Just as Bruce made the decision to behave like a good man and make friends with her, other people began to make fun of him at that moment. They would not let him escape his past and move on with his life. "I know you girls. You are pretending hard to get so that he will chase you more," Tina said to Sophia. "Just shut up. I didn't come here to take your shit," Bruce almost yelled at Tina. Sophia's eyes widened when she saw Bruce yelling at Tina. Tina was almost teared up by his alpha voice. Sophia could not help but grasp Bruce's hand. "Calm down. Don't yell at her." He shook his head and glared at Tina. "If I see you talk to her like that ever again, then fuck the project and group studies. I will throw you out of the university." Sophia was shocked. She could see a flame of rage burning in Bruce's eyes. She was slightly startled. To her surprise, from sitting beside him while looking at his side profile and the way he was showing his anger, she could see Bryan in him. Was it because both were brothers and, at the same time, alphas in rank? The difference was that Bryan was not loud. He was a man who was very calm but aggressive at the same time. His aggression could only be seen in his dark eyes. Meanwhile, Bruce was a friendly guy, but he was loud. Unlike his older brothers, he could not keep his emotions and expressions on his face or hidden from others. I was just... "Tina, let's go outside for a while. I think you need fresh air," Jason said, holding her hand and then pulling her out of the bed to leave the room for a while. He glanced at Bruce and said, "Please don't mind my girlfriend's words. Forgive her." Bruce did not reply but only glared at Tina. Tina hid behind her boyfriend's shoulders. All of her boldness washed over her in fear. Sophia saw Jason take Tina out of the room and close the door behind them. She slowly turned her head toward Bruce. He stared at the notebooks and sheets that were scattered across the bed. "You shouldn't have used your alpha voice on her," Sophia said. He rubbed his forehead and mumbled, "I could not help it." She stared at him for a while. Bruce had never gotten this angry when they were in a relationship. He used to be a very composed and decent boy. When she realized her hand was still holding his hand, she tried to remove it, but he placed his palm over her hand to stop her from removing it. He turned to face her and stared at her. Sophia blinked several times when he noticed Bruce's soft gaze at her. She cleared her throat, moved his hand away from hers, and got out of bed. She reached for the notes she would need to review and stuffed them into her bag. She turned to the door and said, "I'm leaving. I don't think we four can continue tonight. Plan for another day." She did not hear anything from Bruce. He remained silent. It was then that she made her way to the door, and just as she was about to open it, her waist was encircled by a pair of hands. Bruce hugged her from behind. "Bruce, what are you?" He interrupted her, tightening his grip around her. "Sophia, friends can hug each other, can't they? Let's just stay like that for a while." In the enormous office room, Bryan was sitting on his chair, typing on the laptop. It had been 2 hours since Sophia had left, but he did not leave the company and continued to work. At that moment, his phone began to ring. He glanced at the screen of his phone and saw that it was the number of the man whom he had ordered to keep an eye on Sophia. Bryan received the call and put it on loudspeaker. "Alpha, go ahead." Alpha, after leaving the company, she went to the Nightshade University. Bryan was listening to him while tapping his fingers on the laptop. "She has just come off campus, but she is not alone. She is with young Master." Bryan's hands paused after hearing it. His eyes, which were dark, moved slightly. They turned gloomy until he spoke out. "Follow them." "Alpha, young Master is hailing a cab for her. I think she is leaving alone." The man paused as if he wanted to be sure, then said, "Yes, Alpha, she is leaving alone." "Then follow her until she reaches her house." "Okay, Alpha." Bryan did not even move to cut the call. He waited until the man hung up the phone. His fists tightened as if something were going on in his mind. If anyone were to see him, they would not be able to determine what he was thinking about. Meanwhile, Sophia leaned back against the back seat as the driver started the cab. She turned her head to the window and noticed the nightlife of the city. Her mind kept reminding her about what had happened in Jason's room. "Sophia, I'm sorry for what I did. I wish I were your mate. I would never have let you leave me. and I would have made you my wife." The word wife made Sophia feel strange at that time. She did not know why, but her heart felt a little uncomfortable. His big brother was her mate, and he had never told her to his girlfriend. So thinking about whether he would ever propose to her to his wife was very difficult. The time when Bruce hugged her, she wanted to break it, but his tight grip kept her close to him. He told her to stay quiet, just like a friend. He hugged her just like a friend. But was it just a friendly hug? She moved her eyes from the window and lowered her head. She could not forget that he was still her ex-boyfriend. She should not stay close to him. Today, she could see the remorse in Bruce's eyes. He was trying his best to become someone she would trust or accept. But she was no longer the Sophia who could return to her ex. She had a mate now, and she was in love with him. Even if that man did not want to be in a committed relationship, she was sure that he would never cheat on her. As he told her once, he was not a womanizer. She was happy with him. She would wait until the end for him to ask her to be his life partner. Sophia closed her eyes. There was a smile on her face when she recalled the moments when Bryan pulled her closer to him. The way he treated her so softly, she believed he could never treat someone else like that. The next day, Sophia went to the university. She could talk to Sarah and Nolan for only a few minutes because she had no time during break hours. She had to meet Bruce for the project in the library. Bruce was quite busy the whole hour, and so was she. They only talked about the project. As Sophia decided last night, she kept her distance from him, and he also noticed it. But he did not raise the topic. When Sophia left the university, she went to the bus stop to go to the company. She boarded a bus and sat by a window. Her phone vibrated, and she unlocked her phone. She saw a message from the unknown number, which she had saved with admirer. She bit her bottom lips to control her smile and clicked to read the message. If you lie to someone to meet someone else, you should be aware that you have feelings for the second person. Sophia froze after reading it. She began to feel nervous. Did he know that she was meeting with Bruce? Why did he say that she had feelings for Bruce? Did he not know that he was the only one in her heart? When she arrived at the company, she gave others polite smiles and went to the top floor of the building. Her eyes picked up on the slightly anxious looks on the faces of other employees. She lifted her brows as she felt confused about what made their mood like that. "Excuse me?" She said that and stopped a woman. "Miss Sophia, what happened to everyone?" The woman looked stunned by the question. "Don't you know? Alpha fired 2 employees today." "Why?" she asked with a shocked face. The woman leaned close to her ear and whispered, "We don't know why, but we guess his mood is kind of off today." Sophia gulped when she heard that. She turned around and headed to the coffee machine instead of going to her cabin first. She was afraid that Bryan's mood was off because of her. After preparing coffee for him, she headed to his cabin. She knocked a few times on the door, but Bryan did not respond. She grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. She peered inside and found Bryan smoking near the window. She assumed he was having some thoughts and did not listen to her knocks, so she entered the cabin and closed the door behind her. She slowly walked to the desk. On the way, she moved to the couches and placed her bag on one of them. When she got close to Bryan's empty chair, she placed the coffee mug on the desk beside it. She then glanced at Bryan, her gaze focused on his back. By looking from behind, he looked like a tall and strong man in the realm of power. His black appearance radiated a dark aura around him. Sophia stood behind him and swallowed her breath. "Alpha." Bryan did not turn around or turn his head to glance at her. It made her feel more nervous. It was clear to her from the message that he had learned that she had gone to meet Bruce. He was angry at her. "Alpha." She spoke out once again to grab his attention. While he was smoking, Bryan kept his gaze fixed on the street and observed the people who were passing by from the window. The smoke rings that came out of his mouth looked like works of art. Sophia felt that she was standing in front of a painting. He looked like a stunning portrait. She gathered her courage and lifted her hand to touch him, but before her hand could reach his arm, he let out a sharp tone. "Miss Berg, have you forgotten that you are not allowed to enter your boss's cabin without his permission?" Her hand froze in the air. She looked at him with a pair of soft eyes that were reflecting so many emotions at the same time. She dropped her hand and lowered her head. "I'm sorry." Bryan turned around and raised an eyebrow at her. "For what, Miss Berg?" She could not say anything. She was too afraid to look into his cold eyes. He had pampered her so much in the past few days that she could not see him looking coldly at her. She could feel his hand reaching up to her chin and lifting it so that he could get a better look at her face. Her gaze met his, and she could see his dark eyes. They moved a little when they looked into hers. She felt that he could see through her. His thumb touched her bottom lip and parted it from her upper lip. He took a puff on the cigarette while looking at her. Suddenly, he leaned down at her, which skipped her heartbeat abruptly. In a few seconds, his lips touched her, and she felt a gush of smoke rush inside her mouth. She immediately moved back and began to cough. The left corner of his mouth lifted as he said, "You should have gotten used to it by now." She bit her lower lip to stop her racing heart. She looked at him and saw that he was moving towards her. She took a few steps back until her back pressed against the edge of the desk. He stopped in front of her and observed her nervous state. "What are you afraid of? Have you done something that I don't like?" His question came out as a warning. It was an alarming tone that she ought to tell him the truth before he revealed to her that he was aware of it. She looked at him with teary eyes and said, "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about Bruce." She could see his eyes turning dusk. There was no emotion inside them. "What about him?" he asked calmly, but his calm tone could shake anyone into fear. She took a deep breath and decided to tell him everything so that there would be no misunderstanding between them. She could not afford to see him mad at her. "I am working on a study project with Bruce. We have 2 other members in our group, too. I thought you would not like it, so I didn't tell you about it. Last night, I went to meet him and the other 2 members on campus. We worked together, and then I left for home. Even today, I had to be with Bruce in the library during my break hour. It's an important project, and I did not lose marks in that subject." Sophia stared at Bryan after speaking nonstop. She thought he would still remain angry at her, but she noticed a little change in his eyes. They became less cold as the darkness inside them disappeared slowly. "I'm sorry, mate. I won't lie to you again. Don't get mad at me, okay?" Her voice was smooth, like a bird singing in the morning. He did not break eye contact and stared at her. She looked away and moved to hug him. As her hands wrapped around his torso, her heartbeat immediately became calm. His warmth and his scent were soothing to her. She raised her head to look at him. "What can I do to make you accept my apology, huh?" she asked, pouting her lips like a baby. Bryan took hold of her hands and removed them from his body. She was shocked that he was moving her away from him. "Mate, He could not let her speak as he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Her eyes widened as if she did not expect him to kiss her right now. She melted in the kiss and was about to wrap her hands around his neck. However, he grasped her hands and pinned her body down on the desk. She gasped during the kiss when she felt her back pressing against the desk. He broke the kiss and locked her hands over her head with one hand. While looking at her, he moved his other hand toward her body. His touch on her legs caused her body to move in response. Because of how she was lying on the desk, her long dress rolled up from her legs, revealing her thighs, which were wrapped around his waist. She hissed in her feelings when his hand slid to the back of her thigh. "Alf! Ah!" She moaned when his hand slapped her bottom. It was a sudden pain at first, but when he caressed his palm over her skin, she felt a strange pleasure. This was all new to her. It looked like he was punishing her by making her endure the dirty pleasure. He leaned down to hover over her and looked into her eyes. Her eyes grew wide with a moan when he spanked her again. "Never try to keep anything from me again, because you can never hide yourself from me." Sophia could not even comprehend what she was feeling right now. The way Bryan was looking at her was so intense that even if she covered her face to hide from him, she could not hide herself. Just like he said, his mysterious eyes were flashing a warning to her, saying silently, "You are mine." She could feel that. His gaze was drinking every ounce of courage in her and leaving her helpless in front of him. She parted her lips as she felt his palm run over her bare thighs. She let out shaky breaths when he leaned down and nuzzled her neck. She tried to break free with her hands just to touch him, but he did not let her do that. His hand tightened the grip around her wrists. His nose slowly moved down as it brushed against her skin. It ended in her cleavage. She bit her bottom lip when he placed a kiss there. She let out a low moan when his hand, which was on her thigh, moved upward inside her dress. Her eyes widened when it reached the waistband of her panties. Mate! She could only call him, as she was stunned by his action. He did not pull down her panties or touch her over them, but only played with the waistband with his long fingers as if he were teasing her. She did not know how this man could make her feel so different. He was playing with her, teasing her while at the same time showing his possessive side to her, demonstrating his possession of her. Her eyes closed as Bryan kissed her delicate collarbone. At that time, a ringtone began echoing in the massive office room. Bryan stopped, and Sophia opened her eyes abruptly. She recognized that it was her phone that was ringing. She looked at Bryan and saw him staring at her. "That's my phone," she mumbled. Bryan did not look like he wanted to leave her. She gulped when he released her hands and pulled her to sit up on the desk. She immediately wrapped her hands around his neck to balance herself. She blushed when their faces came closer. Her phone stopped ringing. She almost forgot that someone was calling her on the phone. His hands moved around her waist and drew her closer. She let out a gasp as she felt his hard member poking her thigh, nearly brushing her down there. Her eyes widened as she began to feel wet at the touch of it. Just before she could look into his eyes, her phone began to ring once again. There was a frown formed between Bryan's brows as he released her waist and moved back from her. It was really hard for him to control himself when she was this close to him. Her innocent look was the biggest turn-on for him. No matter how much he tried to restrain himself, the desire that built inside him to ruin her grew daily. She turned red when she glanced at him. He was gazing at her. She tried to get down from the desk but became unbalanced. Before she could fall to the floor, a strong arm wrapped around her waist. "Are you okay?" Bryan's gentle voice reached her ears. She looked up at him and found him looking at her with a little worry. She smiled at him. He cared for her. She could see that clearly in his eyes. If he was jealous of Bruce because he's with her, it was also a sign of love. She was convinced that he loved her. "I'm okay," she said softly, and she let go of his arms, which she had held a while ago to support herself. She rushed to the couch where her bag was. Though the ringing stopped once again, she pulled out her phone from the bag and looked at the missed calls. She checked the caller's number and found that it was an unknown number. "Mate, let me check who called me," she mumbled to Bryan without looking at him, knowing that her voice reached him. Just as she was about to dial the number, that person called her again. She hurriedly received the call. "Hello? Are you Bryan's new secretary?" A woman's voice came out of the phone. Sophia found the voice familiar, but she could not recognize it. "Yes, who's speaking?" "I'm his mother. Where is he?" Sophia was stunned. It was Bryan's mother, Juliana. She remembered her last encounter with Juliana. She slapped her and scolded her after believing her younger son's lie. "Girl, are you listening?" "Yes." "Hand the phone to him. He is not receiving my calls." Sophia realized that Juliana did not recognize her. She slowly turned around to glance at Bryan. He was already sitting in his chair, clutching the coffee mug, which had nearly spilled on the desk when he moved it slightly before pinning her down there. He gazed at her and raised a brow, indicating that he wanted to know who had called. Sophia removed her phone from her ear, placed her hand on the receiver, and walked towards him. "It's your mom." He frowned when he heard that. She gave him her phone, as his mother told her. He glanced at her phone and grabbed it. "Mom." Sophia stared at Bryan, trying to understand the conversation between the mother and son. "I'm busy," Bryan said, leaning his back against his chair. Sophia felt awkward while standing there. She realized that she should not be eavesdropping on others' conversations. She leaned down to grasp Bryan's coffee mug, which he was holding. He did not let it go as he looked at her. "Let me make another cup of coffee. It turned cold." He gave her a nod and let go of the cup for her. After grabbing it, she hurriedly left the cabin. She did not forget to see if her clothes were fixed before leaving the cabin. She did not waste her time and went to make another cup of coffee for Bryan. By the time she returned to Bryan's cabin, she saw him reading a file. She put the coffee mug in front of him and grabbed her phone, which was lying on the desk close to him. Just as she stood straight after grasping her phone, Bryan spoke up. "You are going to the pack house with me tonight." She was stunned after hearing him. She met his gaze and asked, "Why?" He replied to her calmly, "Mom asked me to attend the family dinner. I want you to accompany me there." Sophia could not help but feel shocked. Did he just say he wanted her to accompany him to his family dinner? It was really a big deal. She knew what a family dinner in the pack house meant. Bryan did not live with his family, so every week his father called him for a family dinner. She almost forgot about it, but now she recalls that Bruce once mentioned it to her. He had stated that Bryan never missed family dinner because it was the only way for others to meet or talk with him. He was indeed a very busy person. But one thing Bruce clearly defined was that no one from outside the family was invited there. Only the family members and their chosen lovers could attend the dinner. Sophia lowered her head. She started to fiddle with her fingers as she thought, "He wants to take me to the pack house with him. He sure has feelings for me. Why do you look upset? Do I need to remind you that you have to be with me whenever and whatever I want?" His voice was not cold, and at the same time, it was not soft either. It was as if he were alarming her, and she would have to listen to him. She let out a sigh and raised her head to look at her. It seemed that he only knew dominance. He knew only this language to make others do what he wanted. Even if he had not put any pressure on her, she would have been willing to comply with his requests. "I can go anywhere with you, mate." He fixed his gaze on her when he heard her soft voice. She also did not break eye contact. Her smile reached her eyes, showing that she was telling him the truth. They heard a knock on the door. Sophia turned to the door and left the cabin, as she had work to do. The whole day, she set appointments and meetings for Bryan. She realized that she would have to work and study in advance for the next 2 days, since she would have to go to another pack in a few days. It was already evening. Sophia collected all the files and headed back to Bryan's office. She placed the file on his desk securely and looked at him. He was swamped with work. Sophia glanced at the clock and saw that it was already 8 of the clock in the evening. She shook her head and walked to Bryan's chair. She held his wrist lightly, which was about to turn the page of the file. Bryan glanced at her hand, then lifted her head to look at her. "Mate, don't you want to go to the pack house? You will be late." "That's my house, not my office, where I will be late," he replied to her, but put the file on the desk. She let go of his hand and said, "Family is more important than work. You can't sacrifice your family time for your work." His brows lifted in response. "Oh, really? Does family give you the power that a big business deal can give you?" Sophia was taken aback by his question. She was quiet as she was speechless. How could he compare his family time with a business deal? She took a few steps back as he rose from his chair, grabbed his suit jacket and placed it on his wrist. "Let's go." He walked past her and made his way to the door. She stared at his back while trailing behind him. He was a business tycoon for a reason. It looked like he only liked to do business. He portrayed that he had no emotions for his family, but she knew that he cared for his family. He cared for his brother the most. She had seen his dark look when she broke the photo frame in his bedroom. There was no other photo in his room, but only him with his younger brother. It showed that he loved him the most. Sophia had a wish to make him understand that he loved his people. Why did he never confess it to them? They walked out of the company. Bryan's driver was waiting outside for him with his car. They got in the car and headed in the direction of the pack house. Sophia began to feel nervous the moment the car started to move. Since the day she spoke with Bryan there on behalf of her brother, she has not gone to the pack house again. She could recall how displeased everyone was when they learned that she was Bryan's mate. His mother's slap still made her feel pain in her heart. They were very rude to her. Suddenly, she did not want to go to the pack house. She turned her head toward Bryan, whose eyes were outside the window. I don't want to go there. Hearing her, he moved his head toward her. What? Mate, I don't want to go there. Can you please go there without me? She asked politely, but her tone was convincing. She did not have to care for the driver since he had already known that she was Bryan's mate. He had heard her a few times addressing Bryan as her mate, so there was nothing to worry about. Bryan returned his gaze back to the window after saying, I will be there with you. You don't need to think about anything else. She lowered her head. She knew that once he said something, he would do that. If he wanted her to accompany him, then she would have to go there. She kept quiet and waited for the car to reach the pack house. After a while, the car stopped in front of the packing house. Sophia got out of the car and looked ahead at the pack house. She felt that she had bad memories of this house. Bryan walked ahead, but when he did not find her beside him, he turned around to look at her. She inhaled deeply before approaching him. They entered the pack house together. In the living room, Bryan's parents were seated on the couch, so when they noticed her with Bryan, they seemed shocked. Juliana got to her feet and pointed her finger at her. Why are you here? Juliana's eyes shifted toward Bryan and she frowned at him. Bryan, what is she doing here? Sophia was shocked by Juliana's reaction. Juliana was acting like she was a criminal and just came to the pack house after escaping from prison. She did not know why she hated her so much. She could understand that what Bruce said to them could really hurt them. But still, they could have at least found out the truth first before behaving rudely with someone. She is with me, Bryan said as he started to walk toward the couches. Sophia remained motionless at her place, where she was standing at the time. She did not know if she should go behind him or not. What do you mean, Bryan? Harry, Bryan's father, asked him. Bryan turned his head to look at Sophia and motioned with his head for her to come over there. She averted her gaze from him and slowly made her way toward him. As she stood next to him, he said, She is my personal secretary. Personal secretary. She repeated his words in her mind. Was this the only name he could use to call her? What rubbish! Julian's angry tone resounded in the living hall. She looked very angry. Sophia had an impression in the past that Juliana was a soft woman, but after seeing how she was treating her, she believed she was a cold woman who only loved her sons and did not care about others' children. This girl is a scam. You know she is your mate. Then how can you make her your secretary? Did you think about your brother once before giving her a job in your company? Juliana was disappointed in her elder son. She could not believe that Bryan could let Sophia stay next to him. How could he do that after what the girl had done to Bruce? Sophia tightened her fists while her gaze was fixed on the floor. She had no intention of getting humiliated. Why did she even come here in the first place? She should have persuaded Bryan not to take her here. Bryan, Bruce is not here. It's better if you send this girl out before he returns, Harry told Bryan. Though Sophia's head was down, she could feel Bryan's parents' gazes on her. She knew they were glaring at her. Mom, calm down. No, Juliana interrupted Bryan and abruptly moved in Sophia's direction. Sophia was caught off guard when Juliana grabbed her arm. She looked at Juliana and saw hatred shown inside her eyes for her. You cheated on my younger son, and now set your evil eyes on my elder son. How dare you? Get out. Get out of my house right now. As soon as she finished her sentence, Juliana began to pull Sophia in the direction of the door. Sophia was too shocked to say anything. At that moment, Juliana was halted by a growl. The growl had shaken Sophia. She did not know if she was the only one who reacted like that. But then she came to the realization that Juliana's hand was trembling around her wrist. Everyone turned to the person who had just growled. It was Bryan. He was giving his mother a stern look. Juliana let out a gasp when Bryan's eyes turned red. Bryan took a deep breath as if he were trying to keep his anger under control, but it was clearly visible that he was furious at his mother. Bryan, why are you scaring your mom? Harry asked, looking a little nervous around his son after the growl. Bryan did not reply to him, nor did he look at him. His eyes were fixed on his mother. Bryan, how dare you touch her without my permission? Bryan asked her while muttering his teeth. Juliana's eyes widened as she immediately let go of Sophia's hand. When I said she was with me, you should have controlled your behavior. "Bryan, why are you taking her side?" Juliana asked Bryan. She then turned to Sophia and asked, "What did you do to my son? Why is he speaking for you?" Sophia had no answer. She did not know if she should feel upset for herself or for this woman. The way Bryan was dominating his parents was something that surprised her. She had seen a glimpse of his dominance over his parents the day she found him as her mate. But today, she could see that Alpha Bryan again, who was not talking as their son, but as their head alpha. He was not afraid of anyone, not even his parents. Bryan walked to Sophia and held her hand to pull her beside him. Juliana and Harry both looked shocked. "That day, you slapped her, which is something that you should not have done, but now you have again started to behave rudely with her." Juliana parted her lips in shock. But she cheated on Brew." "No, she didn't. It was your son who cheated on her. Now, I don't want to hear anything about it again. If you can't let me control myself, I don't want to dine with you both anymore." Bryan turned around, along with Sophia. Sophia was staring at him the whole time he was talking with his parents. She was amazed by how he took a stand for her. The younger brother, who used to be her boyfriend, let her take the slap from his mother and had not told them the truth up until now. But on the other hand, the big brother, who did not even think about his parents, stood beside her. Fate did not choose a wrong mate for her. Her eyes began to well up with tears as she kept staring at her powerful mate. He was holding her hand tightly in a protective way. The atmosphere was cold in the living room. Bryan looked fiercer. His parents were frightened that he would lose control. "Bryan," Juliana called him in an upset tone. Sophia turned around, which made Bryan turn to his parents. "Don't leave. You know your mom is sick. She wants to have dinner with you," Harry said with a calm tone. Sophia patted Bryan's hand. "You can stay with them. I should leave now." She did not want to ruin the family dinner. However, Bryan gave her a glare to shut her mouth. At that time, a voice came to their ears from behind. "What's going on here?" Everyone turned around and looked in the direction of the door. Bruce had just returned to the pack house. It appeared as though he was perplexed, but when his gaze landed on Sophia, his expression changed. "Sophia?" Juliana and Harry glanced at each other. They were under the impression that Bruce was innocent and would feel hurt seeing Sophia. Sophia stared at Bruce. She found it difficult to accept that he had not only not yet told his parents the truth, but had also repeatedly begged her forgiveness. She looked away from Bruce, but then her eyes fell on Bryan, who was staring at her. His eyes were predatory, as if observing her. As soon as she recalled what Bryan had done to her when he found out about her meeting with Bruce, she immediately averted her gaze from Bryan. It was evidently clear that he did not like it. "Bruce, you are back," Juliana said, walking to him. Bruce moved his eyes from Sophia and turned his attention to his mother. Juliana reached out and grabbed his hand before making her way toward the other people. "Your brother has come to attend the family dinner. Let's have dinner together." Bruce came to a stop beside Sophia and turned his head toward her. "Sophia, what are you doing here?" He had a voice that was too soft while talking to her, which was not something that his parents liked. They appeared to be taken aback by the gentle manner in which he addressed Sophia. It was their expectation that he would become enraged with her. Sophia lowered her head and made an effort to avoid making eye contact with anyone who was present in the living hall. "I came here with Alpha," she replied. Bruce glanced at Bryan and kept his eyes on him for a while. Bruce cleared his throat and spoke out politely. "Brother? Long time." However, Bryan did not respond to him. Bruce observed that his big brother's eyes were still on his ex-girlfriend. In response to Bryan's gaze on Sophia, he clenched his fists and tightened his grip on them. "You stop coming to the pack house. This house seems to welcome you as a guest." Bryan's eyes moved from Sophia and turned beside her. He looked directly into Bruce's eyes. Bruce could see that his brother was angry for some reason. He did not know why Bryan brought Sophia with him to a family dinner. Perhaps. His head shook, and he took a breath that was shaky. Nevertheless, when Bryan spoke to him, he came dangerously close to losing his breath. "When you become a guest in this pack, I will say the same thing to you at that time." As he took in the meaning of what Bryan had said, Bruce's eyes widened in surprise. "Bryan," Harry yelled at Bryan. Astonishment engulfed Juliana. She could not believe that her elder son could talk about banishing his own brother from the pack. On the other hand, Sophia could not be more nervous. She was also stunned by Bryan's remark. "Brother, did I do something to offend you?" Bruce asked. His voice or tone no longer felt like taunts or mockery. Sophie was able to pick up on the fear in his voice. However, she was only thinking about how she would escape from this situation right now. Bryan did not reply to Bruce. Instead, he turned his gaze to his father and said, "Don't yell at me again. The first thing you should do is question your younger son about his wrongdoings." Harry looked at Bruce with a frown and asked, "What is Bryan talking about? What did you do?" Sophia slowly turned her head toward Bruce to look at him. Bruce could not look into her eyes and lowered his head as if he realized what his brother was talking about. After that, he muttered in a low tone, "I cheated on Sophia. I lied to you all that day." Both Harry and Juliana's eyes widened. Shock was clearly visible in their eyes. "No, this is not possible. Are you saying this to keep her from feeling ashamed? Don't lie to us." "I know my son can't do such things. You mentioned how much you had loved her in the past. How can you do that?" Sophia glanced at Juliana and Harry. It was difficult for them to believe it. She could feel that they had a soft spot in their hearts for their younger son. This son was close to them, unlike their elder son, who was always busy with his work. Sophia took a deep breath and felt that it was time to let go of the past. Since she was with Bryan now, there was no need to recall the past again and again. "I'm telling the truth, Mom. She was innocent. I cheated on her with her best friend. I can't explain why I did it, but I did. It was a mistake that I will regret for my whole life." Hearing Bruce, his parents were unable to respond in any way. Juliana glanced at Sophia. As if she did not want to apologize to her for what she had done to her, she clenched her fists and made a tight fist. The arrogance that she possessed prevented her from apologizing to Sophia. "I still can't believe." "Enough of this drama. I don't have time for all your nonsense," Bryan said, turning around. He glanced at Sophia and raised a brow. "What? Do you want to stay here and keep watching their drama?" Sophia was shocked by his words. He did not just care about anything. "Bryan, when did you start acting in such an impolite manner? You can't talk to your family like that in front of an outsider," Harry said with anger. "He is not an outsider for me." Saying that, Bryan grabbed Sophia's hand and dragged her along with him as he left the pack house, leaving his family behind in shock. Sophia stared at Bryan until he took her out of the pack house and reached his car. The driver opened the back door immediately for him. Bryan abruptly shut the back door, which caused the driver to become startled. "I'll drive." Almost instantly, the driver took a few steps back and bowed his head to him. Bryan opened the passenger door and pushed Sophia inside, then climbed into the driver's seat. Sophia was in a daze. Everything was happening so fast that she did not have time to comprehend anything. As soon as Bryan started the car, she turned her head in his direction. She concentrated her attention on him. He looked angry, very angry. His furious eyes were fixed on the road as he drove. He had his fingers firmly gripping the steering wheel. Because of the gloom that was in his eyes and the fierceness that was on his face, anyone would feel terrified. But Sophia could not just tear her eyes off of him. "She is not an outsider to me." His statement kept replaying in her mind again and again. Rather than caring about his family, this man was only concerned about her. Because of her, he could even argue with his father. He said she was not an outsider for him. What exactly did he mean when he said that? She did not need any more proof to believe that he had feelings for her and that he was the best man for her. "My man really cares for me," she thought while looking at him with a smile. "What's so funny?" Her body jerked in response to his voice, and she immediately turned her gaze away from him. "What? Why are you smiling? Is there something funny happening here?" he asked, turning his head to glance at her. She gulped and blinked her eyes a few times. He was looking at the road, then how did he see me smiling, she thought. "Alpha, you shouldn't have left your house." "A pack house," he muttered, reminding her that it was not his home. Sophia let out a sigh and turned her head toward the window. "You didn't even have dinner. You must be hungry." As soon as she finished saying that, The car came to a stop in a corner of the road just moments later. Sophia felt confused as to why he stopped the car, but when she turned to face her, she came dangerously close to retreating. Bryan leaned toward her and said, "You are right, I am feeling hungry right now." She gulped as she looked into his dark eyes. They were cruising over her face, taking in every detail. All the things he did for her tonight were reflected in her mind. It made her muster up her courage. Reaching up, she put her hand on his cheek. He looked down at her hand, his brows furrowed. "Don't get mad at them, mate. They are your parents." Bryan fixed his eyes on her when she continued to talk. "I am grateful that you stood by me today. No one had ever done that for me except my brother." "So I remind you of your brother?" he asked with a deep growling tone. Her eyes widened, and she shook her head. No, I didn't mean that. It's just..." She put her hand away from his cheek, lowered her head, and mumbled, "It's just that you told your family that I am not an outsider. I also want to tell you that you are not an outsider to me either. I have the same feelings as well." A few minutes passed, but Bryan did not let out a word. She lifted her head to glance at him, only to find him staring at her. His gaze made her feel shy. It reminded her of what he did to her in his office room today. The intense gaze of the man, combined with the silence of the car on the dark and silent road, caused her heartbeat to run fast. The lamplight on the road, which was a little further away, was the only way she could see his face. The yellow light cast a light shade over his handsome face, highlighting the beauty of his eyes for her. Matt. All of a sudden, he moved closer to her and pressed his lips against her. She was completely taken aback. Every time, he surprised her with an unexpected kiss. She immediately closed her eyes, wrapped her hands around his neck, and kissed him back. She wanted to show him that she also wanted him the same way he did. Along with tilting his head, he leaned his body toward her. Her eyes opened when she heard a click sound. She gasped when Bryan unfastened her seatbelt. She had no idea why he did that, but then he grasped her waist and pulled her to make her sit on his lap. After breaking the kiss, she looked at him with a pair of eyes that were filled with shock. Bryan leaned back against his seat and looked at her. With a slow motion, he ran his thumb over her lips and spoke in a raspy voice. "Don't give me this innocent look, because I don't even know myself when I'll ruin you." Sophia blushed and averted her gaze from him. She covered her face with her hands to hide herself from him, almost forgetting that she was sitting on her lap in a straddling position. "Look at me." She moved her fingers away from her eyes to look at him, but she did not take her hands off her face. He sighed and reached for her hands. He removed them from her face and lightly grabbed the back of her head before pulling her face closer to his. She looked at him with her eyes widening. When he was about to speak to her, his eyes wandered to the dress that she was wearing. It loosened on her neck and moved down, exposing her delicate collarbone. "Damn, I can't even talk right now." He scolded himself, and without any warning, he kissed her once again. He kissed her hungrily, as if he were starving to kiss her. She felt goosebumps at the sensation of his hands moving around her body. Bryan broke the kiss and moved to her neck, where he then began to kiss her tender spot. The silent car was no longer silent when she moaned. She tried to move when she felt him suck on her neck, but his tight grip around her waist stopped her. As he moved closer to her ear, he bit her earlobe, which caused her to let out a gasp. She instantly fisted his shirt upon hearing his deep voice. "Don't move to make me hard, baby girl. Otherwise, I will have to take you right here, right now." Sophia was taken aback. Her cheeks heated up as she realized what he was saying. She bit her bottom lip as an unfamiliar sensation rose in her core. With a careful move, she slowly hugged his neck. Bryan appeared to be stunned by her action. It was clear that she did not want that right now. He sighed, realizing he was straining too hard to hold himself together. He closed his eyes and let out a long, slow breath when she laid her head on his shoulder. Without a word, he wrapped his hand around her back. His gaze was on the road, but the yellow light was preventing him from keeping his eyes fixed on the road. However, the girl in his arms made him feel at ease. Her soothing heartbeat was something that reduced his anger. After staying like that for a while, Sophia moved her head back from his neck and looked at his face. She met his dark gaze. She looked into them. The closeness gave her the confidence to move her hands and cup his cheeks. "Mate, don't look mad. I am afraid of you when you are mad. Your eyes." She moved her gaze to his whole face, then back to his eyes. "Whenever you get angry, your eyes turn dark. I don't like it. I feel like you are two different people." His brow furrowed upon hearing her words. She brushed her thumbs across his brow. It caused him to relax his frown. He stared at her and found her cute. She was talking very sweetly, as though she were coercing him not to get angry ever again. Bryan realized that he had never thought she would ever behave like that when he first met her. Every encounter with her used to give him the impression that she wanted to seduce him. But now, she always managed to stop him when he tried to push himself too far. Her closeness and the way she behaved were killing him inside, and making him feel like banging her the whole night. He pulled her head and pressed it against his chest, then started the car. Sophia was shocked. Is he thinking about driving the car like this, she thought. She tilted her head slightly to look at his face. "Will you drive like this?" What? No, I'm moving back to my seat." She sat up to move, but he pressed her onto his lap once again. "Didn't I tell you not to move?" he asked. She pouted and returned to his chest abruptly. "Okay." She smiled and hugged him tightly. She was over the moon. He was unwilling to let her go of his arms. Bryan placed one hand on her back to keep her secure in his arm and the other on the steering wheel. "Are we heading to my house?" she asked while fiddling with her fingers on his shirt button. "No." "Then? Don't you want to have dinner?" Sophia's face lightened up. "Dinner? Are we going somewhere for dinner?" Bryan took a look at her and noticed her excitement. "Yeah." "Mate, can we go to a place I know?" His eyes moved on the road while driving past the cars. "What place?" "There is a restaurant a little distance from my university. Can we go there?" He could not deny her and drove in the direction of the restaurant. His brows knitted as he pulled the car up beside a tiny eatery. "Are you sure this is the place you were talking about?" he asked her. She sat up straight and gave her a cheery nod. "Yes." She slowly moved back to her seat and fixed her clothes. She combed her hair with her finger, thinking that it had messed up while they were making out. She blushed while thinking about it, totally oblivious that Bryan's eyes were on her every action and reaction. "Let's go, mate." She got out of the car and went to the window beside him. She opened the door for him and said, "I'm excited." He had no idea why she was so excited about it, because all he could see was that it was not even an average restaurant. She locked her arm with his and walked inside the restaurant. Bryan glanced at her hand that she wrapped around his arm. He averted his gaze away from her and looked inside the small restaurant. He noticed a couple of tables set up there. The entire restaurant was filled with flowering plants. People who could not afford to eat at expensive restaurants came here to enjoy the lively atmosphere. Sophia walked to a table next to the window and pulled a chair for him. "Please sit, mate. I'm giving you a treat today." His brows lifted in surprise, but he did not say no to her to break her mood. With a giggle, she sat on the chair across from him. Bryan stared at her. He had been observing her for a long time and found that she was different from others. He gave her enough salary to pay the bill at an expensive restaurant, but she brought him to a low-key restaurant where there were only ordinary people. "I know you don't have a habit of coming to these types of places. However, I often come here. The food here is delicious. I hope you will like it." Sophia handed him the menu and waited for him to choose something. Bryan moved it back in her direction and said, "Order something you like." She looked stunned, but then nodded her head with a pleased smile. She raised her hand to call a waitress to order the best dishes from the restaurant. The waitress was pretty young. She kept glancing at Bryan when Sophia was ordering food. When Sophia finished ordering, she noticed the woman was not listening to her, instead staring at Bryan. She glared at the girl. "Excuse me? Why are you staring at him?" The waitress chuckled nervously. She was not expecting to be caught. She pushed her hair behind her ear and blushed when Bryan turned his head toward her. Sophia scoffed at the girl's flushed face and said, "I know my man is handsome, but focus on your work. You don't need to stare at him all day." Days passed quickly, and the day had come for Sophia to go to another pack to attend a pack meeting with Bryan. In the last few days, Bryan did not get angry with her for anything. Just like she requested, he talked to her softly. She was delighted that he had changed himself for her, but only she could see that change. To others, he remained the same Bryan Morrison, the man everyone feared. "Sophia, what are your plans for tomorrow? It's the weekend." Sophia turned her head and looked at Sarah. They were sitting in the cafeteria after finishing their classes. "I am going to another pack with Alpha." Sarah's eyes widened in shock. "Are you serious?" Sophia had not told her about it because she was unsure whether her mother would agree to let her go to another pack. But last night, Beta Robert called her mother and told her that Sophia had to go out of the pack for business purposes. Her mother was startled at first, but when she learned that the head Alpha would be with her daughter and would take care of her safety, she agreed. Sophia wanted to tell her that she would not have to worry much because she was going with her mate. However, she remembered Bryan's warning not to tell anyone about it, so she forbade herself from revealing it to her mother. "What?" Sarah could not stop herself from screaming in shock. Then her shocked expression lightened as she smirked at Sophia. "Wow, babe!" Because Sarah screamed, other people stared at her and gave her looks. Sarah returned their looks and asked, "What? Can't I be happy now?" They returned to what they were doing, and Sarah turned her attention back to Sophia. "So, when did you come up with this plan? You didn't tell me about it before. I am angry with you, huh?" Sophia would not have to go to the company today since Bryan had given her a day off, so she could relax and spend her time with her friends. She held Sarah's hand and said, "I was not sure about it. Last night, Beta Robert called Mom and asked for his permission. Alpha is so caring. I can't imagine your romantic date there." Sarah said, resting her chin on her palm, "We are just going to attend a meeting." Sarah sneered at Sophia. "Come on, you are going to visit a pack together. It's impossible that nothing will happen there." Sophia blushed upon hearing Sarah's words. She did not think so. Every time Bryan got close to her, she always hugged him to stop him from going deeper. It was because she was afraid that if she gave in, he would change back to his old self. The attraction he felt for her would not be the same after getting her fully. "Don't be afraid of anything. He is your mate. You can trust him." Sarah patted her hand to assure her. "You are right. By the way, be careful when you talk to the other alphas there," Sarah warned her. Sophia was confused as to why she said that. Sarah chuckled as she thought about something and reminded her, "Have you forgotten how he talked to the professor about breaking up your study group?" Sophia inhaled, recalling the night she went to dinner with Bryan at her favorite restaurant. That night, when he dropped her home after dinner, he told her she did not have to do anything with Bruce. She assumed he would speak with Bruce about it, but instead of speaking with Bruce, he spoke directly to the professor. He told her to break the group. When the professor asked how he would divide the marks because it was in the middle of submission, Bryan ordered him to tell the 4 students to submit whatever they had worked on up to this point and then give the group full marks. The professor could not deny it because it was an order from the head alpha. In fact, he felt lucky that Bryan himself called him. He believed that Bryan did that because of Bruce. However, he was unaware of the truth. One brother set him up to form the group, while another brother forced him to break it. They had just one girl in mind, and that was Sophia. "It's just that Bruce is my ex-boyfriend, so don't make excuses. I have seen him get jealous a few times." Sophia chuckled as she admitted that. "Where is Nolan?" "He is with his dad. He said he had something to do, so he did not come today." "I see. When are you leaving?" "Tonight." After talking with Sarah for a long time, Sophia left the university to go to her house. When she got home, she found her mother preparing food for her. She spent the whole day with her mother. In the evening, Sophia packed her luggage. After having dinner with her, she got ready to leave. "Take care of yourself, okay? Don't go anywhere and stay close to Alpha. It will keep people away from you when he is around." Sophia hugged her mother and comforted her. "Mom, I will stay safe. Don't worry about me. I promise I will take care of you, but promise me you will take your medicine on time." "I promise," her mother replied with a smile. Sophia got a call from Bryan and received it. "Ma?" She paused when she realized she had nearly called him mate in front of her mother. She glanced at her mother. She cleared her throat and said, "Alpha, I am leaving my house to head to the airpo." "What's the time?" Bryan's deep voice reached her ear. She checked the time on her watch and saw that it was late at night. However, she still has time for the flight. She could easily get to the airport. "Alpha, it will take me an hour to get to the airport. I will be there on time," she said, assuring him that she would not miss the flight. Bryan remained quiet for a few seconds after hearing her. Then, after a while, Sophia heard him again. "I'm outside your house." Sophia hurriedly made her way to the door with her luggage. As soon as she opened the door, she found Bryan standing outside his car. Sophia blushed when she saw him looking at her while holding his phone close to his ear. "Alpha!" Sophia heard her mother's voice from beside her. Upon turning her head, she discovered that her mother was standing next to her. She was also looking at Bryan. Sophia's mother pushed her aside and went outside the house. Her steps were slow as she made her way to Bryan. Bringing her luggage with her, Sophia followed her. "All hail to the head alpha of our pack." Sophia's mother bowed to Bryan respectfully. Sophie fixed her gaze on her mother. Though Bryan was younger in age, it was the power and position he held that made every pack member of different ages bow their heads towards him. Bryan hung up the phone and ordered, "Raise." Sophia's mother, Hannah Berg, stood straight and looked at Bryan. Since everyone referred to Alpha Bryan as cruel, she was under the impression that he was a man who was arrogant. But how he was treating her daughter was unexpected. Her perception of him was that he was a caring alpha who was aware that omegas were not safe, which is why he made sure that her daughter was protected. "I'm grateful to Alpha Bryan for looking after my daughter." Bryan cast a glance at Sophia, who was looking at her mother, before returning his gaze to Hannah. "As this pack's alpha, it is my responsibility. Alpha, I'm leaving my daughter in your hands. I have no doubt that she will be fine." Sophia could feel a question hiding in her mother's remarks. "She will," Bryan replied. Sophia turned her attention to Bryan. He was not the same Bryan who had always been with her. Now, he looked like the leader who was talking with one of his pack members. "Mom, I'll be fine. I will return in 2 days. Don't worry." To indicate that she had finished speaking, Hannah gave a slight nod of her head and then took a few steps back. Sophia walked to the back door, which was next to Bryan as he was standing near it. "Let's go, Alpha." She got inside the car. The gaze of Bryan was directed toward Hannah, who bowed to him once more. He gave her a nod and walked around to reach the other back door. Sophia rolled down the window and waved at her mother. "Bye, Mom." Her mother waved her hand at her. "Bye, in the pack house." Bruce was walking back and forth in his bedroom. His finger was gripping his phone tightly. He appeared enraged, and his fury had reached its peak. He lost all self-control and hurled a vase of flowers onto the ground. Just a while ago, one of the employees of the Morrison Company called him to inform him that Bryan was going out of the pack to attend the meeting. However, that was not what made him angry. The man said that Sophia would be accompanying Bryan, and that infuriated him greatly. How can she go with him? Bruce kicked on the tea table, which was close to his bed. He shook his head and brushed his fingers through his hair. "I can't let them be together. She is mine." At that time, maids rushed towards his parents, who were sitting downstairs. "The young man's smashing things in his room." We heard sounds coming from inside. Juliana frowned when she heard the maids. With a look of bewilderment on his face, Harry stood up. "What happened to this boy right now?" he said. Juliana saw her husband walking towards the staircase. She followed him to go upstairs. She was angry with her younger son. He lied to her. She did not expect that from Bruce. As soon as they got close enough to Bruce's bedroom, they heard the sound of things being breaking. Harry opened the door and saw Bruce in a bad state. His eyes were red, and he looked fiercer. They had never witnessed their son displaying such a level of anger before. "Bruce, what happened to you?" Harry asked, making his way towards him. The moment that Harry was about to seize hold of Bruce, Bruce took a step backward. "Don't touch me. I'm on the verge of losing myself, Dad." Juliana's eyes widened. This was the first time Bruce talked so loudly to Harry. "Bruce," she warned him. Bruce looked at his mother with scowling eyes. "Brother is taking her out of the pack," he said, gritting his teeth in anger. "What?" Juliana asked in a mumbling tone. On the other hand, Harry was also confused, but he eventually asked, "Why?" "He has a meeting outside," Bruce replied. Juliana exhaled a breath of relief. "So what's there to worry about? She works as his secretary. There is no doubt that she will accompany him to meetings." Bruce shook his head. "No, I can't trust him. I know my brother really well. He will destroy her. She is only mine. How can he play with her? How?" He threw another thing in anger, which caught his parents off guard. "Bruce, control yourself." Harry scolded him and grabbed his arm tightly. "You know that girl is nothing in front of your brother, and why even bother caring about her? Just move on from your breakup." Bruce frowned at his father. "How can I move on when my own brother is with my ex-girlfriend?" Juliana walked to Bruce and held his hand. She rubbed the back of his hand and said, "You will get so many girls if you want. Just forget about her. By the way, she is no match for your brother. It's just that she is his mate. That could be the reason why he is around her. Otherwise, there are so many Alpha's daughters lining up to marry him." "Mom, no, listen to me. Your big brother is not a fool. I believe he has something in his mind." After listening to her, Bruce yanked his hands from both of their grasps. "Now you are overreacting because of a girl. What happened to you, Bruce?" Harry asked with a furious tone. Bruce gave him a stern look and muttered, "It's all your fault. If you had not decided on his position from the start and had given me a chance to prove myself, I would not be in this situation right now." During the whole flight, Sophia was nervous. She was traveling by plane for the first time. She was becoming more frightened by the plane's bumps. In terror, Sophia clenched her fingers around her seatbelt as the plane prepared to land. She turned to look beside her, and she saw Bryan staring at her. She noticed a smirk on his face, as if he was enjoying her fear. I. She was unable to utter a single word because the plane had moved down so quickly that it prevented her from breathing. She was so terrified that she gripped Bryan's hand tightly. Bryan looked down at her hand, which was clasping his hand firmly. "Relax," he said, wrapping his hand around her shoulder. He pulled her head towards his chest, and it caused her to calm down. His warmth and scent soothed her. His steady heartbeat distracted her mind. She wondered why his heart never beat fast like hers. She closed her eyes as he patted his hand on her back. After a while, the plane landed on the River Moon Pack. When they came out of the airport, Sophia met a fresh environment. It was already early in the morning. The clouds were moving to clear the sky, and the birds were making melodious chirping sounds. The area close to the airport was filled with stunning buildings and trees of a dark green color. "Alpha." A young man waved his hand at Bryan. Bryan walked to the expensive car. Sophia followed him. "It's been a long time, Alpha." Bryan gave him a nod. The man opened the back door for them, and they got inside. Sophia wondered who the man was. The man climbed into the car and started it. Sophia glanced at him but then heard Bryan's voice. "He is Taylor, the vice president of my subsidiary company in this pack." Sophia's eyes nearly popped out as they grew wider. "Subsidiary company? How many businesses does this man have that I, his personal secretary, have no idea about?" she wondered. "Hello, Miss Burge," Taylor greeted her while driving the car, letting her know that he knew about her. "Hello, Taylor. You can call me Sophia." "Sure. You might have assumed that I was a driver." He chuckled after saying that. Sophia shook her head. "No, not at all." He looked in the rearview mirror to see her and said, "I wanted to receive Alpha myself. That's why I am driving today." "Oh, okay." Sophia gave Bryan a quick glance. He was using his phone and did not care about what was going on in the car. "Alpha, everything is ready. You just need to review it," Taylor said to Bryan. Bryan only hummed in response. Sophia wanted to say something, but then she prevented herself. When they were in this pack, she could not talk to Bryan in such a casual manner. She should prevent herself from calling him mate. The car stopped in front of a hotel. After getting out of the car, Sophia took a look at the magnificent hotel. It looked like the most luxurious hotel she had ever seen. The realization that 2 cars had been following their car the entire time came to Sophia when she saw a few men approaching from behind them. They were all in black suits, emphasizing that they were guards. Their luggage was removed from the car, and the guards made their way over to them. Taylor motioned his hand at Bryan to enter the hotel. Sophia entered the hotel with Bryan. Her gaze wandered throughout the establishment of the hotel. She could only feel awed by the big chandelier hanging over the lobby area. Alpha Bryan. The manager bowed his head slightly. She must be Secretary Berg. Sophia nodded her head at the manager. Alpha, take some rest. Allow me to go to the company right now. Taylor asked Bryan for permission to leave the hotel. It had been 4 years since he had started working with Bryan. In the last few years, Bryan has come to this pack every year whenever he needs to take care of anything. Working with him was a great opportunity for him. Everyone knew what power Alpha Bryan held in the business world. He did not want to leave any single pack where his possessions could not reach. Okay, Bryan replied and turned around. When Sophia saw Taylor leaving, she turned to Bryan. Bryan walked ahead and she trailed behind him. She was surprised to see Bryan did not need anyone to accompany him to the rooms. Alpha, have you ever been here before? She asked him as she entered the elevator. I visit here every year for business. Oh. She waited for a while and saw the elevator moving to the top floor. When the door opened, she got out of the elevator with Bryan. She looked around while passing through a few doors. When Bryan came to a halt in front of a door, Sophia stood beside him. She wanted to ask where her room was, but before that, he pressed the card over the lock and opened the door. Sophia peered inside and gasped. It was a luxurious presidential suite. Bryan entered the suite and cocked his head in her direction. What are you waiting for? She gulped and entered the suite. She felt that it was not a hotel room but a dream house. She was taken aback by the outside scenery when she looked through the glass wall of the living room. She could almost see the whole pack from there. She ran towards the glass wall and placed her hand on it. A grin appeared on her face as soon as she caught sight of the forest. She felt like shifting and running there in her wolf form. She was very fond of forests. After a while of observing outside, she turned around. She noticed Bryan sitting on the couch, smoking. She believed that he was a chain smoker. He smoked every hour, and she could not even count how many cigarettes he lit one after another. She glanced around and found a door, realizing that it was a bedroom. Alpha, where is my room? Bryan directed his gaze at the bedroom door. That one. She nodded her head, then something hit her mind. Where will you sleep? Bryan looked at her as he blew out the smoke. With a sly smile tucked into the left corner of his mouth, he answered, There is only one bedroom in this suite. Sophia's eyes widened when she heard Bryan. She felt a tickling sensation in her stomach. She blinked her eyes a few times. Oh, one bedroom? He raised an eyebrow as if he could not understand her reaction. Yeah. How can we sleep in the same room? She asked in a low tone. He sneered after taking a deep puff of the smoke. He blew the smoke out of his nose and replied, How will we do that? What do you think? She blushed as she noticed his gaze shift from her face to her clothes. She averted her gaze from him and dashed into the bedroom. She opened the door, then closed and locked it behind her. She pressed her hands against her cheeks and then patted them because she felt them getting hot. She paused as her gaze moved around the bedroom. She could not help but feel shocked. What the hell? The size of the bedroom was enormous. It was a king-sized bed that was positioned on the right side of the room. Beside the bed, a large window was installed with a view of the city. Her gaze shifted across the room. A pair of couches and a small table were present. Atop the table rested a large silver bowl, which contained a bottle of champagne. She was astounded by the gorgeous and stylish bedroom in every way. Wherever she looked, she could feel that only a wealthy person could stay in a place like this. She heaved a sigh and then made her way toward the bed. The moment she sat down on it, she was taken aback. The mattress on the bed was extremely soft. She smiled as she gently stroked her hand over the black silk sheet that was covering her bed. It was also velvety beneath her hand. How can I forget who he is? He is the Alpha Bryan Morrison." She slapped her hand on her forehead, feeling foolish for sometimes forgetting that Bryan was not an ordinary man. The sound of someone knocking on the door caused her body to jerk quickly upward. She got to her feet and soon realized that the door that was being knocked on was not the door to the bedroom, but rather the door to the main entrance. She approached the door and placed her ear on the door in order to listen to the person who had arrived at the suite. "Alpha, your luggage." When Sophia heard a man's voice, she immediately understood that it was the room service that had brought their luggage. She opened the door and looked outside. She overheard Bryan having a conversation with the staff. She hurriedly walked out of the room. She approached Bryan on her tiptoes and looked at the 2 suitcases that were standing behind him. The man was talking about something, and he was standing at the door listening to him. Avoiding the black-colored luggage, which belonged to Bryan, Sophia grabbed the handle of the bottle of green-colored luggage. It was her luggage. She slowly turned around and rushed to the bedroom door. As if Bryan had picked up on the noise coming from behind him, he asked the man, "What did I do last time with the person who offended me last time?" "Alpha, you sent the man to prison and instructed the head alpha of our pack not to release him before 2 years. When Sophia overheard it, her steps halted. She gulped as he turned her head toward Bryan. Bryan also turned his head in her direction at the same time, and the 2 of them locked eyes immediately. "I always give people chances, you know. But if someone—" Sophia spun around and dashed back into her bedroom. She shut the door and huffed. "Did he just warn me?" she whispered to herself. She shrugged her shoulders. No, he can't warn me. He is just teasing me. I know." After putting her 4 sets of clothes in the closet, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. The size of the bathroom was comparable to that of a master bedroom. Not only was there the sauna, but there was also the bathtub. She was dumbfounded as she was about to leave the bathroom after her shower. "Oh, crap! I forgot to bring my clothes with me." She scolded herself for being so careless, but then she thought that it was all Bryan's fault. His words were constantly replaying in her mind, causing her to forget things. She took a quick look at the white bathrobes stored inside the cabinet. She decided not to wear them. She snatched the white towel that she had brought inside the bathroom with her and wrapped it around her body. She opened the bathroom's door and stepped out. Water was drenching down her neck since her hair was wet. She rubbed her hair with a small towel. She glanced at the closet before tossing the small towel on the couch and making her way to it. She decided to wear a formal dress today since she was going to attend a pack meeting. Just as she was about to open the closet, she heard a click on the door. Almost instantly, she turned around and noticed that the lock was moving, indicating that someone was opening the door from the outside. She realized she had forgotten to lock the door after bringing her luggage in. She rushed over to lock the door before it opened from the outside. However, just as she was about to reach it, the door opened. Her eyes widened when she saw Bryan entering the room. Her heart skipped a beat when she felt the towel loosen. She immediately grabbed the towel tightly, close to her chest, to keep it wrapped around her body. Bryan's eyes moved from her shocked face to her body. She was able to observe a shift in his eyes. As the dark eyes focused their intense gaze on her body, they began to become cloudy. Under his gaze, she wanted to hide every inch of her body with the towel. Alpha. His gaze returned to her face. His mysterious eyes met her delicate orbs once again. "Not bad, baby girl. It's only been an hour since we arrived here, and you are already seducing me." Sophia parted her lips in shock. Almost instantly, she shook her head in decline. She did not intend to seduce him. It was just that she was an idiot and forgot to lock the door. Bryan studied her changing expressions. However, he was unable to keep his gaze fixed on her face for any longer. He lowered his eyes. His attention was drawn to the water droplets falling from her wet hair onto her bare neck. She clenched her fist on the towel near her chest, preventing him from looking into her cleavage. The towel hugged her perfectly slender and curvy body. His gaze shifted slightly and settled on her exposed thighs. Her legs looked stunning without any clothing. The desire to see her naked arose within him. He tightened his fists as his wolf growled inside him, telling him to claim his mate right now. He shut his wolf inside so that it could not take over. I swear, I did not intend to seduce you. Her innocent tone made him draw his gaze back to her face. Her lips were trembling when she spoke with such a soft tone. He only wanted to hear his name moan from that mouth. He wanted to leave his mark on every part of her body, including her soul. "See, can you please go outside? I am going to dress." Through her tone, he was able to sense her nervousness. A smirk appeared on his face as he came to the realization that the girl was unaware of what was going on in his head. Little did she know. Meanwhile, Sophia was taking deep breaths as she noticed his eyes scanning her body. The sight of him approaching her caused her to take a step back in response to his actions. Alpha, what are yo?" He reached out his hand and grabbed her hand. She gasped when he drew her closer to him. Her body crashed into his. She bit her lower lip when she felt the closeness between them. He leaned down to meet her level. His nose touched her hair as if he were sniffing the smell of her hair. Her heart began pounding rapidly. He stroked her bare arms with his hands. His touch throbbed her wolf inside. "Mate," she mumbled as she closed her eyes. His fingers slowly moved across her skin, igniting her entire body. Bryan lowered his head, leaned into her ear, and then whispered, "You know I have an important meeting to attend, right? Why are you testing my patience?" She shook her head and opened her eyes. She wanted to hug him and told him that she was doing nothing. But if she tried to hug him, the towel would fall off her body, which she did not want. "I am not doing anything," she replied with a shaken tone. She put her other hand on his shoulder and rested it there. His hands paused when he felt how nervous she was. She was feeling embarrassed by showing up like this in front of him. His hand moved slowly to her back, resting around her waist. She thought he would do something to her. But to her surprise, he whispered in her ear again, "Relax, I was just teasing you. There is no need to be nervous like this." His deep tone could not relax her. It only increases the pace of her heartbeat. But after a few seconds, she realized what he had just said. Bryan moved his head. Her wet hair brushed against her face when he did that. He looked at her face and said, "Get ready and come out. I'm waiting for you outside." After saying that, he stood tall and backed away. She saw him turn around and exit the room. She stared at the door for a while. She flushed red and covered her face in embarrassment. "Ah! How can I be this stupid? He was only teasing me." She quickly pulled out a dress from the closet and put it on. Later, she did not take much time to get ready. When she opened the door, she found Bryan dressed in a new suit. How did he take a shower and change his clothes? Did he lie to me about the suite only having one bedroom? Her eyes fell on another door in the living room. She noticed that the living room had an attached bathroom. "Ready?" she heard Bryan. She looked at him and gave him a nod. "Yeah." He took a brief look at her clothes before nodding back. She lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She was dressed in a coat skirt with a V-cut that clung to her hips and reached all the way down to her knees. On top of that, she wore a blue suit jacket and a white shirt underneath. "You looked more like a CEO than a secretary," he muttered as he made his way to the door. His remark shocked her. Should she change her dress? She then pushed the thought out of her mind because she did not have enough time to go inside the room and return after changing her clothes. Both of them left the hotel and got into a new car. Sophia assumed Bryan had rented the car, but she soon realized he had purchased it recently. The driver said he changed the car. He had another car before this one. Sophia felt that rich men had their own world where they could buy expensive things and change them according to their wishes at any time. The car came to a stop in front of a company. It was the pack company of the River Moon Pack. The beta of the pack welcomed them as soon as they entered the company. He led them into the conference room where they met the CEO and Alpha of the River Moon Pack. "Alpha Bryan, it's a pleasure to see you in my pack." Alpha Elias spoke up the moment Bryan entered the room. He shook his hands with Bryan and then moved his gaze to Sophia. "Hello, Alpha Elias. This is Sophia Berg," Sophia said, shaking her hand with him. Alpha Elias was a young man in his early 30s. He smiled as he nodded his head at Sophia. Sophia looked at the other men who were standing to greet Bryan. Alpha Elias introduced her to his secretary, a young and attractive woman. They greeted each other. After the greetings, Alpha Elias took his seat in the head chair. Bryan sat in the other head chair. Sophia stood next to her Alpha, holding a tab in her hand, just like Elias's secretary. "Sit," Bryan said, turning to face Sophia. Sophia was stunned. It was the first time he had ever permitted her to take a seat in the meeting. "Where would I sit?" she asked, glancing at the empty seats, which were a little further away from Bryan. Bryan shifted his attention to the man, who was also an alpha, and was seated on the right side of his chair. He then pointed the man in the direction of the seats that were empty. "Go sit there. My secretary will sit close to me." Everyone in the conference hall was shocked. They turned their attention to Sophia. Meanwhile, Sophia felt awkward under their gaze. However, she could not deny that she was also surprised. She did not expect Bryan to ask another alpha to leave his seat for her. That alpha rose from his seat and walked toward the empty seat. Sophia could see that he felt a little embarrassed. Bryan looked at Sophia, directed her to the seat on his right side, and said, "Sit." She hurried over to her seat, not wanting to attract any more attention. As she sat down on the chair, Bryan told Alpha Elias to continue the meeting. Sophia looked at Alpha Elias's secretary, who was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Elias did not tell her to sit down. Sophia averted her gaze from her and paid attention to the meeting. Sophia could not keep track of how long the meeting went on. The meeting went well since Bryan agreed with Alpha Elias, and they signed the deal. When they left the conference hall, she realized it was noon. Stepping out of the lobby area, she followed Bryan behind. Her steps halted when her stomach growled inside, making her feel starving. She grabbed her stomach, realizing she was hungry. Bryan turned his head toward her. "What happened?" She gave him a smile before shaking her head. "Nothing." His eyes shifted to her body, and he saw her covering her stomach. "Don't worry, we are returning to the hotel. We will have our lunch there." Her eyes lightened up. She felt relieved that she would no longer be hungry. "Okay." They arrived at the hotel and went to their suite. As soon as Bryan opened the door to enter, Sophia quickly took off her high heels and dashed to the couches. She sat down and leaned her back against the couch, then closed her eyes. "The meeting is over. Such a relief," she mumbled to herself. Bryan was watching her every move. He took a look at her high heels, which were on the floor, before making his way over to the couches. He sat down next to her. Sophia sensed his presence on the couch, so she opened her eyes and turned her head toward him. She was surprised to see him sitting so close to her. "Are you tired?" he inquired, looking into her eyes. She took a deep breath before smiling at him. "No, mate, just a little drowsy. Then take a nap after lunch." "Okay." She paused and thought about how to thank him. She continued to speak softly. "Mate, thank you for today." "For what?" he asked, as though he had no idea what she was talking about. "You allowed me to sit beside you in the meeting. That's such a sweet gesture from you." He acknowledged her with a nod. Then, without moving his eyes away from hers, he placed his hand on her thigh. She gasped at his touch. She lowered her head and looked at his hand, which was resting on her thigh. The only thing keeping him from touching her skin directly was her skirt. "Since you are grateful, what will I get in return?" he asked, circling her finger on the thigh. Her leg moved slightly in response to the tickling sensation. It was difficult to stay still. "Mate, She paused as he placed his hand on the headrest and leaned in toward her. She blinked several times as she looked at him. His fingers curled on her thigh, and he moved them around in a playful way. Her heart started racing as her gaze locked on his. The realization that she was alone in an unfamiliar pack with him rushed through her mind. He leaned into her face, and his nose brushed against hers. She parted her lips to take a breath, because she felt he had stopped her breathing at this closeness. His hand moved upward and came to rest on her waist. She closed her eyes, trying to feel his touch. He moved his nose to brush against her cheek. "You are so ungrateful, baby girl." Almost immediately, she put her hands on his shoulder and shook her head in disapproval. "No, I'm not." He raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, really? Then what about payback?" Payback? She began to think about how she would pay this man back. There was nothing that existed for him without give and take, his dark gaze fixed on her, studying her expressions. Done thinky. She did not let him finish as she moved her head to press her lips against his. She could feel that he was frozen. She was proud of herself for being able to stun him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and started kissing him. She noticed that he did not close his eyes or kiss her back. It was as though he wanted to see what she could do to him. She blushed and broke the kiss. She lowered her head, tucking the hair strand behind her ear. She did not know if he liked her sudden courage. However, she had to jerk up from her thoughts when Bryan's grip tightened around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. She gasped when she felt so close to him. She was sitting on his lap, with her legs on either side of his waist. It made her skirt move up to her thighs. He pulled her closer and made her breasts press against his chest. Their noses touched, and silence fell between them. She could see the blaze in his eyes, the flame of lust. She wanted to close her legs, but the way she was sitting made that impossible. Mate. Trying to be bold, huh? He gripped the back of her neck and smashed his lips against hers. She could not resist it and kissed him back. His touches were divine, making her feel heavenly. With each passing moment, her body craved his touch more and more. In the living room, which was completely silent, a girl had her head resting on a man's shoulder. She hugged him with such a strong embrace that it seemed as if her very existence depended on him. The man was sitting calmly as she was seated on his lap. He was caressing her back over her white shirt, soothing her. She was startled when she heard someone knock on the door. She lifted her head from his shoulder and moved away from his lap. "I will go see who is here." She fixed her clothes and went to open the door. As she made her way to the door, she began to comb her hair with her fingers and check the condition of her shirt to ensure that it was in good condition. Everything was fine. They had just kissed, nothing else. There was a tiniest grin that appeared on Sophia's lips. She was happy that he did not force himself on her. He was giving her time as much as she wanted. Sophia opened the door and found a man in a hotel uniform. He had come with a trolley full of food. The man bowed her head slightly and said, "Your lunch is here, ma'am." She gave him a nod and stepped aside. When the man entered the suite, the first thing he noticed was the man sitting on the couch like a king. He gulped as he was aware of who he was. The most powerful alpha, who was not interested in the packs of other people, but rather had his sights set on their business thrones in order to raise his own pack to the highest peak that people had ever seen. As soon as Bryan's dark gaze landed on him, the man immediately averted his gaze and made his way to the dining table. He placed the dishes one by one hurriedly. He had no idea when the almighty man got offended by his work, so he left the suite as soon as possible. After closing the door, Sophia let out a sigh. She pulled her hair back and wrapped it in a bun. "Let's eat?" she asked Bryan. Bryan stood up from the couch and made his way to the table. After seeing him seated in a chair at the table, Sophia could not help but smile. She approached him and started serving him food. "Sit," he told her, signaling the seat that was closest to him. She sat down on a chair, and the two of them ate their lunch together in complete silence. Sophia was pleased with the gentle and calm manner in which he treated her. When Bryan finished his lunch, he went straight to the bedroom. Even though he instructed her to leave the dishes on the table for room service, Sophia went ahead and washed them anyway. Everything that a house ought to have was present in the suite. It had a kitchen, too. She could cook anything she wanted there. So she just went there with dishes to feel like home. The thought that she was going to be staying there with Bryan caused her to flush. She was about to sit down on the couch when she noticed Bryan emerging from the bedroom wearing a brand new suit. He had just finished taking a shower, as evidenced by the fact that his hair was damp. She walked over to him while maintaining her upright posture. While gently holding his hand, she inquired, "Mate, are you going somewhere?" He looked at her. His eyes caressed on her face, observing her innocent expressions. "I'm going to my company." At first, Sophia was perplexed, but then she recalled that he had originally established a subsidiary company in this pack. "So do you want me to come with you?" He shook his head. "No need. Go and take a nap. You need some rest." What about you? I will take a rest when I return. She gradually released her grip on his hand and gave him a nod. He did not move for a few seconds, then lifted his hand. He patted her hair and said, "Be a good girl. If you need anything, just call me." "Okay." Though she did not want him to leave and wanted to spend some time with her, she could not stop him because he was a busy businessman. He had to work far beyond her expectations. He knew how to do business. He enjoyed devoting each and every second to his work. The empire of business he created did not build in a single day. Sophia saw Bryan leaving the suite. She did as he told her. She went to take some rest in the bedroom. When she woke up from her sleep, it was late evening. She looked outside the window, thinking that Bryan had returned. She went out of the bedroom and found the whole suite empty. She called Bryan, and he did not receive the call. Time passed, and she kept waiting for him till night. At that time, her phone vibrated, and she noticed Bryan's message. "I will not be back tonight because I have some stuff to do." She stared at the screen and then replied, "Okay." She started to get bored. When it was midnight, her mother called her. "Sophia, Mom, you are still up. What are you doing?" "I could not sleep because I am thinking about you. Where are you? Are you okay over there?" "Yeah, Mom, don't worry." Her tone conveyed the reassurance in a very clear way. "What were you doing?" "I was about to take some rest," she lied. She did not tell her that she was waiting for Bryan in a lonely suite. "That's good. You are in need of some rest." Sophia was talking with her mother when she heard a knock on the door. This was not the door to the suite. Rather, it was the door to her house. She could hear that from the phone. "Who is there, Mom?" she asked. Her mother opened the door and said, "Oh, it's some gifts from the pack house." Sophia frowned when she heard pack house. "Why did they send you something?" Sophia was worried for her mother, but she did not expect her mother's reply to be something like that. "It's bestow of Alpha's birthday." Sophia's pupils drew together. "Birthday!" "Sophia, have you forgotten that tomorrow is Alpha Bryan's birthday? All of the members of the pack are getting ready for his birthday celebration. It is not just a day, but it is a festival for all of the members of our pack." It was on that day that the Alpha's family bestowed blessings upon each and every member of the pack. Due to the fact that it was the birthday of the pack's leader, Alphas from various packs sent birthday presents to the head Alpha. The royal family also showered the entire pack with gifts. It was a day that the poor people had been waiting for throughout the entire year. Sophia hung up the phone after talking to her mother. "Oh my goodness. I can't believe I forgot about his birthday." Each and every year, the entire pack gets together to celebrate his birthday. Sophia spent the entire night pondering ways in which she could surprise Bryan. This year, he was with her. He cared for her so much. She should do something for him. "What can I give you, mate? You are the leader of my pack. I am not rich. I don't have anything to offer you," she muttered while staring at the ceiling. The next morning, Sophia called Bryan to find out where he was. But instead of Bryan, Taylor received the call. "Hello." Sophia could not recognize the voice at first. "Who's speaking?" It's me, Taylor. Good morning, Sophia." "Oh, Taylor. Morning. Where is Alpha?" And he took a brief moment before replying. "He is currently too busy to talk at this time. I am with him. He is in a meeting right now, and I require his presence within the company. Do you have anything that you would like me to convey to him?" "Still busy?" she mumbled. After giving it some thought for a while, Sophia finally said, "It's okay. I will call him later." "Sure." She hung up the phone with an upset face. But then her face lightened up as her eyes wandered around the living room. "Yes, I think it's the best idea. I can decorate the place." She was walking around the room when she heard someone knocking on the door. She rushed to open the door, only to find the man who brought the meals yesterday. After placing the breakfast on the table, the man turned his attention to her. "Miss, do you want anything else?" Sophia nodded her head. "I would appreciate it if you could suggest some stores where I could purchase clothing." "Sure. There is a shopping mall where you can purchase anything you want, but it is quite far from the hotel. Do you want me to assist you with a rented car?" Sophia shook her head in denial. "No, thank you. And please don't tell anyone what I asked you." She did not want Bryan to know about it. After all, she wanted to give him a surprise. "Okay, miss. the man said and left. Sophia glanced at the breakfast. As quickly as she could, she finished it and then got ready to go out. She left the hotel hurriedly to plan something for Bryan. Since they were in another pack, she had to think about something here. She got into a taxi and instructed the driver to drop her off at a mall so she could buy some birthday presents. However, instead of taking her to a shopping mall, he took her to the market in the village near the town. She could not help but feel confused about the place. She then began walking in the direction of the stalls after she had paid the taxi driver. She could see a lot of things there. Beautiful traditional clothing for men and women. Her gaze was drawn to the customers, who were dressed in clothing that differed from what people wear in the town. She was certain that Bryan would not like the clothes that the people in the village wore. Her eyes were drawn to the stunning wooden photo frames that were displayed on one of the counters. It brought back memories of the first time she had met Bryan. She broke the photo frame that day, and he was quite mad at her. The thought of purchasing one for him caused her to smile. She was taken aback by the fact that the price was not lower, despite the fact that it was located in the village. Despite this, she selected the most attractive frame she could find and bought it for Bryan. Sophia kept walking ahead until she came to a place and could not remember which way she had come from. She tried many different directions, but she was unable to figure out where she should go. She did not want to disturb Bryan in his meeting, so she thought to call the hotel where they were residing. But just as she was about to take out her phone from her bag, she realized that she had lost it. Her eyes widened in fear. She began to search for her phone in the close stalls, but she could not find it. She wanted to go back, as she asked the salesman about the hotel. But nobody was familiar with the path that she was referring to. It seemed she had come far away from the village market. How would she return now? She could not find any cars there. She realized she had come to the residential area of the villagers. It came as a surprise to her that people in this place did not even understand her language. Losing her every way to return, she walked like a helpless girl while looking at the ground. She was very scared of this unknown place. Suddenly, her body bumped into someone, and she immediately rubbed her forehead. As soon as she raised her head, she saw a man she did not know wearing a well-made suit that was quite expensive. He looked like a young man in his early 20s. Sophia took a step back when she felt a dark aura coming from him. With his brows furrowed, the man asked her, "Who are you?" Sophia cleared her throat to speak. "I'm the Sec." She paused, thinking she should not reveal her identity as Alpha Bryan's secretary. What if she ran into one of his enemies? She shrugged her shoulders and said, "You don't need to know who I am. I don't talk to strangers." She walked past him, looking for another way. She had thought to ask him about the direction. Nevertheless, she was unable to inquire about anything because of his gloomy attitude. 3. A short while after she had been walking, she turned her head to take a look at the man. It came as a surprise to her when she noticed that he was looking at her. She immediately turned away from him. "Why is he looking at me?" she mumbled to herself while looking in another direction. As she began walking forward, she made a turn to the left. She saw many one-story houses. She saw people leaving for work or possibly returning for lunch. "It's okay, Sophia. Don't be nervous. They are ordinary wolves, not any hungry alpha wolves." She gave herself assurance. There was no way for her to determine the path that she had taken. When she thought about Bryan, she experienced a range of emotions. "I am lost here, mate. Now what should I do?" She came to a halt on the road and sat down beneath a tree that was nearby. This village was only a short distance away from the forest. For the very first time, she found that she did not like the forest side. The reason for this was that she was unable to go there to run. She was concerned about her own safety. She sat there, her head resting on her knees. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. She was still a young girl. On top of that, she was an Omega. How would she manage to survive there? What if Bryan was not able to find her here? What would happen if her mother became ill after she found out that she had gone missing? What if she had to stay here forever? She heard the sound of a horn while she was busy making assumptions. When she looked up, she saw a blue car stop in the middle of the street next to her. Shining like a beacon in the sunshine, the majestic car glistened. Sophia stood up immediately. She thought about asking for a lift. She wondered how such a car could be available in a village. She made her way to the car and knocked on the window a few times. "Excuse me, could you please give me a ride to town?" She was taken by surprise when the window rolled down. It turned out to be the same person who had bumped into her earlier. "You!" The man was sitting in the driver's seat. He turned his head at her, and his eyes met hers once again. Every worry in the world seemed to melt away from his expressionless eyes. If someone were to look into his eyes with great attention, they might notice something strange in them. They were not clam, but not cloudy either. He motioned her in the direction of the passenger seat and said, "Get it." She was surprised. Did he really mean he would help her? As he put on his sunglasses, he spoke to her again. "Don't waste my time." As quickly as she could, Sophia made her way to the opposite door and climbed into the passenger seat. "Thank you so much," she said with a low tone. He did not respond, as if he had not heard her. He started the car and turned it around the opposite way. Keeping her eyes fixed on the road, Sophia maintained her silence. Seeing the expressions of shock on the faces of the villagers, she was left bewildered by the situation. They bowed their heads with shaken bodies when the car drove past them. Slowly, Sophia turned her head in the direction of the man. Is he someone powerful? What was the reason that the villagers were bowing down to him? She pondered. "Stop staring at me like that. I have already booked a woman for tonight." His statement astounded her. "Excuse me?" Did he think that she was a prostitute? The man turned his head toward her to glance at her. She looked at his face and realized that he was quite handsome. But she felt that no one could match Bryan's handsomeness. Turning her gaze away from the man, she uttered, "You are misinterpreting me. I am not a girl who—" "Then why were you following me?" "Sir, I wasn't following you. I was just lost." "Lost? I see." Sophia kept her mouth shut. Rich people only thought of one thing, and that was how to get into bed. She could not believe that someone could misunderstand her for just asking for a lift. She wondered if other women really used this tactic to trap rich guys. "Which pack do you belong to?" he asked. Sophia lowered her head as she realized that he knew she was not from this pack. "The Nightshade pack," she replied, glancing at him. He remained composed. He did not react to her reply at all. "Does he even know about my pack? It's one of the largest packs in the States." So she mumbled to herself. A chuckle came out of his mouth. It was a dark laugh. "I see you don't know about the place where you have come. You don't have any idea about the size of the packs here." She was surprised after hearing that. There was no way the River Moon pack was as large as the Nightshade pack. Then what pack was he talking about? Suddenly, she felt curious to know about his identity. It took her some time to muster up the courage to ask him. "By the way, who are you?" The corners of his mouth turned into a smirk. The speed of his driving increased. Sophia thought that he did not like her question. She guessed he did not want to tell her about his identity, but then he spoke out, "Someone you have no idea about." His mysterious reply shut her up. She turned her head toward the window and only prayed to reach the hotel safely. The thought of Bryan's birthday flooded her mind. How can I arrange everything? She pouted while feeling upset. She was not aware of how the man kept glancing at her while he was driving. "What's there to be so upset about? Do you think I will betray you and take you somewhere to sell you?" Her upset mood turned gloomy. She turned to him and folded her hands. "Look, young man, I don't know who you are, and you also seem not to tell me about it, so I don't have to show any additional respect. I am grateful that you are helping me, but please don't make me worried by your suspicious words." He nodded his head. "Got it. What happened?" She leaned back against her seat and replied, "Tomorrow is my mate's birthday. I wanted to give him some presents, but I am lost here." She did not see the slight change in the man's eyes upon hearing her. "You have a mate?" "Of course. He is the strongest alpha, but I am not allowed to say more. There are a few names that come to mind. Should I pronounce them?" Sophia sneered and thought, "A few names? He's the only one." She sighed and shook her head. "I lost my phone in the village market. I don't know how to contact him. Could you give me your phone for a minute? I want to call him. He was silent. She did not know if his silence meant no. She noticed him pulling out his phone from his pocket. It was his watch that caught her attention. It was insanely expensive. It reminded her that she had seen that brand's watch in Bryan's hand before. There were only a few pieces available in the entire world. If this man could afford so many expensive things, wouldn't it indicate that he was someone powerful? She thought he would give her the phone to let her call Bryan, but instead he dialed a number and said, "A girl will give you some details. Find the phone as soon as possible." He then handed the phone to Sophia. Sophia could not be more surprised. She held the phone close to her ear. The person on the other end of the phone spoke to her very professionally. He asked for her phone number first so that he could track her phone. Then he asked for all the details of her phone, including the color and model number. After talking with the man, Sophia felt relieved. He assured her that her phone would be back to her soon. "Thanks." She gave the man his phone back. He took off his glasses and replied, The car drove for a long time. There was complete silence throughout the entire ride. When the car came close to a shopping mall, Sophia spoke out, "Stop!" The man parked the car on the side of the road. "I want to get down here." His eyes briefly shifted to the shopping center, and then he turned his attention to her. "Why?" "I am going to buy some things for my mate," she replied with a smile. He stared at her for a while. Under his gaze, she experienced a sense of unease. After all, he was a stranger to her, a stranger who helped her make her way back to the town. She unfastened her seatbelt and got out of the car. She lowered herself to the window and said, "Thank you once again. I can go back to the hotel from here. I want to surprise my mate, so I have to buy a few things for him." Sophia turned to the shopping mall and headed for the entrance. It was already evening, and she did not want to be late for tonight. From the window of the car, the man's eyes were fixed on her until she disappeared inside the mall. As a gift for Bryan, Sophia purchased a white shirt. She thought about buying a watch, but the man who helped her came to mind. The realization dawned on her that Bryan wore only branded clothing. She could afford a branded shirt, but to get the branded watch Bryan usually wore, she would have to sell her house. She bought accessories that she could use to decorate the suite. She found scented candles and bought so many of them. She did not forget to buy a birthday cake. She had her meal there because she was starving from not eating lunch today. While passing the showrooms, her eyes fell on a dress. She paused and looked at the red dress. It was quite attractive. It was a revealing dress that exposed the neck, arms, and one leg. She blushed, imagining Bryan's reaction if she wore it tonight. She took a deep breath and decided to buy the dress. It was Bryan's birthday. How would she not prepare something like that? When she came out of the shopping mall, she glanced at her watch. She gasped when she realized there were only a few hours left until 12 a.m. "I could not believe I spent so many hours in the shopping mall." She stood beside the road to hail a taxi. However, her eyes fell on a car. She gasped when she noticed the strange man's car was still in the same place as it was in the evening. She walked to the car and knocked on the window. The window rolled down, and the man's face appeared in front of her once again. "Sir, why are you still here?" she asked with a polite tone. He reached his hand to the passenger seat, grabbed a phone, and then handed it to her. Her eyes lit up with surprise. "It's my phone! Finally!" She grabbed it and smiled at him. Get in the car. I will drop you off at your hotel." "Are you sure?" she asked, looking at the road. It was night, and she was afraid of her safety, too. She did not want to trust any taxi driver again. "Yeah," the man replied. She nodded and opened the back door. After she had finished placing all of the bags in the back seat, she shut the door. She then climbed into the passenger seat. The man started the car. She told him about the hotel where she was staying. In half an hour, they reached the hotel. She felt relieved that she had come back safely. It was all because of the kind man sitting next to her. She opened the door to get out of the car. She closed the front door and then went to the back seat to retrieve all her bags. When she was about to close the back door, she glanced at him and said, "I am lucky to meet you. You saved me today, but I don't even know who you are." She thought he would not reply, however he responded to her. "People in my pack Call me Adon." "Adon?" Sophia mumbled as she watched the car drive away. She was confused about the name. She had never heard this type of name before, and the way he pronounced it was as if he were speaking in another language. She shook her head and went inside the hotel. When the receptionist noticed her, she dashed over to her. "Miss, you are finally here." Sophia could not understand what she was talking about. "What?" "Nothing. Please go back to your suite." Sophia did not have much time to ask the woman anything. She had to hurry so she could decorate the hotel room. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she turned to the receptionist and asked, "Is Alpha Bryan currently in his hotel room?" "No. He left an hour ago." "An hour ago? That means he got back to the hotel before me." "Oh, shit!" The receptionist gave her a look and then said, "We are going to inform him about you soon. He was asking about you." Sophia gave her a nod and hurriedly walked toward the elevator. When she reached the suite, she went inside. Without wasting any time, she started decorating the suite. When she pulled her phone out of her bag, she discovered the battery was dead. After attaching it to the charger, she turned her attention to the ornaments. She made sure the scented candles were set around the birthday cake on the tea table. She noticed she had bought too many candles, so she decided to arrange them in the bedroom too. She thought it would look lovely. After finishing working on it, she put her hands on her hips and sighed while looking at the suit. She smiled, as she was pleased with everything. Now the present and the dress. However, she was taken aback when she could not find the shirt she had bought for Bryan. She scolded herself for the mistake. Maybe that bag was left inside the car. She did not have any contact information for the man to ask him to give it to her. What would she do now? She walked sadly into the bedroom, thinking about wearing the dress. She was relieved that Bryan had not arrived at the hotel yet. She assumed he was as busy today as he had been yesterday. By the way, it gave her some extra time to prepare. She walked to grab her phone and opened it. She thought of telling him to come back to the hotel. Immediately, so many messages and missed calls popped up on her screen. Those came from Bryan and her mother. Her mother was asking her about her whereabouts. She was worried about Sophia, so Sophia assured her in reply. When she clicked on Bryan's messages, she realized he was mad at her. "Where are you? Why are you not in the hotel? Why is your phone switched off? You are such a careless girl. I will find you and punish you. Just wait for me." She read every message and gulped. She could not help but start typing right away. "Mate, I am at the hotel right now. Don't be concerned. I am completely fine." She waited for his response, but he did not answer her message. She bit her bottom lip in worry. She sent him another text message. "Mate, can you please come to the hotel right now?" Again, no reply. She felt annoyed by the empty reply. She abruptly dialed Bryan's number and called him. The call connected, but no one spoke out. "Mate, where are you?" Sophia asked. Her tone was polite and sweet. Bryan did not respond to her, which made her frustrated. "Mate, I am back at the hotel." The phone got disconnected. Sophia's lips drew apart in surprise. Her heart rate increased as she removed the phone from her ear. "I believe you will return." She put the phone on the bed and went to take out her red dress from the bag, which she had bought to wear today. She felt a little self-conscious after wearing it. It exposed her neck, shoulders, arms, and a thigh. She put on some smoky makeup so that it would suit her dress. She curled her hair from the bottom and put on a pair of high heels. When she was satisfied with her look, she turned around. She glanced at the candles in the room and lit them all. She grabbed her phone. She checked to see if Bryan had sent her any texts, but she did not get anything. She left the bedroom and entered the living room. She sat on the couch and lit all the candles on the tea table. With the candles surrounding and lighting it, the cake looked beautiful. With a quick glance at the time, she realized that midnight was just an hour away. Time had passed, but Bryan did not return. She waited for him while sitting on the couch, unmoved. Her eyes were fixed on the cake. No matter how many times she called Bryan, he did not answer. She felt the urge to cry. She prepared everything for him, but he had not come yet. It was 20 minutes past 12 when she took a quick look at the clock. "Mate, where are you?" She mumbled to herself sadly. Right at that moment, there was a loud knock on the door. Sophia's body jolted upright in surprise. Soon, the expression of shock transformed into one of pure joy. It must be Bryan. She dashed over to the door and opened it with a broad smile. However, as soon as she opened the door, a dark silhouette entered the suite and grabbed her neck with a strong hand. Her back was pressed against the wall that was to the side of the door. Her eyes widened as she looked at the pair of red eyes glaring at her. "Mate." An angry growl came out of Bryan's mouth as he asked, "Who the hell gave you the audacity to leave the hotel without my permission?" Sophia felt a slight pain in her neck, but what frightened her more was the way his red eyes were looking at her. While she was staring at him, her lips began to tremble. She was adamant about looking away from him. I was. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Have you any idea how worried I was?" She could see his jaw clenching after saying that. His words caused her body to relax. He was concerned for her. His anger was just his reaction. "Mate, I went outside, Shut up." She flinched and closed her eyes. She bit her lower lip to keep her tears from falling. She was too hurt by his yelling at her. "I nearly reached the other side of the damn river for you." His words bewildered her, even as his icy tone shook her. She opened her eyes slowly and looked at him. He still had his hand around her neck. However, she had no fear of death. He had feelings for her. At least she believed that. He would never kill her. River? Bryan became even more enraged by her tone of confusion. He kept glaring at her while his hand tightened his grip. As soon as she felt the firm grip, her pupils drew in wider. "What pack are you in right now?" "Our pack. What do you think? Why didn't I take you with me to my company yesterday?" Sophia ignored the pain in her neck and tried to understand him. With fire forming in his eyes, Bryan remarked, "As long as you are with me, you are safe. The moment you lose your track." Sophia realized that the River Moon pack really had a river that Bryan was talking about. She had no idea what would have happened if Bryan had crossed the river. She was clueless as to the reason why Bryan was so enraged about it. "I am sorry," she mumbled, closing her eyes. Tears rolled down her closed eyes. She knew she made him worried, but he was hurting her. She did not expect that from him. "Why are you crying?" he asked, feeling more furious as his eyes fell on her tears. "You are hurting me." He glanced at his hand that was wrapping around her neck. He loosened his grip and closed his eyes. He took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes, they were back to black. "Open your eyes." She remained in a state of denial, turning her head without opening her eyes. "You are scaring me now," she sobbed. He moved his hand up and grabbed her jaw. He turned her head and lifted it to face him. "Where were you?" he asked, speaking in a less aggressive tone. She finally opened her eyes. He could see they were filled with tears. Her eyes locked on his black orbs. She sobbed and replied, "I just wanted to surprise you." He frowned at her. "Surprise?" She noticed his confused expression. She stared at him for a few seconds, silently. "What?" he asked. She sobbed again and said, "Happy birthday, mate." His hand on her jaw froze. She looked away from him and mumbled, "I wanted to do something special for you, but..." She could not find any words to say. She was terrified by the way he reacted. Bryan slowly turned his attention to the living room. He was so occupied with anger that he did not even care to turn around earlier. His hand released his grip on her jaw. His eyes fell on the cake and candles on the small table close to the couch. His gaze shifted to the walls, which were beautifully decorated. Sophia pushed him and rushed to the window of the living room. She looked outside at the nightlife of this pack. Her eyes started to well up with tears again. She had not expected the night to turn out this way. If she knew, she would never have left the hotel. Bryan, on the other hand, tightened his fists. "Fuck!" he muttered as he was losing his temper once again. He did not know that Sophia had left the hotel to plan something for him. In fact, he almost forgot that it was his birthday. But Sophia should not have gone out without informing him. He was worried as hell. This pack was full of his foes. This was why he did not want the pack meeting to take place here. But since Alpha Elias decided to be here, he had to come. He was busy the whole night, reviewing all the problems in his company. Later, when he checked his phone, it was already late at night. So he did not want to disturb her sleep. Taylor informed him that she had called him. So he returned to the hotel without informing her. But after coming here, he could not find her, so he looked for her everywhere. He thought someone had kidnapped her. He went so far as to make the decision to cross the river and go to the other pack, though it was a place where he should not go. Both sides of the river were divided into two territories. By the time she called, he was already on the boat. He was returning at that time because before her call, the receptionist had already informed him about her arrival. Bryan heard a sound of sobbing. His gaze shifted to Sophia. He sighed and made his way over to her. She was standing facing the window. The radiant glow of the city lights danced across her face, casting a stunning glow. His eyes moved to her dress. It blew his mind that she was dressed in a hot red dress. He stopped behind her. "Don't cry." This time, his voice was low and soft. Nevertheless, she did not give him any kind of response. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close to him. Sophia let out a gasp as her back made contact with his firm chest. She turned around to face him and shook her head. "I don't want to talk to you." His dark eyes, which were fixed on her, slowly moved to her lips, but then they shifted to her neck. A look of rage appeared in his eyes. His fingerprints left slightly faded red marks there. She followed his gaze. She looked away from him and tried to break free herself. However, he lowered his head and tilted it toward her neck. She was shocked when he kissed her neck and said, "I'm sorry, baby girl." She closed her eyes as though the mere kiss of his lips had melted her entire being. Slowly, all of the pain that had been in her heart began to wane. He pulled her closer to him and brushed his lips on the marks. With his head turned away from her neck, Bryan turned his attention to her. "I shouldn't have reacted like that." She opened her eyes and her gaze met his. The mysterious eyes stared into hers. She had no idea why they always appeared to be either calm or angry. There were only two emotions reflected inside them. Why was it that she was unable to see what she desired to see in them? She lowered her head and gave him a slight nod. After straightening his posture, he exhaled deeply. He patted her head and said, "It's late. You should go to sleep now. We will have to return our pack tomorrow." Sophia lifted her head to look at him. It was then that he turned around and started walking. She hurried over to him and took his hand in hers. "Mate." He paused, turning his head toward her. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him. "It's your birthday," she mumbled in a lower tone. He turned around and took her hand. "I don't cut cakes on my birthday." She was stunned. Why did he say that? What people did not like to cut cakes on their birthdays? She remembered how Bruce always celebrated his birthday in the pack house. But she had never heard of any birthday party in the pack house for the head alpha, but only the celebration around the pack members. "Why?" she asked. He shook his head. "It's kind of childish. I am not used to it." She stared at him. Why did his parents not get him used to celebrating these occasions? He did not know how worthy this day was. It was his birthday. That was the day he was born. Sophia felt that in front of her was a stubborn child who did not want to enjoy his life. It made her feel sorry for him. It looks like no one taught him how to live his life other than by working, she thought to herself. She reached out and grabbed his arm, and then she began to move toward the couches. "I've worked on it for the whole day. Please cut the cake for me. You don't have to celebrate. I will celebrate for you." She stopped in front of the table. There was a grin that appeared on her lips. "I was wondering if you liked the cake. I spent 2 hours in the shop waiting for this cake." Bryan's eyes slowly moved to the cake. It was a cake made with dark chocolate, but the eye-catching side of the cake was the golden crown on top. It was glimmering, demonstrating its glory. "A crown?" he asked. She smiled while looking at the cake. "Yeah." She sat him down on the couch and sat next to him. "You are the head alpha, the leader of the pack. But for me, you are my king." Even though Sophia's voice was low, he was able to hear her very clearly. He turned his head toward her. She lowered her head and began to fiddle with her fingers. "Mate, you apologized, and I accepted your apology. Now please don't be moody and celebrate your birthday. I prepared all of this just for you. Okay. Just that simple. Okay, spread happiness in her mind." She gave him a broad grin and held the plastic knife in her hand. She handed him the knife and said, "Wait, let me light the main candle." She took the thin candle that was placed beside the cake and lit it. After putting the candle in the center of the cake, she spoke. "First, close your eyes and make a few wishes, then blow it." Bryan stared at the candles for a while. Sophia thought he was thinking about a wish. However, his action shocked her. Using 2 fingers, he reached over and extinguished the candle's flame. She gasped and looked at him. "What are you doing?" "I have no wish to fulfill. I have everything I want," he replied, gazing at her. She blushed and averted her gaze from him. "Did he just talk about me?" She thought and tried to control her emotions. He surely knew how to persuade her. She believed he said that because he still thought she was angry at him. But the truth was, she let his rude behavior go. He was worried about her. That was why he reacted like that. She was happy that, at least, he admitted his concern for her. Bryan cut the cake while she was clapping for him. She was the one who took a piece and fed it to him. "Now it's my turn," she said, signaling him to the cake. He took a piece and moved the cake toward her lips. She ate the piece and closed her eyes. It's really tasty." The corner of her mouth caught Bryan's attention. "Wipe the corner of your lips." She listened to him and frowned in confusion. She wiped the other side and asked, "Is it okay?" He answered by giving a small shake of his head. "Mate, can you wipe it for me?" she said, glancing at the tissue box near the candles. "Sure," Bryan replied with a smirk. The smirk on his face left her bewildered, but she was taken aback when he moved closer to her. "What?" She moved back until her back pressed down on the couch. "I was just asking you to wipe it with." He leaned down on her face and interrupted her. "You asked to wipe. Now that's my call. How will I wipe it?" Saying this, he tilted his head and used his tongue to wipe the corner of her lips. Her eyes widened and her cheeks became flushed. Her lips parted as his hand caressed her bare leg, which was exposed due to the cut of the dress. He moved his head to her ear and licked her earlobe before whispering, "I see. You prepared yourself for me." Sophia blushed and turned her head on the other side. It gave Bryan a view of the soft skin on her neck. With a slight movement of his head, he began to kiss her neck. She was completely blown away by his kisses. He leaned his body against her, and she felt half of his weight on her. She immediately wrapped her hands around her neck. Her fingers brushed through his soft hair. She closed her eyes to feel his touch on her skin. The hand that he was using to gently stroke her leg moved upward until it reached her breast, where it remained stopped. He kneaded her breasts while moving both of his hands in a circular motion. "Ah!" She was feeling things at the moment that she could not believe. They were lying on the couch, which made her feel so close to him. The way he was kissing her neck and touching her breasts turned her on. The sound of her moan caused him to tighten his hold on her breasts as he raised his head to look at her. She let out a gasp as soon as her eyes met his. Soon after, the desire began to spread throughout their bodies. His eyes moved from her face to her body, and he mumbled something under his breath. "You look so fucking hot!" Taking it as a compliment, she bit her lower lip in an effort to reduce the redness that was beginning to appear on her cheeks. He placed his hands on her lips, then removed her bottom lip to prevent her from biting it. "Tonight you broke my patience with you." "No, I was just trying to look." Without waiting for her to finish, he pressed his lips against hers and smashed them together. He moved his lips on hers in a way that was both slow and desperate, as if he slowly wanted to eat them entirely. His tongue rubbed on her lower lip. When his hand moved to her lower back through the cut of the dress, she was taken aback and her lips parted in shock. Bryan pushed his tongue inside her mouth and sucked her tongue. He made her gasp for air and wanted to devour every inch of her mouth. Using his fingers, he gently rubbed the skin of her back. Whatever he was doing to her, she felt a spark of excitement spread throughout her entire body. He broke the kiss when she felt breathless. His head moved to her collarbone and he attacked it. His lips moved slowly down to her cleavage and then he sucked around in that area roughly. She moaned in pain, but when he licked there with his tongue, the pain turned into pleasure. Bryan took off his suit jacket and threw it on the floor. It did not take time for her to understand what was on his mind. She was a virgin. She had never done that with anyone before. She was afraid. She felt an unknown fear inside her. Before she wore this dress, she did not give it any thought. She thought they would spend some loving time together, not thinking about having sex. When Bryan's hand started to move on the back chain of her dress, he kept his gaze fixed on her. Immediately, she tried to stop him by pressing on his chest. A frown appeared on his face as he cast a glance at her hand before turning his attention back to her. "I have never done that with anyone before," she said. His hand froze as his brows rose in surprise. As she looked into his eyes, she noticed a change. She recalled how he had accused her of attempting to seduce him in the past. Did he think that she had done that many times with others? He blinked his eyes and moved away from her. He sat up and turned his gaze away from her. She stared at him while lying on the couch. She could not understand his look. Why could she not read him? While she slowly sat up, she took his arm in hers. Mate, He turned to look at her, which stopped her from saying anything further. He looked into her eyes and lifted his hand to touch her cheek. The touch of his hand caused her to close her eyes. One could compare it to a sprinkling of ice in a hot climate. "I didn't know you." The tone of his voice was low and sounded confused. She opened her eyes and looked directly into his eyes. She held his hand, which was touching her cheek, and said after breaking eye contact, "I never got close to anyone other than Bruce, and—" She paused for a breath before continuing, "I have never let him touch me like this." He was able to comprehend what she meant by her words. He looked away from her. It was hard for him to believe that his brother had never slept with his girlfriend. He knew his brother really well. He was not like him, who could control his desire. But then Bruce's words came to his mind when he accepted his cheating in front of him in his office. He cheated on Sophia because of his desire. It was because she never let him do that to her. Sophia kissed his hand when she saw him lost in his thoughts. As Bryan turned his head toward her, he removed his hand from her cheek and moved it away from her. He got up from the couch. Sophia's hand was still holding his wrist. She looked up at him with surprise. She could not help but think, "Did I say something that made him angry?" He tilted his head to look at her for some time, then shook his head and said, "The celebration is over. You can change your dress and go to bed to sleep. I'm going to take a shower. Don't worry, I won't disturb your sleep." Sophia knew what he meant by taking a shower. When he started moving, she noticed her hand loosen. He left the living room, leaving her alone. She stared at the birthday cake. The wind that was blowing in through the window was blowing out the candles. She started to miss Bryan's touch. She was frightened when he was about to undress her, but now she felt that she should have let him do that. She stood up and grabbed the cake. She walked toward the kitchen, thinking about everything that had happened just a few minutes ago. She was afraid that Bryan would change after getting her body, but the way he let her go after learning that she was a virgin and had never done that to anyone, she now fully believed that he loved her. If someone else had been in his place, he would have done everything with her already. But he gave her time. He respected her decision. He was turned on many times, but he controlled himself in front of her and never went to another woman to release his desire. After placing the cake in the freezer, she turned around and leaned against it. She took a deep breath and thought, "Today is his birthday. I should trust him and give him the only thing I have as a present. It's time for me to let my guard down and give myself to him." As Sophia made her way to the bedroom, she was filled with apprehension. The moment she entered the room, she noticed Bryan smoking while standing close to the window. "Mate?" Slowly, Sophia shut the door behind her, her gaze remaining fixed on Bryan's back as she did so. As Bryan turned around, Sophia's eyes fell on his shirt. The first 3 buttons were opened on his shirt. His chest was visible in her eyes. It seemed like he was feeling heated for some reason. That was why he unbuttoned his shirt. "You can sleep without any worries. I was just going to take a shower." His voice was calm. He took the last puff of the cigarette and then threw it on the floor. Sophia's eyes were focused on his every action. The way his lips moved when he talked, the way his eyes closed when he inhaled the smoke deeply, everything was mesmerizing to her. Bryan turned in the direction of the bathroom and started to walk. When he was halfway there, Sophia rushed toward him and hugged him from behind. Bryan's steps halted when he felt her touch. "Mate?" "What happened?" he asked. His voice was raspy, not calm anymore. She gulped as she felt the warmth of his body. She broke the hug. He turned around to face her. She looked at him and bit her bottom lip in nervousness. He lifted his hand and placed it on her cheek. "Why are you testing my patience? Do you even know what I can do if you keep coming in front of me like this?" His deep voice rang in her ears. When she finally understood what he meant, her cheeks turned a shocking shade of red. "Mate, She paused as she tried to find words to explain to him. "You what?" She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then replied, "I am ready." He frowned at her. "What do you mean?" She raised her hands and cupped his cheeks with her soft palms. "I am ready to give myself to you." Bryan's eyes paused on her face when he heard her. She could not be more nervous. His eyes stared into hers without replying to her. "Matt." She was interrupted when she found her back pressed against the wall next to them. In the blink of an eye, Bryan's lips locked onto hers, causing her to let out a gasp. She could not resist the urge to kiss him in return. The temperature of the room seemed to have changed from cold to heated. Bryan kissed her hungrily, as if he had been keeping himself under control all along. His hands ran all over her body. She moaned during the kiss. When he let go of her lips, he looked at her. His eyes glowed with lust as he shifted his gaze to her dress. "Are you sure about it?" he asked, running his thumb over her lips. Her lips trembled against his thumb. "Yes." He reached behind her back and ran his fingers along the chain. He leaned in close to her ears and inquired, "What caused you to change your mind?" She moaned when his fingers pulled the chain down while caressing her skin. I want to give you my whole self as a birthday present." A smirk appeared on his lips. "I'm impressed." When the chain reached her lower back, the dress slipped from her body to the floor. Sophia's eyes widened as she quickly crossed her hands over her chest. Bryan chuckled at her reaction. He grabbed her hands and pulled them away from her chest. He pinned her hands over her head with one hand. His smirk faded as his eyes focused on her alluring body. She was in red lingerie. The sight of her flawless body throbbed his member down there. The sight of his eyes wandering around her body caused Sophia to experience feelings of shyness. She started to feel self-conscious. Did he like her body? She lowered her head in embarrassment. However, she froze when she heard him. "Fucking hot." His words caused her to feel a clench between her thighs as she began to feel butterflies in her stomach. She parted her lips to take a shaky breath when he moved closer to her. His body pressed against hers. He ran his hand on her bare thighs until he reached to grab her back. She immediately hugged him to avoid looking at him. It was all new to her. She had never let any other men see her body like this. She was almost naked in front of Bryan. Just thinking about it made her feel flushed. Bryan gently stroked her upper back. "If you are already so shy, how will you feel when I fuck you hard?" She fisted her hands against his shirt. She did not respond as her cheeks heated up. Bryan lifted her into his arms and looked at her. With her eyes closed, she wrapped her arms around his neck. She was too shy to look at him. Bryan laid her down on the bed. With deep eyes, he studied her body. His eyes scrutinized her entire body as if she were prey. Sophia opened her eyes when she no longer felt any of his touch. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, Bryan leaned down over her. He was shirtless, his body pressed down on hers. Sophia's heart started to beat fast. He could hear her heartbeats in the silent room. He released her lips and began to kiss her body. He ripped off her bra and attacked her beautiful bosoms. She tried to cover her breasts, but he pinned her hands on both sides. Sophia could not stop moaning as he kissed her breasts. As he nibbled on her delicate pink buds, his gaze remained fixed on hers. "Ah!" For Sophia, the sensation of pleasure was a complete surprise. The shyness and feelings she was experiencing right now were blissful to her. She could only move her body slightly in response and moan in pleasure. Bryan released her hands, which surprised Sophia. She looked at him to know the reason behind it. However, she blushed when she saw Bryan staring at her. His hands were on his pants belt. He removed his belt and asked with a smirk, "Baby girl, are you ready for me to ruin you?" She gasped when she saw the length of his member. She was afraid, but at the same time she was fascinated by the body of the naked man in front of her. Women were dying to get a glimpse of his attractive body, and here, all of his muscles were visible to her eyes. She covered her face with her palms, only to hear a chuckle from him. She felt his body leaning down on hers once again. His warm breath fell on her neck as he planted a kiss there. She could feel his hand grasping her waist, and then, in a few seconds, he removed the last piece of the lingerie from her body. She let out a loud gasp when his finger touched her core. She immediately held his arms to stop him. He bit her earlobe lightly, then moved back to sit between her legs. He looked at her face and sucked his finger. She had no idea what he was going to do to her now. Ah! He pushed his finger inside her. It was painful for her, and she attempted to close her legs. He held her thighs and moved them apart. Just take it easy and feel it. After a few pushes, she started to experience some strange sensations. At first, she was experiencing discomfort, but after some time, she began to feel pleasure. She continued to moan in delight until she reached a point where she let out a loud moan. She came into his hand. The feeling that this was the end caused her to let out a huff. Just when she had no energy to take any more pleasure, her member brushed against her entrance. Bryan gazed at her body while rubbing his member against her core. His one hand kneaded her breast as he muttered, "You don't know how many times I fucked you in my mind." She was at a loss for words and bit her lips, unsure of how to respond. The pleasure and his dirty words combined, hunting her. He approached her face and kissed her lips. "It will ease soon." She could not understand why he said that, but then she let out a piercing scream. She felt that something big was tearing her skin apart inside. Bryan gave her time to adjust and began to kiss her neck. Her nails pierced his back as the pain was unbearable. After some time had passed, he started to move. His thrust caused Sophia's body to move on the bed. Though he started with slow thrusts, they ended up being rough. The pain eased and she started to feel incredible pleasure. Mate," she moaned and screamed as he hit her tender spot. She finally understood what he was saying. The pain turned into pleasure. The pain with pleasure was really blissful. She hugged his neck and tried to pull him as close to her as she could. His groans were implying that he was feeling satisfied. "Fuck, you are so tight." Her eyes grew teary. It was not because of any sadness, but rather because of the pleasure that he was giving her. She believed that there was no one in the world who could make her feel this way. Only her man was capable of making her feel this way. His every touch was magical. He grabbed her waist tightly and kept thrusting inside her for so long. She clenched around him again and again. She wondered how he had the strength to keep going like that. Once more, she experienced a sensation within her lower abdomen. "Mate, release." Just one word with a deep voice was enough for her to come. He thrust inside her for the last time and they came together. Sophia's body felt numb when he came inside her. The warmth inside her jolted her body. Bryan embraced her and remained in that position for a while. It was as though he was calming her down. However, his member was still inside her, so when he moved from her and put his member out of her, she felt empty inside. As he lay down next to her, she turned her head to look at him. He was not huffing like her, but his breath was heavy. He turned his head and looked at her. She averted her gaze from him in shyness. It was hard for her to swallow the fact that she was no longer a virgin. On the other hand, she did not have any regrets because she had given it to the person she loved the most, her mate and life partner, chosen by the moon goddess. She blushed and turned her face away from him. Bryan reached out and grabbed her waist, bringing her closer to him. When he was still holding her, he moved to the other side. He rested his head on the pillow and pulled her close to his chest. He covered themselves with the blanket and said, "Sleep." She rested her head on his bare chest after placing her hand on it. It was a place where she felt safe. She hugged him with a smile. "Happy birthday, mate." He closed his eyes and stroked her hair with his hand. She tilted her head to glance at him. She could not remove her gaze from him for a long time. When his fingers stopped moving in her hair, she realized he had fallen asleep. She raised her hand and touched his lips. She caressed his sharp jawline and chuckled. "I always fantasize about caressing your jawline. Now you are fully mine. I can do that whenever I want," she thought. She planted a kiss on his chest and then let out a long, deep breath. Her mind began to relax. With a smile on her face, she closed her eyes and thought in her mind, "I love you, mate. I believe you are also in love with me. I hope you will never let anyone come between us." When Sophia opened her eyes, it was already morning. She lifted her hand to rub her eyes. As she turned her head to the side, her gaze fell on the man sitting beside her, leaning against the headboard of the bed. He was smoking. His bare chest was visible to her. His lower body was covered with a quilt. All of the memories from last night flooded her mind. Sophia could not help but stare at the man, who looked like a Greek god. His handsome features captured her attention. His mysterious eyes were fixed on the blank wall at the end of the room. They were cloudy, indicating he was thinking about something. His soft lips, which touched the cigarette, captured her gaze. She observed how calmly he took in the deep breath of smoke. The ethereal, handsome man belonged to her. She could not just believe in her fate. Bryan blew the smoke out of his nose and muttered, "Stop staring at me like that." She let out a gasp as he caught her. He lowered his head to look at her. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk on his lips. "Or do you want to enjoy another round this early morning?" Sophia shook her head and hid her face with the blanket that was covering her body. She heard the sound of a chuckle. She shifted the blanket a little to look at him. He was still staring at her. She hid her face again. "Baby girl, what is there to be so shy about?" She sighed and moved the blanket away from her face. Without looking at him, she responded in a mumble tone, "I am not used to it." He touched her hair and ran his finger through it. She closed her eyes as she felt blissful. "Dad, you will get used to it." Her cheeks turned red. She opened her eyes and moved her head to rest it on his thigh. She tilted her head to look at him. "Can I tell you something, mate?" He responded as his hand moved from her hair and began stroking her cheek with his knuckles. Sophia smiled at him and said, "You are very handsome. Every woman is head over heels for you, but the moon goddess selected you for me. I can say that no man can match your beautiful features." His hand paused on her head as he shifted his gaze away from her face and back to the wall. "Beauty doesn't matter in this world, only power does. If you have power, you own everything. If you don't have it, you are nothing." Sophia felt strangely moved by his words. However, she shook her head in disagreement. "No, mate, not everything comes with power. We should see other people's hearts as well." He refocused his gaze on her. She could see the darkness surrounding his eyes. "You are too young to understand all of this." She frowned at him. She sat up immediately and said, "What do you mean I am young? I have already done everything with you." She paused when she realized the blanket had fallen off her upper body. She quickly covered her chest and looked shyly at Bryan. She noticed that his eyes were on her chest even after she had covered them. He moved his gaze to her eyes and muttered, "You don't want me to stay calm, do you?" Saying that, he threw the cigarette butt on the floor and leaned over her. She pressed her hands on his chest. "Mate, I didn't mean to seduce you. I was just, He did not let her complete her sentence and kissed her. It took him no time at all to yank the blanket off of her body. Sophia was surprised to see so many hickeys in her body. She blushed when he looked at the marks on her body. When Bryan did not let her go, she was a moaning mess with her eyes closed as he made love to her again. It was late afternoon when Sophia got ready to head to the airport. They were leaving the River Moon Pact tonight. When she came here, everything was different. Now she was closer to Bryan than before. While she was combing her hair and looking at her phone, she caught a glimpse of the medicine packet that was sitting on the nightstand. As soon as Bryan decided to leave the hotel room, he instructed a woman to bring the pill to the room. She immediately took the pill without giving it any thought. She was aware of these pills. Bryan wanted her to take that so that she would not get pregnant. For once, she thought about the future. How happy their lives would be once they had children. She patted her red cheeks and concentrated on the time. Her phone rang, and she found it under the bed. The bed was messed up by how they had used it. When the staff arrived to clean the room, it is possible that they failed to notice that her phone was lying on the floor while they were cleaning. Sophia noticed that Bryan had sent her a message. He said he was outside the hotel, waiting for her. Sophia checked out of the hotel and saw Bryan sitting in a car. Their luggage was already set up in the trunk of the car. As she got closer to the car, the driver emerged from the vehicle and opened the back door for her. She sat beside Bryan, and the driver started the car, heading in the direction of the airport. Bryan turned his head and asked, "How are you right now?" Sophia bit her lower lip while turning her head to the other side. "I'm fine." He was asking about the pain in her lower body. She was limping after they had done that again in the morning. Within an hour, they arrived at the airport terminal. While Sophia was busy holding Bryan's hand while walking ahead, another person entered the airport. His eyes landed on them, and his gaze paused on her. He ignored the man who was walking next to her as he stared at Sophia until she faded from his sight. The corner of his lips tugged in a curve as he muttered, "Sophia Berg." A few months passed. Everything had changed as time passed. Sophia began to spend more time on her studies since her final exams were running. There was no doubt that she was a hard-working girl. However, Bryan was the one person in her hectic life who made her feel at ease. That one night changed her life. Though Bryan did not change much, his behavior toward her turned softer. There were no barriers between them. She went to him whenever she was not feeling well, and he listened to her calmly. Despite the fact that she was still his personal secretary, Bryan granted her a 1-week leave to study hard for her exams. She believed he did not want her to feel unbearable pressure. Sophia, she heard her mother calling her from downstairs. In a hurry, she made her way to the stairs and uttered, "Coming, Mom." "Dear, your friend is waiting for you. Hurry up." Sophia ran to her room to take her bag and phone, then hurried downstairs. She noticed that Sarah was sitting on the couch. She waved at Sophia. "Good morning, babe." "Good morning." With a huff, Sophia sat down next to her. Sarah turned her head toward her and winked at her. "Nowadays, you are losing more than enough strength. Did you and Alpha last night?" "Ouch!" Before Sarah could finish, Sophia hit her arm. "Shut up. My mom will hear you," she whispered angrily. Sarah rubbed her arm, then laughed at Sophia's face. She was glancing with a nervous face to see if her mother had heard them by any chance. "Babe, come on. It will not be long when everyone will get to know who is the mate of the alpha of our pack." Sophia lowered her head with a blush on her face. Sarah leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The Luna of our pack." Sophia covered her face with her hands. "I can't believe we are developing our relationship slowly every day. I am afraid someone will take everything away from me." Sarah hugged her. "It's your fate. How can someone take that away from you? Don't overthink wasting your present happy times." Sophia moved her hands away from her and looked at Sarah with a smile. "You are right. I should not think about these types of things." They talked for a while until Sophia's mother called them to the table. "Breakfast is ready, girls." Because Sophia and Sarah were best friends, Sarah had a very good relationship with Sophia's mother. Sarah went to hug Sophia's mother and said, "Thanks, Aunt. I was feeling so hungry." Sophia chuckled while looking at them. 3 of them had breakfast. Later, Sophia and Sarah headed to the university in Sarah's car. During the whole ride, Sophia fixed her eyes on the notes. Today was their last exam. "I bet you will score top in the class. There is no one who can beat you in scores. I can't understand why you are even studying so hard." "Sarah, let me read these points," Sophia said, covering her ears with her palms so that Sarah could not distract her. Sarah laughed at her cute reaction. She took out her phone from the bag and began to chat with Nolan, telling him she was on the way. When they arrived at their university, they hurried to their class. After the exam, they met at the cafe. Nolan was also with them. As Sophia sat on the chair, her eyes fell on the couple, who looked lovey-dovey. Nolan and Sarah were a really romantic couple. Sophia could see how they were playing hands under the table. "What is your plan, Sophia?" Nolan asked. "What plan?" "Sarah planned to go out of the pack after the exams, so today we will go on our vacation. What's your plan? Are you going anywhere with Alpha?" Nolan was also aware of the fact that Sophia was developing a close relationship with Bryan. It made him happy to see that she was able to find happiness in her life. Sophia rested her chin on her hand and thought about it. She had not decided to go on a vacation. Her mate was not any ordinary person, but the head alpha of the pack. She could not just expect him to go anywhere with her. She remembered how last time she went out of the pack with Bryan. For her, it was more of a vacation than anything else. I had already gone out of the pack a few months ago. Now all I need to do is focus on my work. Sarah let out a sigh of disappointment. How can you be so unromantic, babe? Do something with him and enjoy your vacation here, even if you are not going anywhere outside the pack. Sophia's cheeks heated when she thought about it. She turned her head to Nolan, who also looked surprised by Sarah's words. Tell your girlfriend to shut her mouth. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. Sarah winked at Sophia. Nolan chuckled as he shook his head. You were the one who told me to take care of your beloved friend when I found her to be my mate. Now I have already spoiled her. I can do nothing now. He raised his hands as if he had surrendered himself. After hearing Nolan, Sarah's eyes became brighter and more excited. She stood up and stretched out her arms to embrace Sophia. You talked to him for me. What a surprise! I had no idea. How sweet of you. Sophia smiled while patting her arms. During the time that they were ordering their meals, they discussed the destination that Sarah had chosen to go to with Nolan. Sophia felt good that Sarah was living a happy life with Nolan. Both of her friends were her genuine companions and treasures in her life. When they decided to leave, they walked to the entrance while talking with each other. By the way, River Moon Pack is not that bad, right? What if we stop by there for a day? Sarah asked for a suggestion from Sophia about her vacation. After giving it some thought, Sophia gave a slight nod of her head. Everything is good there, but make sure to bring a tour guide. People in the village don't speak our language. They spoke in different languages. Sarah's steps halted as she asked, Wait, how do you know about the village people? Sophia had not told her about her losing track in that pack. She had almost forgotten about it since something big happened to her later, which was when she and Bryan became one. I forgot to tell you, I was lost there. What? Sarah asked with a shocked tone. Nolan was also surprised. Then how did you get back? Suddenly, everything about that day flowed through Sophia's mind as she recalled the man who helped her. Someone helped me. Who? Sarah asked with a perplexed tone. I don't know him, but he said his pack members call him Adon. He was pronouncing it differently, as if he were speaking in a different language. Sarah tapped her finger on her chin and said it with curiosity. Adon. Strange name. Sophia's eyes fell on Nolan, who looked bewildered. She asked, Do you know anything about it, Nolan? He immediately shook his head and replied, Nothing much. I heard this name somewhere. Where? Sarah asked. I can't remember where, but that's a French name. It has a powerful meaning. What does it mean? Sophia asked with a frown. Then Nolan replied, It means Lord. Lord? Sophia was shocked. Sarah immediately took out her phone from her bag and searched for the name. What the hell? Nolan is right. But what is the reason that people would refer to a man as their lord? Sarah asked while thinking about it. Sophia tried to recall everything about that day. Indeed, she found that man to be powerful, but he maintained a very calm demeanor around her. I think he did not want to tell me his name. That's why he joked with me. It's possible. With a slight nod of his head, Nolan stated. The expression on Sarah's face changed as she said, Should we search to see if any of the pack's members call anyone their lord? Nolan held her hand and shook his head. We should not waste our time with some stranger. He then turned his attention to Sophia and said, As for you, I believe you should also forget about it. What would we do to talk about a stranger? Sophia felt that he was right. Yeah, I thanked him for the help anyway. All three of them nodded their heads and went out of their universities. I will drop you off at your house, Sarah told Sophia. Just when Sophia was about to nod at Sarah, Bruce appeared in front of them. The moment they became aware of him, they came to a complete stop. Bruce looked at Sophia and asked, Sophia, can we talk? Sophia averted her gaze from him. There is nothing to talk about, Bruce. Sophia, please, you haven't spoken with me for the past few months. I never tried to approach you as well. I just want to talk to you now. Nothing else, I promise. Sophia heaved a sigh and nodded her head in agreement with him. Okay. She then turned her attention to Sarah and Nolan and said, You two can go. I will take a bus. Are you sure? Nolan asked, glancing at Bruce. Do you think she is not safe with me? Bruce asked while glaring at him. Nolan chose to ignore his glare and instead focused his attention on Sophia. She reassured him and told him to enjoy their vacation since they were going to leave tonight. Sarah hugged Sophia before leaving. She did not forget to whisper in Sophia's ear, "I wish you the best of luck with your alpha. Don't forget to enjoy the days with him." Sophia did not reply to anything. With a blush on her face, she waved at them. "How are you?" She heard Bruce and turned to him. "I'm fine." "Did my brother tell you something about me? After the day that you went to the pack house, you eventually stopped talking with me." Sophia did not know what to say to him in reply. She had no grudges against Bruce anymore. She had forgotten about her past. She has her own man now. It was clear that she had no concern for anyone else. Her eyes wandered around while she thought about what to say. Suddenly, she noticed Louisa staring at them. Sophia rolled her eyes and returned her focus to Bruce. "I don't want to lie to you, Bruce. Your brother doesn't want me to talk to you." Bruce tightened his fists. "I knew it. That was why I told you not to tell him about the study project. He went so far as to bribe the professor in order to break up our groups. Talking about it is just a waste of time. Why did you want to talk about it?" Taking a quick look at her watch to determine the time, she then stated, "I have to go back home. Is there anything else you want to say?" Bruce was hurt. He wanted this girl back. She used to be his girl, but now she's his brother's mate. Only he knew how hurtful it was to even think about her and his brother. "Let me walk you to the bus stop at least." Sophia stared at him for a while, trying to understand why he was doing this. "No, thanks." She walked past him and headed in the direction of the bus stop. When she got there, she sat on a bench and waited for the bus. She took out her phone and noticed a few missed calls. When she realized that Bryan was the one who had been calling her, her eyes widened. She immediately dialed his number and put the phone close to her ear. She thought he would get mad at her for not receiving his calls. The moment the call connected, Bryan's deep voice echoed in her ear. "Where are you?" I am at the bus stop. Sorry I couldn't receive your phone. It was in silent mode. How was your exam?" Upon hearing his question, a feeling of warmth spread throughout her heart. He called her to inquire about her exams. He knew she was worried about it. Like a good boyfriend, he asked her about her daily life. She blushed when she thought of him as her boyfriend. She bit her bottom lip. Next month was her birthday. She would tell him how she felt for him when he let her brother go from the camp. She knew the answer from his side would be positive. There would be no way this man would reject her heart. "Good. What are you doing? Are you missing me, Alpha Bryan?" She bit her nails while talking to him. There was a broad smile on her face, and her cheeks were red too. Bryan was quiet for a few seconds. She took deep breaths as she waited for his reply. "Yes, I do." She giggled and said, "That's good. From tomorrow on, you will not miss me. I am returning to my work." "Not enough." She was surprised by his words. "Not enough? What do you want from me? What should I do?" She saw a bus pull into the stop. She got up and went to get on the bus, but her steps stopped when she heard him. "Come to my house." Sophia took a cab instead of a bus and headed to Bryan's villa. When the cab stopped in front of the main gate of the villa, it was already late in the afternoon. Sophia got out of the cab after paying him and walked to the gate. The guards recognized her and opened the gate for her. She had come to this house many times over the past few months. When she entered the house, she discovered that the chief maid was scolding the other maids. "Go and clean everything before Alpha arrives." Sophia walked toward them and asked, "What happened, Mrs. Stones?" Ivana Stones, the chief maid of the house, turned around. She used to work in the pack house, but a few months ago, Bryan's mother sent her to this house to take care of her son. Bryan used to have several maids in his home, but when his mother became ill, she called all of them and replaced Bryan's housemaids with her own. "Miss Sophia, how are you?" Ivana asked in a polite tone. There was no smile on her face. "I'm good. Is everything okay?" Ivana gave a slight nod of her head, but then moved her gaze to the other maids, all of whom had their heads lowered. They almost forgot that they are the maids of this house. Sophia's eyes turned to the maids, and she noticed something weird. Their uniforms were too short. The fit of their dresses was very tight. Rather than looking like hard-working maids, they looked like seductive girls. "What's wrong with your dresses?" Sophia asked with a frown. A maid rolled her eyes, but when Ivana glared at her, she immediately composed her expression and replied, "It's not our fault. The tailor forgot our sizes." Sophia stared at the maid, who had just spoken. She had been observing her and others for a few days. They always behaved rudely with her. But in front of Bryan, they talked so softly and sweetly as if they were some angels from heaven. She never said anything to them, since it was Bryan's mother who sent them here. "Go and wear your old uniforms," Ivana said to them. They turned around and went to their rooms to change. Sometimes Sophia felt really jealous that these young maids were living in Bryan's house. All of the maids were young and beautiful. She trusted Bryan. However, she could not put her trust in these maids. Bryan was the head alpha of this pack. There was no doubt that every woman wanted him. Sophia had even witnessed the maids drooling over him. Bryan was the center of attention whenever he was at home. Sophia could not help but feel uneasy in her heart. "Miss Sophia, would you like anything to drink?" Ivana asked as she focused on her. Sophia shook her head in denial. She went to sit on the couch and asked, "Why are they doing this, Miss Stones?" After a brief glance in the direction that the maids had gone, Ivana let out a sigh. She was a middle-aged woman who looked really experienced at work. "Miss, don't mind the girls. They are young and naive. They are still living in their fantasy world. With the passing of time, they will understand their position." Saying that, Ivana left the living room. Sophia was stunned by her words. Why did Ivana say they were young and naive? Were the maids the same age as her? Sophia rubbed her forehead and rested her back against the couch. She thought to call Bryan since he was not at home. She remembered him saying he would return to the company soon. Sophia glanced at the staircase and thought to go to the bedroom. There, she lay on the bed and began to use her phone. After a while, a message appeared on her phone's screen. "Your soft eyes were stalking me in my dreams. They have warmth, but why can't I always feel that?" Sophia sat up on the bed while looking at the messages. It came from the admirer number. Bryan had not yet admitted that it was him. It had been so long since he had stopped sending messages from this number that she had forgotten to ask him about it. "Why can't you feel that?" she asked in reply. "Because you seem distant from me. You are like a butterfly that I can never touch." Sophia was confused as to why he said that. She did not reply and thought about something. Her eyes lit up when she got an idea. Without giving any reply, she went downstairs. "He thinks I am distancing myself from him. It must be because of my exams. I should do something for him." She went to the kitchen and saw the cook preparing something. "Hello. I would like to make some dishes for Alpha tonight. Would you mind?" The cook turned around to face her. He looked confused as to whether to give her the responsibility or not. "You can, but I know it's Alpha's food and you need to check everything before sending it to him. But you can stay here beside me and watch me cook, right?" In response, the cook gave her a nod. Sophia smiled at him and started to look for the ingredients. She knew how to cook. When her mother was sick, she used to cook so that she could feel at ease. The kitchen maids and the cook all assisted her while she was cooking. She was excited, very excited. It had been 4 days since she had seen Bryan. Before the 1-week leave from the company, they used to see each other almost every day. So the 4 days felt like months to her. She was so in love with him that she could not just stay away from him. After she had finished preparing the meal, she took a quick look at the clock that was mounted on the wall of the kitchen. It was 20 minutes past 8 p.m. She wiped her hands with a warm towel and thought to wait for Bryan in the living room. At that time, she heard a maid saying, "Alpha is back." With a smile on her face, Sophia hurried from the kitchen into the living room. She saw that Bryan had just entered the house. His suit jacket rested on his wrist, and his other hand was in his pants pocket. She looked at the handsome man returning from work and felt like a newlywed bride who had been cooking for her husband while waiting for him to come home. Her cheeks reddened as she thought about these things. She was shocked that she was even thinking about their future married life. It was her dream now. She would assist him in his business and be the ideal wife in his home. "Mate, she murmured when Bryan's gaze fell on her. She ignored the maids around them and ran to him to hug him. He wrapped his hand around her waist immediately as he embraced her. "Mate, I thought you would be back earlier." The maids had heard her refer to Bryan many times before, so they were aware that she was his mate. "There was a meeting I had to handle," he replied to her. She broke the hug and looked at him. He placed his hand on her head and patted it. Her smile never went out of its freshness. He turned his attention from her to the maids. The maids immediately looked away from them and bowed their heads. They hurriedly went back to their work. Sophia noticed this and realized that no matter what the maids wanted, they would never approach Bryan because they were afraid of him and his dark gaze. "How was your exam?" She heard Bryan and turned her head to him. He opened one button on his shirt and walked over to the couches. She locked her arm with his and sat next to him. She took the suit jacket from him and placed it on the other side. As she rested her head on his shoulder, she replied, "Good." He moved his hand behind her back, allowing her to rest on his chest. Sophia felt at ease. She was missing this. She closed her eyes as she listened to his steady heartbeat. A maid approached Bryan with a tray of drinks. She paused when she saw the scene in front of her. "Alpha, have a glass of water," she said. Sophia opened her eyes and gazed at the maid. A frown formed in the middle of her brows, the same maid who had rolled her eyes at her earlier. Sophia did not like what she was wearing. Her panties were nearly visible where her dress ended on her upper thighs. "Indeed, I'm thirsty," Bryan muttered under his breath as his eyes were fixed on Sophia. On the other hand, Sophia was completely oblivious to it. After listening to Bryan's words, the maid came up to them. She moved the tray closer to Bryan by bending down in front of him. The sight of the maid's breasts being exposed while she was bending in front of Bryan caused Sophia to tighten her fists into a ball. Sophia moved her head away from his chest and turned to Bryan. Bryan looked at her face, which was filled with anger. Sophia moved away from him and stood up, which caused him to be stunned. He was confused by her actions. "I see you are very thirsty. Then drink a glass of water as she asked you to. I am leaving," Sophia said to him in a sarcastic tone, indicating that she was leaving his house. Just as she was about to take a step, Bryan grabbed her wrist and pulled her back to the couch. He turned his head toward the maid and asked, "Don't you like her?" With a shocked expression, the maid parted her lips. "Alpha, how can I?" "I didn't ask you," Bryan interrupted her, turning her head to Sophia. "Don't you like this maid?" Sophia did not respond and instead turned her head to the opposite side of the room. Her answer was clear to Bryan. "You are fired," Bryan said to the maid. Sophia's eyes widened in shock. She immediately looked at Bryan, who looked very calm. The maid could not believe her ears and began to cry. "Please don't fire me. I was just doing my job." Sophia did not know what to say. Bryan had just fired a maid just because she did not like her. Sophia glanced at the maid, who was crying on her knees. She was on the verge of feeling slightly emotional for her until her eyes found themselves drawn back to her cleavage once more. Even after Ivana scolded her, this maid continued to choose to wear such a short dress. She should not show her sympathy. She surely wanted to seduce her mate. "Ivana," Bryan called out. Ivana came to the living room. Her attention immediately turned to the young maid. "Throw her out of my house." Ivana was shocked, but then she cleared her throat and bowed to him. "But Alpha, your mother chose her as one of your maids." "I don't care." Ivana glanced at Sophia, who was silent. Considering that it was Alpha's order, Ivana was powerless to do anything about it. Instead, she merely informed Alpha's mother about it. After pulling the young maid to her feet and forcing her to stand up, Ivana dragged her in the direction of the maid's room. She assured them that the maid would disappear from the house as quickly as she could. "Are you happy now?" Sophia heard Bryan. She shrugged her shoulders. Without looking at him, she replied, "I was not the one who told you to fire her." He lifted her chin and made her look at him. He leaned close to her face, which caused her heart to skip a beat. He leaned in close to her ear and tilted his head to the side. She closed her eyes and inhaled his scent deeply. Her eyes opened when she heard him again. "Don't be so insecure about your position. I didn't even look at that maid. She had no power to grab my attention." Sophia pressed her hand against his chest, lightly pushing him. She looked at him and said, "Now go change your clothes and freshen up. I am feeling hungry." He gave her a sly smile. "Hungry for what?" She turned her head away from him. "Mate, I'm starving. I want to have dinner now. Go, go." She stood up and gave him a quick look. With a sigh, he got up. "As you wish, baby girl." He turned around and made his way to the staircase. She stared at his broad shoulders until he went to his bedroom upstairs. Sophia's lips curled up into a smile. She felt fortunate to have Bryan in her life. He was the best man in the world. He knew what she liked, he knew what she wanted, and he knew what could make her happy. He was the perfect mate for her. Sophia went to the kitchen and told the maids to set up the table. She kept an eye on the maids while they were setting the table. She could not trust anyone here. They were all after her mate. When she saw that the table was filled with food, she grinned while looking at it. "Why are you so happy today? Is it because of your last exam?" She heard Bryan's voice coming from a distance. She turned around to see him approaching the table. He was in casual clothes, which grabbed her heart tightly. She walked over to the table's head chair and pulled it out for Bryan. "Please, sit." Bryan was stunned by it, but he made his way to the chair and sat down. Sophia sat on the right side of the table, close to his seat. She took Bryan's plate and served him food. She placed it close to him and said, "Eat." Then, with her chin resting on her hands, she fixed her gaze on Bryan. Bryan frowned at her. "Why are you not eating? Didn't you say you were hungry? You should have eaten first." She just shook her head. "No, I want to watch you eat." Bryan put a spoonful of food into his mouth with a puzzled expression. His brows arched slightly. Sophia began to feel nervous. She gulped when she noticed a change in his expression. After removing the empty spoon from his mouth, he chewed the food. "How is it?" she asked in a mumbling tone. It's good. A different taste," he replied calmly. Her eyes lightened up in happiness. He chuckled at her reaction and asked, "Why are you so pleased?" "Nothing," she answered, shaking her head. She did not tell him that she was the one who cooked it for him. She started eating quietly. He liked it, and that was enough for her. The sounds of cutlery could be heard in the silent dining room. When Sophia and Bryan got up from their seats after dinner, the maids came to clean the table. Sophia glanced at the watch and thought, "I should leave now. Though I sent Mom a message before coming here, I should not return home too late." Bryan sat on the couch in the living room, studying her thoughtful look. "What happened?" She blinked her eyes and replied, "I need to go home now. Mom must be waiting for me. She knows I'm on leave from the company, so I don't have any official work now to return home late." Bryan's eyes observed her expressions. He noticed how she was fiddling with her fingers in nervousness. "Call your mom and tell her you are staying at Sarah's house tonight." Sophia's eyes widened. "But Sarah is going out of the pack tonight." Bryan turned his head to look at the phone that was sitting on the tea table. It was Sophia's phone. He reached out to grab the phone and handed it to her. "But your mom doesn't know that Sarah is leaving. You are staying with me tonight." Sophia's heart began to fasten. She lowered her head and looked at her phone in her hand. She was a blushing mess. Even after months of sleeping together, she still felt shy around him. She called her mother. When she received the call, Sophia turned around from Bryan and told her mother that she would stay at Sarah's home tonight. Her mother agreed with it. Most of the time, Sophia made this excuse to stay with Bryan. When her mother hung up the call, Sophia was about to turn around. But before that, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her body and lifted her. She looked at Bryan, who was holding her in his arms. "I haven't touched you for a week. It is very hard for me to control myself right now." His deep voice and seductive words caused a sensation in her lower abdomen. She rested her head on his chest and let him take her to his bedroom. The whole night, her loud moans could be heard from the bedroom. Every time she clenched around him, his desire grew stronger, and he never let her breathe freely. Sophia felt as if her body had no more strength when the man let go of her. She wrapped her naked body around him very tightly, and she could feel the warmth emanating from his body. In his arms, which was the safest place for her, she fell asleep. Early in the morning, Sophia was jolted awake by a loud knock that woke her up from her sleep. She opened her eyes and felt startled by the knocks on the door. She turned her head and noticed Bryan had also awoken just now. "Alpha, Madame Juliana is here. She is calling you downstairs." Ivana's voice came out of the door. Sophia immediately sat up, holding the quilt to her chest. "What is Mom doing here this morning?" he murmured in a raspy voice. As if he had no concern about it, he sat up leisurely and turned to look at Sophia. "Go and take a shower. I'm going downstairs to see what happened." Sophia nodded her head in response, but she flinched when she heard Juliana's loud voice coming from downstairs. "Bryan, come down right now!" Bryan rolled his eyes when he heard his mother's loud voice. Sophie gulped and went to take a quick shower. When the water dripped on her, she remembered the day she went to the pack house. That day she noticed Juliana's strange behavior toward her. It was as if she did not like Sophia at all. Even after Bruce admitted his fault, her eyes remained cold on her. Sophia closed her eyes when she felt the pressure of the water on her face. She had no idea why Juliana had come here. Did she come here to meet her son? It was possible. After taking a shower, Sophia wrapped the towel around her body and stepped out of the bathroom. When she entered the bedroom, she found a new dress on the bed. She realized that Bryan might have told Ivana to bring a dress for her here. He was the owner of the brand. He has a bunch of collections of dresses, so he may have told his men to send some to his house. Sophia put on the dress and dried her hair. She waited for Bryan in the room. After a while, Bryan came to the bedroom. He closed the door behind him and shook his head with a sigh. Sophia turned around to look at him. "What happened?" she asked, getting up from the bed. Bryan looked at her. "Nothing. She is just angry with me for her maid." Sophia's brows lifted in surprise. "Which maid? The one you fired last night?" He walked to her and replied, "Yeah." She began to wonder if Juliana was mad at her, too. Did the maid say that it was because of her that Bryan fired her from the job? Bryan noticed how her mind was wandering with different thoughts. He reached out his hand to touch her head, then stroked her hair. "Why do you look worried?" She looked into his eyes and bit her bottom lip in nervousness. He shifted his gaze to her lips. She was stunned when he leaned down and kissed her lips. It was just a simple smooch that spread fire on her body. She stared at him with eyes full of love. However, she found his eyes clear. She could not see any emotions there, or was he hiding them from everyone? Her thoughts were interrupted when he touched her chin and said, "No one can dare to hurt you because they know who is behind you. You are my woman." She blushed and lowered her head. He chuckled and let go of her chin. He walked in the direction of the closet and said, "If you want, you can go downstairs now. I told Mom to have breakfast together." Her eyes widened, and she raised her head. "She knows I am here?" Bryan glanced at her. "What did I tell you a few seconds ago? Remember that and calm down." She saw Bryan take his clothes out of the closet. Bryan went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Sophia was worried as hell. She glanced at the door and wondered if she would go first or with Bryan. Then she decided to go first. It would look awful if she did not go first. She left the bedroom and went downstairs. The moment she entered the living room, her steps halted. Juliana Morrison was seated on the couch. Beside her was Ivana Stones. She was updating Juliana on everything about the house. Juliana lifted her hand to stop Ivana when she noticed Sophia. "I see my son is up to something." Sophia moved gaze away from her and lowered her head. "Hello, Aunt. Good morning." Juliana did not let out a word for a few seconds, which caused Sophia to feel more nervous. It was as though Juliana's eyes were scanning her from head to toe. Then suddenly, Juliana broke the silence and said, "Sit here." Sophia glanced at the couch where Juliana was pointing her finger. She stepped forward to sit on the couch. "Leave us alone," Juliana said to Ivana. Ivana bowed her head and left the living room. Juliana's eyes shifted to Sophia once again. "I won't ask you what you are doing in this house, because it's obvious." Sophia fixed her eyes on the floor. She knew this woman disliked her. "I am surprised how a young girl has the ability to wrap both of my sons around her fingers." Sophia lifted her head and looked at Juliana with a frown. "Aunt." Juliana interrupted her by saying, "My younger son used to like you, and that was fine with me because he is not the leader of this pack. But as the former Luna of this pack, How can I expect my elder son, who is the head alpha, to have you as his mate?" Sophia's lips trembled after hearing her. "Listen, girl, I know everything about you. You belong to a poor family, which I don't have a problem with. What I have a problem with is your rank. You are an Omega. How can you be with my son, Bryan?" Sophia took a deep breath and parted her lips. "Aunt, it's not about the mate bond only. We have feelings for each other." She had no idea where she got the courage to say that, but she could not just let Bryan's mother insult her. Juliana fell silent for a few seconds after hearing her. However, after the brief pause, she burst into laughter. "What did you just say? Feelings?" Juliana shook her head as if trying to control her laughter. Sophia felt humiliated by her behavior. "I don't know what you think of me, but he wants me in his life, so I will do what he says." Juliana stared at her before unzipping her bag. She took a check out of her bag and placed it next to her on the couch. "I have a fantastic offer for you." Sophia was perplexed about what she was saying or doing. "What offer are you talking about?" Julian stroked her fingers on the check while looking directly at Sophia and replied, "Your brother's training period will come to an end this week. Once he has completed the period, Bryan will no longer be able to dismiss him from his position. As for your mother, I have heard that she is ill. I am willing to send her money if she needs it. There is no longer a need for you to be here." Sophia's heartbeat fastened. She tightened her fists and asked, "What do you mean? What do you want?" Juliana leaned her back against the couch gracefully and replied, "Here is a check for $1 million. Take it and leave my pack forever." Sophia immediately rose to her feet in shock. She could not believe what she heard. "Aunt, what are you saying?" Julian looked at her with dissatisfaction. "I have seen girls like you a lot. You wanted to connect with the royal family, whether it's the younger son or the elder son. But let me make it clear to you. My elder son is no joke. He is a very sharp-minded man. Each step he takes is very calculated. If you think he is in love with a weak Omega like you are just wasting your time." Sophia mumbled through trembling lips, "I know how my mate is. He cares for me, and that's enough for me. I had no intention of connecting with the royal family in the first place. Bruce cheated on me, and I broke up with him before discovering that his brother was my mate." Juliana looked impatient. She stood up and glared at her. "Leave my son. You are no match for him. He needs a powerful lady who can rule this pack with him rather than a naive and weak Omega who always roams around him like a puppet." Her words broke Sophia's heart. She knew she was an Omega, but why did it matter to Bryan's mother? Why couldn't an Omega stand next to a head alpha? Why did the moon goddess make Omegas the weakest rank? "Don't overthink, girl. Just take the check and leave my pack. By doing so, no one will get to know that you are his mate. He will not have to worry about his position either." Sophia cast a glance at the check. Juliana's lips formed a grin as she noticed this. She took the check and made her way to Sophia. She handed it to her and said calmly, "Think about it, Sophia. With this money, you can do whatever you want. Only a foolish girl will resist money when it's placed on the plate in front of her." With a smile for Juliana, Sophia tightly grasped the check. Juliana thought Sophia had accepted the check, so she let out a sigh of relief. It was like she had been feeling worried about it for a long time. "I knew it. I knew that you wouldn't resist this amount of mun." Juliana paused when Sophia tore the check in front of her. Sophia's eyes were fixed on the check when she spoke out. "If you offer me all of your money, I will still not accept it. I love your son. No one can buy love with money." She grasped Juliana's hand and placed the 2 pieces of paper which were now useless. "Aunt, I think I should leave the house now. You may prefer to have breakfast alone with your son. It is nice to meet you again." Saying that, Sophia headed to the entrance. Juliana dashed over to her, clutching her arm tightly in rage. "To him, you are merely a pet. I will make him realize that. Do you know why I replaced his maids with young girls? It's because I wanted them to seduce him and distract him from you. He will kick you out of his life once he feels that." Juliana's voice was low, but Sophia heard everything clearly since they were very close in distance. Sophia's eyes welled up with tears. "Why are you due?" "What's happening here?" A deep voice echoed in the house. Both of them turned their heads toward the stairs as soon as they heard the voice. While looking at them, Bryan was making his way down the stairs. Juliana immediately let go of Sophia's arm. Meanwhile, Sophia turned her head away and wiped the corners of her eyes. When Bryan was about to approach, Sophia spoke out. "Alpha, I have to go to my house right now. See you in the office tomorrow." Without looking at him, she bowed her head and left his house. As soon as she stepped out of the house, tears began to fall down her cheeks. She wiped her tears right away. She did not want to cry for anything. She believed Juliana had also spoken with Bryan about it. But he loved her and refused to leave her. That was why Juliana came to speak with her directly. In fact, she offered her a large amount, believing she would accept it. Sophia decided to hail a cab, but at that moment, Bryan's car appeared in her sight. Bryan's driver came out of the car and opened the back door for her. "Miss, Alpha ordered me to drive you home." A small smile formed on her lips. That man really cared for her. It was not her imagination, but reality. Even if he was busy handling his mother right now, he sent his driver to send her home. She got inside the car. The driver hurriedly went back to his seat and started the car. Sophia turned her head to the window and looked outside the world. Her mind was fixed on what Juliana had told her. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a ring. She turned her head and thought it was her phone's tone. She then realized she had forgotten her phone at Bryan's house. "Miss, I forgot to give you the phone." The driver said that and gave a phone to her. Sophia held her phone and realized Bryan had remembered to send it to her. She checked her phone and noticed several messages from the admirer number. She read them one by one. "I just walked by your favorite pastry shop. I wish I could buy one for you. Why are you not replying to me?" The message was sent to her phone early in the morning. She was confused as to why Bryan sent her messages while he was with her in the morning. She then saw the last message, which she had just received. "Are you okay?" She stared at the text. If she had only seen the last message, she would have continued to believe it was Bryan. However, she had already read the first two messages, implying that the person was not Bryan, because Bryan was present when the messages were sent. She did not wait. She sent a message asking, "Who are you?" She waited for a while until the reply came to her phone. "How about meeting tomorrow at that restaurant near Nightshade University?" "Bryan, I am asking you something," Juliana said as she stared at her son. She had been questioning him for 10 minutes about why he had called that girl at home, but he had not responded. "Bryan, why are you?" She paused when Bryan's gaze lifted from his plate and shifted to her. Juliana gulped as she met her son's cold gaze. She averted her eyes from him. Her son was not an ordinary alpha. He had a history of dominance. It was the prophecy of the fortune tellers that an alpha would come to this pack and extend the pack to the highest reach, which no one had ever thought of. During the time that Bryan was inside her womb and she was only 3 months pregnant, she had to endure the kind of pain that other pregnant women normally do not experience during that time. In fact, doctors even told her that it would be tough for her to have this child. Nevertheless, she did not agree to the suggestion of having an abortion and instead made the decision to keep the child. After some time had passed, when she was in the 6th month of her pregnancy, a fortune teller informed her and her husband that he could see the arrival of the alpha of the Nightshade pack, which everyone had been waiting for all of these years. She and Alpha Max were happy about it. When Bryan was born, the entire pack was filled with joy and celebration. As time went on, Max and Juliana both witnessed the changes that occurred in his behavior and powers. Max had never considered going after other people's packs. However, a few years ago, just after Bryan had been given the responsibility, another pack thought about attacking the Nightshade pack. That was the time when all the packs realized who Alpha Bryan was. Before the enemies could reach the border, Bryan attacked the pack and demolished the whole pack in one night. From that night on, all the alphas trembled in fear whenever they heard his name. They were afraid to even think of attacking the pack. Bryan was not behind in the business world either. Business was like his favorite hobby. If any alpha offended him, he punished them in the business field. The Nightshade pack had grown to become the most developed pack just because of his extraordinary business skills. If you keep asking the same question and I am not replying to you, that means I don't want to, Mom. Bryan's voice was sharp. His voice did not even shake a little to talk with his mother. Juliana slowly turned her head to look at him. She was sitting beside his chair. They were having breakfast in the dining room. "I can't understand what you have seen in that girl," she muttered in anger. She reached for the knife and the fork, and then she started slicing the steak. But her movements froze when Bryan questioned her. "What did you say to her, that she had to leave my house like that?" Juliana looked at Bryan and shrugged her shoulders. "I didn't tell her to leave your house." Her grips around the fork and knife tightened as she thought, "Instead, I told her to leave you and your pack." "Then why did she leave?" he asked in a calm tone. "I don't know. Bryan, what made you fire that maid? She is a beautiful young girl who can—" Bryan's eyes darkened. Placing his fork on his plate, he crossed his arm over his chest. "I knew you intentionally sent those maids." Juliana's shocked eyes grew larger. I was just... Mom, just because you are sick, you can't make me do whatever you want." Juliana lowered her head to look at the plate and started eating without uttering a single word. Bryan observed her for a while, then got up from his chair. Juliana looked up at her son. "Where are you going?" she asked, then glanced at his unfinished plate. "I lost my appetite," he replied, leaving the living room. She hurriedly stood up and walked behind him. "Bryan, your father is concerned for you. Why are you not receiving his calls?" "Tell him I am busy these days," Bryan said, heading to the main door. After raising her hand and placing it on her chest, Juliana let out a scream. "Ah!" Bryan turned around and saw Juliana holding her chest. She almost fell to the floor, but Bryan ran to her and kept her from falling. "Mom!" He made her sit on the couch. Hearing Juliana's scream, other maids rushed to the living room. Ivana hurriedly brought a glass of water. Juliana rested her head on Bryan's chest and drank the water. As Bryan patted her on the back, he said, "Let me call the pack doctor." Juliana held his hand and shook her head. "There is no need for that." She glanced at the maids, indicating that she wanted them to leave her and Bryan alone. As soon as they realized what she was trying to say, the maids left them alone. Bryan frowned at his mother. "Why are you so stubborn? I saw Dad's messages. This was the reason why I was not receiving his calls." With a smile, Juliana questioned, "So when he said your mom doesn't want to see a doctor anymore, you still ignored it?" Bryan averted his gaze away from her. "I am trying to find someone to cure your illness." She moved her head away from his chest and cupped his cheeks. She turned his head to look at her. "Your mom has only a few years left. I want to see you get married and have children." Bryan stared at her without any emotion in his eyes. "My son, why are you so cold? Why can't you feel anything? Can you not see that your mother is dying? Or have you developed feelings for someone you shouldn't?" Bryan's frown deepened as he asked, "What do you mean?" She removed her hands from his cheeks and replied, "Bryan, it's been a while since you became the head alpha. You need to think about this pack's future. Just like a half moon, a pack without a Luna is incomplete." The whole day, Sophia was upset. What Bryan's mother told her was beyond her imagination. It was not a joke. She loved Bryan. How could she tell her to get out of Bryan's life? Though Bryan called her and asked what his mother had told her, she did not say anything to him. She had already told his mother what she needed to say. She did not want to cause any issues between the mother and son. Because of the thoughts that she was having about Juliana's words, Sophia was unable to get a restful night's sleep. Bryan would indeed not be able to do anything when her brother's training period was over. It was because of the laws. Gammas were very important for every pack. After the head alpha, Gammas controlled the war since they were the main warriors of the packs. The next morning, Sophia woke up with a pale face. She thought about going to the company since her days off were over. A message appeared on the screen of her phone just as she was getting out of bed. As soon as she reached for her phone, she noticed the message that had been sent from the admirer number. "I will be at the restaurant in half an hour." Her brows lifted as she read the message. She almost forgot about this person. She rubbed her forehead and felt that her days were not going that well. She did not reply and got ready as soon as possible. She had to meet this person who knew many things about her. In fact, he was aware of her favorite pastry shop. She wondered if he was stalking her. She left the house after apologizing to her mother for not being able to join her for breakfast. She took a cab to the restaurant where she was supposed to meet the person. She wanted to think about who this person might be, but her thoughts kept returning to what had happened yesterday. His mother will oppose my relationship with him. How am I going to handle her? She bit her bottom lip in nervousness when she remembered Bryan's father did not like her as well. She was confronted with the chaos that was being caused by everything that was going on. However, she recalled what Bryan had told her in his bedroom. She placed her hand on her chest and patted it. He loves me. He calls me his woman. He will handle everything. I believe he will. She smiled as the worry in her chest eased slightly as she thought about Bryan. The cab came to a stop beside the restaurant. She paid the cab driver and got out of the cab. She looked at the restaurant. Almost immediately, the memories of her and Bryan spending time in this restaurant came to her mind. A grin spread across her lips as she gazed at the small restaurant. As soon as she walked into the restaurant, she began to look around. She suddenly became nervous. She came to meet a stranger who she did not even know, but the person knew her really well. But when her gaze fell upon the person seated at the last table by the window, she froze. Be Bruce? She took a step back. She shook her head and looked away from him. No, it can't be him. She turned around as she thought to leave. She would block the person's number. She did not care who the hell it was. But her steps halted when Bruce noticed her and called out her name. Sophia. She turned around to face him. Bruce, what are yo? Bruce moved in her direction and grasped her hand. He tugged her to the table while saying, I was waiting for you. Sophia was too shocked to say something. When he pulled the chair for her, she got back to her senses and moved aside. What do you mean? Didn't you come here to meet me? He asked with a warm smile on his face. No, I came to meet someone else. She could not just believe him and dialed the admirer number. Her grip on her phone froze when Bruce's phone began to ring. Sophia's hand dropped to her side in shock. You. Bruce locked his gaze on her. I knew you would not speak to me if you knew it was me. So I had to contact you using an unknown number. Sophia parted her lips, but no words came out. All of a sudden, the day when someone sent the flowers to her cabin came to her mind. It was not from Bryan. So that BM was not Bryan Morrison, but Bruce Morrison? She mumbled while looking lost. She made a huge mistake by accepting the flowers. Sophia, let's talk, Bruce said, holding her hand. She shut her eyes in anger. She grabbed his wrist, removed his grip on her hand, and then pushed it. Why did you do that to me? She asked. He shook his head and cupped her cheeks. You know the answer. I can't see you with my brother. I want you to be with me. During the time that she was staring at him, she was thinking about how she could convince this man that there was no possibility of them getting back together. Bruce removed his hand from her cheeks when he noticed she was not responding to him. She could not help but let out, You are just obsessed with me. Stop doing this. I am your brother's woman now. If he hadn't come between us, even if I had never met him or he had not been my mate, I would not have returned to you. After saying that, she left him in the restaurant. Everything she said to him was true. He and she would not have ended up together. She hailed a cab and went to the company. Her only intention was to see who the person was. Since she was aware of it now, she knew what I would need to do right now. I will tell Bryan about it. He will surely make Bruce understand it, she said to herself. When she arrived at the company, everyone smiled and welcomed her. After all, she had returned after a full week. She took a deep breath when she reached the top floor. She thought about making Bryan's coffee, but then decided to talk to him about Bruce first. She went straight to Bryan's office and knocked on the door. Come in. She entered the office and saw Bryan sitting on his chair behind the desk. She closed the door behind her and walked over to the desk. She noticed Bryan did not seem to be in a good mood. His deep furrowed brow was fixed on something. Mate, I need to talk to you. Before she could finish, Bryan stood up and threw some photos in her face. What's this? He asked her. She was shocked by his actions. Her attention was drawn to a photograph that had fallen to the ground. It was a photo of her and Bruce at the restaurant. Bruce was cupping her cheeks. They looked quite close in the photo. She flinched when Bryan asked with a furious tone, "When will you leave my brother?" Sophia replied by shaking her head. "I didn't do anything. I didn't go to him." Bryan glared at her. His fists tightened, indicating that he was enraged. This man's fury would burn anyone who dared to come across him, turning them to ashes. Sophia's body shook when she saw how fierce he looked. He no longer looked like Bryan, who always behaved softly with her. She tried to calm him down by saying, "Mate, it was he who always came to me." Gathering her courage, she walked to him and held his arm. "Trust me." Bryan yanked his hand away from her grip, which caused her to take a few steps back. "If he comes to you, then what's this?" he muttered while pointing his finger at a photo on the floor. Sophia slowly shifted her gaze and felt stunned. The photo seemed to click when she went to the dorm to do her study project. In the photo, she and Bruce were entering a room together. She immediately turned her head to Bryan and said, "Nothing is like what you are thinking. That photo was clicked a few months ago. I told you I went to the university to do the study project." Bryan stared at her without uttering a single word. His jaw was clenched. After seeing those pictures, he seemed to have gone insane. Someone had sent him a lot of photos today before Sophia arrived at the office. In all of the photos, Bruce and Sophia appeared to be very close. Sophia did not seem to be refusing Bruce or anything. In fact, it looked like Sophia was smiling at Bruce, holding his hand, and walking with him somewhere. Sophia's eyes started welling up with tears. Why was he not believing her? She approached him once more and said, "I told him I could not be with him, but he still acts foolishly. Please don't misunderstand me." Hearing her, Bryan raised a brow and asked, "Are you telling me that my brother, who never dared to speak in front of me, approached you behind my back?" "I don't think he has the audacity to do that." Sophia felt heartbroken. What did he mean? Did he mean that it was her who approached his brother behind his back? Did he not trust her? Was his love for his brother so strong that he could not see that she was innocent? She took a deep breath and decided to tell him the truth about how Bruce had trapped her by sending her messages from an unknown number. "I wanted to tell you about him. She was interrupted by the ringtone of her phone. Bryan looked at the screen of her phone, which she was holding in her hand. The moment he saw the contact admirer, his eyes scowled. "Who the fuck is this admirer now?" he asked and grabbed her phone before she could cut the call. Bryan received the call and put it on loudspeaker. "I love you, Sophia." Bruce's voice echoed in the silent room. Sophia swallowed as she saw the darkness creep into Bryan's eyes. She felt shaken inside. Bryan did not say anything as Bruce continued to speak again. "Why are you so afraid of my brother?" "Don't worry about him. I will take care of him. He will never learn about our secret relationship. Just don't get mad at me." Sophia's eyes widened. Bryan's dark gaze drifted towards her. She shook her head. No, I can't let him misunderstand me anymore." She took the last chance and grabbed the phone from Bryan, then spoke out. "Bruce, what nonsense are you talking about? What secret relationship are you talking about? I don't know how many times I need to keep repeating to you that I don't love you. I don't want to be with you either. Please leave me alone. Should I repeat that to you?" Bruce cut me off and said, "No, you are mine. I can't see you with anyone else. I love you." Sophia had had enough of Bruce. Under Bryan's enraged stare, she could feel her blood half dried. However, she tried to clear her side. She did not have any regrets now. "Sophia, are you listening to me? Why are you not saying anything? Are you scared of my brother? Then don't. I will be with you." As soon as Bruce said that, Bryan spoke out. "I see. You are incredibly brave. Now you are going to protect her from me? You seem to have gotten some wings. Would you like me to cut them, Bruce Morrison?" His voice was sharp. Sophia gulped while lowering her head. It would be better for her to keep quiet right now. "Brother?" Bruce's shaken voice reached Sophia's ears. She sighed as she felt that Bruce had really crossed his line. All these times she tried to forget her past so that the two brothers would never fight against each other. Now she did not know what Bryan would do. But she knew he really loved his younger brother. As she contemplated the fact that Bryan had placed his trust in his brother rather than in her, she felt a pang of pain in her chest. Though those photos showed something else, he should have listened to her side before trusting them. She wondered who sent those photos to Bryan. "Brother, I was just—" Bryan cut the call and handed the phone to Sophia. She was silently staring at the floor, expecting him to say something to her. Instead of speaking to her, Bryan grabbed his phone from the desk and called someone. Sophia glanced at him with teary eyes. It was clear to her that he was becoming more agitated. As if the call had connected, he spoke to the person on the other end of the phone. "Block every card that Bruce has. Take his car back and sell it in the market. Stop giving him the benefits of being Alpha's family member." "Okay, Alpha," the other person replied. Bryan took a brief moment, looking like he was thinking about something, then said, "If my father dares to help him behind my back, tell him to contact me." Bryan cut the call and tossed the phone on the desk loudly. The loud sound of the phone caused Sophia to flinch when she heard it. While slowly raising her head, she turned her gaze toward Bryan. She saw him sitting on his chair. He reached for the packet of cigarettes and removed one from it. He put the cigarette between his lips and grabbed the lighter to light it. Sophia moved closer to him and grabbed his wrist to stop. "Don't smoke too much," she said in a soft tone. Bryan looked at the hand that stopped him and then turned his head to look at Sophia. When his cold gaze met hers, her hand trembled around the grip. Didn't he hear his brother? Why was he still angry with her? When she let go of his hand, he lit the cigarette and began to smoke. Sophia stared at him. His eyes were fixed on the blank wall as if he were thinking about something. "Mate," she tried to break the silence between them. Bryan exhaled the smoke and said, "You came back to the company after a week. Go back to your work." She was stunned by his tone. He was talking like she was an ordinary employee of his company, not his mate. I? She paused and bit her bottom lip, thinking about why he was doing this to her. "Miss Burge, didn't you hear me?" Her brows lifted in surprise. She immediately turned away from him and replied, "Yes, Alpha." She hurried to the door and left the cabin. When she came out, she rushed to her cabin. She closed the door and leaned her back against it. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she felt hurt by Bryan's behavior. She sobbed while walking to her chair. She sat behind the desk and put her head down on it. She was an emotional girl. Her heart was very sensitive. She felt pain whenever Bryan distanced himself from her. "Why didn't you believe me when I told you I had no fault? Why are you hurting me like this?" She mumbled while patting her chest. She had no courage to ask those questions to him. Was he angry that she went to meet Bruce today? After a while, she sat up and wiped her eyes. She came to a realization. He should get mad at me. I deserve this. I should not have gone to meet Bruce in the first place. He loves me and doesn't want to see me with his brother. She took a few deep breaths and made an effort to feel more at ease. With that, she started to work. She checked Bryan's schedule. Today, he had a clear schedule. He did not have any meetings, but he would have to be busy for the next 2 days. There would be 2 PAC meetings. Sophia would have to accompany him to the meetings. Sophia got up and left her cabin in order to prepare a cup of coffee for Bryan. As she approached the coffee machine, she observed Celine standing there. "Hello, Miss Selina." "Hey, Sophia, how are you? How were your exams?" Sophia talked to her about her exams. When she was about to make coffee for Bryan, Selina stopped her. "No need to make coffee for Alpha." "Why?" Sophia asked in confusion. "He left the company a few minutes ago." Sophia's brows lifted in shock. "Where?" "How do I know?" "But I am his secretary. I don't know where he is." "It's okay. You can take a break or contact Alpha if he needs you." "You are right." Sophia went back to her cabin and dialed Bryan's number. Bryan did not answer her calls, which caused her to feel anxious about the situation. "Why are you punishing me like this, mate? Can't you see how much I love you? Your every action is hurting me." Sophia felt helpless. She sat back on her chair and tried to focus on the projects that Bryan had just taken over. However, her mind kept wandering to where Bryan would be. Did he go to the pack house? He surely went to the pack house like before. His mom is sick, she thought. Suddenly, something hit her mind. Did his mother say something wrong to him about her? She could do that. Sophia did not trust that woman. The woman who could offer her money to leave her son could do anything. Sophia called Delta Edger to know where Bryan was. He said Bryan was not in the right mood to talk. She could only ask one question to Edger. Is he okay? Edger was quiet for a while before he replied, he is fine. Who would be brave enough to think about hurting Alpha Bryan? Sophia spent the entire day in the office. Bryan did not return to the company. She did not call him either. If he cared for her, he would surely call her. When it was time to leave the office, Sophia locked her cabin and went to Bryan's office to set up all the files. Isn't it strange? As your secretary, my job is always to be by your side, but here I am, working alongside other employees. She sighed and left Bryan's cabin. After saying her goodbyes to the other employees, she left the company. As she made her way to the bus stop, she felt defeated. She could not control herself and tried to call Bryan again. As soon as Bryan received the call, she felt her heart almost skip a beat. "Hello, mate?" she asked with a smile on her face. Her steps also halted as she waited for him to reply. "What?" His question caused her to shudder inside. "Mate, where are you?" "I'm at my house right now." She thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you still mad at me? Do you want me to come to your house?" She knew how to break his anger. He could never resist her closeness. "No, I'm busy right now." His words pierced her heart. She gasped in shock when Bryan abruptly ended the call as soon as he had finished speaking. Her hand dropped to the side. She had no idea how things had changed so suddenly. Her legs began to move as her gaze remained fixed on the phone screen. Her mind was not processing anything. Suddenly, she bumped into someone. She took a step back and slowly raised her head to look at the person. Her expression changed instantly when she saw the familiar face. "You?" she mumbled with a surprised look. The person raised a brow while looking at her. "I could call this a coincidence if it weren't you. You never look ahead when you walk, do you?" Sophia stared at the man. He was none other than the person who had helped her in the River Moon pack. Sophia was already upset since Bryan's behavior did not seem okay to her, so she could not say much to the man and only apologized. "I'm sorry." His sharp eyes were fixed on her. However, he was in this pack, which surprised her. "What are you doing in this pack?" Sophia asked, recalling his name as Adon. "I can ask you the same," he replied. Oh, Sophia let out a sigh and stepped aside. "Mr. Adon, nice to meet you again. I have to leave now. Sorry for the inconvenience. I should have looked ahead while walking." She had no interest in knowing what he was doing here. All she wanted was to go home and cry. Bryan had just ignored her, like she was nothing to him. Why? She wanted to put her self-respect aside and go to his house to see what the matter was. In the last few months together with him, he had never behaved so coldly with her. As she walked past the man, he spoke out, "I am not your Adon, by the way." Her steps halted when she heard him. It brought to her mind what Nolan had said to her. Adon meant Lord. She turned around and looked at his back. He remained in his place and had not yet turned to face her. "Who are you?" It was the third time she had asked him the question. There was an air of mystery surrounding this man. He appeared to be Bryan's age. Though his aura was different from Bryan's, he had some power radiating from him. The man turned around and grinned at her. She raised her brows when her eyes fell on his clothing. He was wearing casual clothes today. She remembered that when she met him in the River Moon pack, he was in an expensive suit. She noticed an expensive watch in his hand, too. In that case, why did this man appear so average now? "Stop scanning my body like that. Or do you want to see it without clothes?" he asked with a smirk. Sophia immediately turned her gaze away from him. How could she forget how shameless his mouth was? "What are you doing here?" "You are not from this pack," she said, crossing her hand across her chest. He approached her and stopped in front of her. "So you are from this pack. I see. You didn't even welcome your savior. How ungrateful you are." Sophia's folded hands loosened. He was right. He had helped her that day. If he hadn't helped her return to the town that day, she would have lost forever. "Welcome to the Crystal Blood Pack," Sophia said with a small smile. Suddenly, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I haven't booked any women here. Want to join me tonight?" Sophia got mad at him. She pushed his chest, causing him to retreat a few steps. "Pervert." She muttered that and turned around. She could hear his chuckles behind her. "Hey, I was just kidding." She ignored his calls and kept walking ahead. She stopped at the bus stop and sat on a bench to wait for a bus. To her surprise, Adon came to sit next to her. "Why are you following me?" she asked without looking at him. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "It's not your bench. I can sit anywhere, you know." She turned her head slowly and gave him a look. He laughed at her. "I was trying to be cool. Why so mad, little girl?" His last sentence came out with a heavy voice, which shocked her. This man had a dual personality. He could be funny and serious at the same time. She looked away from him. She glanced at her phone and thought to call Bryan again. Her gaze was fixed on the lit screen. Her fingers were running over Bryan's number. She was in a daze about whether or not to call him. He might be furious with her for meeting with Bruce. Otherwise, he would not have ignored her like that. "Mate?" She heard Adon's voice beside her. She turned to him and noticed his eyes were fixed on her phone screen. With a frown between his brows, he was staring at Bryan's number, which was saved as mate in her phone book. She locked the phone right away. "Don't you know that you should not look at someone else's phone like that?" Though the phone screen turned black, his eyes were still on it. His eyes grew gloomy, as if he did not like something. She gulped at his sudden change. She got up from the bench. He looked at her. "Where are you going?" "I should take a cab to leave. It's getting too late." He grabbed her wrist to stop her as she turned to walk toward the street. "I'm dropping you. No need to take a cab." She lowered her head to look at his hand, which was grabbing her wrist. He was holding her hand as if they had known each other for years. "No, thanks." Sophia removed his hand from hers and began to walk. "Why don't you call your mate if you are missing him so much?" Without pausing her stride, she responded, "He is busy." "What is he so busy with that he can't give time to his mate?" he asked while following her. She noticed his shadow trailing behind her. She was not sure why this strange man was following her. "I bet he does not want you as much as you want him." She paused when she heard him. She turned to him with a frown. "What's wrong with you? You don't even know my mate. How can you say that?" He noticed her changed expression and winked at her. "I don't need to know him. That day, you spoke about him a lot? I can only guess." His response caught Sophia off guard. Did he learn that her mate was Alpha Bryan? She could not tell anyone about it until Bryan gave her permission. She swallowed and asked, "What is your guess?" He averted his gaze and replied, "There is nothing to be afraid of. If he loves you, he should tell the whole world about it. What is there to keep hidden?" For some unknown reason, this stranger's words hurt her heart. He was right. Why did Bryan still hide their mate bond from others? "Do not mind me. I could only guess that you have a powerful mate, as you mentioned." Sophia felt relieved. He might think her mate was just an ordinary alpha in this pack. There was no way he could understand that she was the head alpha's mate. At that time, a car pulled over to their side and stopped beside them. The driver came out and bowed to Adon. Sophia was surprised. Why did the driver bow to him? She stared at Adon with doubtful eyes. He still had not revealed his identity to her yet. Adon opened the back door for Sophia and gestured with his hand. "It's late. I can't let you go all alone at this hour." She looked away from him. She felt that he showed some care toward her. Why did he give a damn if she had any trouble returning home at this hour? What was the deal with him? No one would spend so much time with a stranger they had only met twice in their lives. Sophia noticed that he was still holding the back door for her. She knew he was not a danger to her. She could trust him because he had helped her before. She gave him a nod and got inside the car. He closed the door and went to sit next to her. She gave him a surprised look. "What? Do you want me to sit with my driver?" he asked, closing the door. "No," she muttered while turning her head to the window. When the driver got into the car, she gave him her address. The driver glanced at Adon first. Only when Adon nodded at him did he start the car. Sophia was not a fool. She knew who got this type of treatment. No one bows to anyone until he. "Are you an alpha from another pack?" she questioned Adon. Upon hearing Sophia's inquiry, the driver momentarily glanced in the rearview mirror. Adon's gaze was drawn to that mirror, which caused the driver to divert his attention away from Sophia. There was silence throughout the entire car. With her eyes fixed on Edon, Sophia was awaiting a response. I am just a businessman who came here to learn business. I have heard the head alpha of this pack is very skilled in business, Edon replied, turning his head to the window. The look in Sophia's eyes brightened. Are you going to meet him? Let's go and meet him now. He immediately turned to her and asked, At this hour? She came to the realization that she had shown her excitement after hearing him. It was because she was eager to meet Bryan and wanted a reason to go to him. She cleared her throat and replied, No, I mean, you seem excited. Have you ever met him? I have heard girls are lining up to be with him. Yeah, I met him. Sophia felt that this man was clever enough. What if she said something in excitement that she should not reveal to him? How is he in person? Edon asked. He sounded excited, which made Sophia believe that he indeed came here to meet Bryan. Sophia thought for a moment about Bryan before replying to Edon. He is a man of power. Whenever he walks past someone, they can feel the aura of dominance. He does not let anyone approach him except... She paused and said in her mind, except me. As if Edon was waiting for her to continue, he asked, except for the people he trusts. After a few moments of silence, Edon chuckled. Sophia was almost lost in Bryan's thoughts, but Edon's chuckle pulled her back to reality. Hey, are you crazy? Why are you laughing? Edon shook her head. You are his fangirl. Sophia frowned at him. I'm not his fangirl, but his. She was interrupted by a phone call. She checked her phone and saw Bryan's number. Within a second, her frown vanished. She did not waste her time and received the call quickly. Hello, mate. She bit her bottom lip as she waited for him to speak to her. Bryan did not speak and remained silent for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Edon was watching her every single movement. His grin faded as he observed her talking on her phone. Where are you? Bryan asked Sophia. I'm on my way home. Why? She asked in a soft tone. I sent my driver to the company to drive you home, but he did not find you there, he said calmly. Her heart raced as she heard the depth of his voice. Grinning broadly, she closed her eyes. She exhaled deeply, thinking that everything was okay between them. She knew this man cared for her. Even though he was furious with her, he made sure to send his driver to pick her up for her safety. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with tears. It escaped her mind that there was another person inside the car with her. She was unaware of how the man sitting next to her looked at her with his scanning eyes. Mate, please don't get mad at me. I will never talk to Bruce again, I promise. Bryan took a brief second and she assumed that he was smoking. She could imagine him smoking while talking to her. He was a chain smoker. She wished she could stop him from smoking too much. His humming soothed her heart. She wiped the corners of her eyes. Before she could say anything else, Bryan spoke again. I'm releasing your brother tomorrow. Really? She could not stop herself and nearly jumped onto the seat. She was happy that she could celebrate her birthday with Abraham. Thank you so much, mate. Make sure you get home safely. Yeah. Bryan then ended the call. Sophia let out a deep breath. She was no longer upset. Her mood had shifted with just one call. She was engrossed in her own world when she heard Edon's voice beside her. Who is Bruce? Sophia turned to him and said, You overheard my conversation? Edon shifted his gaze away from her, looking ahead. Of course I did. We are in a car, sitting next to each other, and you are talking with another man whose voice was loud enough to reach my ears. His words felt strange to Sophia. She let out a sigh as her eyes fell on his side profile. She could not shake the fact that this man was good-looking. She wondered which pack he belonged to. It was hard to accept that he had come to learn about business, even after he gave her an explanation. There was something in him that was screaming dominance, but he was calm with her. You have no right to ask me anything. You had not even disclosed your identity to me. At that time, the driver stopped the car with a loud screech. Sophia's body jerked forward at the abrupt stop. Just as her head was about to hit the back of the front seat, a hand came between them. Her forehead pressed against Edon's hand. Her eyes widened with shock. She had no idea what had just happened. She slowly turned her head toward Edon. Are you okay? He asked, leaning close to her. She shifted away from him and sat up straight. I'm fine. Thank you. Edon looked at the driver and glared at him. What happened? Accept my apology. I was just shut up and focus on the road, not what is going on behind your back. Sophia was almost startled by Adon's loud, sharp voice. She noticed that he was no longer the calm person who was patiently speaking with her. His eyes were digging into the driver. His jaw was clenched, and his gaze was deadly. She gulped at his anger. It's okay. Dee, don't shout at him. As if her voice had done some magic on him, he shut his eyes and exhaled. With serene eyes, he gazed at her. Sorry, if you have to. No, it's all right. I can go by myself from here. My house is close by, she said, attempting to open the door. But the driver had already started the car again. Sophia felt defeated and calmly waited to arrive at her house. She began to wonder why the driver had abruptly stopped the car a while ago. What did she say that made him press the brake? Adon stayed silent as well. There was silence on the drive. It occurred to Sophia that Adon was helping her for the second time. Thank you. For what? We met twice, and you helped both times. We can meet again if you want to. She frowned at him. His eyes were fixed outside the car. She did not know what his intentions were in saying that, but she could not meet him again unless it was for business. She was happy with Bryan and did not want any other problems in her life. Out of nowhere, she mumbled, "You know I have a mate." He turned to her and asked, "So?" She looked away from him and replied, "My mate doesn't like it when I talk to another man." "I see," he muttered, observing her face. Sophia told the driver to stop the car when it arrived close to her house. "Adon, thanks a lot." She opened the chain of her bag and took out her visiting card. She gave the card to him and said, "You can contact me if you need any help in the future. I will try my best." After taking the card, Eden gave it a close inspection. Something caught his eye, and he frowned. "Personal secretary of Bryan Morrison?" She cleared her throat and said in a polite tone, "Yeah, since you came here to meet Alpha Bryan, you can call me for the meeting. I will do my best to schedule an appointment for you, even though the next 2 days will be hectic." Hearing her, he raised a brow. "Appointment to meet him?" "Of course. What did you think? He is a very busy person. Meeting him is no easy task. It is necessary for other alphas to schedule a meeting with him at least 1 month in advance." "Nice," he replied, and he nodded at her. She smiled and turned to open the door, but paused when he said, "Don't you want to know my identity?" She did not turn to him, but waited for him to continue. She felt that meeting this man was lucky for her. Whenever he met her, she and Bryan grew closer. Last time it was Bryan's birthday and everything settled between them. And today Bryan was upset with her, but then he himself called her to talk again. Adon did not say anything, as if waiting for her response. "Yes, I want to know, but I know you are not willing to tell me." "So it's okay," she replied, turning to face him. A smirk formed on the corner of Adon's lips. "You only met me twice, but in just 2 days you were able to get to know me very well. I'm impressed." Sophia chuckled at his words. She had the impression that he was a good guy. In his casual jeans and white t-shirts, he looked younger. "I don't need to know much. You helped me, so I will try to help you if I can. That's it." "How about you tell me who your mate is, and I will tell you about myself?" She was stunned. She blinked her eyes and muttered, "I am not allowed to reveal that." She did not wait for a moment and opened the door to leave. She exited the car and closed the back door. Leaning on the back seat of the car, the man watched her movements as she began to walk. She made her way to her home without ever turning to him for once. "Al Alpha, I'm sorry for the sudden stop of the car at that time. I was shocked when she asked about your identity," the driver murmured in a shaken tone. The man ignored the driver and took his phone out of his pocket. He dialed a number. In just one call, the other person received it. "Find out who the Bruce guy is." The person on the other end of the phone was quiet for a few seconds, then replied, "That's Bruce Morrison. He is the younger brother of the head Alpha." "And what is her relationship with him?" "He is her ex-boyfriend." The man cut the call and glanced at Sophia's house. Sophia had just stepped into her house. He scoffed and muttered, "That Alpha boy who never raises his voice in front of his big brother is your ex? You had quite bad taste in the past, darling." As soon as Sophia entered her house, she found her mother standing at the window, looking outside. "Mom?" Her mother turned around and looked at her. Who is he? Sophia walked to her and stood next to her near the window. From there, she could see Adon looking at her house from inside the car. She was able to get a good look at his face because the window of the car was lowered. He is someone I know, Mom. Someone you know? You just got out of his car. Don't lie to me. Is he your boyfriend? Sophia's eyes widened upon hearing her question. She immediately shook her head, indicating her disagreement. What are you saying? He is more like a friend. He helped me when I was in the River Moon pack. Sophia bit her tongue when she realized that she had mistakenly almost told her mother about her being lost in that pack. What help? She tried to make an excuse. If she told her about that, she would never agree to let her go outside the pack again. Mom, he helped me with business. Oh. Sophia felt relieved when her mother did not say anything more. She told her to freshen up so that they could have dinner together. That night, Sophia slept peacefully. There was no burden in her heart. Everything had returned to normal between her and Bryan. Sophia made sure to get up early in the morning so that she would not be late for the company. Since she had no classes now, she could work the whole day. When she got ready, she went downstairs. She saw her mother setting the table for breakfast. Good morning, Mom. Good morning. While Sophia was assisting her mother, the two of them sat down together at the table. I am going to meet one of my friends today, her mother said to her. Sophia smiled at her. That's great. Her daughter is going abroad to continue her studies. Sophia was surprised to hear that. Wow. Girls who traveled abroad and lived their own lives were considered independent. But what about her mother? Sophia asked curiously. Her mother put more food on her plate and said, Eat more. Sophia smiled at her and nodded. While chewing her food, she heard her mother saying, What about her mother? There is nothing to worry about. She has 2 sons. They would take care of her. She should not stop her daughter from fulfilling her dream. Sophia paused eating. She was amazed by her mother's mentality. She could not help but feel blessed to have a mother like her. Her mother used to inspire her and her brother to do what they wanted in their lives. Abraham wanted to be the Gamma, and she was not afraid of anyone about it. She supported him until he became one. The same went with Sophia. She encouraged her to focus on her business studies. After some time had passed, just as Sophia was getting ready to leave, she heard someone knock on the door. Let me see who has come, Sophia said to her mother as she walked to the door. As soon as she opened the door, her eyes widened. She let out a loud gasp while looking at the person at the door. Brother! Abraham was standing at the door with a broad smile on his face. Sophia hurriedly hugged him, as she still could not believe that she was seeing her brother. As Abraham gave his sister a hug, the backpack that was perched on his shoulder dropped to the floor. How are you, silly? Brother, I missed you so much, she mumbled while hugging his neck. Tears rolled down her eyes. Their mother rushed to the door and paused. Her eyes lit up with happiness. Abraham, my son, you are back! Sophia broke the hug and let Abraham meet their mother. Abraham hugged his mother, who was crying on his chest. Sophia smiled as she wiped away her tears. She recalled that Bryan had informed her about Abraham beforehand. Thanks, mate, she said in her head. Sophia grabbed Abraham's backpack and closed the door. She decided not to leave now. Since her brother was back, she would give him some time. She still had 1 hour in her hand. While he was looking around the house, Abraham sat down on the couch. I can't believe it. It's been a long time since I was at home. Sophia sat next to him. You have gained more muscle. I am curious about how long you train every day. Her mother brought a plate full of food for Abraham. No, Mom. I had breakfast with Alpha today. Sophia's heart skipped a beat just hearing about Bryan. She slowly glanced at her brother. Her mother looked surprised to hear Abraham. People call him ruthless for no reason. It's just a rumor. He is a very kind man. In fact, he often came to drop Sophia off. Saying that, she sat down on a couch. Abraham turned his head at Sophia. She immediately lowered her head. Drop her home? He muttered. Sophia almost forgot that Abraham knew that Bryan was her mate. She thought to tell Abraham about her and Bryan's closeness. He would be relieved that Bryan had accepted her into his heart. But she would have to wait. Tomorrow was her birthday. She would express her feelings to Bryan that day. She believed he would not refuse her. Sophia is right. Your body is built like a powerful man. You do look like a gamma now. Sophia looked at her mother and nodded in agreement. Abraham returned his attention to her and said, Mom, I used to train for 10 hours daily. 10 hours? Sophia was shocked. She gripped his bulging arm and pointed her finger with the other hand. How is it even possible? You worked really hard, brother. You deserve this position. Abraham shook his head and replied, 8 hours of training was fine with me, but when Alpha himself began training me, things became difficult for me. Why? Sophia observed her brother's expression when he mentioned Bryan. Instead of fear, his eyes showed a glint of respect. As if Abraham had remembered a moment, he grinned and responded, He is the toughest fighter when he is in his wolf form. I have seen other head alphas shaken in front of him whenever they came to meet him for pack alliances. He is a moonchild. No one can beat him in any form. Sophia said her goodbyes to her mother and Abraham before leaving the house to go to the company. Sophia. She turned around to see her brother approaching her. He stood at the door and asked, What was Mom saying? Alpha came to drop you home often? What's the matter? She lowered her head. Brother, everything has changed in 1 year. I have so many things to tell you. I haven't forgotten your last birthday. I remembered everything. He is my head alpha, and I have no right to go against him. But you know your brother. I can do anything for you. If he ever does something that... Brother. Sophia raised her head to look at him. She smiled brightly and replied, Trust me. Everything is okay. In fact, I am very happy now. You will be happy after learning many things. Just give me some time. I will tell you everything. She was eager to tell his brother that he would not have to worry about her anymore. Bryan is with her now. Since Abraham knew that Bryan was his sister's mate, he was worried about her. It was her sister's luck that she turned out to be their head alpha's mate. But Bryan Morrison was not any ordinary man. Abraham feared that his sister's heart would break. Seeing the smile on Sophia's face, he realized that his sister had moved on from her ex-boyfriend, Bruce. He never liked that guy anyway. Abraham patted her head and said, I'm happy to see you happy. Come back home soon. She nodded her head in response. She knew his brother would plan something for her since tomorrow was her birthday. She was excited, too. She'd been planning for the day. She was going to propose to Bryan tomorrow. Though she needed to be courageous for that, she would manage it. Sophia took a cab and went to the company. When she made her way to Bryan's office, she felt nervous. When she entered the cabin, she saw him working on some files. She cleared her throat to let him know of her presence. Bryan lifted his gaze and looked at her. Just meeting his eyes caused her heart to race. As she attempted to slow down her rapid heartbeats, she clenched her fists more tightly. She lost herself in his eyes, which reminded her of how they always wandered around her whenever they were close. She gulped and looked away when he did not break eye contact for a while. Good morning, she mumbled. Morning, he replied, gazing back at the file. With a deliberate pace, she made her way to the desk. When she came to stop next to his chair, she asked, Are you still angry with me? He shook his head without looking at her. No. She smiled as she got the answer. Yes, I knew you couldn't stay mad at me for long. After saying that, she leaned down and was just about to hug him when the door flung open. Immediately, she retreated a few steps and turned her attention to the door. Beta Robert rushed inside, ignoring everything around him, and walked over to the desk. I have been calling you since early this morning. Why are you not receiving it? Robert asked while huffing. Sophia was shocked. What had happened that made Beta Robert come to the company? He rarely came to the company unless there were important pack meetings with whom Bryan wanted to do business. She recalled that Beta Robert did not accompany Bryan to the River Moon pack, despite the fact that it was an important meeting. I am busy right now, Bryan replied, ignoring Robert completely. Sophia could not help but shake her head. She realized Bryan was still in a bad mood. He was not only ignoring her but his own Beta as well. What had happened to him suddenly? It did not seem that he was mad at her. Then what was wrong? Alpha Vic? Beta Robert paused when Bryan looked at him. Robert turned his head and realized that Sophia was also inside the room. Hello, Beta Robert. When Sophia greeted her, he gave a small nod. It looks like someone is bothering my Beta a lot. Can you go make me a cup of coffee? Bryan said this to Sophia after he shifted his gaze away from Robert. Robert raised a brow. I am feeling bothered, and you want her to make a coffee for you? Bryan leaned his back against his chair and replied, Yeah, because she is my secretary, not yours. Sophia felt that the atmosphere was heated, and from Bryan's words, she understood that he wanted to have private words with Beta Robert. So she bowed her head and left the cabin to make a cup of coffee. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Beta Robert shook his head while muttering, I can't believe it. Shut up and don't waste my time. I have meetings today. Bryan returned to his work like an alcoholic man. However, if anyone looked at him carefully, they could say that something was messing with his head. Alpha Lucas called me 5 times to talk to you, and Alpha Victor. These 2 men are killing me. Why are you not receiving his calls? Last time, Edgar had to come to you for that. Now it's me. When will you decide something? Bryan's eyes went dark as soon as he heard Robert. Robert tapped his fingers against the desk and said, Yesterday was devastating. I spoke to Lucas. If what he is saying is true, then there will be no one to stop you from getting it. Not even. Robert paused and let out a laugh. A smirk reached the corner of Bryan's lips as he understood what Robert was talking about. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath of the smoke. So what is your decision? Robert asked with a careful tone, fearing that he would get mad at him. Bryan exhaled the smoke and replied, What is there to decide about? I have planned everything from the beginning. What? You are going to confess to Alpha? Oh my God! Sarah's cheerful voice came out of the phone. Sophia grinned upon realizing how content her friend was. Yeah. Sophia said this while tapping on the keyboard. She gave Bryan his coffee a long time ago. She also made sure that Beta Robert had a cup of coffee. He was the beta of the pack. How could she disrespect him like that? She was now discussing her plan with Sarah while seated in the chair behind the desk. I have no doubt he will accept your feelings. The way his mother offered you money, I bet she would brainwash him. Thus, it would be best if you came clean about your relationship with him right away. By listening to her, Sophia was only thinking about how Juliana was acting toward her while they were at Bryan's house. She told Sarah everything. Sarah was the only person to whom she could express her pain and happiness. Sophia, you definitely need to take a firm hold of your position. There is so much competition around you. With a sigh, Sophia answered, He is the only thing that matters to me. I know he loves me. I just want him to accept my heart just as he accepted the mate bond. She talked to Sarah for a while. She asked her about her vacation. Sarah said they were having fun. Just as Sophia took a quick glance at the clock, she became aware that it was already time for the pack meeting. As soon as she finished hanging up the phone, she immediately dialed the number of the receptionist. She inquired as to whether or not any other alphas had arrived yet. What? They are already here. Quickly rising to her feet, Sophia made her way to the meeting room in order to check on everything. On the way, she ran into Troy. Hey. Hello, Troy. You look in a hurry. Yeah, I came to check first, then I will go to inform Alpha, she replied, peeking inside the meeting room. I reviewed everything. Don't worry, you can go ahead and call Alpha. This is an important meeting. Thanks, Troy. She headed to Bryan's cabin. She knocked on the door and waited outside until he spoke out. Come in. As she opened the door, she noticed Bryan staring out the window. His hands were tucked into his pockets. It's time for the meeting. Other alphas were waiting for you in the meeting room. Bryan turned around. Sophia gulped when his gaze fell directly on her. He walked toward her. She lowered her head when he approached her. He came to a stop in front of her. She blinked her eyes, looking at the floor. Has your brother returned home? He asked calmly. She looked up at him with brighter eyes. Yeah, thanks a lot. His eyes observed her bright face and asked, For what? She bit her bottom lip and looked away from him. She took a slow step forward, gathering the courage to hug him. She buried her face against his chest and put her hands around his waist. As his cologne reached her nostrils, she inhaled deeply. She closed her eyes and grinned. She felt all of her nervousness go away. Her wolf felt at ease, and so did her heart. Thank you for coming into my life. I know there are times when I do things that make you angry, but please don't get mad at me. You know what you mean to me and my life. Bryan remained silent for a while. It seemed to her that he would not give her a hug in return. However, just as she was about to walk away, his powerful arms came down and landed on her waist, preventing her from breaking the embrace. She moved her head to look at him. The intensity of his gaze, which was directed directly into her eyes, caused her to blush out of shyness. He brought his hand up to her face and gently touched her chin. At a slow pace, his thumb rubbed under her chin. When she averted her gaze from him, he lifted her chin. He leaned down his head to her face. The tip of his nose touched hers. Her heart started to beat faster. She swallowed her breath as the closeness was making her desperate. Bryan stared at her face. She shut her eyes. He chuckled at her shyness. He tilted his head to the side and planted a kiss on the corner of her lips. He did not move, and neither did she. Sophia felt the moment freeze the clock and the entire world around her. Bryan moved away from her face and stood up straight. Always remember one thing. I never allow anyone to be my weakness. Sophia opened her eyes when she heard him. He patted her head and unwrapped his hands from her body. He turned around and headed to the door. Sophia stared at his back while thinking, what did he mean? When Bryan left the cabin, she shook her head and hurriedly left the cabin to follow him. She touched the corner of her lips and said in her head, weakness? Am I his weakness? But he said he never allow. Bryan entered the meeting room. All the alphas got up to give him a courteous greeting. Bryan nodded to them before settling into the head chair. The meeting started. Sophia began reporting everything to Bryan whenever he inquired about the project. Most of the alphas came from nearby packs. While Sophia was occupied with the meeting, her phone rang unexpectedly. Her eyes widened as she realized her phone had interrupted the meeting. She immediately glanced at the screen and noticed an unknown number. She lowered the volume. She turned her attention to Bryan, who was sitting close to her. She expected Bryan to be angry, but he did not look angry at all. He glanced at her phone before shifting his gaze to hers. I don't know who's calling. It must be Mom. She mentioned she was going to her friend's house, Sophia said in a lower tone. Other men in the room chuckled at Sophia. They felt that Sophia was really young to be the assistant of the pack's head alpha. It was not about only making coffee or accompanying the head alpha, but it was all about being the secret keeper of the head alpha in business. Assistant Sophia should know that Alpha will never allow anyone to pick up the take it. Bryan interrupted the brand management director and told Sophia to accept the call. Everyone shut their mouths and stared at Bryan in shock. Sophia smiled at Bryan and excused everyone, then rushed outside so that others could continue the meeting. That's my man, she muttered with a broad smile, thinking about Bryan's permission. She noticed the missed call and was about to call the number, but the caller called her once again. She quickly picked up the call. Before she could speak, the person on the other end of the phone spoke up. You told me to contact you, but now you are ignoring my phone calls. Sophia was surprised when she heard the familiar voice. Don? Why didn't you receive my call? He asked, sounding angry. I was in the meeting. Why are you calling me? Sophia asked, glancing at the door of the meeting room. Meet me in the evening. What? I need your help. Do you need to schedule an appointment? Let me see what I can do, Fo. No, I don't need any appointments. I need your help with a project. Will you help me or not? Sophia thought for a moment. What project would he talk about with her? Listen, I am just a secretary. I can't persuade Alpha to give you any deals. I know. Just meet me. You said you would help me, so I'm asking. She reflected on how he had helped her twice, so she agreed to assist him. Okay, I will see you in the evening. I will send the address to you. Okay, I need to go back to the meeting. Bye. Sophia quickly entered the meeting room after hanging up the phone call. When she walked into the room, everyone turned their heads at her. She cleared her throat and gave everyone an awkward smile. She took a seat in her chair and gave Bryan a quick look. He looked at her but did not say anything. He then turned away and looked at the man standing next to the projector. Sophia listened intently to the discussion. So what are your thoughts, Alpha Bryan? The leader of the Green Moss Pack, Alpha Jasper, inquired. He was the one who scheduled the meeting for today and requested Bryan's appointment for almost a month. Bryan's eyes were fixed on the projector screen. Everyone was staring at him, attempting to decipher his thoughts. But it was Alpha Bryan, who had the ability to understand him. "What about the Silver Blood Pack?" Bryan asked, shifting his gaze to Alpha Mark. He gulped and replied, "We don't have such a plan as Alpha Jasper, but if you take a risk, I promise you that I will never let you down." The high profit share that Alpha Jasper offered was not enough to convince Bryan to take on his project. He liked Alpha Mark's project. However, that pack was not wealthy enough to invest in business. Hence, doing business with them was a fruitless endeavor. Sophia observed everything during the meeting. She was a business student. Her score was the highest, so she had an idea about business. "How about dividing our investment into 2 packs? We can take less profit from the Green Moss pack." As the head of finance, Troy was also present in the meeting. He shook his head at Sophia, trying to stop her. Others began whispering about it. "How is it possible for Alpha Bryan to accept a lower profit share? Charity is not the reason he is here." Bryan lifted his hand and they turned silent. Even though there were many head alphas in the room, they knew they were seated in front of the business tycoon who could destroy their pack company with a single wave of his finger. Bryan turned his head at Sophia and asked, "Do you want me to invest in both packs?" She was stunned by his question. "Alpha, it's not my wish, but a simple suggestion." She stood up and continued after glancing at others. "Everyone is aware that no one is ever going to be in the same place. Maybe in the future, the Silver Blood Pack will be among the top 5 packs. We can assist them in moving up the business ladder. I believe we can negotiate a contract in which they must increase our profit share if they become successful." Everyone's gaze was fixed on Sophia. They had no idea Sophia had such a great strategy. She mentioned help, which referred to a high profit share. Through this contact, they could control the Silver Blood Pack's business by themselves. Sophia glanced at Bryan, who stared at her indifferently. "Sorry if I say something wrong," she mumbled, and she sat down in her chair. Sophia felt she spoke more than she should. She lowered her head and gazed at the table. "She makes a valid point. I will divide the investment between 2 packs." Bryan's deep voice reached Sophia's ears. She slowly lifted her gaze to look at him. "But Alpha, it's clearly a loss pro." Bryan glared at Troy to shut his mouth. Troy instantly lowered his gaze. "It's fixed and final. The meeting is over." Bryan stood up and looked at everyone. "I arranged your meals at my company's restaurant. Don't forget to have your lunch before you leave." Everyone got to their feet. Alpha Mark hurriedly approached him and said, "I will never forget your help. I had never expected you to invest in my pack company." Bryan glanced at Sophia and said to Mark, "Thank her." All these times, Sophia's eyes never left Bryan's face. She was shocked to learn that he agreed with her viewpoint. He ignored others and accepted her suggestion. Bryan stepped out of the meeting room, leaving her there. When Sophia stood up from her seat, Alpha Mark thanked her. "You have no idea how much you have helped me. Just tell me what you want in return." Sophia smiled at the young man. Indeed, he gave her a grateful look. "I don't need anything. Still, don't hesitate if you want anything in the future. I will always be there for you. Thanks." Sophia left the meeting room and noticed that it was late for lunch. They had spent several hours in the meeting room. She made her way directly to Bryan's cabin. As she arrived at his cabin, she noticed a canteen employee leaving. She went inside the cabin. The coffee table near the couches was filled with food. Her gaze then turned to Bryan. "Come, have lunch with me," Bryan said, walking over to the couches. Sophia closed the door and proceeded to the couches. She took a seat on the couch next to Bryan and reached for a plate in order to serve him his meal first. However, her hand froze when she heard his question. "Who called you during the meeting?" Sophia put the plate close to Bryan on the table and looked at him. She was confused about whether to tell him about Adon or not. She bit her bottom lip and said, "Mate, that's—" A ringtone interrupted her from talking further. Her head turned to the phone that lay flat on the couch next to her. She picked it up and saw the name of the caller. It was her brother who had called her. She glanced at Bryan. He gave her a nod, permitting her to take the call. Sophia smiled at him and stood up. She went a few steps away while receiving the call. "Brother, when will you return home, Sophie?" Sophia glanced at Bryan, who had just touched the plate. He raised his brow as if to ask her what had happened. She shook her head in response. "Brother, I am Alpha's secretary. I can't come home early." "Got it. When will you come back then?" "Probably after 8. "Okay, should I come to pick you up?" "No, need. Alpha's driver always drops me home." Abraham was silent for a few seconds, then he replied, "All right." He ended the call. Sophia looked at the phone, then turned around to look in Bryan's direction. He was enjoying his meal quietly. The sound of cutlery reached her ears. She wanted to stand there and continue watching this handsome man eat. "Come here," he said, meeting her gaze. She immediately walked toward him to sit next to him, as if he had bound her with some spell. "Eat." She nodded at him and started eating after placing food on a plate. She cast a glance at Bryan's folded sleeves. His veiny hands were clearly visible. She shook her head and tried to focus on her meal. "You did well in the meeting," he muttered. She looked at him with a brighter gaze. "Thank you, Meat. You have potential in business." She pouted her lips and mumbled, "I told you that project was mine, but you did not believe me at the time." A frown appeared on his face, as if he had been ignoring her words until now. His eyes darkened as he set the plate down on the table. "What happened? You didn't like the food?" she asked him while glancing at the unfinished plate. Bryan stood up from the couch and replied, "I am done." She was about to put her plate on the table as well, but he motioned with his hand to stop her. "Finish your meal." She raised her head and looked at him. "But what about you?" "I'm full." After saying that, he walked over to the desk. He sat down on his chair and dialed a number. Sophia ate quietly. Her eyes kept moving on him back and forth. Even if he was just sitting on the desk, Bryan gave off an air of immense power. Because of his charm, any woman would be compelled to get down on her knees for him. He did something on his laptop, then he put his phone close to his ears. The mere sight of his long fingers firmly grasping the phone caused her to flush brightly. "Come to my cabin." Sophia was confused. Who did he call in his cabin? She hurriedly finished her food. A knock on the door occurred while she was setting the plates on the table. She paused and looked at the door. "Come in." The person who was outside was able to hear Bryan's loud and deep voice. When the director of management entered the room with another person, he bowed his head to Bryan. Sophia's eyes fell on the person next to the man. "Louisa?" She stood up and looked at her. Louisa bowed her head at Bryan and then turned her gaze at Sophia. Bryan's sharp voice shook every person in the room. He sounded angry. "Louisa, what was the project you presented in the competition before being selected for an internship?" Louisa's eyes widened as she realized something was off. She gave Sophia a quick glance before returning her attention to Bryan. "Alpha, it was about the construction business." Bryan leaned his back against the chair and asked, "I can still remember that project. It was good. How about you work on it?" Louisa's eyes widened with shock. Of course, Alpha." She could not believe she was getting such an opportunity. It would be one of the biggest projects for the company. Bryan liked the project, but he had never considered turning it into a business. "I would love to do that," Louisa said, trying to sound confident. The director of management lowered his head. He had no idea if Alpha really wanted to give Louisa the chance. "Let's talk about the project then," Bryan said to Louisa. His face was clearly demonstrating that he had a great interest in it. Sophia stood up from the couch and walked toward the desk. She stood next to Bryan, thinking about what was going on in his head. "Miss Berg." Bryan turned his chair to face Sophia. She parted her lips. Yes." He glanced at the clock and said, "You can go home early today." Sophia was dumbfounded. "What?" He gave her a look. She glanced at Louisa and the director of management, then chuckled awkwardly. "Alpha, I think I have just returned to work after a long absence. I should do more work than before." "No need." Sophia gulped as he turned his chair back to the desk in a lazy manner. "Today, I want to speak with Miss Louisa. After all, she is the top student at Nightshade University." When Louisa heard Bryan say that, she tucked her hair behind her ears. She was blushing. Sophia tightened her fists in fury. Why is she blushing? Why does Mate even want to talk to her? She thought angrily. "Miss Berg, you—" I know, I'm going." Sophia hurriedly walked to the couch and grabbed her phone. She turned to Bryan and said, "Alpha, I'm leaving." Your brother is at your house now. You should give him some time." She was surprised that he let her leave earlier so she could spend time with her family. Her heart began to melt. She wanted to run toward him and hug him. However, she was unable to do so due to the presence of others in the room. "Bye, Alpha." She left the cabin with a smile on her face. When she walked out of the company, she thought about going back home. Since there was not a cab near the company, she strolled for some time. But after a while, a car came to a stop beside her. The window of the driver's seat rolled down, and a familiar face appeared in front of her. "Adon, how did you know that I am free now?" With a look of surprise, Sophia questioned. He tilted his head in the direction of the passenger seat. "Get in the car." Sophia thought about her word to help him. She proceeded to the opposite door and entered the car. Adon started the car without wasting any time. Sophia turned her head toward the man sitting beside her. She remembered that she almost told Bryan about him, but got interrupted by her brother. Then Bryan let the matter go and paid attention to something else. "It's okay. It's not like I'm cheating or something. He doesn't react to anyone except his brother. So there is nothing to worry about." She tried to relax on the seat while she thought. "How was your meeting?" Adon asked. "What?" she asked. "I'm asking about your meeting. You told me you were in the meeting room at that time." "Oh, yeah. The meeting was good. Alpha appreciated me later." He tapped his finger on the steering wheel while listening to her. "As he should." She frowned as she asked, "How are you so confident about my skills? I mean, you even asked for my help." As though she were asking a forbidden question, he fell silent. With her head turned toward the window, Sophia muttered, "I am not even sure if you belong to his rival pack or not. How can I help you with some projects?" "I lied to you that time." She immediately turned to him. "What?" "I lied about your help. I do need your help, but not in business." "Then?" Sophia asked, thinking that he had something else to ask for. He smirked as he glanced at her worried face. "Relax, you will get a heart attack." "Why did you call me?" "I was feeling bored in this pack, so I thought you could accompany me roaming around." "You what?" She shook her head as she could not believe it. "You lied to me about help? But why? Didn't you say you were here to meet Alpha?" As he tightened his grip on the wheel, his eyes darkened. She was confused by his sudden change. "Are you crazy? What is wrong with you?" she inquired when she noticed how fast he was driving. "Some call me sinner, and some." A smug grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Some call me Adon." Sophia stared at him with a perplexed face. She had no idea why this mysterious man always talked in such a way. His every word went ahead of her head. Sophia let out a sigh and fell silent. She was curious about where he would lead her. There was no way she could talk to him calmly about how he was driving crazily. After a while, he spoke up. "Have you ever felt heartbroken?" Sophia's eyes were fixed outside the car. How?" "He cheated on me." "Your mate?" "No, my ex." "Who is he?" Sophia turned to him. "Now you are asking too many questions, gentlemen." He scoffed at her. "You used gentleman sarcastically? You don't even know how gentle I am in bed." Her jaw clenched in anger. "Stop the car." "Why?" "I said stop the car right now." He stopped the car abruptly and looked at her. She tried to open the seat belt. However, his hand stopped her wrist from doing so. She immediately moved her head, only to find him closer to her. She gulped at the closeness. "What are you doing?" she stuttered. "What's so hurried to leave?" he asked, observing the sudden fear in her face. "What happened to you, Adon?" she asked, trying to move her hand away. He released her hand, and she let out a sigh. "Don't be so scared. I'm not kidnapping you. I wasted my whole time on you that day. Won't you just accompany me in your pack for half a day?" Sophia gulped as she gave it some thought. Adon did not seem like a dangerous man in her eyes. However, his identity seemed a little mysterious. "Okay," she agreed. She did not even know why she agreed. She was free for the day, and it was afternoon. She thought about going back home in a few hours. Adon started the car. "How about you tell me about your favorite restaurant's location?" "Restaurant? At this hour? I have just had my meal. Then let's go to a park. If you want me to be your tour guide for today, let's go to the Pack Gallery." He frowned at her. "Pack Gallery?" "Yeah, Every single tourist who visits this pack goes there. The history of packs is available for viewing there. In fact, whenever someone wins a pack or becomes the alpha of a pack, their name is listed along with details. I see. Let's go there then. Sophia nodded at him and told him the location of the place. They arrived at their destination in 2.5 hours. When Sophia came out of the car, she looked at the plate. Pack Gallery. She wanted to come to this place with Bryan, but she could not tell him about it because he was always at work. Let's go, Adon said to her after coming out of his car. Together they made their way inside. Glancing around the white space, she saw the numerous large digital screens mounted on the walls. The screens were showing off the various packs' beauty. A broad grin appeared on her face as she took a careful look around while reading a few details about other packs. It's your first time here, isn't it? Adon asked her. She paused walking and looked at him. Yeah. He chuckled while shaking his head. There was a momentary pause in his gaze as his eyes landed on something. Sophia turned her head to the side and observed the direction in which he was looking. When she saw the largest screen displaying the Nightshade Pack's details, her face lit up with excitement. She rushed to the screen when Bryan's name appeared. Adon, come here. That's my alpha. Your alpha? Adon's voice reached her ears. She paused for a moment before turning to him. I mean our pack's alpha, she replied. His eyes were suspicious, but then they moved away from her and onto another screen. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, What about that pack? When she turned to look at it, her smile froze. Moon Valley Pack? Sophia gazed intently at the screen, which was showing information about the Moon Valley Pack. What happened? Adon's voice made her avert her gaze away from it. She shook her head and replied, Nothing. Adon took a step forward and gave her a careful look. Are you okay? She took a deep breath and replied, I am fine. Adon kept his gaze fixed on her. There was a frown on his face as if he were assuming the reason for her expressions. Let's go then. Let's wander around and look at every pack. After saying that, Adon started to walk in a different direction. Before turning to follow Adon, Sophia looked to the spot for the last time where the Moon Valley Pack's name had caught her attention. Are you coming with me or not? Adon asked when he turned his head at her. She ignored the screen and went straight to him. She did not want to know anything about that pack. Have you heard anything about that pack? As he moved forward, Adon inquired. No. Then why do you look so nervous? No, nothing. Sophia chose not to say anything about it. She moved forward, her eyes darting across other screens. Sophia had picked up a lot of new knowledge today. A wealthy pack was not the same as a powerful pack. There was a distinction between the two. While a wealthy pack could destroy any pack business at any time, a strong pack never lost a war, despite taking years to reach a high position in business. After learning about almost 10 packs, Adon asked, You wanted to learn about your alpha, right? Sophia chuckled at his question. I know him really well. Why would I be interested in finding out more about him? I just saw his name at that time, so I said that. That's it. Her response was full of smiles and happiness. She was a happy soul who was in love. Anyone could say that simply by looking at her. Got it. They made their way in the direction of the detailed information regarding the Nightshade Pack. They raised their eyes as soon as they came to a stop in front of the largest screen. At the sight of Bryan's name appearing on the screen in such a stunning manner, Sophia's lips parted. Bryan Morrison, she mumbled under her breath. Bryan Morrison. As soon as she heard Adon, she turned to him. She noticed his eyes were fixed on Bryan's name, as if he were looking at Bryan directly. She glanced at the screen and saw the display. Everything on the screen started to appear one by one. Sophia was shocked when she saw the details of the Nightshade Pack. The Nightshade Pack is a very old pack that was established many centuries ago. At that time, the members of the pack were living in poverty and had a difficult time living their lives to the fullest. I cannot believe that our pack was once in such a dismal state. Sophia thought, then continued to read a little loudly. The people of the Nightshade Pack started to obey the alphas of other packs, who provided them with financial assistance as a form of charity. On the other hand, there was a prophecy that went around the pack, and it stated that one day an alpha would come to shine their destiny. This prophecy was passed down from generation to generation. Years later, that Alpha appeared as the elder son of Alpha Harry Morrison. Sophia paused because she was shocked. Adon was silently listening to her while staring at the screen. Sophia could not stop herself from starting to read again. Alpha Bryan was born to be a powerful Alpha. He has the power and strength to claim any possessions. When he was promoted to the position of head Alpha, he made the pack the wealthiest pack in its history. Sophia blushed as she felt proud of her mate. She bit her bottom lip. The fact that this pack had been waiting for him for years amazed her. He was the hope and the salvation of all the pack members. "Go on," Adon said, cutting her off in her thoughts. She began to read once again. But Alpha Bryan is a ruthless Alpha. His brutal punishment is not unknown to anyone. He once killed hundreds of wolves alone and demolished a pack all alone in a few hours. He had bloodied his hand many times too. With a frown, Sophia diverted her attention away from the screen. "I don't want to read more. He is not this ruthless. He always thinks about his people. Why do they write such lies?" Adon slowly turned his head toward her. "Do you think everything is a lie?" "No, not everything. Only the ruthless thing is a lie." "Okay, then how is he?" "He is a very nice man who loves his people. He cares about them, but doesn't want them to know about it." Adon stared at her without saying anything. Sophia realized that she was talking too much. Whenever it was about Bryan, she could not just control herself. Adon turned around and began to walk. "Hey, where are you going?" Sophia asked, glancing at the watch. Her eyes widened when she realized it was past 8 p.m. "Oh my God, I have to reach home. How did time pass so quickly?" "Last one," Adon muttered as he approached a screen. Sophia followed him, only to discover that he had stopped in front of the Moon Valley Pack screen. She gulped as her gaze shifted to the name. She did not know anything about that pack, but that pack was connected to Bryan. The pack belonged to his ex-fiancée, Mila. She lowered her head, indicating that she had no interest in learning about it. She could only hope that Bryan would be away from that pack. "Come on, read it for me," Adon said to her. She tightened her fists and looked at the screen before starting to read as the slides progressed. The Moon Valley Pack represents wisdom and wealth. Once upon a time, every Alpha in this pack led a regal life. Throughout Europe, they have the largest pack. The majority of them speak French. They prefer to hunt over engage in war. The slide changed to another, and Sophia hesitated. It was the details about the head Alpha of that pack. Alpha Lucas Laurent. Sophia paused when she realized that it was Mila's father. "What happened? Why did you stop?" Adon asked. She shook her head, then resumed reading. "Alpha Lucas Laurent used to be the head Alpha of that pack until his son returned from overseas." Sophia was unaware that the pack's Alpha had changed. She frowned while staring at the screen. "The current Alpha of that pack, Alpha Victor, is a cruel man who rules the pack in autocracy. People in his pack fear him as much as death. They worshipped him, and I'm not interested anymore. Let's go." Sophia felt disturbed by his interruption. She gave him a look. "I am not your secretary to do whatever you want." Adon turned around and murmured, "I'm going to drop you home." "You did not even let me finish," Sophia said, following him out of the pack gallery. He made his way to his car and uttered, "Why are you so interested in learning about that Alpha?" Sophia replied after a pause, "I didn't know that pack had an heir too. That pack has a history with our pack." He opened the passenger door for her and asked, "What kind of history? That broken engagement?" She gave him a surprised look. "You know about it?" He chuckled and gestured his hand toward the seat. She got into the car. After closing the door, he proceeded to the driver's seat of the car. "Do you know anything about that pack's current state?" she asked him curiously. He started the car. After remaining silent for some time, he began to turn the car around and head in the direction of Sophia's residence. Sophia assumed that he did not know anything else, which was why he was not responding to her. However, after a while, he replied, "There is no change in the condition of that pack. An ordinary engagement couldn't shake its position." Sophia felt relieved that everything was okay there. She did not have to worry about the future then. They would not come for anything in return from Bryan since their reputation had been ruined by him last year. Adon gave her a curious glance. "You are an innocent girl. I wonder how your mate deals with your innocence. Sophia crossed her hands over her chest. My mate deals with me really well. I am going to propose to him tomorrow. We will be together after that. Don't be with him, Adon muttered. Sophia turned her head toward him. Excuse me? Did you say something? I said don't be with him. What if he doesn't love you? Because your love is clearly visible in your eyes. Sophia frowned at the question. Why did he ask that? Sophia glanced outside the window. Only Bryan's name was in her heart. Even her soul wanted to be with him. She was crazy in love with him. If he wanted her to die for him, she would do so without hesitation. He was walking in her head and her mind every time. He loves me. I believe he does. Adon did not say anything to her, letting her get into her own imaginary world where only Bryan and she were there. The car continued to move along the road, passing through the ever-changing landscape until it arrived at a familiar road. Sophia had no idea how the time had passed. She was taken aback when she realized she had arrived home late. She took out her phone, but surprisingly, there were no missed calls from anyone. She looked at Adon and said, "Thank you. I thought I was the one who needed to express my gratitude." "Well, it's okay. By the way, I don't think we can meet again." His eyes were on her face as he nodded his head as if he agreed with her. But when he spoke up, his words conveyed something different. When the desire to hate someone becomes so strong that you are willing to die or kill anyone, you will meet someone who is just you, harboring hatred for the same person. Sophia was stunned by his words. "What do you mean?" After giving her a sly grin, he responded by saying, "See you again, Sophia Berg." She was perplexed, but still she got out of the car. The car drove away without question. She stared at the car for a while, then turned to her house. Such a strange man. I can't even understand what he meant. She went to her house and pressed the doorbell. Abraham opened the door and looked behind her. "Where is Alpha's car?" Sophia bit her tongue when she realized that he thought Bryan's driver would come to drop her off. "Well, he has gone. What are you doing?" Sophia tried to peek at the living room. Abraham was tall enough to block her sight. "Go and take a shower first. We will have dinner together." Sophia accepted her defeat and went upstairs to freshen up. When she returned, her mother was setting the table. "My baby, come, let's have dinner together after a year." She was right. After a year, the three of them were together. Last year, after her birthday, she had to go to Bryan for Abraham. From that day on, her brother was apart from them. She was relieved that he had finally come home today. During the dinner, Sophia was surprised that her mother did not ask her about her being late. As soon as she finished eating, she helped her mother with the dishes. "I'm sorry, Mom. You both had to eat late for me today. It's totally fine. We are a family." Her phone started to ring all of a sudden. She dashed out of the kitchen, thinking it was Bryan. When she saw it was Sarah, she felt disappointed, but then she tried to stay happy. "Hi, Sarah." "Birthday girl. I thought it's still some time, so why not call you earlier? You remembered. Thank you." Following a lengthy conversation with Sarah, the clock struck midnight. Her brother grabbed the phone and told Sarah, "Sorry, it's her time with her family." Yeah, sure, brother," Sarah replied to him. After hanging up the phone, Abraham put it on the table. After he spun Sophia around and placed his hands over her eyes, he whispered, "Don't try to see anything. It's just a simple surprise." With a smile, Sophia nodded her head. Abraham led her into the living room. She let out a gasp when he removed her hand from her eyes. The living room looked new and very beautiful. "Happy birthday, Sophia." Her mother said this to her as she was about to pull her into her embrace. Sophia hugged her back. "Your brother did everything for you." Sophia glanced around, then fixed her eyes on her brother. She hugged him and said, "Thank you." With a laugh, Abraham stroked her hair. "Silly, that's nothing for you. Happy birthday." She cut the cake they had prepared for her birthday celebration. It was her 19th birthday. Everything had changed within just 1 year. She was heartbroken and lonely last year. But this year, she had her mate. She glanced at her phone, desperately awaiting Bryan's call. Sophia looked at the clock and saw that it was half an hour past 12. "Did he not know that it's my birthday?" she thought. After spending some time with her family, she went back to her bedroom. With every passing second, she waited for Bryan to call and wish her a happy birthday. But Bryan did not call her. She almost cried, thinking that he did not even know about her birthday. She stared at the phone for a long time, but the call from her mate never came. She had no idea when her eyes closed and she fell asleep while waiting for just one phone call. The next morning, Sophia's eyes were opened by an alarm. Immediately, she shut her eyes as the sunlight that was coming in through the window came into direct contact with her eyes. She turned around with her eyes closed. She was feeling sleepy. She did not get much sleep last night. The alarm, which had stopped a minute ago, started to snooze again. From under the blanket, Sophia reached her hand out of it and tried to find her phone on the bed. She did not know where her phone was. She grabbed her phone as soon as she found it. She opened her eyes slowly and turned off on the time. She had 1 more hour. She sat up on the bed, deciding not to sleep more. With hope in her heart, she checked her phone to see if Bryan had sent her any texts. She bit her bottom lip to control herself. There was no message from Bryan. Instead of Brain, 3 messages were sent from 3 different numbers. It came from Sarah, Bruce, and an unknown number. Bruce simply wished her a happy birthday. Sarah, on the other hand, wrote a lengthy text. She said she was lucky to have her. As her friend, she promised to support her no matter what and never let her down. So now she could call her best friend. A small smile appeared on Sophia's lips. Sarah was the definition of a real best friend. Sophia answered her message, "Yes, you are my best friend." Sarah replied with another message right away. "Happy birthday to you again, my best friend." Sophia really liked Sarah. She was a really good girl. Shaking her head, Sophia got off the bed when she thought about Bryan. "It's okay. He is a busy person. He maybe forgot about my birthday," she mumbled. She was about to put her phone down when a message caught her attention. It was the 3rd message she had seen after unlocking her phone. The unknown number looked familiar to her. She clicked on the message and read it. "Happy birthday, Sophia Berg. May the things that have brought you sorrow find a way out of your life today, and may you be blessed with a new start. Your Adon." Sophia stared at the text. My Adon? The thought of how flirtatious that man was caused her to let out a sigh. However, it surprised her that he knew it was her birthday. She could not remember telling him about her birthday. "Have you woken up, Sophia?" Her mother's voice from downstairs made her turn her head toward the door. "Yes, Mom." She hurriedly put her phone down on the bed and went to take a quick shower. After coming out of the bathroom with a wrapped towel, she walked to the closet. She took out a dress that she had chosen to wear on her birthday for the last few days. It was a tunic with a mint color. She wanted to wear it and went somewhere to have dinner with Bryan. The dress was simple, but the material of the fabric was expensive. The dress had a turtleneck and full sleeves that were torn from the shoulder, giving it an outstanding appearance. She checked her appearance in the mirror as she put on the dress. She styled her hair in a high ponytail and applied a little makeup to go with the dress. She grabbed a pair of black high heels and put them on. After giving herself the last check, she left her room. When she went downstairs, she saw her mother and Abraham talking about something. They paused when they noticed me. Abraham walked up to me and said, "Happy birthday and good morning." He gave me a hug and a kiss on the head. "If my sister looks this beautiful, how can I let her go outside the house without protection?" Sophia laughed at his words. "You have forgotten where I work. It's the Morrison Group." There was no need for safety. Her mate was always with her. Abraham kept quiet as if he did not want to talk about it. Sophia patted his shoulder and asked, "Where is my envelope?" She stretched out her hand and closed her eyes. When an envelope was placed on her palm, she opened her eyes. "It's from me. Your brother will give you something else," her mother said. Sophia embraced her. "Thank you, Mom." Though she did not need the money inside the envelope, she took it as a memory. The envelopes from the previous year were still in the nightstand's drawer. Sophia left her home after eating breakfast with her family. She took a cab and went to the company. All the way to the company, she told herself to stay happy since it was her birthday. He doesn't like birthdays. He didn't want to celebrate his birthday. How can I expect him to wish me for it? It's all right. As long as he is with me, I am happy. The cab stopped near the Morrison Group. interrupting her thoughts. She paid the driver and she got out of the cab. With a deep breath, she took a look at the enormous building that stood tall. While wearing a grin on her face, she mumbled, "Today, I will tell you about the feelings that are going through my heart." She was not afraid of anything. There was no reason for her to conceal the fact that she loved him. It was not a crime. As soon as she entered the company, she noticed that the atmosphere was tense and intense. Instead of paying attention to anyone else, she went straight to the elevator. When she reached the top floor, she came out of the elevator and thought of making her way to Bryan's cabin directly. She realized every employee was glancing at her. She did not know the reason. "Miss Sophia, where are you going?" An employee asked when Sophia was close to Bryan's cabin. "I'm going to Alpha's cabin." "Miss Sophie." As Sophia walked past the employee, she was unable to pay attention to what he had to say. She made her way to the door and reached out to grab the doorknob. She was so eager to see her man that she did not waste her time knocking. She opened the door quickly and stepped inside, but as soon as her gaze moved inside the room, her entire body froze. A woman was hugging Bryan. Sophia slowly let go of the doorknob as she was in a state of shock. The door shut behind her. As if she had heard the sound, the woman broke the hug and turned around. Sophia was completely taken aback when she realized who the woman was. Mila Laurent. A stab of pain shot through Sophia's heart. Sophia's eyes flickered with tears because she could not understand what was going on. Her head nearly spun as she took a step back. Her eyes met Bryan's gaze. He remained motionless, standing next to his desk. He remained calm, as if he had not let another woman hug him a while ago. His eyes were serene as he quietly looked at her. "What is happening?" Sophia spoke in a low voice. A frown appeared on Mila's face. She looked at Sophia with a pair of angry eyes. Turning to face Bryan, she inquired, "Bryan, what is this girl doing here?" Sophia was stunned by Mila's demanding tone. It dawned on her that she had never spoken to Bryan in that manner. With her eyes fixed on Bryan, Sophia awaited his response. Bryan turned from Sophia to focus on Mila. "She is my personal secretary." After saying that, Bryan walked over to his chair and sat down on it. Sophia's fists tightened. She could not take her eyes away from Bryan. "What?" Mila's loud voice caused Sophia to flinch. She averted her gaze away from Bryan and turned to the door to wipe her tears, which had just fallen down on her cheeks. She did not want anyone to see her crying. "Calm down, Sophia. That was nothing. Nothing is what you are thinking," Sophia told herself to console herself. "Bryan, how can you make her your secretary? She is merely a young student and does not yet possess a degree. You are the Alpha Bryan Morrison. Your pack company is dominating the business world. How on earth is she going to manage to be your assistant for everything?" As Sophia heard Mila's sour words, she looked up at her. Ignoring her words, Bryan reached for his phone on the desk. He dialed a number and then spoke out. "Robert, come get Mila from my company." Sophia felt relief in her heart. She assumed Mila came here to get Bryan back, but he did not give her any chance. However, her heart broke when he let out the next sentence. "She is moving to the pack house. Tell the maids to clean a large room downstairs for her. I don't want her to complain about anything." Bryan's eyes shifted on Mila while saying that. Mila flushed as she lowered her head. Meanwhile, Sophia was watching everything in front of her eyes. She did not know what to feel at that moment. She is going to live in the pack house? Why? She thought. Her heartbeat was getting faster, as if her heart would stop any time if Bryan spoke further. Bryan hung up the phone and tossed it on the desk. He moved his eyes to his laptop and began to type something. The entire room was silent. Sophia was stunned as she looked at the man. Right now, in front of her, was not her mate, but Alpha Bryan, who did not give a damn about anyone in the world. She could not believe that he was not even explaining anything to her. "Brya." Mila was interrupted as Bryan lifted his gaze, which was sharp enough to shake anyone. Mila grinned at him and said, "I was just asking if I could stay with you in this cabin for a while until Robert comes here." He motioned for her to sit in the chair across from him on the desk in response. With elegance, Mila made her way to the chair. Sophia was able to distinguish between herself and Mila. Mila was an extremely beautiful woman. She was well known for her status, flawless figure, and attractive appearance. Even though she was just walking to the chair, she looked like some goddess. Sophia lowered her gaze. She was unable to express her feelings at the time. She wanted to go to Bryan and ask him about the woman. But since Bryan was not even looking at her, she wanted to leave right now. She slowly stepped toward the door. When she was about to touch the doorknob, Bryan's voice stopped her. "Where are you going?" She immediately turned around to look at him. She thought he would clear up all the misunderstandings between them. "Organize a pack meeting tomorrow." Sophia felt her heart sink. He stopped her for work. She bit her lower lip and nodded her head. "Yes, Alpha." She tried to convey her hurtful feelings to him through her eyes, but he was indifferent. "Inform all the Alphas in my packs about the meeting. Don't forget about the Moon Valley pack." Sophia looked away from Bryan. Her heart was piercing inside. She could not concentrate on what he had just said. "Bryan, why the Moon Valley pack?" Mila's terrified voice could be heard. Sophia took a moment to look at Mila. Why did she look so terrified? Didn't she come from the Moon Valley pack? "It's important," Bryan replied. Mila shook her head several times. No, you don't have to. Dad is enough. If she informs anyone in my pack, the head Alpha himself will come here to attend the pack meeting." "So?" Bryan asked, raising an eyebrow. Mila's eyes widened as she mumbled, "V. Victor." Bryan's eyes darkened as soon as Mila let the name out of her mouth. Seeing his fierce face, Mila could not continue. Sophia noticed everything, but she was not in the right mind to understand anything. "You are in my den right now. What will he do to you?" Bryan asked Mila in a deep voice. Sophia thought back to what she had discovered about Alpha Victor yesterday in the pack gallery. But Mila was acting in a way that baffled her. Wasn't she Alpha Victor's sister? What was there to be afraid of? Mila stood up and leaned over the desk. She reached out for Bryan's hand and placed her hand over it. "I believe you, Bryan." The sight of Mila's palm rubbing against Bryan's hand caused Sophia's lips to tremble uncontrollably. She could not remain silent and spoke out in a loud voice. "We need to talk, mate." "Mate? How dare you call him mate?" Mila spoke out in the same loud tone that Sophia had used. Bryan looked at Sophia, warning her not to create any drama there, but she could not stop herself anymore. She could hide her closeness with him from others, but not from the woman who was hugging Bryan a while ago. "I want to talk to you alone," Sophia said, ignoring Mila completely. She had nothing to do with that woman. Mila turned her head at Bryan and said, "See, just because you made her your personal secretary, she is thinking of herself as a queen now." Mila was startled when Bryan moved his hand away from hers. With a look of disbelief, she slowly stood up straight. "Bryan." Bryan looked at her calmly and said, "You should go to the pack house now. Robert is on the way. Go to the lobby and wait for him there." Mila did not move as her eyes were fixed on Bryan. She tightened her fists in anger when she noticed Bryan had not changed his mind. "If you want that, then okay. Come to the pack house early today. It's been a long time. I have so many things to talk about." Mila turned around and her gaze fell on Sophia again. With a fierce glare in her eyes, she stormed out of the cabin. She angrily shut the door loudly behind her before leaving the cabin. Bryan turned his gaze from the door and shifted to Sophia. Meanwhile, Sophia did not move from her place. She was only staring at the man sitting behind the desk. Why was he so cold? What had she done to him? Bryan stood up from his chair. Sophia assumed he would approach her, but she was wrong. Rather than coming towards her, he moved over to the couch. He took a seat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke. His eyes returned to her gaze, and he let out, "Speak." She felt a pang in her heart from his distance. He did not even approach her like other times. Was it because of the sudden arrival of his ex-fiancée? Sophia slowly took steps towards him until she reached the couch where he was sitting. "Mate," she mumbled. Bryan fixed his gaze on her as he said, "You should not address me like that in front of her." "Why? Why can't I call you that in front of her?" she asked right away. Bryan did not reply to anything as he stared at her. Looking into his face, she tried to read whether he was angry. She was still thinking about him, not about herself. She suddenly became self-conscious. She lowered her head, considering what would happen if Mila had taken him away from her. The mere thought of Bryan leaving her shook her heart. She stepped forward and knelt down in front of him. Before he could say anything, she leaned toward him and rested her head on his thigh. She closed her eyes to control her tears and mumbled, "If I do something again to make you angry, then you can punish me, mate, but please don't let the woman get close to you again." Bryan looked at her head. He raised his left hand and put it to her head. While smoking, he lightly stroked her hair. He did not reply or respond to her request. Sophia felt a tear roll down her eyes. She wiped it before it could come into contact with Bryan's pants. Her other hand rested on his other thigh, caressing it with her thumb as she closed her eyes. Even just his light touch on her hair made her feel at ease. She had forgotten all the things that she had witnessed after entering the cabin. The reason was that she did not want to lose this man. She was her mate and the second chance of her life. After what Bruce had done to her, she would never be able to take it if his brother also did the same to her. She wanted to hold this man in her life by hook or by crook. After a while, she opened her eyes as Bryan's voice reached her ears. "Stop thinking about anything else. Just concentrate on your work and studies." She lifted her head to look at him. "What about us? Is everything okay between us?" He frowned when she asked that. He leaned down to look at her closely. His eyes caressed her face. Her upset eyes caught his attention. He moved his hand and placed it on her cheek. She leaned near his hand, closing her eyes. But then she stood up right away and sat on his lap. He abruptly moved the hand that was holding the cigarette away from her. It almost burned her. However, when she wrapped her hands around his neck and rested her hand on his shoulder, he remained silent. Sophia hugged his neck tightly and mumbled, "If you break me, I swear no one will repair me this time." His hands wrapped around her waist. He nuzzled his nose against her neck and muttered, "Nothing will change between us. No one can deny that you are my mate." She balled her fists on his shirt when she felt the touch of his nose. He knew her soft spot, and he was doing that purposefully. She tilted her head. Her lips came inches close to his. She moved her hands and cupped his cheeks. She shut her eyes when her lips touched his. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she began to kiss him. He kissed her back as his hands tightened around her waist. Sophia kissed him desperately. She did not want to lose him. She would do everything to keep him in her life. When she felt breathless, she broke the kiss and pressed her forehead against his. She huffed as her eyes slowly opened. Bryan's predatory eyes were staring at her soft orbs. Sophia could not wait any longer. She could not wait for a better moment, a better place, or a better way to express her feelings to him. With a smile on her face, she finally confessed to him, "I love you, mate." Bryan's hands froze around her waist, which Sophia did not notice. She looked at him carefully. Her smile still had not faded from her face. "Mate," she let out in a lower tone. Bryan unwrapped his hand from her waist and stood up from the couch, which consequently prompted her to stand up as well. After seeing Bryan's reaction, she was taken aback. It was her expectation that he would kiss her again in response. "What happened?" she asked with hopeful eyes. He turned his gaze toward her. Bryan was cut off when the door burst open. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Bryan yelled as he turned his head towards the door. Bryan's sudden burst caught Beta Robert off guard. He glanced at Sophia and then returned his gaze to Bryan. Robert understood that he should have knocked on the door before entering. "Alpha, I'm sorry to disturb you. I told my driver to drive Miss Mila to the pack house, and I believe it's not time for your private life. We need to call out a meeting today." Bryan glared at him. "Why?" he asked. Sophia gulped as she took a few steps back from Bryan. They were too close in distance to each other. To act that way in front of other people would be unprofessional. All the alphas from the Moon Valley pack opposed Alpha Lucas Laurent. Bryan scoffed at it. "What's new?" Robert gulped as he looked at Bryan carefully, then said, "Alpha Victor called me again. He wants to talk to you." Sophia noticed the change in Bryan's face. Robert's phone began to ring. Robert's phone caught Bryan's attention. Robert took a quick look at Bryan before answering the phone. "Yeah, he is here." He handed the phone to Bryan, averting his gaze from him. Bryan snatched the phone from Robert and turned to Sophia. "I will talk to you later." Sophia immediately replied, "Okay. Go back to your work." Sophia nodded her head in response and turned around to leave the cabin. While she was approaching the door, she heard Bryan talking on the phone. "What?" His voice was full of anger. He almost growled. Sophia did not know what the other person was saying. She could only hear Bryan. "Why hurry for a pack meeting? Do all your alphas fear me to such an extent that they informed you out of fear?" Sophia grabbed the doorknob as she wondered how the Victor guy had the audacity to offend Bryan. As she opened the door, she overheard Bryan. "Do whatever you want, but if you dare to even touch her, you will have to face me. Don't forget that your father still has some authority left." Sophia was confused. Who were they talking about? Who would Alpha Victor try to touch? She was astounded by everything she had heard. She turned her head to glance at Bryan. But when she noticed Beta Robert staring at her, she quickly closed the door and exited the cabin. Employees glanced at her when she walked to her cabin. "Miss Sophia, are you okay?" a woman asked her. "Huh? Is everything all right inside the cabin?" Sophia nodded her head in reply. "Yeah." She went to her cabin and sat down on her chair. She pressed her palms on her forehead and let out a deep sigh. The realization that she had finally admitted it to Bryan made her gasp. She touched her lips and smiled. She even initiated kissing him like a strong girl who did not give a damn about anything else. She thought back to what Bryan was trying to say. He may be about to say, "I love you too." But Beta Robert interrupted him. That's why he got mad, she thought. She blushed as she thought about how she would feel when he accepted her heart. He might be surprised by my unexpected confession, she told herself. After a few minutes, Bryan called her. "Mate? Call out for a meeting tonight." "Tonight? What about tomorrow?" "Cancel tomorrow's meetings and schedule one for tonight instead. Inform others, as I instructed you." "Okay." Bryan cut the call. She stared at the phone for a long time. "He is very busy," she told herself. With a shrug, she got to work on her task. When it was lunch break, she walked out of her cabin. She was tired. She had to inform so many people at a time. She did not even know what the project was that Bryan wanted to discuss tonight. "Why must it take place tonight? I wanted to go somewhere with him tonight," she thought, feeling upset. As she made her way to Bryan's office, she heard someone calling her name from behind. She turned around and saw Troy. "Happy birthday, Sophia." Troy approached her. "Thank you very much, Troy. How do you know about it?" "My mom was talking with your mom today." "Oh." She talked to Troy for a while. Troy told her how everyone was talking about Mila's arrival in the company. Sophia remembered Bryan telling Beta Robert to take Mila to the pack house. Why did she move into the pack house? It was good that Bryan did not live in that house. She went to Bryan's cabin and found no one. She wanted to call him, but since he did not inform her, she thought not to call him. She believed Bryan would make everything right. Sophia set aside other ideas to concentrate on her work. It was past 7 o'clock. Sophia came into the conference room to make sure everything was set up correctly. One by one, the alphas of the Nightshade Pack entered the conference room. When Bryan returned to the company and entered the conference room, he informed Sophia that she was not required to stay because the meeting was about the pack, not the company. She politely followed his order and left the conference room. She waited in her cabin for the meeting to end. She placed a request for decorations over the phone at a restaurant. She planned to go to the restaurant for dinner with Bryan after the meeting. She would persuade him to go there with her. It was her birthday. She did not want to miss the day in any misunderstanding. When it was 10 minutes past 8, she got up from the chair and left her cabin. She walked to the conference room and stopped outside the door. She was curious as to what was happening inside the room. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man dressed in an expensive blue suit emerged from the conference room. Sophia was taken aback when she saw him. As they remained motionless, his gaze was drawn to her. However, Sophia found him different from how he always met her. He looked cold and arrogant, yet strong and powerful. "Adon, how do you get into the conference room? You should have asked me for an appointment for—" She was interrupted by Theta Noble, who came out of the conference room following the man. "Alpha Victor, let me see you out." Sophia's eyes grew wider as she took a step back. "Alpha Victor!" Sophia was shocked. She could not believe her ears. The man who she used to think was an alpha of the neighboring pack was actually the head alpha of the Moon Valley pack? Her reaction was evidently visible on her face. She could not even blink. Victor turned to the Theta of the Nightshade pack and said, "You can go inside to support your alpha. I don't need anyone to accompany me to go outside." He spoke in a frigid tone. Sophia stared at him. He was a completely different person from what she had seen. She wondered if all the head alphas were cold. Bryan's Theta nodded at him politely and went back to the conference room. It was as if the meeting had not ended yet. "How is that even possible? You are Alpha v. Victor?" Sophia mumbled, stuttering. Victor's eyes were fixed on her face. A smirk formed on his lips as he muttered, "You are so naive, little girl." Sophia looked away from him and bit her lower lip. How could she be so foolish? Why would someone come to meet her or help her again and again? Of course, he had some reason to approach her. "So you lied to me," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "I did not lie to you in a single sentence. Come on, pick me one." With that said, he started to move in her direction. She took another step back. "You said you are Adon." He stopped in front of her and shook his head in disagreement. "The topper at Nightshade University has such a bad memory." She was stunned. How was he aware of her grades? "I said people in my pack call me Adon." Suddenly, everything hit her. She recalled what Nolan had said that day. Adon meant Lord in French. Wait, French? She thought, and her eyes widened. Yesterday she learned about the people of the Moon Valley pack. Most of them spoke French, and they worshipped their alpha. "How did I?" she mumbled. Victor chuckled as he walked past her. "You are cute, but your fate is horrible." She frowned as she tried to understand the meaning of his words. She turned around and saw his broad back. He was walking like he had all the power, and he was the king of this realm. She wondered how things turned out when Bryan and he met in person. What might have happened in the conference room when the two rivals finally met? Because she knew no one could mess with Bryan. She even overheard Bryan's conversation with Victor this morning. "What are you waiting for? Let's go," Victor said while walking ahead. "Where?" she asked. He stopped his steps and turned to her. "To accompany me outside." "But didn't you say you don't need anyone to accompany you?" Victor raised a brow and replied, "That's for Alpha Bryan's people." She scoffed at him and folded her arms against her chest. She would not have had the confidence to speak in such a way if she had only recently met him, but now that she had been with him twice, she could not help but return to her old self. "Don't forget, I'm Alpha Bryan's secretary." "Yeah." Victor looked into her eyes and replied, "I bet you won't be at this place in a while." "What do you mean?" "I am really in a good mood. Hurry up, isn't it your birthday? Let me wish you well. This company is full of enemies. Do you want me to beat every one of them for you?" She was surprised at how he was talking so cheerfully with her, but a little while ago he was so cold to Bryan's Theta. After taking a quick look at the conference room door, she turned to face Victor. Since she had no other work now, she decided to accompany him. She felt a sudden need to talk to him, because she had just realized that he was Mila's brother. As she walked behind him, other employees glanced at Victor and then at her. They thought she was just leading him outside as Alpha's secretary, so they did not bother to discuss anything. However, they were staring at Victor. This man was incredibly powerful. To be precise, he was the only one who could rival Alpha Bryan. Sophia was completely unaware of the numerous rumors swirling around him. She was very new to the business world. She had no idea how dangerous it would be if she were accused. Sophia kept a quiet distance from Victor while they walked. As soon as they entered the general elevator, the other employees began to take notice of Victor and began to empty the elevator in order to provide him with some space. "I have heard that you showed up to all of your Alpha's meetings. So why were you not present at the meeting today?" "I expected you to be there," Victor said the moment the elevator's door closed. Sophia kept her gaze fixed on the floor. He addressed Bryan, "Your Alpha." Did that mean he was aware that Bryan was her mate? She raised her head to look at him. "You know everything, don't you?" He calmly smiled at her, as though she were asking some ridiculous question. "Of course, I know everything." She saw the darkness creep into his eyes as he averted his gaze from her. How long can people conceal their sins? "Sins? Do you think mate bond is a sin?" she asked with anger. Calm down, girl. I was just kidding. By the way. He paused and moved closer to her. She immediately stepped back, leaning against the elevator's mirror wall. He leaned down to meet her eye level and muttered, I met your man today. To tell you the truth, he is not as endearing as you imagine him to be. With a slight head movement, he whispered in her ear, he is way more dangerous than people think he is. Then, Sophia quickly pushed his chest and looked away from him. What do you mean? She asked without looking at him. Victor shrugged his shoulders and stood up straight. Nothing. He remained silent, and she started to feel uneasy around him, because she was now aware of the man's true identity. When the elevator door opened, they stepped out. The entire lobby fell silent when they saw Alpha Victor. Sophia tried to ignore other people's gazes and gestured to Victor toward the entrance, demonstrating that she was simply doing her job as the Alpha's personal secretary. Sophia came to a halt as they exited the company. I wanted to talk about something. Alpha Victor. He turned to her and said, You can't talk to me in this way in front of my rival company. Why not come with me to a restaurant? No way. He sighed and asked, What is it? He made his way into the dim alleyway on the left side of the building. Sophia followed him since she had to talk to him, but she could not go somewhere with him either. He stopped in a calm place and turned to her. So, she cleared her throat and focused her gaze on the ground. Her fingers were fidgeting with her new dress. He observed her every movement. You dressed so perfectly for him? She looked at him, unable to find words to respond. She indeed dressed today for Bryan. Your sister. She took a pause. She had lost track of her words. She had no idea how to speak to a brother about his sister, who liked her man. What about her? He asked, sounding serious. She thought he really loved his sister. She gulped, thinking about how she would say that to him. Please tell her to stay away from my mate. He raised a brow as he leaned his back against a wall. Why would I do that? She frowned at him. Why not? He is my man. I am sure you know that he is my mate. Of course, you were aware of it since it was the reason the engagement broke. What do you want? I want her not to come between me and Bryan. He smirked at her, as if you didn't come between her and her fiancé. Sophia felt a pang in her heart. She knew she was the other woman in their lives. But what would she do? It was the decision of her fate. Although she was powerless, she did not want things to be that way. Upon noticing her silence, Victor uttered, She has an insane crush on that man. I can't stop her. By the way, do you know where she is? Sophia was taken aback by his words. Why did he not know where Mila was? She wanted to tell him that Mila had moved into the pack house, but she restrained herself. She believed that Bryan did not want Victor to be aware of it. Since Victor did not know, she also should not tell him anything about it either. I only saw her this morning. Why can't she just leave Bryan alone? Instead of asking me to speak with Mila, I believe you should speak with your mate about it. What about asking him what he is planning? Today's discussion in the meeting was very interesting. Sophia gave the man in front of her a close glance. He was young and handsome, but he had a dual personality. She assumed he behaved like that only when he was comfortable around someone. What is the reason behind your approach to me? She noticed the lightness in his eyes. You caught me. Not bad. I am not that dumb. It is just that I am always looking for positive things. You are capable of doing a lot of things. It is just that you are unaware of it. He said it in the same way she spoke to him. She found hope in him. What if he persuaded his sister to leave Bryan alone? Your sister will not be happy with Alpha Bryan. He loves me. Do you want her to stay unhappy in the future? Victor briefly paused before saying, What is that strange smell I am getting? Sophia looked left and right to see if there was a trash can near the smell he was complaining about. What smell? The smell of fear. Her eyes froze and she slowly turned to look at him. He grinned and slipped his hands into his pants pockets. I enjoy people's fear, but only when they fear me. You should not worry about losing anything. Make them feel scared of losing you. How? He looked into her eyes and muttered, Leave him and come to me. She blinks her eyes. What? He laughed and shook his head. Why are you looking so scared, as if I am some monster who will eat you alive in bed? Sophia gave him a cold look. You only think about bed, don't you? I can't stay loyal to just one woman. I must always have a different woman in my bed. She pulled a disgusting face. How cheap. Do you know that if you were a Moon Valley Pack member, you would be killed for saying that to your alpha? His warning did not frighten Sophia. It does not matter to me because I am not a member of your pack. She turned around as she decided to return to the company. She knew that this man would not help her push his sister away from Bryan. He doesn't love you. Her footsteps came to a halt, and she turned to face him. He does. He only cares about his rank and position. Mark my words, he will crush you to a point where you can't repair yourself. Now you are talking like my ex-boyfriend. He also says such nonsense. I know my man. He can shift his mood but not his heart. I am his home, his safe place. Victor watched Sophia walk away from him. He stared at her until she faded from his sight. His eyes turned red, and his face got fierce. Bryan Morrison, let's see which path you will take. In both ways, I'll be the gainer anyway. Sophia went back to the company and checked if the meeting was over. She saw many alphas coming out of the conference room. Alpha Bryan is a clever man. Ever since the beginning, he had his sights set on the Moon Valley Pack. What can we say if Alpha Victor has no problem with it? It is hard for me to believe that he went along with the deal. I wonder why he did that. Maybe he has something in his mind. Otherwise, why would he agree to give up like that? Let's just trust him. Sophia cast a glance in the direction of the men who were walking by her while they were discussing the agreement that had taken place inside the meeting room. Sophia stood outside until she saw Bryan coming out of the room. With a broad smile on her face, she walked over to him. Alpha. Bryan looked at her and gave her a nod. In case he felt fatigued, she wanted to give him a head massage. But again, they were in front of others. She could not say anything to him. She waited for them to enter Bryan's cabin together. Bryan was about to go over the desk when Sophia hugged him from behind. Mate, you didn't wish me today. Bryan turned around, causing her to release her grip. Wish? It's my birthday today. Bryan appeared to be surprised. Sophia felt a twinge in her heart. He was unaware of it. Happy birthday, Sophia, Bryan said, turning calm. There was no excitement in his eyes, which caused her to feel hurt. Despite the fact that she had not expected him to surprise her, she hoped to see him eager to wish her well. Sophia hugged his torso and asked, What were you discussing inside the meeting room? Something important to the pack. Sophia raised her head to look at him. He was silent, but his eyes were fixed on hers. Her pulse quickened as she looked into his sharp eyes. If you don't want to share, it's okay. It's not that important. Having released her grip on him, Sophia uttered, Okay. She wanted to tell him that she had met with Alpha Victor. The last thing she wanted was for him to become angry with her once more, or for there to be any confusion between them either. She observed him making his way to his desk and engaging in some activity there. After he had finished using his laptop, he approached her. I'm going to the pack house. I will drop you off at your home. Sophia parted her lips in shock, because he did not even think about doing something special to celebrate her birthday. She was very upset as she lowered her head. Why did he want to go back to the pack house? Was that because of Mila? When Bryan was headed to the door, she spoke out, I have made a reservation at a restaurant for tonight. Will you accompany me? He turned to her and replied, Tonight? I need to go to the pack house. She lifted her gaze to look at him. Why? Is that because of her? Bryan's eyes darkened. No. Then? You don't like to go there often. Then why tonight? She asked with a sad tone. A sigh came out of Bryan's mouth when he noticed that she was upset. Let's go. Bryan left the cabin, leaving her behind. Sophia came dangerously close to crying because he was so eager to get away from her. Her birthday did not seem important to him. She exited the cabin and began to follow Bryan in his footsteps. She tried her best to control her tears. With her head low, she entered the elevator with him. During the time that they were strolling through the entrance area, Sophia observed that a few alphas from the Moon Valley Pack were still present outside the building. They saw Bryan and immediately bowed to him. He did not even bother to nod his head in their direction. She gulped at how arrogant Bryan had just behaved toward them. Bryan's car was parked outside, so when the driver saw them coming, he emerged from the car and opened the back door for him. Bryan motioned for Sophia to get in first. After entering the car, she moved to the side. Bryan sat next to her and closed the door. Sophia felt that she should not have come with Bryan. She did not want to go back to her home right now. "Tell him the address," Bryan spoke out. "Huh?" Sophia asked, turning her head at him. "What? Didn't you want to go to the restaurant you reserved?" Sophia bit the bottom of her lip as tears began to form in her eyes. She told the driver where the restaurant was and hugged Bryan. "Thank you, mate." Bryan wrapped his arm around her body. "I didn't know it was your birthday. Over the past few days, I have been preoccupied with something." Thinking about whether or not to ask him about Mila, she tucked her hair behind her ear. The last thing she wanted to do was ruin Bryan's mood. She recalled that she had already confessed to him. He was talking to her calmly after knowing that she had feelings for him, and that meant he indeed loved her. The car stopped in front of a restaurant. She got out of the car and waited for Bryan to come out. When Bryan stood next to her, she locked her arm with his and walked inside the restaurant. She went to the reception to talk about the reservation. A waiter arrived to show them to the table that she had reserved in advance. "This way." The waiter led them to a balcony outside where they were able to take in the breathtaking scenery. It came as a surprise to Bryan when he saw that the table had been attractively adorned with flowers. Everywhere he looked, there were roses with hearts on them. Even though he was frowning, he did not make any comment. Sophia signaled him to sit at the table, and then she took the other chair. Sophia had placed all of her orders in advance, so the dinner went smoothly. After they had dinner, Bryan asked for the bill. Sophia shook her head and said, "I've paid the bill in advance, mate." Since it was Sophia's birthday, the restaurant made arrangements for her to receive a lovely cake as well as a bouquet of roses. Sophia looked happy when she noticed the waiter bringing them to their table. She got up from the chair in excitement. Bryan got to his feet and remarked, "Cut the cake." Sophia did not touch the knife. Instead, she looked at him and took hold of his hand. "You could not answer me last time. I wanted to know your reply, mate." "What answer?" Bryan asked with confusion. Sophia let go of his hand and grabbed one small bouquet of roses from the table. Bryan's face was indifferent, but he looked like he realized what she was talking about. After taking a few deep breaths, Sophia extended the roses to him. She closed her eyes and said, "Alpha Bryan, I love you. Forever and ever will you be mine." Bryan did not say anything, which caught Sophia off guard. Without opening her eyes, she wore a frown, but then she heard him. "Open your eyes, Sophia." She opened her eyes slowly, filled with a sense of bewilderment. The roses, which he had not yet accepted, caught her attention as she looked at them. Then her gaze shifted to him. "Why are you talking about such meaningless things again?" "Meaningless?" Sophia's heart shattered. Bryan let out a sigh and then turned around. "We are getting late. Come on." She hurried over to him and grabbed his arm. "What do you mean by meaningless? How many months did you spend with me? What brought us together in the first place? Don't you also love me?" His expression grew icy as he locked eyes with her. "No, I don't love you. You have the opportunity to be with me because you are my mate." Sophia's grip loosened. A stab went through her chest. While she was trying to process his words in her head, she blinked her eyes. But no matter what, she could not process it. As if she had been hit by a sudden force, she was completely devastated. She was so shocked that the bouquet fell out of her hand. "Sophia." She shook her head without breaking eye contact. She appeared to be completely disoriented. As her chest felt like it was being pierced, her lips began to tremble. "Oh, opportunity? Do you think it's an opportunity for me to be with you?" she asked, taking a step back. Upon observing her retreat, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, and then he said, "Now you are overreacting." She was able to sense that his tone was somewhat tinged with irritation. Could it be that her confession was irritating him? "I thought you loved me," she mumbled, staring at him. Her tearful eyes were no longer able to contain their tears. They broke down and flooded down her cheeks. It was not merely a tear. Rather, it was a severe pain that she was experiencing deep within her heart. Bryan did not look to be slightly moved by her tears at all. She was astounded by the sudden cruelty that this man could display before her eyes. Or was she so desperate to be with him that she ignored his negligence toward her? The fact that Bryan was staring at her with a look of indifference made the situation even more difficult for her. He had not released his grip on her wrist. He drew her closer to him and gazed into her eyes. "Listen to me." She shook her head in denial while biting the bottom of her lip. "I don't believe in love. There is no one who can make me feel that way either. You are still very young and have a lot to learn about the world." She stared at him. If she looked deeply into his eyes, she could see the annoyance. This was the first time that she had the ability to see through his eyes, and they were making it abundantly clear that he did not love her. "So if I were not your mate—" She took a moment to pause and take a deep breath, continuing with the question that she had planned to ask. "You would not have." Bryan did not let her complete the sentence as he let go of her hand. "Isn't it obvious? You mentioned these things a few months ago. Could I not make you understand it properly?" His cold manner of speaking to her caused her to flinch. It was hard for her to accept the fact that he was the same Bryan that she had loved. "Don't show me this side of yours. I can't take it, mate." Her words did not fit well with his. He sighed as if talking with her was like talking with a blank wall. She kept saying the same thing over and over again, which was something that he did not enjoy hearing. When she noticed that he was not speaking, she made an effort to calm herself and wiped her tears away. "No, he is lying. He loves me," she said to herself, and once again approached him. She hugged him and mumbled, "Don't lie to me, mate. I know you love me." Bryan looked straight ahead, his eyes focusing on the flowers that adorned the railing. His eyes were dark, and his face contained no expressions of emotion. The fact that he did not give the girl a hug in return demonstrated how cruel he was toward her. She raised her head while hugging him. Why wasn't he hugging her back? She would go crazy if this man would not accept that he also loved her. He had to accept her heart. After all, he was her mate, her life partner chosen by the moon goddess. On the other hand, she did not want their relationship to be based on compromise, but rather on love. Though they were mates, she wanted to be with him because he loved her and cared for her. Or was she just imagining it? Mate, let's reveal our mate bond to others. Lastly, she had no other option but to tell him to stop concealing their bond from others. It was only because she was frightened. She was frightened that he would abandon her one day. Bryan moved his gaze toward her. A frown appeared on his face, which froze her whole body. She felt shivers run down her spine as she looked into his dark eyes. Her grip on his body loosened. "You don't want to do that?" she asked with a soft tone, almost begging him not to say no in reply. Her insides trembled at his icy stare. He was no longer the man who liked to caress her hair or treat her gently. "I can't do that." She was shocked. With a puzzled expression, she stepped away from him. "Why can't you do that?" The majority of the time, he did not respond to her question, which led her to believe that he would not answer her this time, too. However, he replied today. He replied, which shuddered her to the end. "My pack is the most important thing in my life. I can't betray my pack." She was confused. Why was it considered a betrayal to accept her in front of others? "What do you mean?" she asked, looking for an answer. Little did she know that the deeper she wanted to learn, the more she would be hurt. After staring at her for a while, he replied to her with a deep voice that cut deep into her heart. "When I became the head alpha of this pack, I fixed Mila as the Luna of my pack." She was taken aback by his response. Her whole body trembled as she almost collapsed to the floor. She would have lost control of her steps if she had not grabbed a chair behind her. However, when he paused briefly before speaking again, he totally destroyed her, leaving no chance for recovery. "I didn't break the engagement that day, but only postponed it." Sophia was so shocked that she did not know what to say. What exactly did he mean when he said he postponed the engagement? Even though he was aware that he had a mate and that he could not reject her, he still intended to marry that woman? Her legs started to tremble. She felt the ground slip beneath her feet. With a taste of betrayal unlike anything anyone had ever experienced, she fixed her gaze on the man. When did he change his care, his heart, and his home? No, he did not change anything. She never existed among them. Her eyes moved away from him as they slowly lowered to the ground. You. She was unable to speak anymore. Indeed, this man was ruthless. One by one, she recalled every warning that his brother, mother, and rival gave her about him. They were so right. He did not have a heart. If he had, he would not have broken her in this way. How could you do this to me? Her tone was hushed as she mumbled. She felt hurt to even let a word out of her mouth. Her voice seemed to become stuck in her throat. Her heart was pounding in her chest. Her wolf began to howl inside, realizing that he did not love her. I thought you loved me, but you had already planned everything from the start. She felt stuck in her place. It appeared as though she would immediately fall to the ground if she took even a single step forward. Why are you reacting like this? What difference does it make to you if I marry someone else? When Bryan spoke, a fire of agony was ignited within her heart. She raised her eyes slowly to look at his face. She smiled at him regretfully. You used me knowing that there was no future for us. Bryan's eyes shot a sharp glare at her. This is what women have a problem with. When exactly did I use you? Didn't you want that too? Sophia shuddered at his harsh tone. By saying that, he proved that he thought of her as just another woman. The woman who did not have anything to do in his life except fulfill his desire. Sophia had no strength to even talk to him right now. She wanted to go somewhere and cried her heart out. How could fate play with her like this? At first his brother, and now he. How could they break her heart like that? Stop crying, Bryan said, watching her tears fall down her cheeks. As she wiped away her tears, she sobbed. I am not crying for you. I am laughing at my own fate. Bryan kept staring at her for a while. When he saw her continue to wipe her tears, he spoke out. You are too fragile to comprehend the world of royal politics. The world is full of power and authorities. If you get so weak, how are you going to survive? Sophia's hands froze on her cheeks. She looked at him. You are right. I am weak. That is what your brother told me as well. She recalled the day when she caught Bruce cheating on her. That day, she wanted to complain to Bryan about how brutal his young brother was. Little did she know, the man she wanted to complain to would be the most ruthless man she had ever met. You played with me, she mumbled, crying a mess. He frowned at her. Calm down. What are you so worried about? Sophia had no idea how she would deal with this man. She was completely clueless. He had been with her, knowing that he would never accept her, but now he was saying to her that she had nothing to worry about. She would not allow him to hurt her in the same way that his brother had. She wiped her tears again and shook her head. I can't let you marry her. I can't let you engage with her. After saying that, she stepped toward him and held his hands. Please cancel the engagement. Don't do anything with her. You are my mate. How can you do that to me? When you postponed it, I know you never considered being with me. But now look at us. We are happy together. Don't we? Just cancel the engagement and stay with me. Like a crazy girl about to lose everything, she was blabbering. She did not know when she had fallen in love with him, to the point where she was terrified of losing him. She could not live without him. He was her life, her everything, and she cherished him so much. She wished for him to remain by her side for a lifetime. Bryan grabbed her hand and removed it from his wrist. He glared at her and replied, There is no one in this world who can stop it. I will announce the engagement soon. If everything goes as planned, my pack will be the largest, outweighing the Moon Valley pack. Sophia shook her head numerous times. Don't do this to me. I can't live without you, mate. He lifted his hand and wiped her tears away with his thumb against her cheek. I will not abandon you. There is no need to worry. Everything will remain the same between us. His touch no longer felt warm to her, but rather cold. His words shook her from the inside. Why? Why is she so important to you that you can't make another woman your Luna except her? After turning around, he removed a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket. He lit a cigarette. Smoking was the only thing that could calm his mind. He inhaled the smoke deeply but slowly before he started speaking. Her father, Alpha Lucas Laurent, made the marriage proposal a long time ago. As soon as I marry his daughter, he will give me half of his throne. Sophia was speechless. There was nothing that she could argue about. The man in front of her was only interested in gaining power. Already, he had established himself as the most powerful figure in the world of business. But that was not enough for him. He wanted more. If his pack turned out to be the largest pack after acquiring half of the Moon Valley pack, he would be the king of alphas. But what about her? She did not have the reputation or packs under her family to offer him. Her father was a simple pack fighter who lived his entire life as a pack fighter of this pack before passing away in an accident. They did not have the same level of wealth as Mila's royal family. She was not even close to being as capable as Mila in any way. She felt hurt in her heart just thinking about how she had to weigh her love today. Looking at the cruel man who rejected her heart so easily made her feel broken. You want to marry her because of her pack? What about her? Don't you think it's going to be unfair to her? And unfair with me? She said it in her mind. When Bryan turned to face her, he responded, no, not just for her pack. Not only is she a good woman, but she also possesses the ability to lead my pack and stand next to me. I have no doubt that she will be the most suitable Luna for my pack. By marrying me, she will gain respect that she will not find anywhere else. The words that he had spoken made Sophia want to laugh. He was praising another woman to her, and it was so straightforward. Every word he spoke caused her heart to become numb. She was no longer interested in listening to that. So she looked into his eyes and asked directly, Alpha Bryan, I am in love with you. For once, don't you feel like you love me? Not even after spending the nights with me? All she wanted was an honest answer. If he said yes and told her to remain in his life, she would try to make him understand her love and convince him to live as his mate. However, the harshness of reality struck her when he responded with a single word. No. The tears inside her eyes dried. All the color in her face drained. She looked into his eyes, trying to find any guilt to reply to her. But there were none. He looked like a powerful alpha, but a heartless man. Sophia, you can't expect anything more from me. There is no such thing as love in my world. Attachments to other people give me the creeps. I am a man who is only interested in winning packs and gaining power in the business world. I don't want the mate bond to come between me and my pack. Sophia took a deep breath as she looked away from him. The birthday cake that was sitting on the table caught her attention as she turned her head. She let out a chuckle as the discomfort in her chest increased. Let's cut the cake to celebrate my Brock. Just as she was about to say broken heart, a loud ringtone interrupted her. She realized that the place was so silent that even if a pin dropped, they could hear the sound. She then turned her attention to Bryan, who had pulled out his phone and was looking at the screen. He frowned as he immediately received the call, demonstrating that it was an important call to him. What happened? Bryan asked the moment he received the call. Sophia could sense his concern. She wondered what made him so worried. Where is she? She felt numb as she realized that he was talking about Mila. She was the cause of his concern. That woman was going to be his wife someday. He had always considered her his fiancée. All these times, he protected her from any danger and told her to stay in her pack so that when he planned to announce the engagement again, he would not have to face any problems. I am just a pawn in his power game, she thought. Everyone always says the right thing. People should not be desperate for anything. It will only bring it down. I am coming, Bryan said before hanging up the phone. He looked at Sophia and said, I'm going back to the pack house. Before Sophia could speak, he vanished like a gust of wind. Sophia stared in the direction where Bryan had just gone. She did not blink for a while. When a cold breeze touched her body, it dawned on her that she was all alone on the balcony. She slowly looked around, and the beautiful decorations of flowers seemed to be thorns in her eye. She lowered her head and looked at the birthday cake. She was still frozen in her place. He did not even let her cut the birthday cake and broke her totally. Her birthday was not important to him. What was she thinking? She herself was not important to him. She reached for the knife and grabbed it. She realized how sweetly she celebrated Bryan's birthday. Did he not even give that night a single thought for a moment? He could have at least not broken her heart tonight. While tears were forming in her eyes once more, Sophia stabbed the knife into the middle of the cake. She pushed everything off the table onto the floor. Her broken state made her look miserable. The sound of the noises prompted a few of the wait staff to rush toward her. They witnessed her tearing the decorations apart while she was crying. "Miss, are you okay? Miss, where is your boyfriend?" They inquired, thinking about how they would handle her in this situation. They understood what had happened. The man broke the girl's heart. "Boyfriend?" Sophia mumbled. Then she looked at the waiter who had asked the question. The waiter gulped when he saw her in a broken state. Her eyes were wet, the mascara spreading beneath them. "You said boyfriend? He is my mate. Do you know what he said to me? He wants to marry someone else. He doesn't care if I love him." Sophia spoke out of her heart. She had no idea she was sharing her pain with complete strangers. She was not in her right mind. She would lose herself if the pain in her heart continued to spread inside. With trembling steps, she walked out of the restaurant. "Miss?" She turned around and found a man. "Miss, I'm the manager of this restaurant. The man you came here with instructed me to send you home safely. We have arranged for a car for you." Sophia laughed like a mad girl. "Did he say safely? I am not safe anywhere." The manager felt sorry for Sophia. With sympathy, he uttered, "Miss, he paid us. We have to send you home with security." The manager motioned for Sophia to climb into a car, but she shook her head. She did not agree, and she began to walk in the opposite direction. Since Bryan paid him well, the manager could not help but call a guard to take Sophia back. "Bring her back. We cannot let her leave alone at this hour." The guard went to Sophia and tried to make her understand calmly. "No, I don't need your help. Not that cruel man's help. I just want to be alone." When the guard grabbed Sophia's wrist and began to drag her back to the restaurant, a car came to a halt beside her. The man in the driver's seat stepped out of the car and glared at the guard. "Leave her." Sophia turned to the man who had just snatched her hand from the guard's grip. That was none other than Alpha Victor. The guard seemed taken aback. "Sir, I'm not harassing this girl. Her boyfriend instructed us to drive her home. We are just doing our job." Victor looked at Sophia, whose eyes were filled with tears. "I will drive her home. Don't worry about it." "Do you know her?" the guard inquired, casting a careful eye on Alpha Victor. "That's none of your business," Victor replied, glaring at him. The guard gulped and nodded his head, assuming that Victor was familiar with Sophia. When the guard headed back to the restaurant to inform the manager about it, Victor turned to face Sophia. "What happened to you?" Sophia pushed his hand away and took a step back. "You already know what might happen." She let out a chuckle as if she were laughing at herself. Victor did not let out anything for a while as he observed her situation. "He broke your heart, didn't he?" "Of course, he did," she mumbled, lowering her head. "He doesn't love me. He stated that he never once felt love for me. Not even for a single second. Everything between us was nothing to him." She looked like broken glass that had shattered into so many pieces that would never be able to be repaired. She proceeded to walk away from him and to start walking in a direction that was unknown to her. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm going to hell." With a sigh, he made his way over to her. He reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Let's go with me. I will drive you home safely. This is not the time for you to go for a walk by yourself." She turned to him and pushed him. "Who are you? Do you think my life is a novel in which you will appear out of nowhere and help me like an angel?" Victor stared at her. She had no clue what he was thinking. She did not want to know either. "Go and tell your sister that she has won. She will get the position and will become the Luna of Alpha Bryan. Congratulations to her." She laughed while crying. She looked broken. She felt like she had gone insane. There was no hope for her life. She would die any time soon. Why did Bryan turn down her love? He also killed her heart. "You are just a pawn in politics, the royal politics." Hearing Alpha Victor, she looked at him. "What?" "He played with you. He never felt anything for you because he is a very strong-headed person. He knows when and what to do. In front of his calculative moves, no one can use their brain." She parted her trembling lips. "Why did he do this to me? Why?" Her knees shook as she fell on her knees, crying in a mess. "If he wanted to make your sister his Luna from the beginning, then why did he ask me to be with him? Why did he say that he wanted me? Why did he always want me to be by his side, even if it meant becoming his personal secretary? Why did he never think about his mate but only about power? Why?" She sobbed in the darkness of the street. Her tears poured down like raindrops. It continued until her eyes were completely dry of tears. After some time of crying, she took a shaky breath. At that time, she felt a pair of hands pull her up to make her stand on her feet. "I told you that you are the only one who looks in love. Your mate does not even want you that much. Do you know why he wants you to remain close to him?" Sophia slowly raised her head to look at the man. He looked enthusiastic about talking to her. "Why?" She thought he would say that Bryan liked her, but did not want to accept it because of power. But reality was crueler than her delusion. "He is afraid that you will reveal the truth about the Mond. He thinks you will tell everyone that you are his mate. All of the things he has spent years planning will be lost. I bet he will never mark you either, because it won't give him any benefit. He will make you his slave forever." Her shoulders shuddered as she felt her body become lighter in weight. She would faint at any time if she continued to listen about Bryan. Victor did not say anything more when he saw that her situation was getting worse. He picked her up in his arms and walked to his car. Sophia was not even in the right mind to think about what was going on. She was feeling sick on the inside. Her heart and the whole body were burning like hell. She wanted to go home and cried in her bed. She was regretting everything. She regretted having fallen for a ruthless man. She regretted allowing that man to break her heart twice. What if she had never met him? What if she had never developed feelings for him in the first place? What if she had not attended his engagement and discovered that he was her mate? Would she have been happy with her life? Her wolf cried out inside her, realizing their mate did not love them. She also felt hurt. She had never had the chance to meet his wolf. Sophia was engulfed in sadness. When she got back to her senses, she realized that she was in Victor's car. She turned her head and found him driving the car. "Your father offered him his half-throne," she muttered, feeling disbelief that Bryan was hungry for power and preferred it over the Madabond. Victor's eyes darkened as he heard her. "I know. Your father seems really love your sister," she mumbled. She closed her eyes and felt that she was coming between Bryan and that woman. But Bryan was only marrying her out of greed. However, she paused when Victor spoke out. "Don't call that bitch my sister." Sophia was stunned by Victor's remarks. She looked at him with a frown. "What are you saying? How can you call your sister that?" He scoffed at her question. "Sister? That bitch is the daughter of another bitch." She was confused as she watched how he sounded mocking about Mila and his mother. She was not in the state to ask him anything, but she wondered why he said that. "Your muth? She is not my mother. In fact, my father turned out to be a motherfucker." Sophia's eyes widened. Her disbelief grew as she listened to the man's abusive words about his own family. After a quick look at her, he shook his head. "That man cheated on my mom. I believe he killed my mom to marry a bitch." She turned her gaze away as she let out a deep breath through her mouth. She already had enough for the day. She did not wish to know or learn anything more. She was not even sure why she was in this man's car. She kept quiet and waited to get home as soon as possible. She had a great headache because of her non-stop crying. She had no idea how she was going to live her life from now on. She closed her eyes as a cold breeze brushed against her face through the window. She assumed her tears had dried, but she was wrong. More tears flowed down her cheeks from her closed eyes. Suddenly, one by one, everything came to her mind. Beginning with the first time she met Bryan and continuing until the very last time they were in the restaurant. One thing was similar. Regardless of the amount of time that had passed or the amount of effort that she had put forth, that man remained cold in both of their interactions. He was still Alpha Bryan, without a heart to beat for anyone. When Sophia opened her eyes glowed blue, which did not go unnoticed by Victor. Nonetheless, he continued driving the car. She glanced at the road and said, "Stop the car." However, he did not pay attention to her words and kept driving. "I said stop the car, Alpha Victor." Victor pulled over the car in a corner of the street. Sophia turned her head at him and said, "Thank you." When she reached out her hand to open the door, he grabbed her wrist. "Where are you going? If you think about shifting right now, let me tell you it will be dangerous for you." Sophia moved his hand away from hers and turned to face him. She noticed he was very close to her face. She did not push him. Instead, she muttered, "I can be a fool for the person I love, but I am not dumb. I know why you are helping me. Don't pretend to care about a stranger like me after only meeting 3 times." Alpha Victor stared at her for a while before breaking into laughter. He moved back to his seat. His face was full of amusement. "You look stupid, but you are not. What do you want from me, Alpha Victor?" His laughter faded as he looked at her with a serious expression. "I want you to accompany me." "Where?" "Maybe in bed," he replied, winking at her. She gave him a cold look. Her swollen eyes and broken appearance could not make her look any better. "Shut up." His face turned fiercer at her response. "You are cold to everyone except that man." She looked away from him and kept her gaze on the road before replying, "I can be the coldest to him if I want. I'm waiting for that day." She glanced at him. "What's your motive?" He leaned close to her and muttered, "Let's destroy that man together." Her brows rose in surprise, unable to maintain the cold expression on her face. "Destroy him? You still have feelings for him?" "How? He has just broken your heart." Her eyes moved slightly. "It's he who betrayed me. Otherwise, I don't have a single thought of betraying him. I was always loyal to him. No matter what, I always tried to solve every single misunderstanding so that his love for me never ceased. Little did I know, there was nothing in his heart for me." Victor noticed a blaze arousing her eyes when she was talking about Bryan. He caught sight of something fascinating. It was the demise of Bryan Morrison. This girl was no ordinary girl. The moon goddess indeed chose a perfect girl for that man, but he was a fool who was running after power instead of keeping his mate to himself. Sophia opened the door and got out of the car. Victor immediately stepped out of the car and asked, "Where are you going?" "I want to run for a while," she said, heading towards the forest beside the road. She paused as he spoke from behind her. "My father wants to give half of the throne to that man because he doesn't want me to rule it." She looked ahead, but listened to him without turning to him. "Do you want to take over that part?" she asked him. He raised an eyebrow but shook his head, even though she was not looking at him. "I wanted it before, but after I met you I changed my mind." She slowly turned around to face him. He approached her and handed her a handkerchief. "Wipe underneath your eyes." She sneered as she looked at it. "Who cares what others will think if they see me in this condition? The person for whom I always dressed never saw me more than an object of desire." "Leave him." She gave him a bitter smile. "Of course, I will leave him. The man who doesn't love me should not be my mate, but that doesn't mean I would come to you to destroy him. I am not the woman who will shake hands with his enemy. I will start a new life without him. I am no longer in need of anyone, so just leave me alone." With a calm look, he stepped back and said, "You are dreaming that he will let you go. He will play with you all the way through. He will cage you forever. Only one man can rescue you from him." He took a pause and then muttered, "And you already know who he is." Sophia went into the forest after Victor had left. The cold wind was blowing, and it was moving the branches of the trees. She walked for a while, thinking about her life. She had no tears in her eyes, but her eyes were empty, as if she were lost in this strange world. She felt that this cruel world was not for her. She was a happy girl who liked to see everyone happy. How could fate want the opposite of her? The sky was overcast with clouds. The clouds shifted away from the moon. The moon found its full light and illuminated the whole forest. Sophia's eyes turned ocean blue. She looked to her right and left and sniffed the air to see if someone was close to her. When it was clear that there was no one, she shifted into her wolf form. The moonlight lit the white fur of her body. The ocean blue eyes were enough to kill any alpha, making them want to have her. Every moment of her and Bryan's intimacy rushed to her mind when she started to run. Her mind kept replaying Bryan's words. He was sacrificing the mate bond because of the desire to gain some other pack. More than that, what hurt her was the way he told her that he had never loved her. Not for once. She came to a stop in front of a lake and sat down there. In the water of the lake, there was a reflection of a white wolf, with eyes the color of the ocean shining through. It had been a very long time since she had shifted. "Why did you make me so weak?" she thought while looking at the moon. Everyone thinks I am fragile, but at the same time, they like to break me into pieces. Her heart froze for that man. She wanted to get rid of the pain in her heart. However, she could not remove the man overnight. She realized that all these months she had been madly in love with Bryan. It was a blind love where she could not see when he was hiding another woman in his life. I have lost all of my self-respect in front of you. Otherwise, I am not this shameless to beg a man to stay in my life. She recalled how she broke up with Bruce. He said sorry countless times to her. However, she never allowed herself to forgive him in her heart. That is how strong she was. After learning that the head alpha, the elder brother of her ex-boyfriend, was her mate, she told the man to reject her on the first day. She was that strong. Her mate wanted her to sacrifice herself to save her brother's position. She did not think about herself and gave up herself for her brother. She was that strong. How could you think I am weak? Are you saying that I am weak simply because I have shown you my care and love, treated you gently, and blushed around you in love? She shook her head. She was not weak. She only trusted that man without question. How could you use me for your sexual desire? When your chosen Luna is back, you kicked me to the corner so easily. You didn't feel any sympathy for me? The fact that she had always ignored Bryan's cold behavior toward her made her feel like a foolish girl. She let out a heartfelt howl while gazing at the moon. Her howls were resonating throughout the forest, indicating that a wolf was in distress and suffering from a broken heart. Sophia could not just forget how he talked to her tonight in the restaurant. How could he ruin her special day? He left her because of that woman. Her howls changed into growls as time went on. Her ocean blue eyes turned colder. Bryan mistook her. She was a very sharp-minded girl. In love, she liked to give her all, but when she was done, she never turned back to the man again. Because of Bryan, she lost her pride, her self-respect, her innocence, and her happiness. How would she repair herself now? She recalled how she used to dream about going for a run with him. Everything was just her delusion. He had never dreamed of anything with her. It was always only her. It was always one-sided from her side. Regarding her, it was fine. In love, it was not necessary to have the same goal. If he wanted to marry another woman, she would not stop him. If he was happy with his pack, she should let him be. She would not stop him anymore. As time went on, the sky became lighter. Soon, the sun began to rise. Sophia was still looking at the lake. She was there the whole night. She stood up and jumped into the water in her wolf form. After shaking her body, she emerged from the water of the lake. She went back to the path where she had shifted. She shifted back, put on her clothes, and grabbed her bag. While she was getting back on the road, she checked her phone. There were 30 missed calls from her brother Abraham and 5 missed calls from Bryan. She ignored Bryan's number and directly called her brother back. "Where the hell are you?" The angry voice of her brother came out of the phone, but she did not flinch at it like other times. "Brother?" Her voice did not seem okay to Abraham as he asked, "Where are you? Why didn't you come back home last night?" She walked out of the forest with her hair dripping water onto the ground beside her feet. "Sophia, are you okay? Where are you? Just tell me. I talked to Alpha last night. He said you were not with him. Mom and I were very worried about you." When she heard Bryan's name, her eyes moved slightly. She blinked her eyes after a while, then replied in a calm tone. "Everything is over, brother." Abraham was walking back and forth in the living room. He was waiting for his sister. He could not sleep the whole night out of worry. A while ago, Sophia called him and told him that she was coming back home. He could not help but tell his mother that Sophia was totally fine and that she was with her friends last night. After hearing that, his mother let out a breath of relief. He told her that Sophia would take time to return, so she should go to sleep first since she also could not sleep last night. He was fortunate that his mother agreed and went to sleep. He wanted to talk to Sophia alone. She did not sound very good when she called him. Her voice was cold and emotionless, which scared him with so many possible dangers. His eyes fell outside through the window when a cab stopped in front of his house. Sophia got out of the cab. He dashed out of the house and walked toward her. "Sophie." Sophia stopped her steps and raised her head to look at him. Abraham's eyes widened when he saw her swollen eyes. Water was dripping out of her dress. He glanced at the cab and saw it drive away. He returned his attention to her and asked with a shaken tone, "What happened to you?" Sophia's lips trembled, then she took a deep breath and replied, "Nothing." She was about to walk past him, but Abraham grabbed her wrist and pulled her back to her place. "Tell me what happened. Did someone—" "No, I was in the forest last night," she interrupted him and replied. She knew he had thought someone had tried to do something bad to her, but that was not the truth. She explained it to her brother so that he did not have to worry about it. Abraham sighed with relief. He cupped her cheeks and asked, "You said everything was over. What did you mean by that?" She shook her head in response. "Nothing." "You wanted to tell me something yesterday. What did you want to share? I'm all ears." Sophia looked away from her brother. The dried eyes began to fill with tears. She blinks her eyes to push them away. However, a few tears fell down on her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" he asked with confusion. He wanted to know why she even went to the forest at night. It was not safe for her. "I tried, brother." Her words were confusing to him. "What are you talking about?" She hugged him and cried, "Brother, I tried to move on and start a new life, but—" She could not say anything more. Her brother's hands froze around her. "Who broke your heart this time?" he asked her in anger. She broke the hug and wiped her tears. She realized that if she told him everything, his brother would quit his job on his own. She could not tell him what had happened between her and Bryan, so she chose to tell him half the truth. She lowered her head and replied, "I wanted to start a new life with the man my fate chose for me, but he doesn't want me, brother." His brother was stunned. He observed her broken look and muttered, "How can you expect anything from him? His Luna was fixed a long time ago." Sophia was taken aback. "You knew about it?" He wiped her tears that rolled down her cheeks again. "Of course, I knew about it. I am his gamma." Her heart shattered once again. "It looks like everyone knew about it except me," she mumbled. Abraham dragged her inside the house and closed the door. "When I heard you joined the Morrison group, I was angry at you. I was actually worried that Alpha would hurt you. I knew that he didn't break the engagement because it was already fixed. I was mad at first at him because he is your mate, and that he was thinking about making another woman his Luna. But then I realized that it would be better if you stayed away from him. He is a good alpha for our pack, but not a good man for you. You are too good for him." Abraham put his hand on her head and said, "I thought you loved Bruce, so this type of thought never crossed my mind." Sophia felt embarrassed in front of her brother. He was right. Anyone would think that. She was with Bruce in the past. Then, how could she fall for his elder brother? "It's because he is my mate," she mumbled. Abraham shook his head. "The life between the royal life and ordinary life is way more different, Sophia. Don't even think about that path. Their relationships totally depend on deals. They don't have hearts but only powers." Sophia laughed in her head. How she wished she could understand that before giving her heart to that cruel man. Abraham did not know how Bryan played with her all these months. He only knew his sister fell for her mate. He thought she could get rid of it just like she moved on from Bruce. "Where is Mom?" she asked, changing the topic. "She is sleeping in her room. She didn't want to. I had to convince her." "Okay, I'm going to my room. That you should also take some rest." Abraham nodded at her. Sophia walked to the staircase, but she paused as something hit her mind. She immediately turned around and asked, "You knew that if he married someone else he would have to reject me. If he did, I could end up dead. Then how did you stay so calm all these months?" He looked at her calmly and said, "On the first day of my training in the camp, Alpha came to talk to me about this matter." She raised her brows. "What did he say?" He smiled at her and replied, "He said there is a way to break the mate bond. Only he knows about it. He also assured me that you would not be hurt by it." "He knows a way to break the bond," Sophia mumbled while looking at her brother. Abraham gave a slight nod of his head. The fact that his sister had to go through yet another heartbreak made him feel upset. However, in his opinion, she should keep her distance from Alpha Bryan. There was not a single sign of emotion that he had ever seen in Bryan's eyes. He did not even care about his own parents. Then how would he take care of his little sweet sister? Sophia, it's good that there's a way. I know it will be difficult for you, but let him go. It's not like you two were in a relationship. It is unfortunate that you ended up being his mate. Otherwise, he was on another path, and you were on another path. His words pulled her back to reality. Yes, you are right. It's really unfortunate. She turned around and went to her room. The moment she closed the door, she slid down against it. She could not refrain herself anymore. She completely broke down. If you had a way to break it, then why did you even ask me to get close to you? She sobbed, pulling her legs close to her chest. She did not want her brother to see her in a broken state. That was why she was holding back her tears all the time. Now she was all alone. Loneliness and the taste of betrayal came back to her. She did not know how to handle herself. She wanted to scream and ask that man why he did that to her. How could you do this to me? What did I do wrong to you? She was broken when she met him for the first time, but she could at least repair her heart at that time. But what would she do now? He shattered her totally. How could she mend her heart, which was aching for him? What about her wolf, who was howling to be with him? Only she knew how he broke her heart. In her mind, she kept going over each and every memory of her and Bryan. She could not just forget them. His closeness, his taking care of her. Everything was not his love. He was only thinking of her as his toy. Whenever he got angry at her for even talking to another man, it was not that he was jealous because he loved her. It was because she was his toy, and he wanted to be the only one who could play with it. She leaned her back against the door. Her head was burning as well as her eyes. When she felt there were no tears left, she stood up. She almost fell to the floor, and her legs became heavy. She made her way to her bed, using a wall as support. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. She wanted to forget everything. Please make me forget everything. Please make this a nightmare. I hope that when I wake up, everything will be back to normal. 2 days passed. Sophia was in bed. She has had a high fever for the last 2 days. Her mother and brother are looking after her. When she woke up, her mother was sitting beside her. Sophia, how are you feeling right now? She blinked a couple of times to clear her vision. Her head was throbbing. She hissed as she tried to sit up. Her mother helped her sit up. Sophia looked at her mother and said, "I'm fine, Mom." Her mother reached for her forehead to check her temperature. "You still have a fever." Sophia closed her eyes as she leaned against the pillow behind her. "I'll be fine. Don't worry." Her mother prepared porridge for her and fed her. She smiled at her mother lightly. "You are the best mother in this world. It's because my children are the best." She chuckled but coughed. She glanced around and asked, "Where is my brother, Mom?" "Your brother is in the pack house. Alpha called him today and asked him to come back to work. After the royal announcement, every official has gotten very busy." Sophia frowned as she asked, "Royal announcement?" Her mother wiped her mouth with a warm towel and replied, "You were sick. That was why you didn't know about it. Alpha has announced that he will get engaged this weekend." Sophia's eyes widened. Everything returned to her like a shot of bullet. She immediately held her forehead with her hands. "What happened, Sophia?" Her mother kept calling her, but she could not listen to her. She was lost in pain. That man did not even take his time before announcing it. Sophia could not see anything in front of her. Everything was falling apart right in front of her eyes. The pain he caused in her heart was like poison, crushing her entire body. "Did he ask brother about me?" she asked her mother. Her mother calmed down when she saw her talking. "Yes, Alpha asked Abraham why you were not going back to the company. Your brother informed him about your fever." "Where is my phone, Mom?" she asked, beginning to look for it. Her mother immediately stood up from the edge of the bed, opened the drawer of the nightstand, and handed her phone to her. "Your brother set the phone to silent mode because you were sick and could not receive any calls." "I'm okay, Mom. I will come downstairs after I take a shower." "But you still have a fever." "It's okay. I'm fine." Her mother thought she needed some fresh air, so she agreed and left the room. As soon as her mother left, she unlocked her phone and saw a bunch of missed calls. Sarah and Nolan called her a few times, but then they stopped. They might have called Abraham directly to inquire about her. Her eyes froze on a message from the man she wished to forget. When your fever goes down, come see me. Sophia stared at the message. She locked her phone and threw it on the bed. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against the pillow once again. She had no way to escape this situation. She wished she had never woken up. She was losing her desire to live. It was a world where only powerful people with high ranks could get respect, positions, and the right to live a happy life. After a while of thinking, she did not reach anywhere. She slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When the cold water ran down her head, her entire body shivered. She still had a fever, but she was not concerned about it. She wanted to get rid of the pain in her heart. Would she be able to do that? How? If that man got engaged to someone else, how would she see it? When she came out of the bathroom, her body began to shake. After wearing a dress, she left her room and went downstairs. She went to her mother's room. "Mom." Her mother looked at her and noticed her clothes. "Are you going somewhere?" She sighed and replied, "Yes, Mom, I am going to the company." Her mother walked to her and held her hand. "You are sick. You don't have to go there. Your brother asked for a leave from Alpha for you." Sophia patted her mother's hand. "Mom, I need to go. I had some unfinished work that I needed to finish right away." "But Sophie..." "Mom, please. I will come back soon. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." "Okay." Sophia left the house. Enduring all the pain alone, she started to walk on the streets. She could not tell anything to her brother because he would think that because of her sacrifice, he got the position. At the same time, she could not say anything to her mother because she was a heart patient. She had already had a mild attack when she learned about Abraham losing his position a year ago. If she found out about her, she would not be able to accept it. Sophia hailed a cab and headed to the Morrison group. She looked outside through the window. The whole pack was adorned for the upcoming engagement. It reminded her of the day when she went to the pack house 1 year ago. That day was the first time she met Bryan in person. He was rude to her in their first encounter, but she had some respect for him. "I could not believe how quickly time passed and how easily life fucked me up." Her thoughts were interrupted when the car came to a stop. "Miss, we are here." Sophia realized that she had arrived at the Morrison group. She paid the driver and got out of the cab. When she entered the company, everyone started to glance at her. She paid no attention to them as she directly went to the top floor. All the employees on the floor turned their heads toward her. Some of them even began to whisper. I thought Alpha liked her, but as usual, secretaries are there only to be fucked, not to be in a relationship. Yes, you're right. She thought she could be the queen of the king, but she forgot she lost when Miss Lautant entered the company and Alpha's life again. Those words from the female employees pierced her heart. She did not look at them and made her way to the CEO's office. She lifted her hand and knocked on the door. She did not want to watch the same scene as the day before. "Come in." The moment she heard that man's voice, her legs froze. Why did he become her weakness? Why could she not just ignore everything? She took a deep breath and entered the cabin. There was no woman in the cabin like the other day. She turned her gaze, and her eyes immediately landed on the man sitting behind the desk. As soon as he lifted his gaze, she felt numb inside her. He had not changed, but he appeared to be a different person to her. It was because she was aware of his real self now. She had already seen the Alpha Bryan, whom everyone had been talking to all these times. "Why are you here?" Bryan asked, frowning at her. She walked up to the desk and stopped in front of it. "I thought you gave me a leave, not restricted me," she said, trying to remain calm. Bryan's sharp gaze was observing her when she was talking to him. "I told you to come see me when you were completely fine. You look sick to me. You should go back home and have some rest." Sophia averted her gaze from him and asked, "Then when should I come to see you? After the celebration of your engagement?" Bryan did not say anything. He put down the file that he was holding and rose up from his chair. She fixed her gaze on him when he approached her. His handsome face, which she wished to cherish, appeared bitter to her now. He was no longer the man she admired. He deceived her. "I see you have already heard about it," he said, stopping in front of her. She raised her head to look at him and said, "Yeah." He lifted his hand and was about to press it against her forehead when she took a few steps back. He frowned at how she reacted. Sophia gazed at him and said, "I am here to let you know that I will not be able to continue my job in your company from tomorrow. If you want to blackmail me because of my brother's position, you can do that. No matter what, I'm not going to return here." "Why?" he asked, sounding in disbelief. She laughed because she could not understand this man. What did he think about her? A toy he could play with whenever he wanted? She took slow, measured steps toward him and answered in a cool manner. "In love, sharing is forbidden. I refuse to accept the leftover." Bryan's expression darkened when he heard her. His sharp eyes nearly tore her heart out of her chest. "I wish I could give you the same cold look," she thought. "You are still thinking about those things?" he asked, rubbing his forehead as if she were speaking nonsense. Sophia could not help but laugh. "I just came here to inform you about my leaving. I don't need a perfect job anywhere, because I know that once I leave this company, no other company in this pack will give me a job. Your company will seal my CV, which will ruin my life. But still, I don't want to stay here anymore." Bryan stared at her for a while. She glanced at him, trying to understand what he was thinking. How could he be so calm all the time? Why did he not feel anything? Suddenly, she wanted to make him feel the same pain she was experiencing right now. But only a man with a heart could feel that, and he was heartless. "What do you want?" he asked her. Their eyes locked for a few seconds, and then she averted her gaze. She did not want him to see her tears. "As if you can grant my wish," she mockingly remarked. "Just name it." She smiled at him, which did not go well with Bryan. "Make me the Luna of this pack. I want that position now." Her voice was clear and straightforward. She did not hesitate for a moment before saying that. "That's impossible," she nodded at him. "I knew it. You can't give me what I want." The look of rage spread across Bryan's face. "I changed my perception of you after a long time. Don't change it again by asking for that position." She had a feeling of regret for loving this man. He did not hesitate before announcing that news. "I know you can't. That's why I'm telling you that I'm leaving this company, and I'm leaving your life too. Don't look for me again." She turned around and her expression changed instantly. She closed her eyes and made her way to the door. Once again, like a shameless girl, her heart wanted him to call her from behind and tell her that he would cancel the engagement and marry her instead. But it was only her illusion. The reality was that he would never choose her over power. Unexpectedly, she felt a hand gripping her wrist and turned her around. "Why are you so stubborn?" Bryan asked, looking at her. She yanked her hand away from him. "Don't touch me." He ignored her words and frowned. "You are running a fever." "I have a fever or have a deadly illness. Why do you even care? Just mind your own business. Go to that woman and make her your Luna." She said this while pushing his chest to move him, but he wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her closer to him. "Calm down." "No, I can't. I don't want to calm down anymore." She struggled to move him away from her, but his grip only tightened. "I can't let you go." She paused and looked at him. Her hair became messy as her eyes welled up with tears. "Why? Do you want to play with me until I die?" Her every word infuriated him. "Can you just shut up?" "No, I can't shoot." She was interrupted when he pressed his lips against hers. Her entire body froze at the touch of his lips. Despite the fact that her entire body was burning with fever, her mind was drawn to his lips. When he started moving his lips against hers, she realized what he was doing. He thought a kiss would be enough to persuade her. She tried to push him, but he pressed her against the wall behind her. He cupped her cheeks and kissed her deeply. He did not care how hot her lips felt against his. He kissed her passionately, despite her resistance. She melted at the kiss and almost forgot everything. This was what he always did to her. Like a spell, he bound her with his charms. When Bryan broke the kiss, his lips were only a few inches apart from hers. Her eyes were closed as she realized that she had once again let this man take advantage of her. "Sophia, be my mistress." As soon as he said that, she felt like the sky had fallen on her. She opened her eyes right away. Her expression was startling at first, but it soon turned cold. Bryan had never seen her with this expression. He was used to her soft demeanor. "What did you just say?" Bryan did not move his gaze, and he repeated it. Be my mistress. You don't have to seek the position. I promise that I will give you everything you want. The child that you will give birth to in the future will be the heir to my throne." Slap. She slapped him. She did not need to gather all of her courage to do that. She had no fear that no one had ever done that to him before, and it could lead to her death. She had lost everything to this man. She somehow gathered her strength to come here to face him. But this time he broke her all over again by saying that he clarified her position in his eyes and in his life. She was nothing more than a prostitute in his life. That kind of woman could never be a wife, but she could warm the men's beds. Tears rolled down her eyes, and she promised herself that it was the last time she was letting this man see her crying. Bryan held his cheek and then curled his fingers into a fist. He slowly turned his head to look at her. She noticed that his eyes had turned red. He was outraged. He was so furious that he could even kill her for what she had just done. She pushed him, and he backed away. "Mistress? A toy to satisfy your sexual desire? A way to break the mate bond? I can connect every piece of the puzzle now." She turned around and walked to the door to leave. She did not want to see this man ever again. "Where are you going?" His deep and angry voice sounded like a warning to her. She turned around and looked directly into his eyes. "One day, I will break your pride and arrogance. You will be standing with strangers, and I will be walking right by you, treating you like you don't matter to me. I will ignore you whenever you try to remind me of our past, just like how you have always neglected me. I promise you, Bryan Morrison, I will show my level of coldness to you that day." Bryan's sharp eyes were digging into her chest. She never imagined that the man she loved the most would be the one she would have to leave behind. There was no guilt in his eyes about what he had just offered her. Or did he think that he was doing a favor for her? Sophia turned around and left the cabin. Wiping her eyes, she walked on the floor, heading to the elevator to leave the company as soon as possible. "Sophia," she glanced at the woman beside her. "Miss Selina? Dear, are you okay?" She smiled at her and replied, "I am fine. Are you taking a leave for today?" "No, I am leaving this company. I will never come back here again." Selina was stunned by her words. However, she glanced at other employees who were staring at Sophia from afar. Sophia noticed the general elevator's door opened as the employees were coming out of it. She went directly to the elevator. She stood inside like a statue, controlling her emotions in front of others. People's mocking glances did not make her feel good either. As she was walking out of the company, she ran into Louisa. Louisa looked really happy today. Her eyes fell on Sophia as she approached her. Sophia tried to walk past her, but Louisa stepped on her way to stop her. "You look upset, bestie. What happened to you?" Louisa asked with a mocking grin. Sophia assumed that she had already known about the engagement since everyone knew about it. Louisa tapped on her chin with her finger and mumbled, "Let me guess." Sophia looked away from her. She had no mood to deal with her right now. "I got it," Louisa said with a broad grin. "Alpha showed you your place in his life. I saw Mila Laurent when she came to the company. What a graceful woman she is. When the real queen returns, the master kicks the side chick away." Louisa's words pierced Sophia's heart. She felt that Louisa was saying the right thing. She indeed had no value in Bryan's life. She took a deep breath and replied, "Think whatever you want. I don't have time for your nonsense." After walking past Louisa, Sophia continued walking for a long time. Upon reaching a park, she came to a stop. She saw so many couples, which upset her heart. She went inside the park and spent the entire day there alone. As it was getting dark, Sophie took a cab to return home. She told the cab driver to drive the car faster. On the way, Sophia stared at the sky through the window. Why was she feeling so much pain? Why could she never find true happiness for once? She closed her eyes and bit her bottom lip. She recalled the kiss in Bryan's cabin. She felt regretful that she had almost forgotten everything. How could someone be so blind in love? She opened her eyes when his angry face kept coming in front of her closed eyes. She witnessed his red eyes. He gave her the same look he had when she first discovered him as his mate. He was everywhere with her. He was in her breath, her body, her heart, her mind, and her soul. But he did not even take time to decline everything. The sky looked amusing to her. What if she could fly anywhere and start a new life where that man could not reach her? Suddenly, her eyes fell on something. She sat up straight and looked at the driver. "Stop the car." The driver pulled over the car and turned to her. "Miss, do you want to get down here?" Sophia's gaze shifted to the building, where something caught her attention. "Yeah." After paying the driver, she stepped out of the car quickly. She rushed towards the building in front of her. She saw a girl who appeared to be 14 or 15 years old, leaving with a middle-aged man. The girl did not look happy. However, that man's face was filled with delight. He was pleased to have the girl with him. Sophia stopped the man as she came to a halt in front of him and asked, "Where are you taking this girl?" The man looked stunned. He frowned at her and asked, "Who are you?" "I asked, where are you taking this young girl?" The girl looked at Sophia. Her eyes turned tearful as they wanted to convey something. When Sophia's eyes met hers, she tightened her fists. She returned her gaze to the old man, and anger rose inside her. "I adopted this girl. I am her father now," the man replied calmly. Sophia glared at him. "Her father? Don't you have any other children, Alpha Moon?" The man's eyes widened when he heard his name from Sophia's mouth. "How do you know my name?" Sophia snatched the girl's hand away from his grip and pulled her behind her. "I know many things about you. Do you want me to call your wife and your 2 adult sons?" The man was a businessman, and Sophia had knowledge about him. His secretary had contacted Sophia a lot of times for an appointment with Bryan. However, Bryan always declined it because he had given that project to another alpha. So when Sophia saw this man giving money to someone and taking the young girl with him, she felt strange. She did not have to think twice about understanding what was going on there. "How dare you threaten me like that? Are you even aware of my power? If I want, I can teach you a lesson right now." A few women and the guards hurried to Sophia when they noticed Alpha Moon arguing with a girl. "Hey, what do you want here?" a woman asked. "Leave this girl's hand. Why are you making scenes here?" Sophia turned to her and asked, "Why did you sell this girl to this man?" The woman's eyes grew wider. She exchanged glances with other women. One of them stepped toward Sophia and grabbed her hand, which was holding the young girl's hand. The young girl began to cry and leaned close to Sophia, fearing that they would beat her. Sophia could sense her worry and fear. She tightened her grip, unwilling to let her go. The woman tried to yank Sophia's hand, but her grip only became firmer. "Look, girl, she is an orphan. This man is great enough that he purchased her at such a high price. He will take care of her, and in return, she will only have to fulfill his desire. It's not like she has rich parents who can offer their wealth to get a husband for her." The words of that woman cut deep into Sophia's heart. All of a sudden, she was brought back to her own situation. At that moment, she became so enraged that she forgot about the age difference and raised her hand to pull the woman's hair. "How dare you sell a girl as a slave? Just because she has no rich parents, she is not allowed to live a graceful life like other women." The other women came to push Sophia, but she gripped the woman's hair so strongly that she almost tore the hair out of her scalp. A few guards that Alpha Moon had brought with him heard him call out, "Hold this girl." Sophia was so angry that she had lost her mind. All the things that Bryan did to her messed up her mind in such a state that she was not taking any other things into consideration. She heard the girl crying behind her, grabbing her waist tightly in fear. Some guards were pulling her away from Sophia. The situation got heated as the people who were passing by stopped and began to watch what was happening. The woman successfully pushed Sophia, and she fell to the ground. On the other hand, the guards pulled the girl away from her. "Sister," the girl cried in terror. Sophia glared at both the woman and Alpha Moen. "Leave the girl right now. I will not let you leave." Alpha Moen walked toward Sophia. He stood in front of her and kicked her leg. "Ah!" Sophia grabbed her leg after feeling a sharp pain from the kick. She bit her bottom lip to deal with the pain. "I don't know who you are, but you did something very wrong when you crossed my path. If any of the news leaks from here to the public, I will make your life hell." Alpha Moen's warning did not scare her. She was not afraid of anyone. She looked directly into Alpha Moen's eyes. "At this age, you purchased a teenage girl for yourself, although you have a wife. I will complain about you and ruin your reputation. Leave this girl if you don't want that." She intentionally said that loudly so that other people could hear it. Immediately, the guards pushed the people and told them to go where they were going. "Complain to whom? To our head Alpha? Alpha Bryan? Is it even possible for you to get through to him?" Alpha Moen asked, chuckling and thinking that Sophia was really stupid. Just hearing Bryan's name darkened Sophia's eyes. "No, to my brother." One of the women was about to step toward her to slap her, but Alpha Moen stopped her by raising his hand and nodding his head at Sophia. "What will your brother do to me? I will kill him in front of your eyes. Call him." Sophia dialed her brother's number with a shaken hand, since the pain in her leg was too much for her. She was praying in her mind that Abraham would receive the call. As soon as Abraham received the call, Sophia spoke out. "Brother, come to the Marine Saint Orphanage on Marine Street. Some people are caging me here." Sophia was clever enough to inform her brother about the location. She did not waste any time and said what she needed her brother to know to reach her. "What?" Abraham's shocked tone came to her ears. "Hurry up, brother. I'm coming." "Don't cut the ka." Alpha Moen snatched the phone from her and spoke to Abraham. "Your sister will warm my bed tonight if you can't make it here in 10 minutes. I clenched my jaw at what that man had just said to my brother. I shifted my gaze to the women who were glaring at me. How could they do such a thing to a woman when they were women themselves? They were not ashamed. They were running an illegal business in the name of an orphanage. Thinking of all the girls who had to live in hell just to have somewhere to live hurt her deeply. Some guards pulled Sophia up and dragged her inside the orphanage. Alpha Moen and others were behind her. She noticed that the young girl was also coming behind her. She looked broken. "Rose, you will bear the consequences for it. Because of you, all of this is happening. If you went with Alpha Moen quietly, we would not have to go through this humiliation," a woman scolded the girl. Sophia discovered that the girl's name was Rose. Rose looked frightened. The guards pushed Sophia into a large hall room with 2 other people present. "Who is she?" an old man asked, sitting behind a desk. "Sir, she was causing trouble outside, so we brought her here to teach her a lesson," a woman explained. "We are truly sorry, Alpha Moen. You are our old customer. You had to face this. I can't believe it," the woman beside the man said. Sophia came to the realization that this business had been running for a long time. The old man looked like the director of this orphanage, and the middle-aged woman beside him was his assistant. Sophia did not say anything as she listened to their conversation very carefully. She made a mental note of every man's name who had purchased girls from this orphanage. After a while, everyone heard the sounds of cars outside the orphanage. Alpha Moen's guards were about to approach the door to check, but were kicked when the person entered the hall. "Brother," Sophia said this as soon as she saw Abraham. She let out a deep breath of relief. "Are you this girl's brother?" Alpha Moen questioned Abraham. He kicked a few guards who tried to stop him from moving towards Sophia. "Brother, save the young girl. They are selling her to this man." Abraham's blood boiled as he saw his sister on the floor. He then looked at Rose, whom Sophia was mentioning. That girl was crying in a corner. "In the name of the orphanage, you are doing this? What will you do to me?" "I called my men. They will be here in no time. Your martial art won't work on them. They are trained fighters." Sophia could help but feel like laughing. "Foolish man, trained fighters can't protect you from him. He is the biggest fighter in this pack, Gamma Abraham." Everyone's eyes widened. They immediately stepped back in fear. The Gamma himself had come there. "We didn't know she was your sister," the old man said with a respectful tone. Abraham sneered at him. "I would have killed you if I had come here alone, but since the main authority is here, I have to leave you to him." Sophia frowned when she heard Abraham. "The main authority? What is he talking about?" she thought. The women let out a scream when they saw some men entering the hall. Those men circled the whole hall and stood straight without moving their gazes. Then Sophia felt the scent entering the hall, which she wanted to avoid. Her eyes landed on the man who entered the hall in a gloomy mood. Almost immediately, the people of the orphanage and Alpha Moen fell on their knees when they realized who had come to the orphanage. "All hail to our head Alpha." Sophia's eyes froze on Bryan. As he walked inside, his gaze moved around until it settled on her. Sophia immediately turned her head away from him. Abraham came to her and hugged her. "Are you okay?" Sophia nodded her head in response. She kept quiet since the other man's presence was making her feel awkward. "Brother, why is he here? I called you, not him," she mumbled to her brother. Abraham rubbed her hair and replied, "When I was talking to you, I was with him in the pack house." Hearing about the pack house made her feel annoyed. Mila was living in the pack house right now. This might be the reason why Bryan went to the pack house. "Sophia, your fever hasn't lessened yet. Why did you come outside today?" Her brother asked that. She glanced at Bryan. He was the reason she came out today. She wanted to break every tie with him, the tie of her heart that he was wrapping around his fingers. The old man who was in charge of the orphanage cried out on the floor while kneeling, "My Alpha, forgive us." "Yes, yes, Alpha, forgive us. We didn't do anything," the other woman said. "What's going on?" Bryan asked Abraham. Abraham looked at Bryan and replied, "Sophia said this orphanage was selling that young girl to this man." Bryan's eyes shifted to Alpha Moan. A frown formed in his face. "Alpha, I didn't buy her. I adopted her. You can check all the papers." "Why do you need to adopt a child? Don't you have any children?" Bryan asked. One of Bryan's men grabbed the chair where the old man was sitting a while ago and positioned it behind Bryan to sit. Bryan sat on the chair and lit a cigarette. Sophia did not move from the floor. She did not even try to stand up. Abraham stood up, since he was with Sophia a while ago, to hug her. He then walked up to Bryan and stood next to him. Even though he was furious, he managed to gather himself in front of Bryan. "Alpha, I thought that since I don't have a girl child." "Where are your papers?" Bryan asked while taking a long drag from his cigarette. Unlike other days, he did not attempt to make eye contact with Sophia. Sophia wanted to see what this man would do to this Alpha. Wasn't he also doing the same with her? One of the women told Bryan that the papers were in the director's office. Bryan's men went into the office and removed every document they could find. The old man's eyes widened, but he tried to compose himself. "Deed number?" Bryan asked the old man. 3365, the old man stuttered in reply. Bryan signaled his man to search for the file as he muttered, "Do you mean the 365 number girl you sold?" Everyone gasped, as they did not know what they would do if Bryan got any proof against them. Bryan's men found the deed and handed it to him. Bryan grimaced as he read the file. Sophia stared at him. She felt a twinge of bitterness on his handsome face. He looked very calm, as if he would let go of these people after some scolding. "Just $2,000, he questioned, shifting his gaze to Alpha Moon. Sophia's jaw clenched. "This man only knows business. I knew it. He will never take care of this matter since he is making a profit from it. He doesn't care about other girls' innocence," she thought. Alpha Moon's eyes lit up as he slowly stood up, thinking that money could solve the matter. "Alpha, we can negotiate. If you want me to pay a high price for this girl, I can do so. Just." He glanced at Rose, who was shaking in fear, then said, "Allow me to have this girl." Abraham could not help himself and dashed towards the man. He kicked his stomach. "How dare you talk about a little girl like that?" "Abraham." Bryan's voice paused Abraham as he turned to him. He walked back to stand next to him again. "I'm sorry, Alpha. I couldn't control myself." Bryan looked at him, flickering the ash from his cigarette. "You have to control your anger since you are the gamma of this pack." "Yes, Alpha," he replied, lowering his head. Bryan turned his head to the man and thought for a moment, then spoke out. $10 million. The man was lying on the floor, grabbing his stomach in pain. But hearing Bryan, he stopped struggling as his eyes grew wider. $10 million? For buying that girl?" Sophia felt disgusted by Bryan. She could not believe that he asked for a large amount of money and in return he could let the man take the young girl. She was about to speak up when she heard Bryan again. "For engaging in illegal business in my pack." Alpha Moen's eyes almost popped up. He bowed his head to the floor and begged, "Please forgive me." The old man and all the women began to cry. They realized there was nothing else they could do right now. "My goal in donating money to this orphanage is to support it, not to make profit from it. How dare you sell girls from here?" Bryan turned to his men and said, You know what you have to do with them." His men nodded their heads and began to drag the old man and the woman outside. Sophia felt relieved that Rose would not have to face hell any longer. She slowly tried to stand up, but she collapsed to the floor in pain. Her leg felt numb because of the kick. "Sophia!" Abraham rushed to her. Bryan's face turned fiercer as he saw how she was groaning in pain. He rose up from the chair and asked, "Did anyone hurt you?" Sophia ignored his question and held her brother's arm for support while standing up. At that time, Rose spoke up for the first time. Alpha, this man kicked sister on her leg." Bryan looked at where Rose was pointing. She pointed her finger at Alpha Moen. Alpha Moen shook his head in denial, lying that he did not kick Sophia. Bryan's eyes turned red as he glared at him. "How dare you touch her?" His voice was deep, which made Abraham and Sophia turn to look at him. Bryan pulled out a gun from the back of his waist and pointed at Alpha Moen's leg directly. "Alpha, she is He did not let Alpha Moen say anything, and he shot his leg. Blood immediately flowed from Alpha Moen's leg to the floor. Sophia's eyes widened as she stared at Alpha Moen. She was too shocked to even move her eyes. She felt the darkness gathering around her sight, and then she lost consciousness.